Two.
Yeah, it's going to take it. We've already had this metagame breakdown yesterday from Frank, but of course the Day-2 cut kind of like it's kind of like a sieve that like sifts out the best decks kind of like get left behind, and the metagame looks often a bit different on Day-2 than it does on Day-1. So we'll see. Like Is It Prowess was the most popular deck. Will it still be the most popular deck on Day-2?
Is it? I don't know.
Is it? That's a 4 out of 10 already.
Thank you, Simon. We're starting very strong this day. So let's get a segment with Maria and Frank. They are going to show you all the numbers and the meta breakdown for this Day-2.
Welcome to Day 2 of the Regional Championship in Bologna. I'm your host, Maria, and I'm joined by our data analyst, Frank Carson. Good morning, Frank.
Good morning, Maria.
So, could you tell us what does the metagame look like on Day 2?
I am definitely happy to. I analyzed all the numbers last night, along with both the breakdown of the Day-2 decks, as well as how they actually performed on Day 1. So let's just take a look at the graphic that has all the information that people wanna know how the decks performed and what we're gonna see. So in this graphic, what you see for the most played decks on Day 1, that's how the graphic is actually sorted. You see how many players made it into Day 2, and for that archetype, what its win rate was in non-mirror matches on Day 1. So here you see Is It Prowess. It was indeed the most played deck on Day 1. It is still the most popular deck going into Day 2. Right, out of the 150 players in Day 2, 35 are playing Is It Prowess. And on Day 1, it won 55% of its non-mirror, non-draw, non-buy matches, which is pretty high.
Yes, so as we can see, not only Is It Prowess is the most represented deck, but it is also the best performing deck.
Indeed.
Here at Bologna. You also mentioned yesterday that there were two builds of Is It Prowess, more of an aggro build and more of a grindy one. So, is there any difference in performing of these two types?
Yeah, I was interested in that, so I split it up. I looked both at the versions with Monsters Rage, Slickshot Show of Swiftspear, which was the majority, as well as the versions without that aggressive core and more like late game, like removal, Hearth Elemental, that sort of stuff. But there wasn't really a difference. Like their performance was like within 1 percentage point of each other. So there's no clear conclusion on what the best build of Is It Prowess is, but it was clear that it did fairly well against the field.
Yes, as we can see. And the next best performing deck is Jeskai Oculus.
Indeed.
What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, that's out of all the major archetypes, Jeskai Oculus is now the second most prominent deck in Day 2. 19 of the 150 Day 2 players are on Jeskai Oculus, and with a 54% win rate on Day 1, it also performed significantly above average with a reasonable sample size, showing that these new additions from Tarkir Dragonstorm have definitely propelled the deck into an even stronger position. As for like Monored Aggro and Esper Pixie, those were the second most played decks on Day 1 and the third most played decks on Day 1. That's how the graphic is sorted. Their performance was, just around average, not particularly bad, but also not particularly good. And that's actually seemingly the case for almost all of the archetypes here, which does indicate that for the most part, you can just take any deck to a standard tournament and expect to do reasonable with it if you are well versed in how it plays.
This is actually a very good sign, right? The state of the format. And moving on, are there any standouts for you?
Well, I can tell you that Azurius Control stands out, though not in a particularly favorable way.
Yeah.
Its win rate of 42% was definitely below the average. It appears that if you want to play Control in today's standard, it's just better to splash red, get the power of Chico, and make use of that. Gruul Prowess, by the way, it was the 10th most popular deck going into the tournament on round 1. That's why it's in 10th place in this graphic. But for the day 2, none of its players actually made it in. Still, the deck didn't do particularly poorly based on the day 1 win rate. It just meant that most of the Gruul Prowess players finished like 4-4 or 5-3, and just due to a bit of variance, just didn't meet the day 2 mark.
Right. So we established that Izzet Prowess is the most dominated deck. I don't know if we can say that it's the best deck of the format yet, but if we are to go into the tournament, what deck should we choose to beat Izzet Prowess?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I did look at the archetype versus archetype results for a bit, and I did notice that sure, Izzet Prowess was strong as a whole, and it had many matchups that were favored or even, but there were still indeed a couple of decks that had a very strong performance against Izzet Prowess on day 1. Oh. So yeah, these are the ones that if you want to beat it, if you want to crush your next standard tournament, these are some standouts to keep in mind. Jeskai Oculus won 56% of its matches against Izzet Prowess.
That's impressive.
So yeah, that seems to be favored, which makes sense because Abhorrent Oculus is such a dominating presence on the battlefield, and Izzet Prowess doesn't really have good answers to it.
Right.
So Jeskai Oculus favored against Izzet Prowess, and also Orzhov Pixie, even better. We went like 71% against Izzet Prowess in his day 1 matches, still over like a reasonable sample size.
I guess.
And
yeah, sorry to interrupt you. I guess thanks to temporary lockdown, right? Mostly.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That is the main feature in that deck, and temporary lockdown is one of the best ways to attack Izzet Prowess. And Orzhov Pixie is perhaps one of the best lockdown decks available.
Exactly.
And along with just efficient interaction, cheap flyers, it is one of the best ways to beat Izzet Prowess. Finally, maybe Boros Monument. It went 4-2 against Izzet Prowess. Not a big sample size, but still, something that we'll keep an eye on. The Boros Monument decks.
Spicy.
Yeah, there's 2 in day 2. Did well on day 1 overall. Just like Mono Black Demons, also a standout performer on day 1 with 2 copies in day 2. A very small sample size, but these are the decks that I'll certainly keep an eye on, and we'll see if they actually end up making it to the top 8. But for now, I would expect to see a lot of Izzet Prowess near the top tables, but maybe we'll get to see matchups against Jeskai Oculus, where where the data would say Jeskai Oculus is favored. We'll see how it plays out today.
This is going to be very interesting. Thank you so much, Frank, and back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Maria and Frank, for this great segment. I love to see more insights on these meta breakdown, how the decks performed yesterday and the decks that we are going to see today. Now, before the tournament start, the casters were asked, what deck do you think will perform well in this tournament? So let's take a look at our casters' predictions and see if anyone said Izzet, because looks like Izzet is the deck that, at least on day 1, did the best. Simon, do you remember what you voted for?
I do, yes. I couldn't shut up about it yesterday. I, of course, like Chico. I like Jeskai Control. I played 1 whole match with it, and now I'm a fan.
So looks like one of the casters was correct on Izzet Prowess, and that was me.
That was you! Yes!
Yes, I did say that Izzet Prowess would be the most... the best performing deck, at least day 1 it was, but let me tell you, none of the casters were wrong, because all the decks chosen here had over 50% win rate.
And that's the benchmark.
That's right. So all of us were right on the money there, with Jeskai Control, Jeskai Oculus, and Izzet Prowess doing pretty well. Now, this was day 1, of course. Day 2 things are different, so I'm curious to see day 2 what deck performs the best. Might be Izzet, but might not be. We have to see. I know, Simon, you're going to be rooting for Chico. Now, moving on, we are also asked to make some caster fantasy draft where we pick the players that we thought would do better. There, it's a bit of a different story, Simon, on who's doing well.
Yeah. I can't wait to see. How many players do you have left in day 2?
So, as you can see by my points, this prediction was not great for me. My players didn't do too well. They did reasonable, but none of them day 2, and I was surprised. I think it's the first time since we started these caster fantasy drafts that I have no player making day 2. What about you, Simon?
Well, I only have one player making day 2, but that was my secret pick to win the tournament here, Adriano Moscato, who is 8-0 and is probably going to show up in a feature match very soon. So I don't think my chances are very good though, because as you can see, I'm tied for points with Martin Yusa, who has Jean-Emmanuel Deprat, Marco Del Pivo, and Luis Gobern still into day 2. So he's ripe to pick up a lot more points, and I think maybe Adriano needs to actually win the tournament for me to win this fantasy draft.
That's true, and Simon, we were talking that it's not easy to make day 2 of this tournament, right?
No, it really isn't. Like, you have to go 6-2 with, like, there's no buys, there's no, like, you know, round 1 is going to be against someone who also qualified to be here. So it's just tough opponents all the way. And 6-2 in this, like, long form tournament, it's like, it's only one format, it's standard, the whole entire thing. It's more difficult than a Pro Tour.
That's right. It's
Pro Tour, you have to go 4-4 to make day 2. Like, and of course, sure, the level of competition in the Pro Tour is harder, but it's like not that much higher than here at the RC.
Yep.
So yeah, that's.
You do have to qualify to be here. That's the thing. And 1,000 players is a lot of players. Only 36 are qualifying for the Pro Tour as well. So not an easy feat. We are ready now for our round 9 match. This is the first round of the day. Now we have Adrian Pendian on Izet Prowess versus Adriano Moscato on Jeskai Oculus. And Simon, Adriano Moscato was one of your caster fantasy pick. So tell us a bit about Adriano's Moscato journey into here and deck choice as well.
Yeah, Adriano is one of those Magic Online grinder. Il Nano, here we see his deck list. And you might recognize this deck list. This is it's very similar to what a bunch of people are playing online. And you know why they're playing this list online? It's because of Adriano.
Oh.
He won a challenge like last week or so with this deck, said this is just the best deck in the format, tweeted about that, people started copying it. He wrote a deck guide for this deck, posted that on Thursday on his Twitter, free of charge. He's that confident in his ability to like pilot this deck, to know what's up about it, and just wanted to share with the world. So, and just he lost one game yesterday.
That's very impressive. So make sure you go follow Adriano Moscato on Twitter. I think he's Moscato Adriano, right?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
So make sure to follow, see that deck guide if you're interested in Jeskai Oculus. And I have to say, this seems like a very sweet list and did pretty well on day 1.
Yeah, exactly. Talking a bit about the list here, the whole idea is that you're a Proft Eidetic Memory deck. Whenever you draw extra cards, you get plus counters on your creatures. So cards like Steamcore Scholar and Tursa Light Shatter and Fear of Missing Out that essentially draw cards, even though they also discard cards, work well to enable the Proft. And then the cards you're looking to discard are some of these Harmonized cards or the Abhorrent Oculus, so that you can reanimate it with Helping Hand.
Yeah, looks like Adriano is going to need an helping hand here to defeat the better performing deck of the day, Izet Prowess. So let's...
But remember that Jeskai Oculus was one of the better decks into Izet Prowess.
That's true, that's true. So we are going to see if that's how that works in practice. Now we have Adrian's list here, the Izet Prowess deck. We do see those 2 Drake Archers. We talked about that a bit yesterday. So what do you feel about this deck list in particular, Simon?
Yeah, so Adrian is one of the Polish players working with Olszewek Przemysław, who we have seen have be successful earlier. And this like Polish team are like always coming up with sweet tech. In this case, they came up with Drake Hatcher for the mirror match, putting that in the main deck. The advantage of this card is that it is a 1/3, and you can see the burn spells that are available to this deck usually only deal 2 damage, Burst Lightning and Torch the Tower. So it's a power threat that's actually hard to kill, and it doesn't need to do very much because you trigger prowess twice on this, and it just hits and makes a 2/2 Drake essentially. And from there on, I actually need to like trigger powers 3 times. But yeah, from there on, it's it's just accumulating the advantage and making drakes every single turn. So this deck, as you can see, every single creature has prowess or similar ability, like the Slick Shot Show Off. And with the Cory Steel Cutter making multiple prowess tokens over the course of the game, it's very easy to fill your board with these unassuming 1/1s that when you then play a couple spells, you play an Opt, a Sleight of Hand, and a Rents Resolve, and all of a sudden, like, all your 1/1s are 4/4s and the opponent will die.
Very interesting to see how these all will perform. And Simon, were you surprised that Izzet Prowess had higher win rate percentage than the other Prowess decks? So Gruul Prowess, Mono Red Prowess, we saw those didn't do too well in day one. Is that something that you were expecting?
I mean, I thought Mono Red was going to be the most popular deck, and I thought it was going to be reasonable. But as the day went on, and we didn't even see that much red, and it didn't perform, like, it didn't just seem to do that well in the feature match area. And I think, honestly, the format might have just passed the red decks. Like, we thought that, like, this mouse package would just be in standard and be dominating for quite a while. But it seems like the amount of synergy in the format is kind of out-developing it, and that's really exciting to see.
Ooh, we are already starting with that Swift Spear attacking there. Adrian on the play.
Yeah, so obviously the Prowess deck winning the die roll here is going to be huge. Oh! We see Adriano with the go to discard the Abhorrent Oculus to hand size and be ready to get it back with Helping Hand on turn 2. This is a play that's like kind of a high-tech next level. And Adriano, of course, is going to be pretty happy to see no land drop from Adriano on turn 1. Adriano, of course, didn't play a land on purpose to set up this play, but not going to be happy to see a turn 2 Oculus.
Yeah, I mean, that was insane. Love to see that. Discard to end size. We see that Helping Hand in hand there. So, yeah, I mean, how can Adrian deal with these Oculus? We know there's a copy of Into the Floodmaw in the deck. That can be a way to bounce it back.
Yeah, actually, I think Adrian only has that one answer to it. This town ain't big enough, and the Into the Floodmaw. That's 2 copies that can get rid of this Oculus, and his burn spells usually don't target it. So we also see in Adrian's hand here, actually, that there is 2 copies of Monstrous Rage. So I think Adriano is not that happy to see that Adrian Padian starting off with such a fast start here, because now Adriano is going to have to do a bit of a catch-up here. And there's the second red source from Adrian. So now he can go Stormchaser's Talon and play 2 Monstrous Rages on this turn, doing, like, how much damage? It's 14 damage, I believe. Oh, so wow. Adriano is probably going down to 1 here, or maybe he's going to block with the, just chump block with the Manifest.
That is quite the explosive start for both players, but Adrian here, I mean, these Swift Spears are going to keep growing, and we already are going to have an attack from both. That dice is representing the Prowess, so already...
You also saw, by the way, Adrian was like really tanking on that Opt Scry. He was looking at that Stormchaser's Talon, thinking if he should put that on bottom to try and hit the second red source, but decided that just guaranteeing a Prowess trigger next turn was so good that he was willing to give up a red land, and potentially there would still be a red land for his draw step, which is exactly what happened here, and enabling this completely insane blowout. So I wonder if he's going to actually play out the second Monstrous Rage or going to save it to give Trample later, because the issue with this line is right now that Adriano is going to have next turn 3 blockers and 2 mana up for interaction. So it's possible that he can actually stabilize at 1 life if Adrian doesn't find a Burst Lightning in time.
That's true. So we are having 3 Prowess triggers. And those creatures are quite big with the Monstrous Rages as well. Okay.
Yep, down to 1 life on turn 3.
1 is not 0. That's the important thing. Now, let's see if this Oculus has what it takes to bounce back to the game. So let's draw this card. Since it's a non-land, deal 3 damage, take care of one of the Swift Spears.
Got another Oculus, and actually has another Helping Hand in hand here. So this is stabilizing here. The 2 Manifest can double block the Otter. The Oculus can double block can block the Swift Spear. So there's no damage coming through at the moment. What did Adrian pick up for his turn? I don't recognize that blue card.
I'm not sure.
Oh, it's a Drake Hatcher, maybe.
I know that under the Manifest cards, there are a Spyglass Siren and a Scholar. There's an Helping Hand as well, and an Oculus in the graveyard.
Yeah, so the helping hand is in the graveyard, even though it looks like it is exiled. So we see here Hearth Elemental. I assume this is for the adventure mode. Discard your hand and draw 2 cards. If Adrian indeed drew a Drake Hatcher, I do like this play because Drake Hatcher is not at all what you want on this turn. You can't take off an entire turn to play a 1/3 like that's just falling behind against the Oculus. You need to draw towards that burst lightning, but didn't find it right here. It's 2 lands.
Wow, that's not exactly what Adrian wants.
He's still not out of it, though. Next turn can level up the talent, get back ups, and then use that to try and look for this burst lightning. And he does have a couple more turns before he dies here, hopefully.
And how much is that adventure card is costing right now? Also with a pretty big discount from the cards in the graveyard.
Yeah, it's going to cost 1 less for each instant sorcery in the graveyard, and there's currently 3. So it will be a 3-cost play and can't quite play it out right now. And Adrian has to pass the turn. Moscato's sitting at 1 life here, but ready to helping hand on a second Abhorrent Oculus here. And with that fear of missing out in hand as well, you can actually do a ton of damage very quickly. So if he attacks here in the air and risk attacking with the Oculus, put Adriano to 15. Next turn, with the fear of missing out, extra attack from one of these Oculus, it's actually 15 damage in the air. So this is what Adriano is thinking about right now. Do I guarantee shorten the clock so I can kill Adrian next turn? But I let down one of my 5/5s, which is important to block this trampling creature.
It's not an easy choice, but going for it, attacking in air.
He is going to have a ton of manifest tokens, and that might just be enough toughness to be able to block out this Swiss Spear. And giving Adrian 1 less turn to find that burst lightning is going to be huge. So here we see the manifest resolving. Adriano just wants to make sure that he has Delirium, and I do think there is Delirium at the ready here. Wow, that's 2 more copies of Fear of Missing Out. So next turn, he has so many draw steps. Can he get there? That's another land. So Adrian can get back the Monstrous Rage and maybe make an attack that forces Adriano to block in an uncomfortable way. Right? If he gets back the Monstrous Rage, the Otter token represents 5 damage, and the Swiss Spear represents also 5 damage. Right? So each of the creatures are going to represent 5 damage with Trample. This means that Adriano at 1 life has to put at least 5 toughness in front of both of them. He, of course, did the math and realized that he can put a 2/3 and a 2/2 in front of one, and the 3 other manifests in front of the other.
Yeah,
and
that's
he
true.
exactly covers up against this play from Adrian. Just beautiful math being done here. Like the combat math, realizing it this way. It's also going to be quite funny because Adrian can then, Adrian then has a chance to kill this Fear of Missing Out, essentially preventing lethal that way. But because Adriano has 2 more Fear of Missing Out in the manifest, it's actually going to be a bit tricky if Adrian can order the blockers right and kill the right manifests.
Let's see. That's definitely going to be an interesting combat to see. So attacking here with the Otter and the Swiss Spear. We know about Monstrous Rage. Adriano also knows about Monstrous Rage. So here we see the blockers that you said. Now we have...
Ooh, this block gives Adrian a chance to kill both of the Fear of Missing Outs, actually. If Adriano had put both the Manifest 3 and Manifest 4 onto the Swiss Spear, and then the Fear of Missing Out onto the other creature, there is no way that Adrian could kill all 3 Fears. But this way, if he chooses to order the Manifest 3 first here, in the blocking order, he can actually prevent lethal.
So let's see what Adrian can do. Also, there's 10 flying attack next turn from the Oculus, and then if Manifests survive...
Yeah, it is 14 with those manifests, unless one of them is a creature. I don't know exactly. So I can do this, and let's see which of the manifests are killed. This is really a, choose your own adventure. Which door do you pick? Again, on the one door, there's a prize. Behind the other 2 doors, it's just a dungeon, a trap. This is why I would recommend rolling a die. Oh, there's a haste creature in Adriano's hand, so he knows that it's lethal anyways. Yeah. Wow, that is so sad. That would have been a much cooler kill if we had seen one of the one of the manifests get killed.
But let me tell you, Simon, just showcasing here, Adriano, the knowledge of the deck from that turn one, not playing a land in order to get that Oculus in the graveyard, then using Helping Hand, attacking when needed with the Oculus as well. So showcasing that a lot of times against also this kind of aggro decks, you have to know, like, I'm on the defending mode, but I also need to know when to attack, right?
Yes, exactly. Especially at one life. Like, we were thinking about who's the control deck in this situation. The prowess player is the control deck because they will win if the game goes long. So you need to find a way to kill them. But it doesn't mean you cannot just attack with everything like you would when you're playing aggro, because you are at one life. So it's essentially controlling you by forcing your card to not be able to attack. It's very similar to a removal spell, if you think about it this way. So it's aggro matchups usually tend to have this like flip at some point, especially when burn is involved, where one player starts out as the aggro player, the other one is the control, and then at some point you get low enough that it flips. And now the defending player has to figure out a way to end the game as fast as possible without dying.
Yeah, also pretty lucky there that Adrian couldn't manage to find something like a burst lighting. Pretty flooded during the game, I feel like.
Yes, that is an issue with playing all of these card draw effects, is that, I mean, even if a third of your deck is lands, that means a third of the time you draw cards from your draw step or your opt or your Hearth Elemental. It's like every time you draw an extra card, it has a third of a chance to be a useless land.
That's true. We see here now Adriano Muscato's sideboard. We also see that they have access to each other's lists because it's an open deck list tournament, so they can make the best decision with all the information.
Exactly, yeah. And I actually see no copies of High Noon in Adriano's deck. There is talk about like this card as the sideboard killer against Izzet Prowess. But no copies of that in this deck list here. So instead, Adriano is going to just rely on these two copies of Sheltered by Ghost, I believe. Since the Prowess deck is so bad at dealing with big creatures, putting Sheltered by Ghost on a creature that is, you know, a Marauding Mako or a creature buffed by Proft or even an Oculus, like that's going to be quite hard for Adrian to deal with. And the Shelter by Ghost giving lifelink and removing, especially if you can remove a Prowess token so you're not at risk of losing a creature, can be quite a big swing in this matchup.
That's true, so we might see those Shattered by Ghosts entering and making an impact on game 2. Now let's take a look at Adrian's deck here and what answers he might have against that Oculus deck.
So there is the one copy of Lithomantic Barrage, which would help against some of these Sheltered by Ghost targets, especially since Lithomantic Barrage can't be countered, so it is not prevented by a ward. But the issue is that there's also a bunch of red creatures in Adriano's deck, and so it's not. He's going to try and prioritize putting his Shelter by Ghost on red creatures because of the barrage. So to counteract that, there's two copies of Scorching Shot instead to be a bit more wide and can kill more different things. We also see two copies of Ghost Vacuum. These are also going to come in. They are quite good against the whole, like if you imagine the game we just had, Adriano can't do that in post-board games. Because if Adrian just plays I realize I could just pronounce the names differently and it's going to be much clearer which thing I'm talking about. Adrian and Adriano. If Adrian plays a Ghost Vacuum on turn 2 to just get rid of that Oculus, then your Helping Hand no longer works and you just wasted your turn 1 for no reason. So there's a bunch of like small graveyard synergies in this deck. Of course, the Helping Hands are completely rendered useless by the Ghost Vacuum. And also the fear of missing out, it's harder to get to Delirium. There's the Harmonize cards, you can get those out of the graveyard. So a lot of small things from this Ghost Vacuum card. And it's also a one-cost non-creature spell, so it's not even completely off-plan for Adrian.
I have to say, I'm a big fan of Ghost Vacuum. Also, imagine the ability of later in the game, get your opponent's Oculus from the Ghost Vacuum. That's pretty fun. And then start manifesting.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. When you, when you use the 6-mana mode to make a 1/1 Oculus Spirit that then starts manifesting, yeah, it can be quite brutal. I also think from Adriano's side that you can cut the Helping, like not all the Helping Hands in Oculus, but you can shave on the numbers of each of them so that you're less weak to a Ghost Vacuum being drawn. That's somehow like that's how you can make space in these post-board games.
And that's why it's so interesting that.
Oh, but I see two helping hand already in the opening hand for Adriano. So we'll see if there's a ghost vacuum to prevent those from being good. Of course, Adriano can still discard them with all of his discard effects, loot them away, and draw something new. So it's not completely terrible if they are rendered useless.
So let's go here to game 2 of this round 9 of the Ultimate Guard Regional Championship. Now with Adrian on the play, the Easy Prowess deck after being lost the game 1. So let's see if Adriano can win here and take a clean 2-0, or if we're going to have a game 3.
Can I just talk about how cool these players look with the headphones, with the big esports chairs in the feature match area? It just look so professional, and these players are locked in. They haven't lost a single game yet, but that run will end for one of these two players in just about 30 minutes.
That's right, both players undefeated, which is not easy after 8 full rounds of Magic. Ooh. And they want to keep being the...
That's a one-lander for Adrian. He's deciding to keep it. That's always the tricky thing with this Prowess deck, because do you keep one-landers with an opt and an island, or do you not? And always what you have to factor in is there an upside to keeping his hand? And Adrian has both Cory Steelcutter and Ghost Vacuum, two of his best cards in the matchup, but just some takes a land right away!
We love that, so we are going to definitely have a game here with already a Spyglass Siren on Adriano's side and the Storm Chase Talent on Adrian's side. Now we are going to have that land. One
of these cards is certainly better than the other. Better than the Otter.
And that's good. That's good. Okay, 5 out of 10 pun, Simon.
Okay, that's fair. I'll take it. So now Adrian's decision is: do you play Cory Steelcutter right now, or do you play? Do you develop a bit more of your one-cost things? And I think I like playing out the Steelcutter. You could also, actually, potentially even better, you could put the Slickshot show-off into plot here. So that means next turn you can play it for free. So you can play your Steelcutter, play the Slickshot, generate a Prowess token immediately, and then still have a mana up to pump the Prowess token in case there is a 2-3 blocker from Adriano.
I'm always afraid when my opponent plots a Slickshot, because I know the next turn is not going to be an easy one.
So I like this play from Adriano. He already knew how this would line up. Having putting a counter on the Spyglass Siren means they can now block the Slickshot, and so Adriano is not attacking with his Spyglass, intending to line that up here to not take much damage from the Slickshot. But there's the second land off the top from Adrian. He just knew it was rolled up. That's always like... Of course, there's a huge risk involved to keeping one-landers, but you also have to imagine that sometimes you don't even need to cast the ops to get to your land, and so you have to factor in that upside as well.
That's true, and here definitely paying off the I risk, I reward kind of situation. Now we have that Ghost Vacuum.
Yeah, might not even play the show off here, holding it for a later turn so it's not exposed to a shock effect here, and just attacking for 4 with these Prowess creatures. Adriano totally happy to trade off against this, and not too happy to see the Ghost Vacuum though, with those 2 copies of Helping Hand sitting there in Adriano's grip. The fact that he has 2 means they're not completely dead. He can manufacture a way where he tries to reanimate something. Adrian removes it in response, and then you play the Helping Hand on something else in your graveyard. But it requires you to have 2 white saucers. It requires you to have 2 different things in the graveyard that you actually want to reanimate. It's not that easy to make it work. And Adriano doesn't even have a 3rd land here. The person keeping the 1-lander is the one with the 3rd land.
That's true, and now even 4.
Wow, even another one? Well, yeah. Adrian says, stop. Like, I do not want any more.
Enough. Yeah, I mean, definitely having a game here now with that Slickshot show-off coming back from the plotting and into the play. Opt. So we have the Prowess. We are having that Monk now attached to the Cory Steelcutter. And deciding whether to keep that card on the top or not.
Yeah, so it's interesting because you might just want to Hearth Elemental and discard whatever you draw anyways. Of course, if it is an untapped land, that would kind of be ideal. Letting you... I think I actually kept the land here. Letting you... Or maybe I'm wrong. Oh, that wasn't a land. That was a sleight of hand.
Okay.
Sure. So it's actually kind of nice, like being able to pressure a lot here. Obviously, Adriano has some sort of interaction spell. Otherwise, he wouldn't have just passed it. He actually has a spell pierce and a torch the tower. So if Adrian were to go for that hearth elemental, he would have gotten completely blown out by the spell pierce. But it seems like that's not what's going to happen here. It's just a Swiss spear ending this turn and a tap blind. So that works out perfectly for Adrian. Question is though, is there any copies of Pyroclasm in the Jeskai Oculus sideboard, and do you want to play around that? There's no copies of Pyroclasm in Adriano's deck. So we have, it's actually quite a big advantage of these open deck list events, that Adrian just knows that he can safely play out the Swiss Spear, doesn't have to make a tough decision, and is now attacking for the 5-power creature is going to die there. Adriano actually chose to sacrifice the map token. Didn't need to deal 3 damage to the slick shot, but just in order to scry towards that land. But it was already on top. Yeah, it's a nice heads-up play there. And that's 6 damage coming through, putting Adriano down to 9 life. With Adrian having the follow-up Hearth Elemental. He's going to draw 2 more cards next turn, and this is just a Terza Light Shatter. This card looking quite embarrassing, honestly, at this moment, as just a 3/3. I mean, it is going to, like, it can do something on defense, especially if Adrian completely breaks off of all these draws and doesn't get to... it's going to be a 5/5, of course, with the Proft. So, yeah, it's going to like work as a fine blocker, but Adrian, if he draws another spell here, can still attack for a ton of damage. I believe it's going to be 8 damage coming through with this up tier. Yeah, so if he finds another spell, a 3rd spell here, it's going to be lethal.
Okay, let's see. Let's try. There's a lot of one.
Oh, that's a card kept on top. And that's another opt.
One, okay.
Yeah, so he can do this, and then he can put his card on Adventure. This monk is going to come in. It's going to gain haste, courtesy of that Cory Steel Cutter. The other creatures are going to be 3 power each, so that's 9, 11. Attack here, and then you play the Hearth Elemental, buffing up the remaining unblocked creatures, and this is just going to be lethal here.
Yeah, just making the math
Adriano
here.
Do the math here and pick up his cards.
Yeah.
Not even letting Adrian draw the cards, knows that this is enough to be lethal.
And Simon, I feel like we are seeing here why Izzet Prowess was not only the most played deck, but the deck with the highest win rate on day 1, showcasing how powerful it is. And I'm a big fan of Cory Steel Cutter. What about you?
I don't like it. It doesn't... No, because I think my biggest issue with Cory Steel Cutter is that it's not a dragon.
Okay.
And my second issue with it is that it doesn't let you cast a non-creature spell with mana value of 3 or less from your graveyard for free.
That it's not Chico.
Well, it doesn't have to be specifically Chico,
Sure.
but basically yes.
Okay, let's take a look here at the sideboard. Adrian first. Anything changes for game 3 with Adrian now on the draw, or does it stay the same, Simon?
I actually wonder if we see this Ringing Strike Mastery, just a relatively poor draft common from Tarkir Dragonstorm, making it into this top-notch level standard play in the sideboard of Adrian here. This card is enchanting a creature. Well, now we see the deck list here. We decided don't see the sideboard, but it's enchants a creature and keeps it tapped for it doesn't untap. It doesn't untap at all, and it's a 1-mana enchantment. So that seems very powerful. But the downside is the opponent can just pay 5 mana to untap their creature, and they can do that every turn. So essentially, in the late game in Limited, you give your opponent a Vigilance creature instead of having a removal spell, which is kind of awkward. But in Standard, in this high power you kill early, paying 5 mana to untap something, might as well just like not bother. So it is acts as a 1-mana removal spell in Standard, and can be quite important here. Of course, it doesn't get rid of Oculus. The creature still sits in play and will still generate manifest tokens. But against these +1 counters from the Proft, especially getting rid of Steamco Scholar can be quite important. So maybe that card comes in. It is a bit awkward against Fear of missing out, because Fear will let you attack and untap the creature that is being locked down. So it's not perfect, but these sort of like really tempo-efficient answers are going to be quite important for the players who's on the draw, because that's when you need to play catch-up, and that's when you need to try and line up your 1-mana removal against their 2- and 3-mana threats, so that you can catch up and make that turnaround that we saw Adriano make in the first game.
I'm excited to see how this is going to play out. Now we're seeing Adriano Moscato deck list here, and yeah, seeing that, for example, that Fear of Missing Out that you were just talking about. Now, a card that I'm really like that we didn't see yet is the Mothering Mako. Now, this card we see in Modern as well, and interestingly enough, during Either Drift, we didn't see this card show up a lot, but now with the inclusion of Tarkir Dragonstorm, it starts making an appearance here in this Jeskai Oculus. What's the role of these cards in this deck?
So I think the main role of this card is just having extra run drops. Like, as the deck has morphed and including more and more copies of Proft, we did see the Oculus deck show up at the Pro Tour, but it played like 2 copies of Proft, kind of as a plan B, a side plan. But it just turns out that this card is so good that you can just build your deck to have 4 copies of it. And that card is way better when you have a 1-drop curving into the Proft, so you immediately get to place a counter. So that's why we see not only the Science Storm Tamers, but then also these Makos. And of course, with the right draw, if you go Mako into Proft, into the Steam Core Scholar, we saw that yesterday. That's a Mako attacking for 6 damage on turn 3. It's quite aggressive.
That is quite aggressive indeed, and players are getting ready for this game number 3. We are currently in round 9. It's the first round of day 2, and these players are undefeated. So let's see which player keeps on being undefeated after round 9.
Not undefeated for long.
That's true.
See here, this looks like Adrian pondering a mulligan here. What to put on bottom on this mulligan to 6.
Yeah, so
and
choosing
Adriano has a full 7-card hand here, leaning off on turn 1.
With a land this time.
With a land. What a surprise. To be fair, the discarding to hand size Oculus thing also just doesn't work when you're on the play. You have to be on the draw to make it work. And let's see Adrian's hand here. He has a Kari Steelcutter ready here for turn 2, and that Lithomantic Barrage that I talked about earlier. So I think the Oculus in Adriano's hand is going to be under the gun here. But there is a Proft. You can see when you play out this card and there's nothing in the graveyard, or like nothing in play, it gets a lot worse. You're missing out on that first +1/+1 counter. And Adriano's hand doesn't look that good. He has the helping hand, he has the Oculus, but I don't think he has a way to discard the Oculus yet. So that's going to be interesting here as you see Adrian thinking about whether to play out, plotting the Slick Shot, play out the Kari Steelcutter, or play a Rens Resolve on this turn. Those are the options.
Yeah, so considering a lot of 2-drops here, and paying 2 mana here for that plotting the Slick Shot show off, with some indecision there.
Yeah, deciding to make the... Oh, that is a huge draw here.
Tursa.
Drawing the Tursa, enabling your helping hands. Now you can discard these Oculus. I think there's 2 copies of Oculus in the hand for Adriano. Yeah,
5/5.
Discard both of them, and it's going to attack as a 5/5 with haste. This card is just absolutely massive in this Jeskai Oculus deck.
That's true. I mean, Tursa for the win. And also, when you have 7 or more cards in your graveyard, it starts doing some additional stuff.
We also see the downside of this Lithomantic Barrage. It just doesn't kill Tursa.
That's true. It's a red card, so it doesn't get it. So we have the cutter here, and then getting that Slick Shot show off from the...
And then maybe even going for the Monstrous Rage on top of this. If that was a Steam Core Scholar and not a Tursa for Adriano, it would be so much worse for him. Because then you could Lithomantic Barrage here and attack for a crisp 5 damage. 6 damage, actually. But now you might want to just do the Monstrous Rage, attack for 9, essentially. Putting it onto the Slick Shot show-off so that it doesn't die to the 2 damage spells from Adriano.
Very well played there, attacking here. And as you said, going to attack for 9 damage.
Yep.
That will leave Adriano to 11 life.
So it is threatening a lot of damage again next turn. Potentially, if Adriano is not careful, he could die here, especially since the helping hands don't put things into play, put things into play tapped. He did pick up a Torch the Tower and can sacrifice this Proft here, having a 2nd copy in hand, so he doesn't actually care too much about this. Gets to Scry.
To the bottom.
Uh-huh. Draw a card from... Oh, he did this in his own upkeep, I see. To make sure that he could scry for his draw step. Seeing if he could hit a untapped land maybe, so he could go second Proft and Helping Hand. Adriano here really with the Magic Online, you know, the Magic Online like ways of playing, where you like put a stop in your own upkeep, and so you're always ready to make plays like these.
I love that, showcasing a lot of experience with the deck. I mean, as you said, Adriano, that kind of pioneered this deck in the standard online challenge, and there it is. Now we have that Proft drawing a card. We still have 1 mana for that Helping Hand. Let's get that Oculus into the board, and that Thursa can get also more counters because of...
Yeah, you could also put the counters on the Oculus, though.
That's
so this is just a single counter, and you push it out of range of that Lithomantic Barrage if you do it this way. This is why Barrage just doesn't line up that well into this matchup. And we see Adriano being quite careful here. If there were to be 3 spells and a Monstrous Rage from Adrian, that would have been a lethal attack. So Adriano not allowing that to happen.
I love that. We saw how Adriano was not afraid of attacking with that Oculus in game 1 when it was needed to win, but now knowing that he needs to keep that Thursa to block. So showcasing a lot of experience, a lot of games with this deck, and quite prepared for this matchup.
And this Lithomantic Barrage, we see the issue with this card. It used to be such a good sideboard card in Standard, but now its use cases are falling away by the minute as these Jeskai Oculus players are getting so good at navigating around that card. Rinse Resolve, what can it hit? Hearth Elemental, land. And that Hearth Elemental is 3 mana currently. Oh, that into the Floodmaw is actually huge here. I wonder how Adrian can utilize this card here. So the Monk is currently a 3/3. You can get it up to 5/5 by playing both of these spells. The issue is you'll have to play the Lithomantic Barrage on essentially nothing important. You just have to burn that card. Now, burning a card is not the worst when you have a Hearth Elemental coming in. So I wonder if Adrian's play here will be to Lithomantic Barrage on the Thursa and then try to bounce the Oculus here. Because right now there's only 5 cards in graveyard, so the Oculus can't quite be replayed. Of course, if you then trade off the Thursa, there'll be 6 cards in graveyard, and then the Oculus can come back down. Alternatively, a line that Adrian could take is to just convert this into the Floodmaw as essentially a burn spell by allowing Adriano to block and then bouncing the blocker, taking advantage of the trample.
That's true. That's a way that Adrian can navigate these. And not an easy play here for him.
Yeah, if you do this, you don't need to play out this Lithomantic Barrage, because you're still playing a second spell to trigger your Kari Steel Cutter. So the issue is, of course, you're facing, if you're bouncing the Thursa that way, you're facing a lot of damage on the backswing. It's going to be 8, 13, 15 damage? No, it's going to be 13 damage on the backswing. So you're not quite dead if you make that play, and you also still have a prowess token ready on the block if you really need it to, but it's quite scary.
It is scary, and Adrian taking some time here to make a decision. I mean, both players are undefeated, and this is game 3. They still have 22 minutes left, so no rush for them. They were quite fast all game, and one thing about this standard is that I feel, Simon, that is quite fast.
Yes, we have seen very few draws in this tournament. Even the control decks are killing quickly because they're playing a bunch of dragons, and it's just not that hard to finish games.
I love that. I mean, compared to what we saw in Utrecht last month and Modern, Standard just feels very fast.
It's so crisp, so nice to see. It's fireworks.
Yeah, okay, so we do have that in
deciding to get rid of the Oculus here. Adrian thinking that just can't win in the long run. Might even decide to just play a tap land and pass here. That way you don't allow Adriano to replay that Oculus unless he has another spell. We see that's a Pyroclasm from Adriano, so that can clear off these Monk tokens. That would be completely backbreaking and devastating if that were to happen.
Yeah, and there it is, tapped land and pass.
So the Thursa on defense here working wonders, preventing so much damage at this moment.
We see that Lauren that can take care of the Steel Cutter, but as you said, there's also the Pyroclasm. So Adriano does have So many options here.
Yeah, I think you can just go... there's no untapped land, so you can go Pyroclasm into Oculus. But you can go Pyroclasm into Exercise and kill off the Steel Cutter, or you can just play the Lauren here, getting a bit more board presence as you make this play. And of course, Lauren with Proft Eidetic Memory is a combo. That's another way to keep the card flow going, so you can keep triggering your Proft.
Oh, that's true.
But now, Adriano also put a... target in play for this Lithomantic Barrage. So Adrian can go Swiss Spear, Lithomantic Barrage, Hearth Elemental, discard no cards, just straight up draw 2, and keep that card in exile as an adventure. I won't quite be able to play it yet. Oh, he would actually be able to also play the 4/5 afterwards, finishing with 2 cards in his hand. So Adrian can create a huge board state here. He won't be able to break through this Terza on defense yet again, but maybe that's just not that necessary when you can build out this huge board. Of course, he doesn't know anything about that Pyroclasm looming in Adriano's hand.
Adriano being very careful here with that Pyroclasm, didn't play it last turn, so might be rewarded for waiting out a bit.
I actually like even attacking with all your creatures after killing off the Lauren, because all of your creatures are going to be 3 power, so they can get traded off by the Manifest. So you throw away 1 creature to deal 6 damage to the opponent.
So we have here the Swiss Spear starting off this turn. 4 mana remaining.
Oh, I just realized he can't quite do the line I mentioned because he has 2 islands, and the line I mentioned requires 4 red mana.
Oh.
So it's actually choosing to discard the Lithomantic Barrage. This is way smarter.
Okay, now drawing.
You don't kill the Lauren, but it's not that necessary to kill this card at this juncture, and it allows you to potentially hit a 1 mana blue spell to keep triggering these things. Instead hits a second Wrench Resolve.
Okay. So
now these creatures are 3/3. You can... Actually, they would be 4/4 with even another, if the Barrage had been played. But instead, you could just play the Hearth Elemental. You can just... Well, you'd already played your land for turn, that was that island. So yeah, just passing here with that Wrench Resolve, ready for the next turn to do a huge spike turn, attacking with a bunch of 4 and 5 power creatures, potentially.
Simon, and just as a note, that's an Abrade, not a Pyroclasm.
Oh,
Pyroclasm in the
that's
deck.
huge. Right, we already mentioned that. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's actually massive here. That means the Oculus is going to come down, but all of these Monk tokens are going to be unanswered here. And if this Wrench Resolve hits something good, Adriano could potentially be in trouble here. But now down to 10 life here, facing lethal attack next turn from these 2 5/5s. So what is Adrian to do? Hits a sleight of hand, increasing the chance that this attack can be huge. But even if it is 3 5/5s attacking here, that's not that bad for Adriano, because he can't just chump block with all of his creatures. He doesn't even need, he can even take some of the damage here. So I think Adrian really needs to find a Monstrous Rage. That's the only way he can break through and win this game. He needs to get his creatures up to 5 power each, so the Oculus can't just eat one of them, and then he needs to find the Monstrous Rage.
Okay, let's
see if it's there.
No.
Ooh, that's a Kari Steel Cutter. That doesn't actually do anything right now because it will be the second spell already. But this Opt could be huge. He has Opt and Sleight of Hand. That is 4 looks towards this Monstrous Rage. If he hits it, he'll have attack for 15 plus a Monstrous Rage. He can point wherever he wants. So if Adriano's not careful enough, he might spell Doom. Again, Adriano though can chump block with all creatures and insulate himself from the Monstrous Rage. So I wonder if it's even enough for Adrian here, even if he finds it.
Let's see. I mean, Adrian considering, do I want this card on top or not? It can be another 1 mana spell, like another Opt or another Sleight of Hand. Maybe.
But the issue is if you like combining cantrips with cantrips, as he already has that Sleight of Hand in hand as well. There's so many cards that is called something with hand. It's very annoying when you pass it. You say like, there's a Helping Hand in hand, a Sleight of Hand in hand. You should make a deck that plays both of them, and you can call the deck Hand in Hand.
Love that, Simon.
Thank you. Yes, I really wonder if Adrian is thinking about what he can exactly draw. He might actually need to find an answer to this Oculus at this juncture. Something like a Scorching Shot here would be huge. If he could do that, he can actually kind of safely attack with all of his creatures, because that's going to be 12 damage. So Adriano is forced to block with one thing, and you leave Adriano with just 9 power in play. essentially allowing you to survive. Of course, you die to any haste creature, anything that draws a card and triggers the Proft. It's certainly not a comfortable position to be in, but potentially just finding an answer to Oculus here could be enough, and he draws a second opt here.
So now we do have that sleight of hand. Let's see what we find. Look at the 2 cards off the top. One goes into hand, the other one on the bottom. And let's see what that draw was. A land.
That is a land. So that allows you to cast a sleight of hand here. So you can try and find it into the flood mode. I don't know if he even plays a second copy of that card. He only has 1 in the main deck. Are they discussing whether or not he played a land already this turn? I wonder... There's a bit of a pause there on this crucial turn, determining who will be one of our remaining 9-0 players. Remember, we still have Tobia Napi, the Jeskai control master, also at 8-0, battling in a control mirror against the blue-white control player we saw yesterday draw the last round. They are battling on table 2 as we speak.
And not a lot of blue-white players remaining, so...
Yeah.
Nice to see some control mages still competing in this event. Yeah, I guess they are discussing if there was a land played already or not.
It definitely was not a land played on this turn. Because last turn, Adrian ended with a tap land in his hand. At 5 lands, he could have played. Like, he couldn't have played it because he had already played a land drop for that turn.
We're getting some rewind here, I guess.
Yeah, he started out the turn with a Spirebluff Canal in hand, which he still has in hand, and then he had that Rents Resolve, and then he drew a Sleight of Hand for turn.
Okay.
So yeah, it seems like it has been determined that yes, he indeed did not play a land.
And we see a bit of a sigh of relief there.
Yeah.
Because
you can see that the thumb is shaking. Like,
yeah.
Adrian is so close to potentially finding some way to end this game. But that's
Storm Chase talent.
That's a Storm Chaser's talent. Okay, so honestly, this might be good enough as well. You do die to almost anything here. You even die to that Abrade. But the Storm Chaser's talent, allowing you to keep a blocker back, can actually be good enough. You might want to play this a bit more patiently here. Just playing the talent and attacking with 2 creatures, not all of them. There'll still be 2 6/6s attacking. So you still force Adriano to block with at least one thing.
And let's see what Adrian here decides to do.
And then even if there is a removal spell, you can still use the other creature to chump block and take 9 damage going to 1. So this attacking with 2 creatures here would allow Adrian to survive, but he says, no, I think I just have to hope that you have absolutely nothing. Attacking with all my creatures, forcing Adriano to chump twice in this position. Playing a single creature to block with here with the Storm Chaser's talent. I love the way that Adrian played this, deciding to bluff a Monstrous Rage rather than play the Storm Chaser's talent face up, because there's no reason to buff these creatures up to 6 damage each. And this causes Adriano to chump block with all of these, plays out the Storm Chaser's talent. It is 10 damage showing though on the other way. Adriano with that Abrade takes down the match and becomes our first 9-0 player, maybe our only one, depending on how that control mirror goes on table 2.
Congratulations to Adriano Moscato for winning the game here with Jeskai Oculus.
Wow.
Showcasing a lot of power. Well played, both players. In the end, Adriano taking the win here. And
I told Adriano after round 4 that I'd picked him for the fantasy draft, and he looked at me and said, good pick.
I love that.
Yeah.
I mean, Adriano confident in this deck, and I have to say, all the plays were very good. From the beginning, you saw a lot of confidence on when to attack, when leaving creatures to block, exactly knowing what the opponent might have. And this just shows in Magic that, yes, some part of Magic is, of course, luck, Simon, but a lot of it is knowing when you can risk, when you can't, and knowing exactly what you're able to do this against your matchup and knowing your matchup.
Absolutely. You saw that Terza, it attacked the first turn, then didn't attack, and then started attacking again. And it was the exact right spot to do either of those things. Beautifully played by Adriano here. People should watch this match and take away lessons from it.
I love that, and I agree. I have to say, Simon, I want to hear more about Adriano and everything, how he chose to bring this deck, more about it. So let's have an interview with him and Maria.
Nice.
Here with me is the winner of this feature match, Adriano Moscato.
Hello again.
Who was playing Jeskai Oculus. So, Adriana, first of all, congratulations.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
How does it feel to go undefeated at such a big tournament?
Yeah, I feel good, I feel good. Actually, I really like the deck playing it, so actually I'm feeling unstoppable, so I'm enjoying it.
Oh, as for the deck, I can totally relate because I love playing Jeskai Oculus and you were doing so well. I just loved when you missed your land drop on purpose to reanimate Oculus on the next turn. So do you feel it was safe in this matchup? And against which matchups you wouldn't do that?
So I think game one against Prowess, if you're on the draw, matchup is really hard. Even if he is not kept at seven cards, so he must have a nice end.
Right.
So I thought that was a good plan to try going faster than him.
Totally.
And actually I was pretty lucky because after his starting, double monster stage, I went to one, and then he didn't have a burst lightning or something like that. But sometimes you have to be a little lucky. And then also the rest of the end was good. I have two mana removal and some great stuff. So I think it was risky, but probably a good call. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And against which deck you wouldn't do that?
Yeah, probably with some deck with more bounce or spot removal. Like if I see go for the against Pixie, I will never, because he can just bounce, make me sacrifice or stuff like that. And probably will never on the draw, because if he goes line goes vacuum, then I just yeah, exactly.
Post board is very
so you can do only game one and only on the draw. So never. It's first time in this tournament.
You have to pick your moment.
Exactly, exactly. And it's risky. So.
Yes. And Is It Prowess is the most represented deck. What were you thinking going to this matchup?
So I think the match is balanced, and die roll who's on the play is really, really important, because when I'm on the play I can just curve out and go faster than him, like I did game 3. Not much, but I did game 3. But when he's on the play and I don't have many removals on game 1, so I can suffer it. That's why when I lost the die roll, I wasn't really happy. But
yeah,
I won, so I am now.
Yeah, you won.
Yes, that's important.
Yeah. All right. And what do you expect from today?
Yeah, I would like to win at least, I think one more match will send me to Pro Tour, because X3-1 should be enough. So I will start with this, then thinking in big,
One game at a time.
One game at a time, yes.
Okay, well, thank you
Play
very
and
much.
have fun.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Adriana Moscato feeling unstoppable. We love to hear good luck for the rest of the tournament on getting that Pro Tour invite, and as you say, maybe even higher that top 8 and giving Simon Nielsen some points on the Caster Fantasy Draft.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's my only horse in the race at this point, and that was what I love the interview as well by Maria. Just great to see this hear from these top players.
Yeah, I was hearing the interview and I was thinking, Simon, exactly what you're saying. You can only do it if you're on the draw and you're playing against. Exactly, I love it. Exactly what you're saying, and shows that Adriana ready for this tournament. Now we are also ready with a backup feature match, and we were talking about that one a little bit before. So we are going to have a Boros Monument, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed. So what is Boros Monument? Have you ever heard of this?
I did. I played Arena. I played against it, but honestly, I only played it against in best of one. So
Sure.
I didn't even know it was a actual standard thing.
There seems to be a little team deciding to play this deck, because we have 2 copies into day 2 of Boros Monument of essentially the same list here. This one is piloted by Javier Amados. Whoop, sorry, from I assume Spain, and as we can take a look at the deck list, I don't know if that's the one coming up right now. It looks like actually might be looking at our Is It Prowess opponent at the moment. Who? Oh wait, this is not. Is it that match? I think this is not the match I expected it to be.
We might have a different backup feature match, so let's
right, there might have been the pairings that changed. Yes, this is completely different. Okay, so let's see what this is. I think this is due to some repairing issues. No, it's just a completely okay. match.
We do have here Azorius Omniscience, another deck that is giving quite a lot of talk. Very fast deck, comboing very fast, I mean.
Ah, I see. Okay, you're going to like this matchup. Okay, so we have... hopefully we get to see the Boros Monument players later, but this is the classic Azorius Omniscience play we see, actually with a copy of Thundertrap Trainer added to this deck list. I kind of like that. I think that makes a lot of sense. Going with the 4 Meringue River Regent, 4 Rolling Dragonstorm as a draw engine, and then having the win condition, in this case, being 1 copy of Founding of the Third Path. So the idea is that once you put your Omniscience into play with Abuela's Awakening, that's the main game plan. Get Omniscience into the graveyard, reanimate it with Abuela's Awakening for just 4 mana. Now all your spells are free. You can keep chaining these card draw effects. Eventually you find your 1 copy of Founding of the Third Path, mill your opponent for 4. That's not the usual mode of this card. Mill opponent for 4. Then you play Meringue River Region, returning the Founding. You can replay the Founding, play a second Meringue, and the dragons can keep bouncing each other. The River Regent says when it comes into play, return 2 target permanents to their owner's hands. So you return the Founding the Third Path and the River and the other River Regent, and this is a loop that just allows you to mill up the opponent. So it's a different win con than the invasion of Arcavios we saw earlier, the one that we've seen from Sean Goddard and Marco Del Pivo, who make the Day-2 with that version. This is a different take on it. And 1 copy of Refute in the main deck. I love this. Counter target spell, draw a card, and discard a card. Another way to counter something similarly to Confounding Riddle. But this one is also acting as a discard outlet for Omniscience. I think this deck looks beautifully built. 1 copy of Spell Pierce, just to keep the opponents honest. If they're trying to keep up 2 mana for negate, just wait until 5, and you can Abuela's Awakening, get around that.
I love that. And let's take a look at what these Azorius Omniscience player is going to play against. It's my favorite deck, I must say, and not a lot of representation here this weekend. So I'm excited to see a fellow Golgari mid-range enjoyer.
Here from Makovey.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, Simon, Golgari mid-range was once upon a time one of the most played decks in Standard. It lost a bit of popularity, but love to see it back here. And do we have any new cards from the new set? Looks like maybe not, but what we do have is that Ballot main. I love that, I have to say. Ready for some discard spells. Not going to fix that.
And also just not a bad card for the strategy here. I mean, you are a Llanowar Elf ramping into chunky green and black creatures like Sentinel and Preacher of the Schism. And the Obstinate Baloth just kind of is a good follow-up to these things. Obviously not the most powerful card, 4/4 against 4 life. But against these red decks, it's totally serviceable. So I do like the main deck Obstinate Baloth here from Makovey. 2 copies of Harvester of Misery, not going to be quite important in this particular matchup. The cards that are going to be important here are the 3 copies of Duress in the main deck and the 2 copies of Tranquil Frillback. So the Frillback can be used to, if there's a turn 2 Rolling Dragonstorm, discarding the Omniscience, that leaves the Omniscience vulnerable in the graveyard to get exiled by the Frillback. So the game plan for the Omniscience player might be to try and wait until you have 6 mana so you can play Rolling Dragonstorm and Abuela's Awakening on the same turn. Hopefully then also having a second Omniscience in hand that you can start as your first opportunity you get, you play the Omniscience from hand for free so that you insulate yourself from your Omniscience that you're just reanimating getting killed. Because it will turn into a creature and is vulnerable to removal spells. So that's the general game plan here. I don't know if we're watching these players in game 1 as well. Post-board, of course, the things change a lot for the Golgari. We have watching the full match. Okay.
I have to say I play this deck quite a while and usually quite a bit, and usually I do struggle against Omniscience. The only really way that we have to exile from the graveyard is that Restless Cottage, which does cost quite a bit to activate.
Well, yeah, that and the Frillback, right? But yeah,
the
Restless Cottage is also another key card, yeah.
Yeah, that's true. So let's see what happens here, and that Duress can also be pretty good, depending on what it can find on the other side, maybe taking care of an Abuela's Awakening. We start, oh my god. So we start with a Surveillance into Omniscience.
Wow, and there's an Abuela's in hand already. So now, Luffy being on the play here means if there's no Llanowar Elf, but it is a Llanowar Elf. So if Mako has a Frillback, he actually has time to do this before the Abuela's Awakening hits. But I don't think there is a Frillback in hand at the moment, and it's not enough time to be able to use the Restless Cottage. So now Guglielmo's goal right now is to find that second Omniscience, keep it in hand. It's right there. There it is.
There is a duress, though, so that duress can maybe take care of the Abuelos and Awakening.
Oh, I see. Yes, that would be... Yes, that's another way to change the way this goes. So yeah, you can take away the Abuelos. Actually, this founding of the third path can be a way to get back the Abuelos, but only on turn 5, which then leaves Marco the time to get rid of it at the graveyard with the Restless Cottage.
So yeah, we have the duress here revealing a hand full of good things, and I mean...
I actually wonder if Guillermo was supposed to... I think he just drew the founding off the Rolling Dragonstorm. I think that must be what happened there. Because that meant that he wasn't able to play the founding on turn 2 and then play the Dragonstorm for free off that.
So yeah,
of course, taking away the Abuelos. Now, Guillermo needs to find a second copy, but also has that founding of the first path, which will... you can actually just play it on chapter 2, right? Just play it on chapter 2, mill yourself for 4, and the next turn, you have the Abuelos Awakening able to be flashed back. And there is no counterplay for Marco here unless he has that Tranquil Fillback. So, it's a bit of a gamble from Guillermo, but the read-ahead mechanic on these Dominaria Sagas coming in huge here. Will Guillermo go for it? Of course, the issue is that he's also leaving himself with just a single card he can play for free in that moment of truth. So it's not the most perfect scenario here, even if you get to go off next turn, because you could easily fizzle with just one card in hand.
okay, so...
And actually, Marco has the Maelstrom Pulse to kill off the founding and prevent this from happening anyways. That's a lot of intricacies going on in this matchup. I love how much weird sorts of interaction there are between these players.
That's true. Very interesting match here. And players are 7-1, so not quite undefeated, but doing pretty well for themselves here in this tournament.
They certainly know their decks quite well, and Guillermo making this tough decision. Playing out the founding. Does he go for chapter 2 immediately, or taking it slowly?
Looks like
allowing that Restless Cottage to work. Taking the slow path instead, playing out this moment of truth, seeing if you can find the Abuelos off the top instead. There is a Meringue River Regent. That's a perfect card draw spell.
Yeah, but no Abuelos Awakening there. So passing the turn with 1 mana open. Let's draw a card here for Marco that draws, I think, a second Restless Cottage. So here passing the turn with 4 mana open. Second chapter now.
Oh, and that's a confounding riddle, so that could counter something important. But yeah, Marco just passing the turn here, expecting there could be a Abuelo, so keeping up an instant speed removal, it seems, and that probably a go for the throat looks like there is in hand. But Guillermo is not interested in doing that on this turn. Not interested in trying to go off here, doesn't even have the Abuelos to do so, and is instead aiming to mill over some cards with this founding. Doesn't need to mill himself because he has all the cards he could need in the graveyard at the moment. Next turn is when you can go off with this founding, letting you rebuy the Abuelos Awakening. But of course, then Marco can go for the Restless Cottage. So we'll see here. If the Restless Cottage is animated and attacking, if it removes the Omniscience from the graveyard, Guillermo can then go Meringue River Regent, discarding the Omniscience and win that way. So Marco would have to remove the Abuelos Awakening from the graveyard with this Restless Cottage.
Let's see what happens. There's a swamp drawn here for Marco Vey.
So it's a kind of essentially, if you remove... If there's a second Abuelos, you get punished by removing the Abuelos, and if there's a second Omniscience, you get punished by removing the Omniscience. Of course, you have maybe a little bit of an indication that there is no second Abuelos because Guillermo didn't go for it, but you were also bluffing something. So yeah, Marco just deciding to go for, I'm just going to bank on, yes, you do get to get back your Omniscience here, but I will have my, my answer in terms of this Omniscience. Or in terms of this, go for the throat to kill your Omniscience as it becomes a creature.
When I play against this deck with my Golgari deck, I feel pretty scared of attacking because of the 1 mana bounce spell that Azorius Omniscience does run.
Yeah, it's true. You definitely don't want to enable that here as well. And Guillermo just saying, yeah, I don't want to play my Meringue River Regent right now. I think I'd rather play it on the dragon side, potentially. If you find a second Dragonstorm that actually takes more cards into your deck than just using it for the Omen mode. And immediately slamming out that second Omniscience. Now Marco has no way of interacting. Is still representing that Terra Sunder. So Guillermo might want to... might want to hold on to that confounding riddle as an extra layer of protection here. But here we see the Moraine River region coming down, picking up Rolling Dragonstorm, and playing the second Regent, and this allows him to draw his entire deck, looping both of these dragons here. So Mako has to respond with a Go for the Throat, which will then get countered. So Guillermo is right now explaining how the loop works, and oh yeah, and Mako just says, yes, but go for it, because I do have a Go for the Throat, so I need to be able to respond.
So
and they're trying to communicate here. Both players are Italian, so they should be able to communicate clearly, but...
Okay, now taking care of that.
But yeah, there's the Farmer's Dispersal, just bouncing the dragon. Second Go for the Throat, counterspell, stopping it, and yeah, Guillermo had it all lined up right there, with going off with extra protection. And Mako, of course, it makes sense that you would feel safe passing with 2 Go for the Throats in your hand, but was actually punished there for not attacking with the Restless Cottage. And now we see Guillermo just looping both of these dragons. That's exactly what's happening. Each time he plays the dragon, he bounces the other dragon and the Rolling Dragonstorm. And so that takes him 2 cards into his deck. At some point, he'll find Abuelo's Awakening. He can use that to reanimate the Founding of the Third Path, because that is an enchantment.
True.
And that is how he can then do the loop that I explained at the beginning of the match, where you loop the 2 dragons and the Founding, milling your opponent for 4 each time. And that's how the game ends right there. Beautiful Omniscience play from Guillermo there.
I have to say, Omniscience might be one of the decks that can struggle a bit post-sideboard, just because it's so vulnerable for Graveyard Hate, right, Simon? Or you think no?
Yes, it is quite vulnerable to Graveyard Hate. And there is, we saw the ways of hating on the Graveyard from the main deck in this Golgari deck. And it gets even worse post-board as we see 2 copies of Ghost Vacuum, 2 Heritage Reclamation, as well as 3 copies of Deep Cavern Bat that are going to come in. It's actually a very clean-looking sideboard for a very messy-looking main deck from the Golgari deck. Kind of surprising, honestly. There's a bunch of like 2-ups and 1-ups in the main deck, but then the sideboard is just 3-3-2-2-2-2-1. Very nice looking. I do love a clean and focused sideboard. That is exactly what I like to see.
Me too. And Simon, what do you think has the advantage here post-sideboard? Do you still think the Omniscience deck is going to be a bit ahead, or can Golgari, now on the play with some tools from sideboard, deal with this combo deck?
I think if I'm playing the Omniscience side, I think I'm not... compared to the mid-range decks the non-blue decks you could be facing, I think Golgari is one of those that I least want to face. I think it is a good matchup, but it is the one that is the most scary because they have so many lines of interaction. So from the Omniscience side, let's see, we are seeing a few different sideboard options here. The main one is the 2 copies of Overlord of the Mistmoors.
Ooh.
As like a different sideboard plan. I think that card will be quite important in this matchup. It's even a quite realistic plan to just reanimate that with Abuelo's Awakening, since it is an enchantment, or just impending it and then waiting your time, essentially forcing the Golgari player to put you under pressure.
Yeah, and we are seeing here loopy sideboard right now on the screen, and that is a Clarion Conqueror, which is a new card from Tarkir, as well as Voice of Victory, another new card from Tarkir. So Tarkir making quite a bit of impact here in Standards.
Yeah, Clarion Conqueror here being actually quite important as a way to deal with Ghost Vacuum. It says activated abilities of artifacts, creatures, and planeswalkers can't be activated. This will also shut off the Lanoa Elves, but not too much more from the Golgari deck. So I wonder if they're going to come in, or if you'd rather deal with the Ghost Vacuum by removing it directly with stuff like Cathar Commando.
Yeah, a lot of different options here for our combo player.
But it does make sense that you can bring in this Clarion Conqueror, and the Golgari deck is incentivized to cut as much of their removal as possible. The cut downs tend to be better than Go for the Throat, because it's a 1-mana answer to the Omniscience combo, as the Omniscience will just be a 1-1. So it might be tempting to like leave those in the deck, but since it's open deck list and you see the Clarion Conquerors, you know that you can't do that. You have to leave the Go for the Throats in your deck, but you can only keep like a couple of them. So actually a ton of cards you want to remove from your deck from the Golgari side. Here we see that sideboard I mentioned earlier. 3 Deep Cavern Bats, probably 2 Archfiends coming in, probably definitely the Ghost Vacuums and the Heritage Reclamation, a new card as well from Tarkir. The relevant mode here is exile target card from a graveyard.
I love that. I mean, card being pretty flexible, and again, Tarkir cards making their way into the standard format, and not only. Tarkir has been a very interesting set to see grow, and I think Frank had a segment on the most played cards from Tarkir that we saw a bit yesterday.
Yes, he did indeed. I even wonder if these annexes are coming in. I think there might be. I think this might be like almost like boarding in 15 cards. It could be. Probably the Vivians are too slow, so you're going to leave those in the sideboard. The Outrageous Robbery, yeah, also not quite what you want in this matchup, but the rest of the 12 cards could come in, and there are enough removal spells and dinky creatures, like for instance the Obstinate Bailiff that you could cut here. I also note actually there is a Tarkir card in the main deck for Marco here. It is the Scavenger Region, which is the dragon, the black dragon that lets you board wipe on its omen, which I assume is actually also going to come out here. So
you know what's funny is that one of the few creatures that the opponent is playing is a dragon.
Oh, true. Yeah. So it says kill it all like non-dragon creatures.
-X, -X to all non-dragon creatures.
It doesn't even work. To be fair, you would have to use 9 mana to kill the meringue anyways.
And when your opponent plays the meringue, you're dead. So.
Yeah. But love a lemon meringue pie.
Yeah, both players here getting ready for this game 2. Now the Golgari player on the play, wanting to start very early ramping with Lana Werewolf into some big spells and applying some pressure. Playing also Shieldred the Apocalypse, right? So that's another card that once was standard shining card that a lot of people thought deserved to be banned. Now, not so much. I mean, standard evolving, getting quite strong. And Simon, when did you start playing Magic?
2011.
So since 2011 until now, do you feel like Standard has evolved a lot and the power level of Standards?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I even wonder, we had the, like back in 2011 when I started, we had the scare of Coreblade, one of the like famous Standard decks to get banned. And I wonder if Coreblade could actually hold a torch to the current Standard decks. I'm, yeah, I don't know, maybe we need to team up with some video makers and set up that grudge match at some point.
Yeah, I mean, Standard definitely evolving the power level. Foundations being a nice little addition to get more of those epic Magic cards, and we are already starting with a turn 1, the rest, I guess. Let's get into the game. Yeah, that's a
and a creature-heavy hand from Guillermo.
2 Overlords.
Yes, just 2 Overlords and Meringue River region, and then that temporary lockdown that was immediately chucked into the graveyard because that was the only target anyways. So, yeah, this hand actually quite duress proof, but it's not that proof against these 2 copies of Deep Cavern Bat in Marco's hand. And so these bats can go ahead and take away each of these Overlords. And because the lockdown was taken away, it's actually perfect for Marco because that means these bats are now safe.
Yeah, and whatever card was on top, Lupi here decided to keep it on top with the lands, and it was another land.
Yeah, because like from Guillermo's perspective, you just need to make sure that you're guaranteed your 4th land drop. Because if you miss your 4th land drop in this position, you are in a bad spot. I think there is a small argument that you're supposed to put that into the graveyard, because if you draw the 5th land, it's not as useful in this position. But you didn't know that there were 2 Deep Cavern Bats coming in and taking away your gas.
So are you saying that he's in a bad spot?
Ooh. Yes.
Okay, so now Lupi here having access.
Oh, the Clarion region is also a dragon, so that will pick up the Roiling Dragonstorm and allow for more card advantage. That actually makes so much sense.
A lot of dragons in these decks.
Yeah, I wonder if you just discard the Moment of Truth and just keep both dragons in hand here and just try and like just stop these bats from attacking you by just playing a couple dragons.
Yeah, I mean, that might be the case here.
You could also Yeah, I think this is exactly what Guglielmo wants to do here. Keeping the high impact creatures in hand. It also means that if there's a second duress, you're once again protected from that by only having creatures. And that's a Heritage Reclamation being picked up there. This card has 3 modes. Destroy target artifact, not relevant. Destroy target enchantment, can be relevant against Temporary Lockdown, or of course the combo. Or exile up to 1 card from a graveyard, draw a card. And so neither of these modes really work against just an army of dragons here, which is what we might see. So I wonder if Marco is actually going to point this Heritage Reclamation to kill the Roiling Dragonstorm before it is returned to hand.
We might see that, so...
Marco actually had to keep in this Harvest of Misery in his deck. That is not what he wanted to do, but I guess it is an answer to Overlord of the Mistmoors in a sense. So I can see how that would make sense to keep that card in hand. And yeah, Marco letting this Roiling Dragonstorm be bounced, can still use the Heritage Reclamation just essentially to cycle, just draw a new card. Can't really play the Harvest of Misery here though. Can't really attack with these bats, because then your opponent will just get back their Overlord. So yeah, you just have to play Llanowar, and this is just, Marco's draw is just not lining up. You can't put pressure on, you can't use your answers to answer Guglielmo's threats. And here are the 3 copies of Moraine River Regent now.
Oh wow.
So many coming down.
Almost a playset here. And
deciding to just draw 3 cards in the main phase, trying to hit that land drop so you can slam the next 2 dragons. And you can even like play the dragons and bounce the Deep Cavern Bats, forcing them to be replayed and take away the Overlords again. Because if they aren't replayed, you could then follow up that Regent with an Overlord in like a couple turns time. I think we saw 1 land drawn there, so no 6 land guaranteed at the moment for Guglielmo. But there was a Beza as well, so Guglielmo really like moving in on this, just having a bunch of creatures.
yeah, I think it's kind of awkward for Marco. The only creature that he can play will wipe his board. That Llanowar Wealth cannot be activated because of the Clarion on the other side. Just passing the turn. Bats cannot attack. That 3/3 flyer, pretty good blocker here.
Yes.
Land.
Yeah, it's just lining up so well. And like Marco could, of course, combine Harvest of Misery's discard ability with one of these attacks. But the issue is, I mean, I guess you could do that with Llanowar specifically, but you definitely don't want to do that with the Deep Cavern Bats.
Looks like Loopy here saying I played land, but can I go back? And going back probably because of Beza, because if you don't play land, then the Beza will create you a threat.
Ah, I see. So maybe wanting to play the Beza first before playing the River Regent, because the Meringue doesn't actually have a good target right now, and you'd rather just play out the Roiling Dragonstorm first, so that you get to create more card advantage when you play the Meringue. This sideboard strategy from Guglielmo just looking so wonderful at this juncture. Making a treasure token, not drawing any cards, gaining some life, and making the fish. Yeah, you're right.
Probably just waiting there for the tokens.
Yes, sometimes when you order fish at a restaurant, they have to go catch it first, and that's exactly the same dynamic that we see at plays here, where, yes, freshly caught fish onto the feature match table. That's a trout and a salmon.
Yeah, let's draw 2 cards and discard 1.
And yes, astute viewers who also watched yesterday will know that those are the only 2 fish names I know in English.
And now going to discard, let's see what? Get loss, we have, I believe, a Blast Zone.
And deciding to keep the Blast Zone, because if you level that up to 2, you can blow up these Deep Cavern Bats and get back 2 Overlords and just be, you're just out mid-ranging the mid-range deck, because it had to board in all of these awkward and useless cards. Okay, here we see the Tranquil Fillback. That can actually take care of the Dragonstorm, stopping the card advantage engine from Guglielmo at least.
Ability because of the Clarion, or no?
It's not an activated ability, it's a triggered ability, because it says when it enters.
That's perfect then, it does dodge that.
You recognize activated abilities by a colon in the text box, such as the colon after the tap symbol on Llanowar Elf. That ability cannot be activated. Llanowar Elf cannot tap for mana at this moment.
That Blast Zone entering with 1 counter on it.
Oh, and now Beza is getting frisky. No good blocks available for Marco. It realizes that, yes, my Llanowar Elf can't block, so you can't go ahead and use the Tranquil Fillback combined with a Harvest of Misery block.
So this is an Azorius mid-range deck, right?
Yes, it is. You know what deck it looks like? It looks like Jeskai control. Right, this is the exact same game plan.
So
Player the meringue, bounce the 2 bats saying, yeah, you have to play both of these next turn, otherwise you're in trouble, mister.
I think Marco is already in trouble, to be honest.
To be fair, you're right. Oh, and actually, I feel like that was could have been attacked with the dragon there as well, just getting in a little bit extra damage with the Clarion Conqueror there.
Sentinel not
leading
looking
to block,
as
but
good there.
all is good. There's a Sentinel, but the issue is you can't play Sentinel on both bats, I don't think, unless there's not a land in hand. And so you can't actually play the Sentinel here because the Clarion Conqueror is shutting off that Ladder Elf. I love how that interaction is coming up and being so relevant, even in these late stages of the game.
That's true. Okay, first bat.
And oh, but there's a counter spell for it. That changed the equation. Was boarded in from Guglielmo, even though there are no red. I guess it can also counter expensive green cards, so it makes sense. You can hit a Sentinel with that one, or a two-cost spell such as these Deep Cavern Bats. And yeah, now Marco is in trouble. Like you don't even. There's no point in playing the second bat now because, well, there's going to be 2 Overlords for it to take anyway, so it doesn't move you forward.
Maybe then.
And yeah, Guglielmo just showing his hand of all bangers. I wonder if he even bought it out the full combo and is just all in on his mid-range game plan. We haven't seen a single Abuelos or Omniscience from him. And
This Golgari deck has any board wipe? I mean, I doubt it, but Deadly Cover-Up, something like that.
if you bought it in 2 base, 2 change the equation, 2 Clarion Conqueror, 2 Getlaws, 2 Overlord of Mistmoors, that's like 10 cards. You could just cut 4 Omniscience, 4 Abuelos, the Founding the Third Path and a Thundertrap Trainer. You could just completely change your deck into this.
I love that.
I don't know if Guglielmo has done this, but honestly, looking at the cards we've seen, I don't know what else he could have cut, unless it is combo cards specifically. And yeah, it's just working out beautifully here. I love this sideboard Duke of turning into a blue-white mid-range deck with all of these big dragons and creatures, taking advantage of Roiling Dragonstorm as a card advantage engine. Oh, and I see here the issue is that Llanowar Elf is being tapped for mana, but actually isn't allowed to because of this Conqueror. And I think the judge is right now checking if the headphones are up to snuff and if the players are feeling comfortable with them.
That's right. I mean, we have a recorded match and those things happen. Now, I have to say, Simon, the Golgari deck doesn't look to do so well against these Omniscience.
No, it looks pretty bad.
Yeah, that's what I told you. I always struggle. I guess it's just not just me. And I really love the way that the Omniscience deck kind of formed, as you said, into a different mid-range dragon overlord shenanigan that just does well against the Golgari mid-range that was ready to take on Graveyard Hate.
Yeah, exactly. I do think game 1, actually, the Golgari deck had a chance to win there if it had perfect knowledge. But what we see here, so that's the block with the Tranquil Throwback on Besa and then using the Harvest of Misery essentially as a combat trick. But now we load more tokens onto the deck with these beautiful insect tokens, photorealistic insects. You would think that these are bait for the fish, but no, they're fighting alongside each other, alongside a couple dragons.
That's right.
This board state is just huge, and that Meringue River region that's in play, right? That is just attacking.
Ooh, an Archfiend of the Dross there.
Okay, so that's a 6/6. It's just not really big enough is the issue. And we even see the Deep Cavern Bat taking care of that Meringue River region from hand. Oh, destroy target enchantment. Yes, okay, so that's a way you can absolutely get rid of that Overlord, dealing 2 damage to Guglielmo. So like that problem is at least solved here, but the Meringue is still coming in for like attacking for 6 damage here in the air, and that's still bigger as a 6/7 than the Archfiend, and there's a second Overlord coming down. So Marco really trying to put in some damage. Of course, the Archfiend is going to help deal damage because of its triggered ability.
I mean, you can always lose to your own Archfiend as well.
Yeah, that's dangerous, right? Like, if it needs to play defense too much, Guglielmo could just be on a game plan that just says, yeah, I'm just gonna block you out. I'm gonna use these insects to chump block the Archfiend, and then you're gonna lose. Unless you can kill your own Archfiend.
So let's see here what Lupi wants to do, putting a fish into the Llanowar Elf and taking the rest of the damage.
I see.
Going to...
Yeah, going to 18 to 15 damage it should be here if the life totals are correct at this juncture.
Looks like
going
a
to 10.
10
Yeah, that makes more sense because I felt like he was already at 15, I think. Was at 17 and then the Overlord got killed, putting him to 15, and then takes 5 more damage this turn. But that's a get lost off the top, completely removing those problems. And this is a lethal attack in the air, so forcing that Deep Cavern Bat to block, but does block the wrong creature and isn't even enough to survive. So Azorius mid-range, question mark, takes down this match.
And congratulations here to Loopy to making it. Googly Emma Loopy advancing now at 8-1, and very good score here with Azorius Omniscience, one of the decks of the tournament as well, doing quite nicely. And I have to say, Simon, love to have not only Omniscient in Standard, but also a combo deck.
Yes. It is. Oh, I always like it when standard formats have a combo deck available. I think it creates a nice dynamic for first of all just escaping the whole like mid-range versus aggro that it often defines standard. That you have to think in different ways of how to prepare your sideboard, and gives different textures to how the matches can play out. So yeah, do love me some combo decks in standard, and this is one beautiful one that we see here.
Love to see it, and I want to know more about how the tournament is going for these players. So let's take a winner interview with Maria as well.
So here with me is the winner of this feature match, Guillermo Lupi, who was playing Azorius Omniscience. So welcome and congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
How do you feel?
It feels great. Like, I knew that my deck is interesting, and I could have been on the feature on the second day.
Yes.
And it feels good to actually win 2 in the feature. It's a great feeling to start the day off.
You are playing against Golgari mid-range, so what did you expect from this match?
Yeah, I knew that game 1 is usually pretty easy since they can't really interact well with my combo. Because the only thing that it can do is exile my Omniscience, but it costs 4 mana, like with the Tranquil Fearbeck or with the Restless Cottage. And if they do that, I can usually find a way to discard it the following turn, and if they got up out, I'm sure I win. Exactly. And I mean, game 1 I was very lucky. I played my first Surveillant, got my Omniscience off immediately, and then he discarded the Abuelo, but I had the Saga to get the thing back, and I had the Omniscience backup. It was pretty much at the nuts in game 1. And
game 1 was easy because the release is also, I feel like, more of an anti-aggro, right? So said it does not interact well with you.
My deck is good because like the main decks can deal with it very well.
All right.
Yeah.
And what are your plans or expectations for today?
Yeah, I hope to qualify to my first Pro Tour because I tried really hard. Like, I'm actually the guy who invented this deck.
Oh.
So I've been working
Shout out to you.
crazy for the past 6 months to make this work.
Amazing.
Yeah, and I feel confident. I feel like my list is good and I understand my role every matchup. I hope to keep doing great.
Great.
Yeah.
Well, the best of luck to you, and back to the booth.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. I mean, in a shocking turn of events, we have the inventor of the deck himself doing well. I'm rooting for you to now make it into your first Pro Tour.
I remember last December when this Italian team came up with that Omniscience deck, and this is Lupi is the actual originator of it. So yeah, hats off to this. Like, this deck has just become a standard mainstay. It always feels so good to invent a brew that does super well.
I love that. Congratulations on the well-deserved win. We are going to have more Magic in a second, but before round 10 with Martin and Arne, we're going to toss to a quick break.
Hooves dig into fields of black, chase valiantly towards the dread. Shield and armor aglow and bright, countless hearts and lances keen. They ride into the night. The beasts above, they shriek and soar, spew flames of ghostlight from their jaws that eat the skies and burn the flesh. and albeit crowned with firelight, they ride on into the night. The new 2024 exclusive line, crowned with the first printed boulder and zip folio ever. An astonishing artwork made by one of Magic the Gathering's most beloved artists, Dominic Mayer.
In the expert seat here this weekend, and we have some cool matches coming up this round.
Yeah, absolutely. We have a spicy deck again that we already saw yesterday at 8-1 in the tournament. Blue-white artifacts surrounding United Battlefront out of Tarkir Dragonstorm, facing off against Mono-Red Aggro. Let's see if our Brewster Thomas Chineri can withstand, you know, the powerful Tier 1 deck in Mono-Red.
Yeah, that's the first feature match we're going to be seeing this round. We also have a backup feature match, which features a deck that our team actually strongly considered to play at the last Pro Tours, which was Boros Mice, but we'll get to that later. Here we have the first two players, as you mentioned, Mono-Red Aggro playing against Blue-White Artifacts. We mentioned that yesterday. Blue-White Artifacts is not a deck you're used to seeing on the ladder too much, so you have some extra percentage points from people not playing optimally against you, or not knowing how to sideboard, or sometimes not even knowing what your cards do. So Arne, walk me through this.
Yeah, so the main two pieces here are Simulacrum Synthesizer, which is the engine card. Whenever any artifact enters that costs mana value 3 or more, you get a big construct token that grows and grows and grows with the more artifacts you have. And then United Battlefront is the new addition that powers out the deck, that cheats on mana, that finds you your pieces. You can theoretically find a Synthesizer and a free drop. You can find 2 Synthesizer, make 2 constructs immediately upon casting the Battlefront. And then you have Braided Net as an incredible engine piece to draw through your deck, repurposing bait, to find you the Synthesizers, and just various artifact removal and spring-loaded Saw Blades, Perilous Snare, and other artifacts to fill and round out the deck.
Something I want to mention is that United Battlefront is also a great card that helps you with your sideboard options, because not only do you get to play the resting piece in the sideboard, but you technically almost have 6, right? Because United Battlefront, yeah, I mean, if you're feeling lucky, you're going to hit that. So that's another good use of that card, that it sort of amplifies your sideboard as well.
Absolutely. Temporary lockdown, 4 copies in Chineri sideboard, for example. That's certainly going to come in against Mono-Red Aggro. One of the best sideboard cards against the aggressive strategy.
Looks like we have some mulligan decisions here. Let's see if we can take a look at the Mono-Red deck as well. Yeah, this is pretty standard, right?
Can you see how much shorter the deck list already is?
Yes.
17 mountains filling up the mana base.
The most played card in the tournament, by the way, basic mountain.
Yep. Yeah, we have a 1-off and otherwise only 4 offs in the spell section here. We have 8 1-drops.
Wait. Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, we have no Swift Spears, so interesting choice there. And then we have the new Terzor Lightshatter, 4 copies. That is also an interesting slot. It gives you a little bit of card selection, a little bit better against flooding. You know, the deck does play 23 lands. If you draw a little bit of an awkward combination of lands and spells, Terzor can mitigate that, and then the rest of the package.
What's the appeal of playing Mono-Red instead of, you know, some of the other options? There is it Prowess, there is Gruul Prowess. What's the appeal of playing Mono-Red?
I think the big appeal is the mana base. The Rockface Village is an incredible card in these Mono-Red decks. I think it's really underrated. Like, it's outrageously good, especially against all the white control decks. It's just clean. It gets to use Sunspine Links at its best. We have here in Alessandra's list, we have the full 4 copies in the sideboard to punish all those 3-color decks, maybe
Domain players,
Pixie, or Domain even. Yeah, it can come in against a lot of decks. So Mono-Red is just clean, it's aggressive, it's powerful, it plays the best red cards.
Good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, that's that's pretty much the reason for it.
Yeah, it's a very efficient deck, lots of cheap cards. I really like the Village. 4 copies of that lets you, you know, your deck is so well built against the Sorcery Sweepers. Looks like the game one is underway. So Thomas with a mulligan here, going to be on the play with his Azorius artifact deck. Starts on a Restless Anchorage and passes the turn to Alessandro, who wastes no time and plays a Hard Claw on turn one. So exactly what the red deck wants to do. One drop on turn one. You really want to curve out. One of the decks that you really want to mulligan aggressively with.
And then we have a Glayfire Bricks, standard all-star, not really, just a
limited all-star.
Limited all-star, it was for sure.
Was it even a limited all-star? No, not really.
I mean, you played it when you had it in your I don't know, blue-white artifacts deck. I didn't draft Ixalan much, to be honest with you. I think it's just a one-off in his deck, or maybe a two-off. It's a two-off. It works well with repurposing Bay. And it just ups your artifact counts for the construct. I think that craft could actually come up in the late game as well. Like making two more artifact creatures, buffing your team. That could buff your constructs from my 6/6 to like 10/10 for an important lethal swing or something. Importantly, Thomas won the die roll and can play a Perilous Snare here with one of his main interactive pieces on turn 3 to take away the Manifold Mouse here.
It's funny how the mono red deck is, you can almost build it Bloomburrow block constructed or like Bloomburrow constructed. A lot of the mice. From that side, we're also going to see that in the second feature match. But back to the first one, Alessandro only attacking with the Hard Claw. That doesn't actually have great synergy with the mouse and passes the turn. So not a great start here.
No, he wanted Terza, he wanted Nemesis there. Oh my!
There we go. So the new card, United Battlefront. Let's see if we're gonna find something like a synthesizer. I think I did see one.
And a braided net. That's got to be a pretty tempting combination.
Do you love to see it?
Make a 4/4, get your tumbling magnet into play. Braided net, a little bit of fun. But yeah, this is amazing.
Get a token in the process, no big deal.
A little bit of scrying. Yeah, and Alessandro not playing a creature there is a bit of a tell of what kind of hand he has, of course. If Thomas picks up on that, like the burn spells, I would guess at that point.
Exactly. If you're Thomas, what are you thinking? Like you're probably sitting on a Monster's Rage, burn spells you can't really use.
Yeah, exactly. It's a 5/5.
Yeah, this was a pretty big swing in the game. I think Alessandro is going to have a pretty tough time coming back from this.
Yeah, and there you really see the power of United Battlefront. He just put 2 cards worth 6 mana total on turn 4 into play. And he got to dig for them as well. That is incredibly strong.
All right, let's see if Alessandro has anything that he can use here to get through that construct token. Even Lightning Strike's not really going to help at this situation.
Yeah, I see a Burst Lightning, a Lightning Strike, and another Lightning Strike maybe. I think he's probably just priced into just using 2 removal spells. You know, the good old mono red. Sometimes you just got to use the 2 removal spells to kill the big creature, in this case, a colorless construct.
Oh, okay, so Alessandro decides to pass the turn, maybe just valuing the burn spells in a way where he just wants to point them at Thomas's face. He does have an extra land, so he can kick that Burst Lightning. That's 4 double Lightning Strike. So we're looking at 10 damage already out of his hand. So yeah, maybe he just wants to find 7 more. He can also trigger that Hard Claw when he attacks. So yeah, maybe he's just banking on the fact that, yeah, my deck has a lot of burn. I mean, I'm not really going to win the game by attacking anymore, most likely, if I use most of my burn spells. So certainly also a valid approach. And looks like there is another United Battlefront, certainly the best card in Thomas's deck. And what do we get this time? And it looks like it's exactly the same. So yeah, there's going to be a couple more construct tokens made this turn. So I'm not quite sure if the burn plan is going to, if there's going to be enough time to execute that.
Yeah.
These constructs are going to get out of hand really quickly.
Yeah, he's going to get 3 of them now.
Oh, another synthesizer on the top. Thank you very much.
So these construct tokens are 10/10 right now. Yeah, I think this game is going to last maybe one more turn.
One more turn. At this point, Thomas is thinking, what are the only ways I can lose, right? You already have enough. You already have, giant construct tokens. You're already, creating all the value. At this point, you have to think, okay, how do I not throw this game away by being too aggressive or, maybe dying unnecessarily to a monstrous rage with a haste screech or something along those lines?
Well, with 30 toughness,
it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough.
Difficult to die to monstrous rage, but I found a way he could die.
Okay.
By making his construct 17 power, perhaps, or something like that, very big, and then attacking into a Screaming Nemesis.
Okay,
that would not be...
or blocking it, yeah.
Or blocking it.
Yeah, they're always out. So one of the constructs gets in there, gets blocked by the Higher Claw. End of turn, we're going to use double Lightning Strike, so Thomas goes down to 11.
Fighting the good fight here. But
and he sees the writing on the wall, too much toughness there with all the constructs, and picks up the card. So Thomas picks up game number 1, and we're gonna take a look at the sideboards. Now it's gonna get interesting. Does the mono red aggro deck have any kind of shatter effects in the sideboard or anything they could use for this matchup? But first, let's take a look at the Azorius list. What do we have here?
Yeah, this is huge, by the way, for Thomas to win game 1. I think game 1 is the rougher of the two options between post-board and pre-board. 4 lockdowns, they're certainly going to come in. And then we're looking at 3 copies of Get Lost potentially, if he wants to have a little bit more interaction. I really dislike Get Lost against specifically mono red and aggressive decks. So if he can get by without having to sideboard it in, that would be awesome. Looking at his deck, he can certainly cut those 2 copies of Cryptic Code and maybe the 2 copies of Kayla's Reconstruction and then just add those 4 lockdowns in. I think that's a pretty reasonable swap to make. Then his deck looks like it doesn't really have any bad cards, and I don't think he technically needs to get lost, but he might still want to bring it in on the draw just as a sort of insurance policy.
Right.
Not great to give your Valiant Mice opponent to some maps, but it's fine.
Exactly. Tell me why you don't like Get Lost against the aggressive decks, because there are some players that are not as competitive. They might be thinking, hey, it's a removal spell, it costs 2 mana. Why wouldn't I bring it in against an aggro deck?
Yeah, it's especially brutal with those Valiant, the Hardfire Hero and the Empire Challenger. That those map tokens are really good with those.
Okay.
And yeah, just it's not a great trade. I mean, if you have to kill 1-drop with it, they get 2 map tokens. Map tokens are, I don't know what they are, like a fourth of a card, maybe a third
of a card,
right? Like that. So it's really not optimal.
Yeah, the problem is you don't really trade 1 for 1. You kill the creature, you lose the Get Lost, but they get 2 map tokens, so they're up, some resources on you, and this deck is really good at using the map tokens. Here we see the Azorius Artifacts deck. Again, the main deck 60 cards, so you can see the United Battlefront there in the middle. Then you pick up from Tarkir Dragonstorm.
Yep, really streamlined, low to the ground, not doing much fancy things with repurposing Bay, not even trying to put a 4-drop into the deck or a 5-drop to go down the chain. Just really streamlined.
All synergy, all the time.
And 30 targets for United Battlefront, so that thing ain't missing.
Yeah, that we talked about that yesterday. Normally, when you play collected company decks, you have to run like 24 lands. You have to run for collected company, some removal or some interaction, and sometimes you can be low on creatures. This deck has 30 hits for United Battlefront, so you can ask Frank Karsten how good that is.
I think it's pretty good, yeah. And compared to collected company, the United Battlefront actually looks at 1 additional card as well. Yeah. So that higher the odds a little bit too.
All right, here we have the mono red sideboard. Alessandro Ciccone. Talk to me about this one. What is he most likely bringing in, if anything?
Yeah, you were mentioning, you were asking if there's any artifact hate. It's literally 0 in the entire deck.
How about Sunspine Links?
Which, yeah, Sunspine Links, if you look at the mana base.
7 basics, 17 on basics.
You could bring it in. I mean, it's gonna deal some damage for sure.
Not great options, though.
Yeah, it's not fantastic. I mean, this sideboard really, the Lithomantic, there aren't any targets for that. Torture Tower, not great. Crimson Pulse is grindy. It's good against like Pixie and mid-range decks.
Yeah, not really here against the synergy artifact deck that turns the corner super quickly with the construct.
I think the only reasonable option would be the Lynx. But looking at his main deck, I guess the worst card perhaps is the Witchstalker Frenzy. Maybe he can get a construct with that if it's not out of size yet, but otherwise he's looking at like shocks and lightning strikes as his like non-optimal cards. So it's not. I don't even know if the Sunsplint Lynx is better than those.
Yeah, I think your best option if you're the mono red aggro player is just trying to find a really fast hand and just, you know, getting the game over in the first 4 turns or something along those lines.
Yeah, and definitely play around lockdown if you can a little bit, which the Lynx also does, right? The only sweeper he has to worry about is the lockdown. So yeah, I mean, you could certainly convince me to cut like a Burst Lightning and a Witchdogger Frenzy for at least 2 Lynx. That seems pretty reasonable. Looking
at the sideboard options, I would just be trying to mulligan into a really fast hand and trying to find that Heartfire Hero plus Manifold Mouse opener and just sort of ignoring my opponent's deck. You know, no need to try to over sideboard when, if the game goes long, I'm probably not going to be favored anyway. So let's just look for the
I think that's a pretty reasonable strategy, but I would definitely say that you have to be a little bit careful about lockdown with that strategy. If you keep a hand that just has load-costed creatures, you might just lose the game on turn 3.
That's the downside,
but he does have 8 free drops that hit pretty hard, so that they work well against lockdown. So if he has one of those...
Looks like the game is underway. Thomas took a mulligan, so he's starting on 6 cards. Alessandro kept 7, and he does have a turn 1 Hired Claw again. So 1 drop, not necessarily the one he would have liked to see, not the Heartfire Hero that combos so well with the Manifold Mouse, but still a great opener here. 2 drop Emberheart Challenger. One of the many haste creatures in the deck, so get in 4/4 and pass the turn to Thomas.
Fantastic start by Alessandro.
Oh wow, yeah, looks like Thomas did bring in those Get Lost, and he's going to use one of them on the Challenger right away on his own turn. So Challenger hits the bin, but Alessandro does get the 2 map tokens, just like you mentioned.
I don't know if I love doing the main phase Get Lost there. There's no Snakeskin Veils, no Spell Pierces he has to worry about. He could have waited a little bit. I think if he wants to play around like Rockface Village, targeting a Challenger, he would have been actually happy if that would have happened. So
because you just waste your entire turn
exactly.
doing that,
And considering he has 4 lockdowns in his deck, he might want to like kill the Nemesis here if it comes into play on turn 3 with haste, and then hope to draw into a lockdown.
Speaking of lockdowns, that certainly is a... You know, it gives you a better reason to include Get Lost in your deck when you have 4 lockdowns, right? Yeah, I'm going to give you some map tokens, but I also have 4 lockdowns I can play next turn to get rid of those.
Yeah.
So it's not as bad as if you're playing, you know, let's say Domain Overlords and you bring in a bunch of copies of Get Lost and you don't really have the lockdowns there, for example. Then it becomes a problem when you give your opponent too much value.
And there you go. Alessandro kept the 2-lander and is now using those maps to dig towards the 3rd land. Unsuccessfully, but still adding a good amount of power here to the board.
Yeah, he was able to make, you know, decent use of the map tokens, growing that Heart Claw and digging towards the 3rd land. But Thomas is ready with the Snare, so once again he clears the board on turn 3, and he's under no more pressure, sitting pretty at 12 life.
Alessandro not being... The draws are not being kind to him. Again, no land. He was contemplating playing his Higher Claw last turn, but he, I think he correctly identified that if he would have done so, not cracked the map, a lockdown would have really blown him out. So heads up play by him there.
He is sitting on a couple of 1-mana instant speed cards. There's a Burst Lightning, there's a Monstrous Rage or 2. So yeah, we might be a turn or 2 away from a big attack.
Yeah, it's also spotted a Lynx, so he definitely sighted some of them at least in, as we suspected. I'm also seeing, yeah, as you said, multiple copies of Burst Lightning, so he kept those in for a little bit burn.
Thomas uses a clay-fired bricks to get himself 2 life and a plains, and passes the turn.
Thomas really needs to find a United Battlefront, something powerful to take over the game. Because yeah, Alessandro missing land drops right now, but he still has a lot of cards in his hand, so if he gets to deploy all those cards, That might just be lethal damage.
He did just hit his third land drop, so let's see if he has any of those 3-mana haste creatures, Screaming Nemesis and Tursa. The new pickup from Tarkir, Dragonstorm. I think that card is, I don't want to say a sleeper, but it has so much potential. You get to use it in Reanimator decks. You get to use it in Jeskai Oculus to help you with, getting Oculus in the graveyard. You use Helping Hand. It's a decent creature for these red aggro decks, like you mentioned, to sort of mitigate the flooding issues. Another Get Lost takes care of the Heartclaw. And wow, Alessandro passes the turn, so that's not great.
Yeah, Alessandro really an awkward combination of cards here. He wants creatures in his matchup. He doesn't want all these burn spells or rages without creatures. What is this? Is this a Battlefront?
It is a United Battlefront. It's like, take a look at top 7. I see a Synthesizer.
Oh, he didn't hit that well. I think he hit a Saw Blades, which is 2-mana, deal 5 to a tapped.
It does make a construct though, so yeah.
Oh, it actually doesn't. It costs.
Oh wait, it costs 2 mana. Right. So it is sort of a brick, but at least you find your Synthesizer, so you're well set up for the long game.
Yes. Now he has his best card in play. I think I saw a Candy Trail on the land. He's contemplating if he should keep the Candy Trail. It's essentially like 3 mana, draw a card, scry 2, gain 3 life. I think it's a pretty reasonable keep here. His hand looks like 2 lands and a bricks. So his hand is definitely on empty right now.
Especially if he makes the educated guess that Alessandro is most likely sitting on some burn spells. So keeping a Candy Trail is almost like, discarding one of your burn spells from your hand.
For what it's worth, he has 3 basics actually out of his 5 lands. So the link's not that great here.
Something to keep in mind when you play against these red decks is, often it is almost always better usually to play your dual lands or triple lands first to give you more options, but after sideboard playing against these red decks, playing out basics first is often better unless it really screws with your mana, because you're then going to take less damage from the Sunspine Links, which is exactly what happens in this situation. So Thomas loses 2 life and is no longer going to be able to gain life.
The Link's looking really, really good here. Candy Trail and Bricks both gain a little bit of life. And Link's shutting that off, and there's no removal in Thomas' hand. He has a Lockdown and another Battlefront here in his scry. He's presumably putting the Lockdown to the bottom and keeping the Battlefront, hoping to hit a Perilous Snare. Or maybe a Saw Blades, actually, if this Link's attacks. But bad news is he has... Oh, what he's going to do here.
So we're going to craft.
We're going to craft. Okay, So what does this do? Gosh.
It is the Blade Wheel Chariot, and it says tap 2 other untapped artifacts you control. This vehicle becomes an artifact creature until end of turn, and it has crew 1, and it is a 5/5.
Okay, that's going to be able to block the links. All right, that's nice. Okay, pretty cool, pretty cool.
There's so much play to this blue-white deck. Like, so many cool things you can do that even if you played a lot of limited with these cards, you probably don't even know what are all these craft options on the back sides of the card. Back to Alessandro. He does a lot of burn. He does have that Monstrous Rage as well, so we'll see if he goes for a big attack here.
Yeah, the Lynx only has 2... Well, with the map tokens are crucial here. Like, the Rage alone doesn't let the Lynx survive, but with one of... against the 5/5, but if one of those maps...
Is that double Rage and Burst Lightning? We might actually see Alessandro win this turn.
Well, the Rockface Village is only cast for creatures. I think he has Burst Lightning, Rage, and an Ember Heart.
Okay, so he doesn't use... Okay, I was thinking maybe use the 2 map tokens, grow the links, Rage. How much is that? It's 7. If you find an online on the top, it's 7, 10.
It might just be lethal.
Well, no, it probably wouldn't be enough. But with the Ember Heart Challenger, yeah, that's going to be different. So
it's a 6-power prowess creature now.
Yeah, Alessandro starts with the Challenger in his own main phase still, plays the Monstrous Rage, trying to find that 5th land. And this is where, you know, Mono Red is better than some of the 2-color decks, because you no longer worry about possibly finding a tapped land off the top, one of those fast lands coming in tapped. It is all going to be untapped red sources. So
I think I count exactly lethal.
Is it lethal?
Yeah, that's exactly 10 here. So the Embot is a 6 right now, and the Lynx is a 5.
So there's a roll token.
Blocks the 5.
Prowess trigger 2/2 +2 from the rate, so that's 6 and 5 is 11.
And then the Lynx will get trample here and deal another 4. No, another 3 exactly. And then the Prowess trigger number 2 will put the challenger up to 7.
Okay.
So 7 + 3 here.
Wow, looks like Alessandro is going to be able to find lethal actually after stumbling for a little bit on 2 lands, then passing the turn on 3 mana. But yeah, with all these Monsters Rages, he did find a turn when Thomas tapped out. Didn't really find anything particularly useful with that United Battlefront.
I just want to point out, I mean, well played by Alessandro, of course. We're going to game 3 here, but I want to point out that Thomas chose to miss a land drop last turn, playing around another copy of Sunspine Lynx, so he's on top of his game. He didn't play that Fountain Poet he has in hand. Yeah, we're going to game 3 here.
Yeah, well done by both players.
Yep.
Anything changes here, you know, with play and draw? If you're the mono red player, are you maybe thinking Sunspine Lynx on the draw, 4 mana, a little bit too expensive?
Not necessarily. I mean, on the draw, you do have a higher likelihood of hitting your 4th land drop because you do see 1 more card. So it doesn't actually become that much worse. And on the draw, with an aggressive deck, against a deck that has like lockdowns on various pieces of interaction,
you want to diversify the...
Yeah, like the games slow down anyhow. Like you're likely not able to rush them down because they have the play advantage. So having more power in your deck to play those longer games is an avenue I like to take when playing these aggressive decks. Yeah, and from Thomas's side, he now saw a little bit. He knows about the Lynx now. I mean, he's not going to bring into the Disdainful Stroke, but yeah, he has a little bit more information, and he might want to change his deck. Something like a Get Lost. That definitely is a card I would be a little bit less inclined to have on the play.
Because you just want to be proactive rather than...
Absolutely. And yeah, as we saw in that game, I think those map tokens were really crucial. If that would have been just, for example, go for the throat, that it could have made the difference in that game. Because
yeah, the map tokens were crucial in that game for sure, yeah. All right, quick reminder where we are in the tournament. This is round number 10. Of the regional championship Bologna. We had a little over 1,000 players on day 1. The first day was 8 rounds of standard with a cut of 18 or more points, so 6-2 or better, or if somebody had a really slow day of picking up 3 draws and 5 wins, they also made it to day 2. Yeah. So now we have about 150 players here. On day 2, we're going to play 6 more rounds of Swiss before we cut to the top 8. And what are the invites that the players can pick up? There is, for the first 48 players are going to pick up an invite for the next RC. So yeah, the tournament didn't go as well as you hoped, but you get to play the next one at least. The top 36 players, they pick up an invite for Pro Tour Atlanta. That's the Edge of Eternity's Pro Tour. It is going to be in the modern format later this year. I think it's September or late September, maybe October. And the first 4 players, they also, on top of all of this, get the invite to the next 3 RCs. And then the first 2 players, the finalists, they will lock up an invite to Worlds, the $1 million tournament. So pretty good stuff here today. Lots to play for. Also more than $100,000 in cash prizes. But back to game number 3. Thomas on the play. Starts with some surveil action, keeps it on top, and passes back to Alessandro. And let's see if Alessandro has another one of those really fast red openers. No 1-drop. Ooh, you hate to see that.
I want to see some Terza action. Give me some new cards. Show us the power of that card.
Wow, Sanctuary on turn 2. What does that tell you? Is Alessandro just kind of bluffing, not having another one, playing a colorless land?
Well,
it's one of the two, right? Yeah.
It could also be with Terza in your deck. You actually want to get the useful lands out of the way so you can discard the mountains. That changes the equation a little bit,
fair enough. Fair enough. Play the utility lands first. Discard the mountains later.
Yeah.
Synthesizer turn 3. So yeah, Thomas, nothing in the first couple turns. He doesn't really have a whole lot he can do in the first few turns proactively, but he does have one of the best cards in his deck, the Simulacrum Synthesizer, on turn 3. Keeps both cards on top.
Wow. That's got to be frightening for Alessandro. He's probably thinking that the Battlefront is coming. Oh, there we go. My wishes have been fulfilled.
Okay. So we have a Manifold Mouse and also Tursa. So an attack for 5 incoming. And like you mentioned, discarding one of those mountains and also a Sanctuary, drawing 2 fresh cards. There's a Heartfire Hero, and I think that was a Monster's Rage or another Tursa.
I think that was a Nemesis.
Oh, Screaming Nemesis. Right. Okay. Attack for 5, puts Thomas to 15, and now what is he going to be able to do with Synthesizer on the battlefield? United Battlefront would probably be the best card here to fire off this 4 mana.
Fomori Vault. It's one of those extra special cards that was in like one of those special sets. That, I don't know which one exactly, but like you can discard a card and look at a lot of cards on top of your library.
Was it in OTJ Outlaws?
Yeah, I think that was the special set it was in. It's quite strong. It's it digs deep to your for your deck for the number of artifacts you have. Braided Net, the play.
There we go.
Starting with 4/4 construct, building the board, and having that effect of Braided Net to tap one of the opposing creatures. Very nice against Screaming Nemesis specifically. Don't have to block that. Don't want to block that one.
Of note is that Thomas has 3 non-basic lands in play.
Yep, that is a little bit more painful for him. All right, Alessandro having to read all the cards. No surprise there. He, alone from his 75, he doesn't really have much experience, or much respect at least for artifacts. I mean, literally 0 artifact interaction, which that's not uncommon, to be fair.
That's the upside of playing a rogue deck, right? You're running a deck that your opponents likely have not prepared against. And there is the Sunspine Link. So yeah, lots of options for Alessandro here. Let's see if he goes for that, or if he has a good attack, maybe a way to remove the construct.
A Rage would be nice here for him, because I mean, what do you do if you're Thomas here? I suppose you're just going to tap the Manifold Mouse regardless, because...
To play around the Rage?
Yeah, because the Terza actually doesn't combine that well with the Rage. It's still going to get traded with the construct. So yeah, I guess you just tap the Manifold Mouse.
And Thomas double-checking how many cards do you need to have in the graveyard to actually use the second ability of Tursa, which also comes up every once in a while.
Yeah, it looks like both players having pretty good draws here. I like this. Always down for some good magic. Nemesis, Sunspine Links, the options here pretty much. Those are the main ones. I think there's...
If Alessandro has a Monster's Rage, then he could also play Nemesis, which could lead to Thomas tapping the Nemesis instead of the mouse, and then maybe he gets in for a good attack.
Yeah, I don't think I see one. He kind of wants to play, if he wants to go Nemesis, he also wants to play the hero, so he can buff the hero with the mouse. But at that point, he's tapped out, so Thomas can just tap the Nemesis, and there's no damage output.
Has to do with pre-combat,
I don't know, like the Lynx, also the Lynx seems kind of enticing to me too. I mean, deals 3 damage. The Braided Net makes that Nemesis just a little awkward. So I wouldn't mind just playing the Lynx here, I think. Yeah,
I also like having the Lynx on the battlefield because Thomas does have a lot of ways to gain life.
Yeah, including the Candy Trail that is in play right now. Is gain free up there. It's definitely a tricky spot. He could love the Rage. Yeah, he does. He has another Manifold Mouse, a Heartfire Hero, a Burst Lightning, and a Sunspine Lynx. So no combat trick. Just that Burst Lightning, which... Now he's just going to tap out. Okay, he's just going to go wide.
Yeah, I think he wants to play for the long game here. Like you said, plays the hero pre-combat so he can target it with the mouse, get an extra counter. I like that his mana values are also spread evenly, 1, 2, 3, 4. So kind of plays around the lockdown to some degree as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, put a counter on the hero and move to combat. Would you like to tap anything? Do you even do anything now if you're Thomas? Like, do you even tap anything? I think he's saying, yeah, if you want to attack,
Well,
sure, maybe you tab the Nemesis.
I think I tap. I mean, the Nemesis is essentially like free. Like it's essentially a question: do you want to gain free life or not?
Oh wow,
He chose to
okay.
not gain free life. He values those braided net counters. And now he's going to tap free mana. What is it? A Perilous Snare? Yep.
It is
That
Perilous
is
Snare.
fantastic here.
That is a much better way of dealing with the Nemesis than something like the spring-loaded Saw Blades would be.
He has at least 2 copies of those in hand. Yeah, I think I would have gained those free life there with the braided net, to be honest. But we'll see if it's going to bite him down the line.
So Thomas deals with the Nemesis, passes the turn back, sitting on 4 lands. I think Alessandro is going to be very happy about this. Sure, you got a 6/6 construct. You did take care of my Nemesis, but at this point, I might be thinking about the burden plan.
Yeah, exactly. And you could still go wide and like, yeah. He does have that burst line and the links. That's already 7 damage in total right now. And the Heartfire hero can actually attack here. That is huge. That is actually... Oh, no, sorry. I forgot for a minute about the tumbling magnet, sorry. The braided net preventing the Heartfire hero.
I think attacking in this game is going to be pretty tough now with all the constructs, with the braided net. I'm not quite sure if there's going to be a way to, get a profitable attack.
He could play the Manifold Mouse with Offspring and go really wide, like withholding the links. But getting the links down on the battlefield seems so important against that candy trail.
Yeah.
Just preventing that life gain and going for the burn route. I really like that.
The problem with going wide is Thomas also gets to do that just by playing cards out of his hand, right? He just goes wide by playing cards, making construct tokens thanks to the synthesizer.
Exactly. So the burn plan, or you can have a combination of both, or like the links at least, it puts a creature into play and prevents the life gain. Seems like he's going for a rock face village on the Heartfire hero.
Interesting.
I think, it's like...
Wow, okay.
It's just gonna get tapped, yeah. He's just spent a lot of mana on that, and it didn't really do much for him.
Yeah, so it was targeted with the Manifold Mouse as well, and now the braided net tapped the hero. So Alessandro down to 2 mana now, and deploys a Hired Claw, realizing temporary lockdown would not really be that amazing anymore with the construct tokens. I didn't love this turn.
Yeah, no, I mean, neither. I think I would have rather seen the Sunshine or the Manifold Mouse Offspring.
You spent 3 mana. You spent most of your available mana to just deploy one drop. I mean, you did get a counter off of the braided net, but
I think this could just speak to the experience of not having any experience in this matchup from Alessandro's side. He's like, the braided net is when you play against a card like that is a weird effect in Constructed you don't see often. And he was just maybe a little unfamiliar, thought, hey, I can get a big double strike hit in here against these 6/6s, which, yeah, the hero looks great against them, but the braided net stifled that plan effectively. But yeah, another land, another non-basic land, means the Lynx gets a little bit more powerful here.
Exactly. Tough decision for Thomas. He does want the Surveil trigger off of the land, but another non-basic, when you know your opponent has the Sunspine Lynx, is not great. Picks up an island off the top.
Yeah, Tom is really looking for more things to trigger the Simulacrum, which he doesn't have any right now. That was a turn of...
Also not a great turn, yeah.
Yeah, that was certainly good for Alessandro here. No United Battlefront, any shenanigans like that.
Surveil trigger, crack the Candy Trail, and most likely pass the turn.
Well, he has the option of saw blading the Heartfire hero, which I kind of like, to be honest. Gets it off the way. He goes to 12. He's still at a pretty healthy life total. And, you know, makes those constructs a little bit bigger for the future. I like that play. And yeah, it looks like he had 3 of them in his hand, so 2 left.
Yeah, get rid of that hero before something horrible happens with multiple monsters rages. So I like that play as well. Back to Alessandro now, who once again has the option of playing the Sunspinelings. There's a Burst Lightning as well. Currently not super useful for dealing with the constructs, but 4 damage to the face, that's pretty relevant when you have a Sunspinelings and your opponent has 4 non-basics in play. So you're basically, assuming Thomas doesn't have a way of dealing with the links, you're 1 Burst Lightning or 1 Sunspinelings away from dealing 12.
Yep.
I think that would be my my game plan right now.
Absolutely, I'm with you on that. I think he's certainly regretting his last turn decisions with that links, because the Candy Trail gaining him free, but...
Yeah, and he might choose to play the mouse here, like you mentioned, try to go wide, play enough creatures that I would sort of overpower the magnet. Maybe he's making the read of, hey, you didn't make any constructs last turn, you didn't play anything out of your hand that could trigger the synthesizer, maybe you just don't have anything. Maybe all I need is to get through these 2 construct tokens, but yeah, the longer you give your opponent also, the more time they have to draw something that's going to trigger the synthesizer. So Manifold Mouse with the Offspring pre-combat earns a braided net.
That was a small victory for Alessandro, being able to get a braided net counter there.
Yeah.
But I see what Thomas is thinking. Thomas wants to crack that braided net anyhow, because he wants to get another construct and draw like 6 cards with it. That's why he was using the more aggressively playing around monsters rage.
Look at that. Thomas picked up the best card in this situation. United Battlefront. And yeah, there are some goodies. There is another synthesizer. There was also a temporary lockdown.
And a Perilous Snare. So those are the options to choose from. Those are some really good ones. The lockdown does remove a lot here. And he's going to go with the lockdown. He's going to kill off his own construct tokens, but is also getting rid of everything besides the Terza. And he can, of course, get his new construct fresh out of the factory after the lockdown trigger resolves, stacking his triggers correctly. And he's also going to get another Scry. That was just incredible, to be honest.
What a blowout.
Yeah, really got punished for going wide there, Alessandro did. It's like, yeah. I mean, maximizing the links, now that the Candy Trail was gone as well, is... You can always think like, hey, if I wait with the links, maybe he plays another land and another damage.
That is definitely valid.
Certainly a valid reasoning. And with the Candy Trail gone, you also didn't have like any apparent life gain that you could have prevented with it.
Yeah, just didn't work out. That temporary lockdown off the top or off of the United Battlefront. That was one of the biggest possible blowouts that turn. But hey, not all is lost. Thomas is still at 12. You still have that Sunsmiling, and you still have that Burst Lightning. So you're still 4 damage away of possibly winning the game.
Confirming how he's cried there. I always hate when I play like Arena and I just look at something else for a second when they scry and then like, oh no, how did they scry? And I can't ask him.
I wish there would be like a little sidebar on Arena that would keep track of what happened in the last couple of turns. Yeah, like, keep this on top or not, or like sometimes they reveal cards, you want to let it be somewhere on the screen, but minor improvements. Back in the game, there is another Terza and Screaming Nemesis in play.
Alessandro is just really sneaking out the maximum damage. Is this Lynx ever going to get played?
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, it's clear that he's kind of trying to bait Thomas into playing more lands, but we know, obviously, with perfect information that Thomas actually chose not to play one of his lands last game, so he is definitely aware of the possibility of the Lynx.
Oh my, playing a Perilous Snare, making 2 8/8s, no big deal. Isn't that just crazy? Against a deck with no artifact removal and Burst Lightning as the removal spell?
Yeah, that's a pretty good value. Yeah, that's a pretty good turn.
Some of the blue-white lists used to run Steel Seraph, so you can give lifelink to one of those big constructs, or fly over.
I thought this deck was, I wouldn't say tier 1, before Tarkir Dragonstorm. It was one of those rogue decks that you would sometimes, play against on Arena. Not something I would bring to a highly competitive tournament, but with United Battlefront, that card is so insane in this deck that I think this is now a legit contender for, tier 1.5, maybe tier 1.
Yeah. All right. Well, yeah. Certainly. I mean, it's making a decent case, or Thomas is making a very decent case for it. And here, 2 mana to craft the Braided Net, get 2 more constructs, and have a, oh my god, have a draw 10 available to you with the Braided Quipo. And yeah, Alessandro is like, okay, well, I'm never going to cast this Lynx, you know what?
Yeah, GG there. Congratulations to Thomas Chenery. Good work with his blue-white artifacts deck. Moving on to 9-1. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by his play. As I said yesterday, we already had the pleasure to cover him there. He's 2-0 in a feature match, so that's certainly giving him some luck. And absolutely amazing. It's his first regional championship too, so love to see the story continue.
Good stuff, yeah.
With this sweet United Battlefront Simulacrum Synthesizer deck. You love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, you qualify for your first RC, you bring a rogue deck. You not only make day 2, but you're sitting at the top 10 in the standings.
Yeah.
Doesn't really get better than that.
Yeah, absolutely. He's having a blast probably right now. So next up, we have your deck that you wanted to see finally in action.
Yeah. Let's see if we have an interview coming up. But yeah, the next deck we are gonna see is at the last Pro Tour. Our team Channel Fireball, Ultimate Guard got together. Domain obviously looked really good. Right off the bat. We're also considering some of the red decks, but then Paul Rietzel says, hey guys, I really like the white cards. How about we try Boros Mice? We're like, oh okay, Boros Mice, I'm not sure. Can we play some games? And then Paul proceeds to beat the hell out of all of us. And at that point, we were so close of playing the deck. We're like, okay, sure, let's play a few more games. And if the next couple sets are going to go as well as the first, 5 sets against the 5, most played decks, then we're going to play it. And then I guess, I'm not sure if it was lucky or unlucky, but luckily the Boros Mice, the next couple sets were not as good, so we decided, all right, let's go with Domain. Domain is just, so well-rounded, really good across the board. Not that great against the red decks, but maybe we win the die rolls, or maybe we don't run into as many of them, and Madness ends up winning the Pro Tour. But yeah, we were this close to playing the Boros deck.
All right, looks like we have the interview ready. Let's go to that.
Here I am with the winner of this feature match, Thomas Chenery. That you're going so well with your own build of Azorius artifacts, which is very spicy. So how do you feel today?
About the same as yesterday, sort of going through match by match, see how we play it out.
Are you overwhelmed or not?
That could be an understatement, yeah. I didn't expect to get it. Yesterday I wasn't happy just going 4-4 in day 1, let alone being...
Of course, this is amazing. This is your first regional championship as well.
Yes. Hopefully not the last, but we'll see how we get on for the rest of the day.
Very inspiring. I would assume that you've tested a lot against well-established decks of the format, mono red included. How did you feel going into this match?
It's tricky. If they're aggressive enough, I will fall behind, as Game 2 showed. Battlefront really helps with those matchups, being able to go as fast as them now and hopefully go a bit bigger. The Lynxes in his sideboard were definitely something I was wary of, especially in Game 2. I was trying to play, and Game 3 to be fair, playing around, trying to play basics.
Right.
Find those instead of playing my other ones, because that does just do a lot of damage by itself. So.
Do you have a particular strategy against this deck?
Yeah, keep their removal down. Keep my removal up, sorry. Try and keep their creatures down. Pray a little bit for a bit of luck, but it's been the same as some of the other games. Just got to go with what you hope.
All right. And I want to ask, what is your goal for today's tournament? I know that you said that it was a lot for you, but now that you're doing so well.
Just enjoy the tour, enjoy the event. What the score is at the end is what the score is at the end.
Right.
I'm happy just to have come here, to be honest. It was always wanted to play at a high level event. I've got what I've wanted to do. The fact that I'm doing well is a bonus.
Amazing. Well, the best of luck to you, and thank you very much. Back to the booth.
Great story, and I'll be honest, I'm not rooting for Thomas. He has the I'm just happy to be here attitude. It's my first big event, you know. If it goes well, it goes well, but I'm certainly rooting for him now. Great story. He plays well. He's playing a rogue deck, so yeah.
Yeah. As you said, really good mindset to have. All right.
That said, we now finally have the second feature match, the backup feature match. The first one was kind of long, so we're going to go straight into game number 3. And it's going to be a match between the aforementioned Boros Mice and also Dimir Midrange, which somehow was one of our undefeated decks yesterday. This is a different player. There's multiple Dimir Midranges in the field today. But yeah, yesterday we covered last round 2 7-0s. It was Azorius control against Dimir Midrange. Everybody was freaking out. It's going to be all mono red. It's going to be all Corey Steel Cutter. And yeah, there is still a lot of other decks in the field. So Arne, talk to me about this Dimir midrange list.
Yeah, Dimir midrange, pretty standard stuff here. We have 4 copies of Preacher in the main deck, making that metagame call into the heavy red field. Great call there. And a copy of Shieldred, also really strong against Izzet Prowess and mono red. And just those 5 copies of black creatures are going to be really helpful here, of course. Lots of cheap removal for cut down to go for the throat. Free Annoyed with Affliction. This list is really metagame towards the Jeska Arcadus deck with those free Annoyed with Affliction. And of course, that also hits those aggressive decks really well. Very nice against Heartfire Hero to exile that one. Yeah, I mean, the list looks pretty solid. Low on counter spell. Oh, actually, there's 2 copies of Spellpierce and a Phantom Interference. So there's a little bit of everything. Yeah, I'm trying to think how he's even making space for all of this.
Exactly, right? I was also thinking there's 9 removal spells. You got 2 Spell Pierce, 2 Duress. You got to run a lot of creatures for the Enduring Curiosity. So what did you cut?
I guess a little few on the Kaitos. He only has 3 copies of Spyglass Siren, only 3 copies of Flood Pit, so he shaved a little bit here and there.
There's 25 lands as well, so he didn't really shave on lands either.
Yeah, but looks like a pretty good take on the archetype, I'd say.
Cool. Good stuff.
All right, Blaststone in this list as well for the...
Yeah. Worth noting.
Can be useful against those 1-drops. Let's take a look at the Boros list, if we may.
That's what I want to see. Yeah, because a lot of people are saying, why would you play white? You know, what are the mice synergies? What is exactly going on? Does the second color actually help you? Like, does it make you better in the red matchups, for example? I actually found that to not really be particularly relevant. If you play the red mirrors, whether you're playing blue or whether you're playing white or green, or if you're mono red, it often just comes down to whoever wins the die roll. That's the most important part in those matchups typically. Here we see the sideboard of the blue-black deck. So anything.
Yeah, we joined him for game 3, so he's going to be able to bring some of those cards in. The second copy of Shieldred here in the sideboard is certainly very enticing. Another go for the throat is useful. The copies of Dreams of Steel and Oil can be pretty decent.
Not a great draw late in the game, but
yeah. And I'm looking at
better than Duress.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm looking at Boros sideboard, and actually there's not many good hits there, so I probably wouldn't bring that in. But another really strong card is the Gixis Command. He's looking to board out the spell pieces he has in the main deck for sure. I'm also not the biggest fan of Duress in these red matchups out of Dimir midrange, and then the Kaitos are one of your weakest cards, and he's happy to take those out.
Yeah, you might say, hey, but Duress is good against Monstrous Rage, or you're going to be able to take that some of the time. But if you have already nine main deck removal spells, I don't think you're that worried. And yeah, here we have the Boros Mice deck. So talk to me about this one.
Yeah, I mean, this is basically mono red aggro, but it has a bit of a twist, right? It does play some white cards. We have 2 copies of Shard Mage's Rescue, which is a really nice one here. A little bit of a hexproof spell, kind of similar to Snakeskin Veil. And then we have 2 copies of Shelter by Ghost. Those 2 play very well with each other, of course. being able to give you a shelter by ghost enchanted creatures hexproof is one way to probably make a game you were already ahead in unlosable. And then 4 copies of Lightning Helix, really deciding he wants to, Novas wants to gun for those red mirror matches, Lightning Helix being exceptional in those. Just a better version of Lightning Strike, plain and simple, you know?
Yeah, this is more of a mono red splash white rather than the actual Boros Mice deck, because you don't really get to play the white mice. That was what our deck was running. I think we had not only Cheeky House Mouse, we also had Valley Quest Caller, which is a 2-mana Lord. That also helps you scry and find more gas off the top of your library. But we also played Mabel Heir to Crackflame, which also is a very, very cool card that not only pumps your mice, but it also gives you that legendary equipment that just stays in play for a while. I think it gives the creature haste as well, so it's good against sweepers and just gives the deck a little bit of an other angle of attack.
Yeah. Okay, looking at Nova's sideboard. Yeah, the Nemesis, not the greatest into all these annoying afflictions. And then there's not much there, to be honest. I think he's going to bring maybe some copies of those Destroy Evils in to clear those Preachers and Shieldreds. That seems very important. And maybe a few copies of Torch Tower if he wants to kill those Deep Cavern Bats and Flood Pit Strong. That's pretty reasonable. And the case of the Crimson Pulse as the grindy anti-mid-range tool could also come in, looking to maybe board out some Sheltered by Ghosts here. Maybe some Shard Mage's Rescue, although they're definitely not too bad. Yeah.
So Novas on the play, game number 3 here, and he did bring the creature discard spell in for game 3, so that's going to be able to deal with the second copy of Heartclaw and no more creatures for Novas.
But you know what? What's actually pretty...
He's ready for this.
Yeah, and what's actually pretty nice about Nicolene playing discard spell is that the case of the Crimson Pulse wants you to have fewer cards.
Exactly. Yeah. He's ready. He's ready for the discard action with the case, playing for the long game. Yeah. Okay. You're not going to be able to put 2 lands there on turn number 2. Little confusion, but Novas is trying to be nice here, keeping the revealed cards with the discard spell still revealed, on the side of the table. So. Little confusion, but back to the game. Heartclaw attacks for 3. And are we going to play the case here? We are, and wow, it is going to get interfered with.
That was huge. That was huge. Into the Preacher. Great stuff.
Preacher here, yeah, on turn 3. One of the better cards against Mono Red. Not only does it have 4 toughness, so it doesn't like the Lightning Strike, but it also helps you get some cards, get some life back.
Yeah, and it's especially an annoying blocker because of Death Touch. You can't rage through it that effectively.
Doors of Tower also not really useful against that.
Yeah, Preacher looking really good here, and Novas might be priced into casting Lightning Helix plus Torch. Going with the Offspring instead. Going a little wide. I guess, yeah, that's a pretty respectable line. Considering if he would go for the double burn on the Preacher, a Shieldred would be extremely punishing.
I'm not sure if we've seen the good opener from these red decks yet in our feature matches. Like, you really want the Heartfire Hero into Manifold Mouse or into the Green Talon, for example. Like, those are the best openers these red decks can have. And so far, we've only seen the Heartclaws on turn 1, and none of these really fast starts where it really makes you want to question, is it safe to have all these double strike cards in the format with Monstrous Rage that sometimes allows for a turn 3 kill.
Yeah, and this is exactly how Demir Midrange wants to play against those red aggressive decks.
Yeah, perfect.
Act on 1 and 2. Go into Preacher Shieldred. Like, this is literally the dream.
Yeah.
Manifold Mouse and Austria. I assume both of them receive double strike here. So Nicolene has to think about Monstrous Rage, of course. He knows one of the free cards in Novas' hand.
And both players here already have 2 losses. Nicolin also already has a draw, but that doesn't mean they're out of the running for the Pro Tour invite. I think for the top 8, you're gonna want to have 2 losses. Maybe somebody will be able to sneak in with a draw. Depends on how it shakes out. But for the PT invite, it is top 36, so maybe something like a X3-1 is most likely what the players are looking at. So definitely still in the running for that, and you know, a lot to play for.
All right, no block from the Shieldred. Playing around Monster's Rage a little bit. Higher Claw getting buffed. No.
Yeah, good way of dealing with the Preacher. The first strike damage combined with Lightning Strike deals with that without losing a creature in the process. But as you said, Shieldred in play, that cannot make you feel too good.
Yeah, I don't know. I maybe would have liked to see him just use both his removal spells on the Shieldred and just not attacking. And then you have a bit of a staring contest where the Preacher holds back the creatures on the ground of the red deck, but at least the Preacher doesn't provide damage, value, life gain, whatever. It just sits there as a blocker. And the Shieldred here,
it is one of the toughest creatures to play against, right? Yeah, if your opponent consistently gains life every turn, you're consistently losing life every turn. You can't really attack through it.
Yeah, Novas is wishing for a Destroy Heal right here. He drew another land off the top. That's not what he wants to see.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that Phantom Interference was the key play of this match on turn 3 on the red case there. Yeah, not a lot of options. Just has to play another land and pass the turn back to Nicolin, who is ready with an end of turn Enduring Curiosity, and that earns a Torch the Tower from Novus, who has to get rid of his own Offspring token from the Manifold Mouse. So yeah, from bad to worst. To worse.
It looks like he's keeping the card on top of the Scry, and like if I'm...
That's a case?
It could be a case.
Yeah.
It could be a Destroy Evil. There's not many cards I would keep on top in this situation. Oh no, he's scrying to the bottom.
I was still thinking.
It was like a middling card, like a... Yeah. Alright, the Shieldred slowly getting him back up to his starting life total.
Yeah, Nicolin has to be stoked about this.
Yeah.
I got to keep my Shieldred in play. I'm gaining life every turn. I don't really need to do anything. My deck gets to play, you know, more powerful cards on average than some of the early drops that you have in your deck, plus the Burst Lightnings and Lightning Strikes and whatnot.
And now he's getting aggressive.
He feels confident enough to swing with the Shieldred here. That is pretty cool. Double Preacher is the play. Passes the turn back.
Double Preacher, no cards in hand. Oof.
Yeah, lose 2 more. Who's the beatdown now?
Nicolin has drawn his entire anti-red package here. Yeah. No small flyers, just all the good stuff.
So Novus gets in there with the Hard Claw. And Nicolin's going to be happy enough to trade it for the Preacher there, valuing the life total. Goes up to 17 with Shieldred. No cards in hand, but he does have the Preacher. You just attack with both here.
Yeah, the game is 2 lands in hand for Novus.
Yeah. Confirming that there is nothing of note with Deep Cavern bad before he attacks.
It's going to be 1 life lost from the Preacher, drawing a card, but 2 life gained from the Shieldred. And
yeah, Novus has seen enough. So congratulations to Nicolin here, getting up to 7-2-1. You know, a couple rounds away from picking up a Pro Tour invite and possibly still, you know, being live for the top 8. So Demir mid-range still, you know, a decent player in the format. Boros Mice, we didn't really get to see much going on from this deck, but it is one of those red variants that you can play in the format.
Yeah, and we have Demir mid-range at 8-0-1 right now, at least going into this round. Just beat a Jeskai control deck by winning game 1 40 minutes game 1 and then not losing game 2, just surviving. Yeah, it was a crazy game. I watched a little bit during some of my break.
Yeah, so quick reminder, this is round number 10. We have already seen 2 feature matches. We're just waiting for the word if we have an interview coming up. 4 more rounds of Swiss before we cut to the top 8. And like we mentioned, 36 players will pick up an invite to Pro Tour Edge of Eternities, which is going to be Pro Tour Atlanta at the end of September. That's going to be the modern Pro Tour this season. So everybody's pretty excited for that one.
Yeah.
We also have the Pro Tour Final Fantasy coming up. I'm sure everybody's excited for that one.
I sure am. And yeah, the stand format looking great too. We the top tables, we see a lot of Jeskai decks, Jeskai Oculus, Jeskai Control. Izzet Prowess is definitely up there for sure, but it's been doing well, but it's not been doing it too well, I would say.
Yeah, exactly.
It's still everything in the healthy margins win rate wise.
If you're just joining, you can go a little back in time and watch this VOD from the start. Frank Carson did a segment on the numbers, the conversion rates, and the metagame day 2 numbers. And if I saw correctly, there was no deck that had over 55% win rate from one of the top decks. Maybe there is a deck that somebody played, just 2 or 3 players that maybe had a higher win rate than that. But off of the top decks, I thought that only Izzet Prowess was the best performing deck on day 1 with a 55% win rate, which is definitely very.
It is strong. It's not too strong. It's certainly confirming, I guess, suspicions going in that Curry Steelcutter, is presumed to be the best card out of Tarkir Dragonstorm, and very strong, of course. But there's hope. Jeskai Oculus posing a positive win rate against Izzet Prowess. Orzhov Pixie, another deck that did really well against, courtesy to Temporary Lockdown. Very strong card. Very fun deck to play as well. I recently tried it in one of my YouTube videos with the scroll shift, being able to flicker your own Overlord, get it into essentially a flicker wisp like you see in the modern Catramose version of the deck. And then also flickering your Lockdown, of course, for some nice value. Yeah, so there's hope for sure.
I like the standard format. I think people maybe overreacted a little bit too much to the online results. Obviously, online, I think people are inclined to play decks that are faster. You get some more games in. But yeah, when you have a bigger tournament like this one, people spend a lot of time preparing. We saw, for example, Andrea Mengucci, Marco Del Pivo, some of the Italian players actually spent a couple of days in Parma in a testing house, just playing some Magic by the pool. Nice. No big deal. And yeah, figuring out that the red decks are certainly quite good. Corey Steelcutter is a great addition for these red decks, but also that the Jeskai decks are fairly well positioned against these aggressive red strategies, and they have a lot of cheap removal. Oculus is really hard to deal with. And yeah, I think yesterday we saw a lot of Jeskai players finishing at the top of the standings, whether it was Jeskai Control, whether it was Jeskai Oculus. I think I even saw a Jeskai Convoke. It was maybe round 6. There was a 6-0 Jeskai Convoke player, so lots of different Jeskai variants you can play.
Yeah, good tri-color combination.
Looks like we have another video coming up for you guys, so let's cut to that one, and then we'll be right back.
I'm here with Frank to talk about top 10 cards from Tarkir Dragonstorm that are most represented here at Regional Championship in Bologna. So yesterday we reviewed cards from number 10 to number 6, and today is the time for our top 5. So.
Indeed. Yeah, yesterday, just to remind everyone, 10 through 6 in terms of the most played cards from Tarkir Dragonstorm overall, they were Voice of Victory, Dispelling Exhale, Heritage Reclamation, Glacial Dragon Hunt, and Shiko Paragon, the Jeskai legend.
The dragon.
But now we get to the biggest ones.
So,
well, here you see all of them right away.
Yes, our number 5 is Roiling Dragonstorm.
Yes, indeed.
It's a 2-mana enchantment for 1 and 1 blue. When it enters, draw 2 cards, then discard a card, and when a dragon you control enters, return this enchantment to its owner's hand.
Yes, so somewhat of an innocuous card seemingly, but it has been very important for Azuria's Omniscience, where it helps you find your combo pieces, put Omniscience into the graveyard where you want it, and it also sets up like a new sort of combo win for that particular deck, because when you have two Meringue River regions, which we'll get to later, then you can loop those, bounce the dragons with the other dragon, and basically draw your entire deck with the Rolling Dragonstorm. So most prominently featured in Azuria's Omniscience, but also a couple copies were found in Esper Pixie decks where you can just pick it up for some card advantage, and some even in Jeskai Control, which also uses dragons.
Exactly.
But they were fringe inclusions in those archetype, and Rolling Dragonstorm is mainly played in Azuria's Omniscience now.
All right. So speaking of dragons, number 4 is Meringue River Regent. For 6 mana, 4 and 2 blue, we have a dragon, 6/7 with flying. When it enters, return up to 2 other target non-land permanents to their owner's hand. And it also has an Omen side. It's an instant for 4 mana, 3 and 1 blue. Draw 3 cards, then discard a card.
Indeed, and this card has found its way into a big variety of archetypes. Azuria's Omniscience, as I mentioned, for this new style of winning the game by just looping Meringue River regions until you've drawn your entire deck. But it has also found its way into Jeskai Control, in Azuria's Control, and in those decks it is an instant speed way to draw cards, which is awesome for these control strategies that may want to keep up mana to respond to what the opponent does, and then you can decide either counter whatever they do or draw cards with the Omen. And then in the late game it's a 6 mana dragon that stabilizes the board. Meringue River Regent is most prominently played in Azuria's Omniscience, but in these control decks it has also found an important role.
Of course. So, number 3 is Teresa Lightshatter for 3 mana, 2 and 1 red. We have creature 3/3 with haste. When it enters, discard up to 2 cards, then draw that many cards. Whenever Teresa attacks, if there are 7 or more cards in your graveyard, exile a card at random from your graveyard, and you may play that card this turn.
So this card is mainly played in 2 archetypes. That's Mono Red Aggro and Jeskai Oculus. Mono Red Aggro is one of my favorite decks, and what it adds to that archetype is just 3 points of hasty damage.
Right.
And it also allows you to sculpt your hand. In the late game you may get a free card out of your graveyard. Provides a bit of counterplay to temporary lockdown by not being of mana value 1 or 2.
Of course.
But it's also played heavily in Jeskai Oculus,
yes,
which I know is one of your favorite decks.
Of course, yeah. I feel like it shines the most in Jeskai Oculus because of the ability to discard a card. So I feel like it has 2 angles here. It serves as a discard outlet for your Oculus, then you can reanimate it. And also it is a very aggressive creature. If you have Prof's Eidetic Memory already in play, then you can just easily attack with a creature 5/5.
Indeed. So Teresa was played in 21% of all the decks registered for this RC, 549 copies at least in the main decks in total.
Very impressive.
But there's 2 more.
All right. So number 2 is Sun Pearl Kirin for 2 mana, 1 and 1 white. We have a creature with flash and flying, 2/1. When it enters, return up to 1 other target non-land permanent you control to its owner's hand. If it was a token, draw a card.
Yeah, the most important element of Sun Pearl Kirin is that it provides bounce at instant speed. So its stats are a bit weaker than Fear of Isolation, but Flash adds so much versatility where you can just keep your mana up and then, you know, decide what to do, whether that's Nowhere to Run or this Sun Pearl Kirin.
Exactly.
It is awesome for these self-bounce decks. It found its way into 112 Esper Pixie decks, into 40 Orzhov Pixie decks, and a couple of fringe archetypes like Azuria's Bunnycorn. Now, in Esper Pixie, it just adds a bunch of versatility for the self-bouncing. In Orzhov Pixie, you can even set up these crazy locks where you start bouncing your own temporary lockdown, which was exiling Hopeless Nightmares. Get those back, then bounce the Kirin with a Nurturing Pixie, and just go off. Yeah, it has really added a powerful new angle.
All right, so what's the winner? As you can see, I guess it's no surprise, Core Steel Cutter is number 1. And what it does, it is an artifact for 2 mana, 1 and 1 red. Artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 and has trample and haste. It also has this new mechanic, Flurry. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, create a 1/1 white monk creature token with prowess. You may attach this equipment to it. And the equip cost is also 2.
Yeah, so this card is a clear game changer and the multi-format all-star, arguably the best card for Constructed from Tarkir Dragonstorm. Now, it's just a formidable token-generating engine because it's fairly easy to trigger it turn after turn with a suite of 1-mana spells and card draw effects. It just snowballs into a complete relentless swarm of monks. Now, those monks will also grow quite quickly with every non-creature spell you play. So it's a win condition all on its own. It was played in 22% of all the decks registered for the regional championship. There were 906 copies in total across, well, over 1,000 decks registered.
That's
and the main home is in Izzet Prowess. That's also the most played deck in the field. Also included in Gruul Prowess, where cards like Questing Druid and Hearth Elemental, Might of the Meek help you, trigger it turn after turn.
Yes.
But it single-handedly propelled Izzet Prowess into prominence, and it's clearly the most impactful card from Tarkir Dragonstorm at this tournament.
Definitely. It is such a powerhouse, because even if you can deal with the artifact itself, there are still those monk tokens that can attack you with prowess turn after turn.
Yeah, and indeed, even if you have an Abrade to deal with it, if the opponent sequences it correctly, then they immediately get a monk out of the deal. So using spot removal to handle it is typically not the ideal answer.
Exactly, right. And so speaking of Core Steel Cutter, we established that it is the most played card from Tarkir Dragonstorm, but is it the most played card in the whole format of Standard?
Not yet. In terms of raw number of copies, as well as like the number of decks that it has found itself in, it's up there. So it made it into the top 10 cards, which is already quite
impressive,
quite heavy for a new card. But there are still a bunch of other cards in Standard that were played in bigger numbers here at the regional championship. So Core Steel Cutter was right across all Standard legal sets was in 9th place. 8th was Spell Pierce. 7th was Stormchaser Stellant, 6th was Temporary Lockdown, 5th was Monstrous Rage, that was played in 31% of all the decks registered, 4th was Burst Lightning, 3rd was Stock Up, 2nd, and this is just based on, like I'm sorting cards by total number of copies across main and sideboard together, is Torch the Tower, and actually the most played non-land, I'm only looking at non-land cards, non-land card across all the Standard deck list registered for this tournament. Can you actually guess it if you're watching? It is mostly a sideboard card.
Sideboard card. What could it be? I cannot think of anything straight away, to be honest. Like, you intrigue me so much.
Yeah, it is. Like when I say it, you will probably say, "Oh yeah, of course."
Okay.
It was played in 71% of all decks.
All right. So it's a red card.
No, it's it's an artifact.
Artifact
that deals with the graveyard.
Of course.
Ghost Vacuum.
Ghost Vacuum.
Yep. That was actually the most played one, but that's because every deck can use it in the sideboard to answer the graveyard strategies.
That totally makes sense.
But yeah, all in all, Core Steel Cutter and a variety of other cards from Tarkir Dragonstorm have made their way into Standard, are fairly prominent now. And yeah, overall the metagame has looked quite different with all these new cards in the mix.
Yeah, very exciting. Well, thank you so much for the data. Hope it was useful for you. And back to the booth.
Good stuff. Thanks again to Frank Karsten for crunching the numbers. If you want to read about these metagame numbers, metagame shares, sideboard tips for the future tournaments, make sure you visit magic.gg and look for the Metagame Mentor articles that Frank always posts. How about something, looking at this list of the most played Tarkir Dragonstorm cards, is there anything you would say is like a sleeper of the set that we maybe haven't seen on the list?
Yes, I think one card is certainly missing.
What do you got?
I'm a bit of a fan of him now already. Thomas, the United Battlefront.
Oh, okay.
That one. Hey, get it right now. People are sleeping on it.
Pick them
Not
up
on the top 10 list.
Yeah. Pick them up before it's too late.
Yeah.
Blue-white, 9-1 currently in the standings. That said, that was round number 10. That's going to be it. We're going to take a little bit of a break before we bring you round number 11 with Philippa and Simon. So stay anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Hooves dig into fields of black, chase valiantly towards the dread. Shield and armor aglow and bright, countless hearts and lances keen. They ride into the night. The beasts above, they shriek and soar, spew flames of ghostlight from their jaws that eat the skies and burn the flesh, and albeit crowned with firelight, they ride on into the night. The new 2024 exclusive line, crowned with the first printed boulder and zip folio ever. An astonishing artwork made by one of Magic the Gathering's most beloved artists, Dominic Mayer.
Players are getting to see, can I make it into the Pro Tour top 36 or can I make it in the top 8? And Simon, I know that you were looking through the top tables.
Yeah.
What are the decks that you want to talk about that are in these top spots?
Yeah, so this tournament is kind of winding down. We have 4 more rounds to go, and the players at we have the top 10 players are kind of like pacing ahead of the field. We have 2 players who are still undefeated. One in first place and one in 10th place.
10th place?
So the story here is that we saw yesterday Sarunas Leo Bacchus on Demir against Marco Balaka on Blue-White Control. They drew in the last round. Both of them still kept up a pristine record. Sarunas going 2-0 today is now 9-0-1, beating Adriano Moscato in the last round.
Oh.
So that's one undefeated player. And then Marco Balaka won a round and then drew a round. So it's 8-0-2, but still undefeated in this tournament. In between them is a couple other decks. We have 2 Izzet Prowess decks, 2 Omniscience decks. We have the Generis Azorius Artifacts deck we just saw last round. That was incredible deck building from that one. And then we have 3 different Jeskai decks. 3 different ones. Jeskai Control, Jeskai Oculus, and Jeskai Convoke. Currently sitting in 2nd place. That's certainly one I'm keeping my eyes on.
definitely exciting.
The control
to
decks,
see.
of course, yes.
Oh, I thought you meant the Convoke one.
Oh, no. I'm not a Convoke player anymore. Now I'm
Didn't you play Convoke in the next last PT?
It's past me, and today I'm excited to present this match that we're going to watch right now.
I'm excited as well. So we have Florian on EZ Prowess versus Tobia Napi playing Jeskai Convoke. Now that
Control.
Control, yeah, exactly, not Convoke, Control. And you know Tobia, right, Simon?
Yes, yeah, so Tobia is one of these like online Magic players coming from the arena era of online Magic, has been playing in the set championships that we saw during the COVID era. Played in 3 of those, then qualified for 2 Pro Tours as well, and played in the Arena Championship 7 very recently. So Tobia is known for being a control master online and has been qualifying for all of these events over and over again. Really is looking for that big break at the big tournament stage. But in order to do that, you need to keep qualifying, and so that is what Tobia has in mind for this tournament. Bringing Jeskai Control seems to be a reasonably well-positioned deck in the field at the moment, and this is Tobia's take here. Still running the Marang River regions, the Rediscover the Way, 4 copies of Besa here. Not too many interesting things here, except for getting in 3 steps ahead into this deck. Tobia certainly want to like his hard counter Magic.
Love to see it. 3 temporary lockdowns, 1 day of judgment, so we do have some board wipes to deal with all the aggro that we have been seeing around. If we can take a look now at the other list from Florian, EZ Prowess. I mean, we have seen this deck all over the weekend. It was not only the most represented deck day 1, but also day 2 with a 55% win rate on day 1. So amazing stats there from EZ Prowess.
Yes, certainly a challenge for anyone who's paired into this most popular deck here is going to put up a good performance, and then we see Florian Lindhout's take on this deck. Florian has been playing competitive Magic since 2017 and is also looking for that PT invite here at XN1 currently in the tournament. Interesting notes about Florian's list is the 2 copies of Torch the Tower in the main deck for these like red mirror matches against Mono Red and against Izzet. They're not going to be very good here into the control matchup. So that's something that Florian is going to hope they don't show up in the game 1, so you can convert those into different cards. 3 copies of stock up here, quite reliant on this as a card advances engine to pull him ahead, even if the first wave of creatures are answered.
I've been very impressed with stock up all weekend long. This card is very impressive, and I'm excited to see how these matches plays out as our players get ready. And hello everyone watching, either on YouTube or Twitch, or maybe even watching the VOD in the future. Welcome, and thank you for spending your Sunday with us. Exciting Magic all weekend long, and I hope you've been enjoying the show.
Yeah, the most notable thing to pay attention to in that deck list for the matchup here is the 4 copies of Slickshot Show Off here. This is the card you can plot. So whenever Tobia passes with mana up, you can just spend your mana, but not put anything into play, which means that Tobia doesn't get to spend his mana.
Ooh.
And then whenever he taps out for something big, that's when you can play out your show-offs and potentially deal 20 damage in 1 single turn.
I never trust a plotted show-off, because I know the next turn is going to be a rough one. We have here our players starting, and looks like Tobia having to take a mulligan here.
Tobia, of course, one of our 8-0 players from yesterday.
Swiss Spear, damage already.
That's I've never seen that artwork on Swiss Spear before.
I think it's a secret lair one.
Oh.
So surveilling the 3 steps ahead to the graveyard.
It looks more like some sort of a game store promo.
Oh, maybe it is.
Yeah, coming in here, because it's still the Tarkir theme on the artwork, you see.
That's true.
And is that a plotted show-off? That is. So that's our card to keep an eye on. Tobia now is going to try to make sure that he doesn't tap out and leave himself vulnerable to that if his life total gets too low. And of course, the way this Jeskai control deck works, it's not as much of a classic control deck where you always have mana up. You're going to need to tap out at some point to deploy, for instance, your card advantage spells or your sweepers. But Florian just goes ahead right now and plays out this Slickshot Show-Off. I wonder if that means that there's Spell Pierce in Florian's hand here, as he takes 1 damage from the Shivan Reef. Do note that the Verge showing for Florian here is not actually producing blue mana at the moment. So Tobia takes this opportunity while there's no blue mana available to get rid of this show off, and Florian's most important card just got dealt with. But here's another one of those extremely important cards in this Cory Steel Cutter.
That's true. There's also Monstrous Rage in hand.
There's no third land though for Florian, so might actually want to take the land instead of the Steel Cutter, just to be able to progress the game plan more. I think there's a stock up in Florian's hand.
Stock up, a great way to find what you need.
They're different blue card, seems.
So taking 1 damage here again for another Swiss Spear, and going to go to combat here, Monstrous Rage, and we are going to deal a bunch of damage.
Yeah, a bunch here being 8 damage. It's interesting how this played out, where the second Swiss Spear wasn't played before the sleight of hand, despite having the red mana available. And I wonder what Florian had in mind for this. It's possible that there were a number of different cards that could be drawn, or the fact that Florian just didn't have that third land and would rather prioritize the opportunity to play Monstrous Rage rather than developing another Swiss Spear alongside the Slickshot show-off into a potential temporary lockdown.
And looks like Tobia going down to 13 points of life. This deck does have ways to gain life.
Yeah, the Lightning Helix putting him back up to 22 and then taking 9 damage? I guess it must be then.
Put to 21, I believe.
Ah, okay, sure. Yeah, because the Swiss Spear attacked twice. Yeah, that makes sense, yes. So that all worked out. And then the 8 damage coming in. So now, another Lightning Helix here. I played in the main phase. Pretty important with these burn spells against this Prowess deck is to play them in your main phase when you can, when the Prowess deck is tapped out, because it's so easy for the Prowess player to pump up the toughness of their creatures by just playing instant speed spells.
Stock up, look at
this. So the punishment for doing things in the main phase is that now you allow Florian to play the stock up, which I believe was just top decked actually, and refuel some gas here. I think there might be a Hearth Elemental going into Florian's hand. So not much pressure here for Florian, but maybe with a lot of ways to grind, also a Stormchaser's Talent, which will be able to get back that stock up as we get further into this game. So Tobias's plan currently of just trying to 1-for-1 Florian is not really working out that well, but here we see the creatures that are going to matter a ton for Tobia, the Beza and the Shiko.
This Beza gaining 4 life, no fish, no treasure.
Yeah, no card draw.
It's a good creature, 4/5.
It's good. Yeah, so the advantage of getting a Beza down is that your counterspells get so much better when you have a blocker down. Because normally when the control player is just being passive, the Prowess player can also decide when to time their spells around whatever counterspells and just attack with some small creatures, dealing a little bit of damage. Like, essentially, the Prowess player gets to have control of the game if the control player is just playing passive. Having a Beza in play all of a sudden means that the Prowess player has to actively act first in order to break through this 4/5, and that's when the control cards get much more effective.
Absolutely, Simon, and we see there that Swiss Spear attacking.
It's a 2/3 right now, but it can grow to like larger than Beza if it is blocked. And Tobia knows this, did the math on how much damage Monstrous Rage is, and this Swiss Spear is now coming in for 6. I say 6/5, I believe. So yeah, that if the Beza had blocked, that would have been eaten, but that did not happen. And Tobia back down to 12.
A lot of damage coming through every turn. This deck is very aggressive and showing why it did so well. Now there's a land, unfortunately it's tapped, so no Shiko yet.
No, but that's okay, because you can keep up your counter magic this turn. And now we have the scenario that I described earlier, where Florian can't really do anything proactive. He can't just like attack with his creatures and then not play any spells into the counter magic, because the Beza is standing in the way of that. If Florian wants to break through, he has to proactively play spells here. And he is able to play this Stormchaser's Talent, which Tobia might just let resolve. And then if he goes for the Hearth Elemental, Tobia has the counterspell. So instead we see this attack here, and this allows Florian to burst lightning to get rid of the Beza. So Tobia just goes ahead and blocks the auto token. And if Florian just goes for this burst lightning right now, which he's kind of priced into doing, that's when you see the counter spells completely shine, essentially dealing with 2 cards from Florian at once.
And looks like that's going to happen.
Or Tobia might just let this resolve. Interesting. So this is the patience of a control player. figuring out that if there actually is a monstrous rage, a second rage in Florian's hand here, or a third one I guess it would be, then you get completely blown out if you counter this burst lightning. So instead just being happy to trade off with this other token and keep up your counter magic.
Showing off the control mage. And now Chico into...
Lightning Helix also hitting the other token. Can't go for the Swiss Spear here, even though it's just a 2-3, because if Florian had an Opt or even a Monstrous Rage, you would get completely blown out by that.
Playing around everything, Chico also 4-5, so a big creature with Vigilance.
But this is giving Florian the opening to resolve that draw 2 spell of the Hearth Elemental.
Yeah, no discard because there's no cards, so let's just draw 2 for free. And that is also pretty discounted because there's quite a bit of instants and sorceries in the graveyard.
The way Florian tapped here. Oh, actually, no, there's a mountain, so the Verge is tapping for blue mana at the moment. So this is all good. And actually, the Swiss Spear is going to be a 5-power creature, so it can attack straight through the Chico if you play out the Sleight of Hand and this third copy of Stormchaser's Talent. And now that Florian is hitting land drops, these talents are starting to be a problem for Tobia, who needs to find some sort of way to get rid of them, probably in the form of Temporary Lockdown.
Temporary Lockdown would be brutal here for Florian. So there's the third talent attacking there with the Swiss Spear.
Putting Tobia down to 6 life. Florian kind of out of gas though, but can just get back a Monstrous Rage from the graveyard for next turn if he so wants to.
So we do have stock cap in hand, so we might try to find something like that Temporary Lockdown, attacking first with that Vigilance 4-5.
If we actually are also at a position where if Tobia wanted to, can use this 3 steps ahead to counter a spell and then copy Chico, getting back a Lightning Strike. Or you can just copy it right now. So of course Chico is legendary, so the token will just die, but essentially this way you get to play a Lightning Helix from the graveyard, kill off that Swiss Spear while Florian is tapped out and you can't get blown out from this. Gaining your life back up. Definitely Tobia is looking at getting his life total in a position where he is comfortable, and I think he has this change the equation in hand, so it's totally fine against most spells that Florian could play, and has his own stock up to try and look for this Temporary Lockdown.
And this 4-mana Helix was not that bad, so we do have now...
Whoa, this is a Cory Steelcutter that is just resolving from Tobias Dissiding that resolve, and I think he's trying to aim to change the equation on that Hearth Elemental.
Yep.
Making a prowess token, and this is the thing that Tobia wanted to counter, because he's looking to stock up trying to find Temporary Lockdown. That is his game plan at this moment. So he doesn't care that the Cory Steelcutter got to resolve here. The prowess token can't even attack through the big body of Chico. And if you look at Florian's life total, these Stormchaser's talents are pretty good into the late game, but Florian might not get to the late game because it doesn't take that long for the Chico to win the game.
That's true, 4 damage at a time. That is going to finish the game quite quickly. Let's see if the stock up can find that Temporary Lockdown. 3 mana, let's see. Maybe we can find a Beza.
Yeah, there's a lot. It doesn't need to be locked down for the game to for Florian to be in a good position. There's a lockdown, and there is a second Chico as well. So that can. There's no more Lightning Helixes in the graveyard, so you can't shorten the clock. And you might just, but you might still go for it, so you can. Use it with stock up, try to look for another Lightning Helix and finish the game just next turn if you need to. But I guess you don't even need to at this point because you have the Temporary Lockdown. Yeah. Everything is cleared up and...
Oh wow, look at this. Everything goes except Chico.
Yeah, you saw this game plan from Tobia like pan out totally. There was the turn where he declined to counter anything, then the turn where he didn't spend his counter magic to keep his Beza alive, instead just trading off the Beza and that burst lightning, playing around the second Monstrous Rage very beautifully, using his 3 steps ahead just as a Lightning Helix when the moment was right for it and Florian was tapped out. Like, this is just, there's a lot of like careful play there, doing that, planning to use change the equation to counter the Hearth Elemental, because that's the one card that didn't get hit by Lockdown, and then stock up finding Lockdown. Like, everything was just pure perfect planning. This is like the, you know, when the villain has this master plan of interlocking things that needs to go right, and it all works out. And this is the moment where
I mean, to be an Appy here showing off great mastery of this Jeskai control deck that I have to say has been doing quite well here in the tournament. Now we do have here the sideboard from Tobias' side. What do you think might enter against the Easy Prowess deck, Simon?
Yeah, so it's possible that these authority of the consoles come in. We have seen them in the past from certain control players, but we've also seen them be quite bad into the prowess deck. So I'm not sure if Tobias wants to have them or not. It's possible it could be a play draw thing where it does help you keep yourself alive against specifically the Chorus Steel Cutter and the haste creatures that it provides. Other than that, you could potentially board into Shanna's Tidebinder. It can be quite backbreaking to counter the trigger ability from Stormchaser's Talent. Either just stopping the Otter, of course, but even the 4-mana ability to recur a instant sorcery, you can counter that with the Tidebinder.
And it's a 3/2, so very nice card as well, entering in a lot of side boards. And we have Ghost Vacuum there, which is the most played card of the tournament.
Yes. That is, the chat guessed correctly. A bunch of people were aiming for Ghost Vacuum as the most played card, and that is indeed indeed the one, because like every single deck just plays 1 or 2 copies, and that just adds up to a ton of copies in the field. Kind of unintuitive. Also, to change the equation, of course, is going to come in, and maybe also the negates here from Tobias. I wonder if he's going to take out the 3 steps ahead, as those counterspells might be too clunky, especially in the faces of spell piercers from the prowess deck.
That's true. We will see what Tobias will do. Now let's take a look at Florian's sideboard here with the Easy Prowess that just lost the game. What can we have? We saw the Barrage that was pretty good against Chico and Beza. What else do you think might enter in this matchup? Yeah,
this is the one matchup where the Barrage is just actually really good and lining up perfectly against all these blue or white 5 toughness creatures. On top of that, we also have the 3 copies of Sunspine Links. We can see how dangerous this card can be for the Jeskai control player, as they have a ton of non-basic lands and wants to protect their life total. And then the 3 copies of Spell Pierce also coming in. They should line up quite nicely. There's 1 copy of Spell Pierce in the main deck, so this allows Florian to go up to the full 4 copies of this card. And this means that Tobias has to be quite worried about this combination of cards, where he kind of wants to bring out some of his more clunky, expensive non-creature spells, such as the 3 steps ahead, but then he has fewer answers for the Sunspine Links. And this is where the
open deck list.
This is where the open deck list. Well, I was specifically thinking of Tishana's Tidebinder.
Oh, yeah.
Comes in as a very important card, as that is an answer to the links that cannot get spell pierced.
Oh, I see. Very good. So let's see how players decide to sideboard. Again, we are currently in round 11 of the regional championship here in Bologna. Things are starting to get very interesting because we do have 14 rounds of Swiss. So at this point, players are starting to think, can I make it into the top 8? Can I make it into the Pro Tour? Top 36 gets access to that Pro Tour invite, which I know a lot of players are looking forward. We have players on the interviews that say, it would be my first time on the Pro Tour. I would love it. We have players that are often in the Pro Tour, so love to see new talent as well. And Simon, did you ever went to the Pro Tour and saw people from these regional championships that you actually covered the match of, or it didn't happen yet?
It hasn't happened yet, because the last RC I covered in Prague, that queued for Pro Tour Vegas, which is coming up in a couple months or so. So I haven't met these players yet, but I am looking forward to see especially all the Danes that qualified for that event. We're not sadly going to have any Danes qualifying from this regional championship because none of them made day 2. Shout out to the Danes though for showing up and doing their thing.
Doing their best. I mean, it's okay. It can not always go right, but excited to see also how Vegas is going to turn out. That's quite an interesting event. It's also going to be standard, right, Simon?
Yes, it is. Yeah, a lot of standards going on, and this RC, being the first of a series of regional championships, is really going to set the meta game for the upcoming events. And I'm sure people who are playing the American RC are waking up early to watch us here and seeing, studying the format throughout these feature matches, seeing how the metagame pans out and maybe informing their deck choice.
It's probably very early in America, so let us know if you are watching from America or not, or where you are watching from. I'm always curious to know, and players are getting ready here for game number 2, now with the Easy Prowess player Florian on the play.
It's 6:30 in New York, so
Oh wow, that's early.
Yeah, maybe no American players quite yet. But if you are there, please let out a big woo wherever you're sitting. I promise you we can't hear you, but we can feel your energy.
And players shuffling in. Let's see if any of them needs to take a mulligan. And
That's Tobias taking a mulligan right there.
yeah. This Jeskai control, especially against the Florian, is it prowess on the play, needs to do quite maybe a bit of a more aggressive mulligan, Simon? What do you think? To try to find temporary lockdown or some answers early on?
Yeah, you at least need to make sure that you have a solid hand. Like you have to have something to do on turn 2, and you ideally also would like to have some sort of catch-up mechanic on turn 3. On the play, you're much more like, it's much more reasonable to keep a hand that's just lightning helix and stock up, but on the draw, that type of hand becomes a lot more dubious, especially if it has a questionable mana base. And here we see just a big stack of elks here in Tobias' hand. I thought there was 3 bases, one of them going to the bottom. And that's a catch-up mechanic if I ever saw one.
That's true. That's a great card. We saw a lot of fish this tournament.
Ooh, I think Tobias doesn't have any red mana right now. Oh, he does. That's a Sunpillar Verge. Okay.
So let's see what Florian does here. There is an opt in hand. And let's go for it. Or, oh, first let's have another Storm Chase talent.
Yeah, this is a nice start. The Storm Chaser's talent, being a prowess creature that also triggers prowess, is quite important for these decks to function. Because usually the issue with these decks is that you need a certain amount of creatures to be able to like function, because otherwise you can't deal damage if you don't have a creature. But then the issue is that if you have too many creatures, well, they don't trigger each other, and you just end up with a bunch of 1/1s. But having Cory Steelcutter and Storm Chaser's talent as your prowess creatures that also trigger prowess themselves is absolutely massive for why this deck is doing so well into the metagame at the moment.
I love to see these new cards making an impact. Now Sleight of Hand, taking damage here, and this deck does have quite a bit of pain lands.
Big choice there. Do you take the Spell Pierce or the other Spell Pierce? Orion says, I'm just going to pick one of these. I don't know what to do.
I think he made the wrong choice, to be honest, Simon.
No, I think that was the exact right choice. And actually, Florian, I think, is pretty disappointed to hit the Spell Pierce here, because there's no blue mana, no third land. Could use that Burst Lightning just to point at Tobias' face for essentially 4 more damage, but not very impressive here. And here's the temporary lockdown.
Wow, so bye-bye.
Look at how Tobias sequencing his lands, by the way, making sure to play out the basic before the non-basic land, even though he doesn't represent red mana at the moment, just preserving his life total against the future Sunspine links, possibly.
2 mana, the Cory Steelcutter makes an appearance. 1 mana, we have the opt, so let's make a little monk and attach it to the Cory Steelcutter. Let's cry.
All right, so having that mountain there was huge, a huge blow for Florian there, not being able to spell pierce the temporary lockdown, but did top take the 3rd land and can now try to cover it up with Cory Steelcutter. Tobias having currently no answer for the Steelcutter, and is just going to try and rely on this army of elks. I think there is, I think he had 3 bases in his opening hand, put 1 on bottom, and drew another one, because he has 4 copies in his deck in total. So yeah, quite rich on elks, but is that actually enough to deal with this Cory Steelcutter and this army of prowess creatures that can easily outgrow the size of Beza?
That's true. I mean, at least if one of your Beza dies, you have another one.
Yep. I wonder if Tobias is going to be much more proactive about just chucking this in front of a creature, even if it risks dying to a Monstrous Rage, just because of this precise interaction. I think he might be. You saw him last game be very careful about getting blown up by Monstrous Rage with his Beza, but I think his play pattern is going to become quite different for this game.
It's going to be interesting to see now. 1 mana Swiss Sphere that was kept on top from that opt. Now 1 mana, we have the Sleight of Hand.
Yes, so this will create 3 attackers, and they're all going to be at least 3 power. So he can combine that with Burst Lightning to take out Beza, which is... It's going to feel like a bit of a win for Florian if that happens. He's looking for a 4th land so he can also keep up Spell Pierce here, ideally. And he did find that. So it's going to feel like a win for Florian, but Tobias knows that that's actually perfect. If he can trade off his bases for 2 cards from the opponent, that's just going to be excellent at all times. So I think he will probably block... so all of these creatures are 2 power right now.
Yeah, blocking one of the monks.
Yes, so this means that even if there's a Monstrous Rage, the Beza would still trade off, but It is instead a Burst Lightning, and yeah, Tobias quite happy to see this trend, especially leaving up the Spell Pierce. It's not going to do anything against all these creatures. As we also saw that from the Omniscience players, just boarding into a bunch of creatures against decks that want to have negate a Spell Pierce against you. It's just quite powerful. Tobias' life total going down to 10.
But Beza.
The Beza just doesn't care. And there's a second Get Lost, I think, picked up here from Tobias. Now his hand is 2 Get Lost and 2 Bezas.
So this time Beza does make 2 fish tokens, gains 4 life. And I think that's it.
Massive card. And you see Florian there with just an Opt and a Spell Pierce. None of them very effective at this moment. That Spell Pierce had exactly 1 chance to be good in this game, and Florian didn't have the extra blue mana to pay for it. It's quite funny that even though this Prowess deck has like access to 16 dual lands or so, and it's playing 14 dual lands and 6 basics, its mana base is actually still kind of bad, because sometimes we saw a player earlier who couldn't do what he wanted to do because he didn't have 4 red. In this case, Florian couldn't do what he wanted to do because he didn't have double blue. But here's a stock up from the top, trying to pull Florian back into this situation, seeing if he can push through this army of elks and fish.
And let's see, I mean, Core Steel Cutter, Opt, Sleight of Hand, and Slick Shot Show Off are the cards revealed, plus a land. Florian gets to pick 2 of them. The other one go to the bottom in any order. So Sleight of Hand is one of the cards put away.
And these fish, of course, it's a cod and a bass.
How do you know that?
Yes, I learned some new fish names while I was on break. And so I was ready to cover more Beza action.
Oh my god.
So that's the second Core Steel Cutter picked up from Florian, and it might actually be the tools he needs to create an army that is wide enough to get around this Beza. At the moment, these creatures can't quite attack. He hasn't found a Monstrous Rage yet. He can pick up this Shivan Reef and represent either another Spell Pierce or another Opt here. So these creatures are going to be able to attack as 4 power each. I wonder if Florian is happy enough with that situation. Maybe banking on Tobias wanting to not block with the Beza to play around Monstrous Rage. Oh, but you didn't even pick the land there. Yeah, okay, that's fair. Just picked a Slick Shot Show Off to set up for later. Florian trying to win in the air here. And now Tobias happy to just pass the turn when his 2 copies of Get Lost in hand.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh, and it changed the equation.
Change the equation, Get Lost, and Beza.
Oh, this Lithomantic Barrage is nice for Florian. It's not going to be as nice as he thinks it is because of that 3rd Beza looming. But yeah, this is a... This Core Steel Cutter is going to warrant a counterspell, change the equation showing up at the exact right time to stop the second Steel Cutter. Because this is a way where Florian could go quite wide around what Tobias is doing in a couple of turns.
Things could get dicey, so that is countered. Now one more mana.
Opportunity to do Lithomantic Barrage here, generating another Monk token here. And this is a big attack that Tobias can't actually defend himself from, because the fishes are just not very impressive. This is a 2/2 Monk. Coming in with the Steel Cutter, and then the other prowess creatures are 3 power each. So you could potentially line up 2 fish against the Steel Cutter Monk. I think that might be what he's trying to do. Or you could also just do this to save some life points.
Yeah, probably using Get Lost potentially.
I wonder, I think he's not going to try to use Get Lost unless he's prompted, which is why I actually really would have loved to see the 2 fish block the Monk token, because that way you get around Spell Pierce. But it's possible he's just going to use the Get Lost at end of turn. Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. You use the Get Lost now, and expecting it to get Spell Pierced anyways, you don't want to cast it before damage, because then the Spell Pierce will be another prowess trigger.
That's true.
And you also open up the opportunity for Florian to play Monstrous Rage. So instead, as a control player, it's often better to just take the damage and then play your removal spells at end of turn.
Great lesson, Simon, for everyone watching.
Now Florian has to think, is it even worth it to Spell Pierce this one now? And says, no, I think I can get a better Spell Pierce later. That's quite a dicey decision against a control player who's going to be hyper aware of what's going on. But I wonder if this is expecting a Shiko to come down and using the Spell Pierce to counter whatever Shiko brings back. But here's another land from Tobia, allowing him to play Beza and still keep up that last get lost here.
So that Beza...
Even drawing a card, and that's a Shiko.
Wow, that's a good draw.
Wow, okay, 2 fish are coming in. That's a mackerel and a whale.
Clownfish. A clownfish.
A clownfish, yes, yes, from Finding Nemo.
Yay.
Okay, it's a mackerel and a clownfish.
Okay, so we are plotting here the slick shot show off.
Right, and this is an into the flood maw. I wonder if you just do this to bounce the Beza and you can actually attack for so much damage and then use the Spell Pierce on that Get Lost.
I love that.
I think this is not in... I think this is too much damage for Tobia to survive.
It might be, so let's see. That also making another monk?
Exactly,
oh
yeah.
God, how
so
big
all
are
of these,
monks?
well, not that big. They're all 2/2s.
Okay.
But the Opt could potentially do more damage here. So it's actually not that much damage. This is an attack for 11. And if Tobia doesn't spring the Get Lost immediately, then... so if Tobia goes for Get Lost right now, then you can Spell Pierce, and that's a lot more damage being generated. Or Tobia could just try and go for double blocking one of these monks. It seems like it's just 1 fish on each monk here. Letting Florian go for the Opt now to deal more damage, and this allows Tobia to go for the Get Lost. I think this makes sense from Florian's perspective. But it does mean that actually not that much more damage is dealt. It's actually less damage than it was before.
I think a Lynx was the top.
Oh, okay, so the damage you deal here actually quite important. This is going to be 6 damage coming through with these monks after the Slick Shot show off, which is a 5/2, is getting hit by the Get Lost. Which I assume is what's going to happen. I don't know if Tobia has any other plans with this Get Lost.
Yeah, Get Lost there on the Slick Shot.
So 6 damage. Putting Tobia down to 7. And I can see why you can't double block a monk here, because if Florian does go for this play, you can't Get Lost the monk that is being double blocked. You have to do that on the Slick Shot to not die. So yeah, this makes a lot of sense from Florian. Now draws another land. Can either go Shiko or Beza for the, 4th time this game?
Yeah,
Beza draws a card, still gains 4 life, gains 2 fish. What an impressive card, honestly. Making it quite...
What are these fish, Simon?
That's a knockdown!
Oh, wow.
What? What an incredible top deck. Of course, these fish, I don't have to name them because they're going away. But it's a... But it is a sardine and I guess another sardine because they always travel in packs.
But they are gone. And that was a great top deck there for Tobia from that Beza, rewarding playing the Beza instead of Shiko. And now we do have Florian with access to the Lynx, which is going to be quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, can you imagine like the Lynx that says you can't gain life? How impactful that would have been with these bases coming down, gaining 16 life combined.
That's true, Beza already won 16 life, that's crazy. So
and that's exactly what's keeping Tobia alive here.
How much damage is it? 5, right?
It's 5 damage and 3 the other way, not to ignore. Like, Florian being at 11 life here is definitely not irrelevant, especially as the Shiko will come down and potentially Get Lost on this Lynx, attack for 4 with Beza, and threatening lethal already in 2 turns.
Okay.
And Tobias is thinking, is there actually a big reason for me to play this safely? Should I play my Shiko to get a stock up or just clear off this Lynx? What are the game plans here? Do I get punished if I just make this play? But it does play around Spell Pierce right now. It does have 7 lands, actually 8 lands right now. So might just go for a stock up. No. Going to push damage here. Asking Florian, I think you have a Spell Pierce in hand. You have represented it this entire game. If you have Spell Pierce in hand, I dare you to top deck something relevant. That's the Spell Pierce, remember, that Florian kept in hand earlier, allowing his Monastery Swift Spear to die. He had a plan for it, but Tobia also had a plan for making that card useless. And let's see if he can top deck anything that keeps him alive. It's another land, and that is 8 damage represented from the control deck.
Wow.
It only took 4 bases to control the game here for Tobia, pushing him up to 10-1, and that should be, as well, most likely a PT invite, another one for Tobia here.
What a game. Congratulations here to Tobia with Jeskai Control winning this game here in round 11. So what a great spot for Tobia to be in after 11 rounds of Magic. Simon, I see that you chose Jeskai Control as your deck for the weekend, and Tobia is not letting you down.
Absolutely. I mean, I knew. Come on, look at these cards. They have 5 toughness. That's so much toughness.
Okay, but I have to ask after this match, Beza or Chico?
Or you can't let me choose. What? I have 2 kids. You can't make me choose.
Beza does make fish, so...
Yeah, and I've run out of names to give the fish, so...
Beza feeds your family, draws you cards, makes you treasures. I mean, just a great card.
That's true. Beza is kind to me, but I think... maybe I'm just one for toxic relationships. I think I'm just for Beza, for Chico.
Okay, yeah. I get it.
It doesn't matter that Beza is doing everything he can to help me out whenever I'm down. Chico just comes down and does whatever, and that's what I'm for.
That's true, but what a game here. Congratulations once again to Tobia, our winner here for round 11, and we are going to see more Magic. But before that, Simon, I want to ask you, from Tarkir, what's your favorite card?
What's my favorite card?
From Tarkir.
Wait, what? I can't keep repeating myself. It's, of course, Cory Steelcutter. Cory Baumeister Steelcutter.
It was the most played card from Tarkir.
No, my favorite card from Tarkir is obvious. I think it's actually Rediscovered the Way. I think that card is really cool.
I love that one. Let us know in the chat what's your favorite card from Tarkir, but of course, let's get the interview here with Tobia and Maria.
Here I am with the winner of this feature match, Tobia Napi with Jeskai Control.
Yeah.
So congratulations on your win.
Thank you very much.
We met yesterday. How do you feel today?
I feel really good. I slept the number of hours. Yeah.
Rest.
I'm rested. The day didn't start really well because I lost the first one, but then I managed to win 2 in a row, so I'm feeling great. Yeah.
Okay, that's good. That's good. So you've played against EZ Prowess, which is the most popular deck at the regional championship. Did you expect it? How did you prepare against it?
Absolutely. I mean, as I always say to everyone that's asking me about the deck, it's good matchup against this deck is the main reason to play Jeskai. Right. So we expected and hoped to face a lot of these decks, and it went really well.
So instead of joining the Cory Steelcutter bandwagon, you decided to counter it.
Yeah, exactly. to try to beat it as well.
Well, it's working well for you.
Yeah. I mean, the day is still long in my mind, but yeah, as I said, one match at a time, try to stay focused and play well.
Exactly. That's a very good approach, right? To stay just calm, focused on the game, one by one, and hopefully you'll get there.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah.
What would it mean to you, by the way, to make top 8?
I mean, it would mean a lot because lately I had a lot of missed opportunities, like losing the last ones, being the first one out of a qualification by breakers and stuff. So it feels good to, I've worked really hard on this format, and feels good to, being rewarded.
Exactly.
Because in the end, it's still a card game. So sometimes the variance is not on your side, and you just lose, and you can't do anything about it. But in this weekend, I mean, everything is going well. Yeah.
Far so good.
Yeah.
Well, the best luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Back to the booth.
Thank you so much, Maria and Tobia, for the interview. Looking forward to seeing more from you this tournament, and hopefully this time the breakers are on your side and you are able to get that Pro Tour qualification. We are rooting for you, but we are ready for more action here for round 11. We do have a backup feature match. We're going to see Alexandro playing Mono Red Aggro versus Adrian playing Boros Monument.
Yeah, so Alessandro that we just saw last round actually in the feature match, he was at X1 playing against the Azorius artifact deck from January and losing that one. Now again, straight into another brew. Boros Monument from Adrian Martin here. There are two Monument players in Day 2. They seem to be on the exact same 75, so they might have been teammates. One of them lost out earlier, but Adrian Martin had a tough road here, has won her first 2 rounds today. Last round beat Jean-Emmanuel Depras on the mere mid-range, knocking the former world champion out of the tournament. And now Adria set his sight on the trophy.
And I want to know more about this deck, Simon. The Boros Monument by Adrian Martin. I haven't seen this deck all weekend long. Monument is a fairly new card from Etherdrift. And what is this deck all about? Some discarding synergies?
Yes, so this is when we say Monument, it is Monument to Endurance. The entire deck is built around this card. Whenever you discard a card, you have some choice. Draw a card, create a treasure, or each opponent loses 3. You can't keep doing it. You have to choose a new thing if you're triggering it multiple times in the same turn. The main combo of this deck is Phyrexian Dragon Engine. It says when it comes into battlefield from your graveyard, you discard your hand if you do draw 3 cards. If you use Recommission or Helping Hand to get your Phyrexian Dragon Engine back, that's a very cheap way to get it into play.
Oh, yeah.
It becomes a 3/3 double strike. You discard your hand, triggering Monument of all 3 modes if you had 3 cards in hand. And there's just like a lot of things going on. I tried out a deck yesterday. I had 4 Monuments in play and unearthed the Phyrexian Dragon Engine, putting 12 triggers on his back.
Oh, wow.
Quite impressive. Drew me into a Guardian of New Benalia, and then on the opponent's turn, I discarded 1 card and just lightning bolted my opponent 4 times. And so I dealt 24 damage over the course of 2 turns.
I love it. And this new Thursa looks like it was made right for this deck.
Yes.
Great inclusion here. Guardian of New Benalia, not only a great card for you to start attacking, you can also discard a card to give it indestructible until the end of the turn, so that also works pretty well with your Monument. So I'm excited to see more from this deck. A very nice inclusion here. Some cards are kind of like the Jeskai Oculus, but a very different build from it. Now, the Mono Red deck, we have seen it here before. We've seen it play against, as you said, that Artifact deck. Now, why do you think some players decided to bring Mono Red over Izzet Prowess, Simon?
I think a lot of it is just familiarity and not wanting to switch to a new deck without much experience with it. It has shown up that the Izzet Prowess decks are doing much better than the red decks, so I don't think that it's necessarily a power level thing, more so as a comfort thing into this field. But you could have been playing Mono Red for quite a while and learned all the ins and outs of this decks, which you could not have gotten to the same level of proficiency with Izzet Prowess. And so I believe that this is what led most players who are playing Mono Red to actually choose this deck. And we see here, this is the very classic list from Magic Online, also using Thursa Light Shatter, 4 copies, replacing essentially the Monastery Swift Spears that were before, and then also just has the classic, like 17 Mountains, all Rockface Village, and 2 Soulstone Sanctuary. The lands in this deck are quite good, and on turn 3, you are definitely going to get hit by some sort of hasty threat, because there's the Challengers, the Thursas, the Nemesis, and then the Heartfire Hero or Hired Claw combining with Rockface Village is also another way you can make a 3-power creature hasty on turn 3.
And do you think Thursa is a good inclusion for this deck, or more like an hype of the set just released kind of thing?
I'm suspicious that it's correct to play 4 copies of Thursa in this deck, but it does add a dimension where usually with this red deck, if you keep drawing lands, you just have no good top decks left, because none of your cards are that impactful by themselves. But if you have Thursa in your deck and you keep 2 lands in your hand, you can play the Thursa, discard 2 lands, draw 2 more spells, and then attack with it, get a random card from your graveyard to also get to play. So that's like, that can really swing a game if you top deck Thursa in the end game. So I think some number of them could add a dimension to this red deck that it didn't have before. We see here Adria starting with Elegant Parlor. This is game. This is the first game. Yes. Okay.
Oh, and putting Torch the Tower in the graveyard against red. That's an interesting choice there.
Yeah, I wonder if Adria is like trying to look for land drops, or maybe already has the removal spells he needs. Being on the play here, getting a Guardian of New Benalia down. This card you can discard a card to give it indestructible, which means it's quite hard to break through from Alessandro's side, and you also can't kill it. You can trade your removal spells for cards in Adria's hand.
Attacking here with the Heartfire Hero.
Alessandro just giving this a read. Alessandro, by the way, did play Pro Tour Murders of Karlov Manor last year, doing well at RC Lille to qualify for that, and is now looking for that second Pro Tour invite here in Bologna.
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, we do see the block here, and this is the Monster's Rage, putting the Hardfire hero up to 3 toughness, so it won't die to the Guardian, but the Guardian itself also won't die, and you did force Alessandro to play out that Monster's Rage. I really wonder if Adria has a Sheltered by Ghost in hand. That is the most important card for this matchup.
I believe I saw one.
Putting that on the Guardian of New Benalia, Alessandro has no way to get rid of it. And then you have your indestructible lifelinker, and it's just going to take over the game. We see the Guardian still being tapped. I think that's just Adria not bothering to untap it because he knows it's going to attack in just a second. Putting yet another 3-drop into the graveyard. And yeah, this Sheltered by Ghost is just completely brutal.
I mean, and this now 3-power creature is starting to gain some life for Adria as well.
Yeah, and poor Alessandro was preparing for a host of different matchups, and just meaning blue-white artifacts into Boros Monument. It's going to be up for a challenge here, trying to break through this deck. This game seems really hard to come back from, but the mono-red aggro deck can, with the Mice package, produce a ton of damage. So he's going to look to create a Manifold Mouse, create another thing to give double strike to, and then combine that with potentially a Hardfire hero, which can outgrow the lifelink from this Guardian of New Benalia.
Yep, so there it is, the Manifold Mouse, and Adria going to draw here, land on top. There's a couple of Fear of Missing Out.
There's a Recommission in hand. You could use that on the Screaming Nemesis, which is also such a great card against the red aggro decks.
There it is.
I think, did Alessandro keep a 1-lander, by the way? Or just...
He did.
Yeah, okay, and just didn't hit the second
stop land right now.
Okay, I see. Yep. Yeah, I guess that was also a thing that was going on in this game that I didn't even pay attention to because of all the other cool things that are happening. Oh, and this is enlisting Guardian of New Benalia.
Look at that life gain. That is insane.
Yeah, so enlisting it means that Adria gets to scry 2 as he does this, and then the power from the Screaming Nemesis gets transferred on top of that Guardian of New Benalia.
So now it's 6-power lifelink.
With 7.
Oh, yeah.
that's quite impactful. So you can only enlist creatures that can attack, so you couldn't just play this Fear of Missing Out and use that to enlist. And he's actually, it's a tap land, so can't even play the Fear of Missing Out. But yeah, this is perfect. And actually, the chance of racing this card is just becomes, it just is impossible. Like, how are you supposed to do this as the red deck?
Simon, are we seeing the life totals correct? Is the player that's playing against mono red aggro at 27 life?
Yes, indeed. That's the power of Sheltered by Ghosts.
I love that card.
Wow, this is just beautiful to see. And like, yeah, Alessandro can't even go for a plan of like trying to run Adria out of cards in hand, because like, it's just always going to have an extra card, and you have to pay 2 mana for everything you try to kill this with. It's just brutal, and it's not even the monument part of the deck. It's just the combination of Sheltered by Ghost and Guardian of New Benalia. What a wonderful thing to see.
Guardian of New Benalia MVP. 3 mana available for Alexander that is probably thinking, how am I going to deal with this?
Adria looks almost bored, like, come on, can we go to the next game, please? You know this is over.
And for Alessandro playing mono red here, usually you expect to go against the Boros Monument deck, maybe when you are first or second round, 0-1.
I mean, I wouldn't.
And here 8-2.
I would think that you wouldn't expect it at all. But yeah, it's true. Like these decks that he's been meeting is more of a like early day 1 situation. I wonder what the plan is here. Just passing the turn, trying to Burst Lightning. Yes, okay, this makes sense. So going to Burst Lightning and pay for ward. When New Benalia, Guardian of New Benalia activates its ability, it does get tapped. So this relieves some of the pressure here. But here's a Torch the Tower for that Manifold Mouse. Fear of Missing Out, just drawing a card. You don't have to discard anything in order to get to draw.
8 damage.
And here's 4 more damage from that Screaming Nemesis.
And Alessandro down to 6 life.
Yeah, so you can, even if you draw a land, you could do the same play again with Lightning Strike on the Guardian of New Benalia. But the issue is you're just losing to the other creatures. I wonder if there's even if there is, yeah, I think there is Delirium here. Enchantment, creature, instant, and sorcery in the graveyard for Adria. So this fear of missing out is also going to be an issue, especially as it can untap that Guardian of New Benalia, which will then be able to enlist another thing and just attack for so much damage.
Congratulations for Adria for winning this game 1 here of this match. And honestly, love this deck. It's a very interesting one. Now, looking at the sideboard, because this is an open deck list. And Simon, I was thinking that, first let's take a look at sideboard actually. So Adria here, Pyroclasm, Chandra, Destroy Evil, Get Lost, Soul Partition, Lauren, Ghost Vacuum. What do you think might enter against the mono-red aggro?
So the Pyroclasms are going to be excellently positioned, and then you also would like the Get Lost and probably the Soul Partitions. Essentially, you want to just not get blown out by huge double-striking mice, and you want as many answers to that as you can. But really, I don't think Adria needs to sideboard very much, because his deck is already quite well set up for this matchup with the 3 copies of Sheltered by Ghost in his main deck. The only, essentially, we see that there's no 4th copy of Sheltered by Ghost, and that tells me that Adria already thinks this matchup is so good that you wouldn't want the most, like the best, most powerful sideboard card you could have. By the way,
it's so good because it doesn't hit only creatures, so it can also be good in other matchups.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's obviously it has a bunch of like weaknesses, like against nowhere to run from the pixie lists. The ward doesn't work, so that card is pretty bad there. Against the Jeskai Oculus decks, it does have some. It's actually pretty good in that matchup. But if you play against the control decks, it's going to be a complete blank. And against Domain, etc., there's a lot of like matchups where it's going to be quite poor. But just the fact of like how much it changes in these red matchups. You just get the free wins whenever you draw the Sheltered by Ghost with anything that is a good target for it. And having free wins in a long tournament like this is quite powerful.
And let's see what Alessandro here, mono red player, is bringing on the sideboard and what ways he has to disrupt what the Boros Monument deck is doing. What do you think, Simon? Sunfire Links, Case of Crimson Pulse, Frenzy, Torture Tower, Barrage.
The barrages certainly are tempting to bring in to deal with the Sheltered by Ghost. The issue is that it actually doesn't work because the only white creature that can be targeted by Sheltered by Ghost is Guardian of New Benalia, which will then be indestructible from Barrage. So, and you can't even do it at instant speed to tap it down. So actually, it's even though you just lost to Sheltered by Ghost, and normally Barrage is great against Shelter decks, it actually doesn't work in this matchup. And oftentimes a great target for the Sheltered by Ghost is on a Screaming Nemesis, which is that if you want to kill it, there's going to be life-linking damage the Screaming Nemesis is going to deal as well.
Torture Tower is a good card because it exiles, right?
Yeah, so it still doesn't work against Guardian of New Benalia because it deals damage, and then if it would die, it gets exiled instead, so still doesn't work. So actually it doesn't really have that many answers to the problems that the Monument deck is presenting. And I think, honestly, for Alessandro, you should try and look at the deck list and figure out the other cards that are good against you and try to beat those, and hope the Sheltered by Ghost doesn't show up, because you just don't have the tools to actually combat this card.
That's true. Definitely not a matchup that Alexandro was waiting for or expecting to face in this regional championship, especially at 8-2, Simon. And I have to say, yesterday we were talking off stream before we had the Grand Prix, and there were some buys. So if you played a lot at your local game store, or if you play these Grand Prix trials, you could get a buy. And not only could you sleep in the first couple of rounds, you would also dodge these kind of off-meta decks. But not here, not at 8-2.
Not the good off-meta decks, as apparently Blue-White Artifacts and this Boros Monument deck are.
They are very good, doing well here in the tournament. I love to see decks that are outside of our top 10 most played decks making it into our streams here so late on the days. That is always a good sign.
I really hope that we get to see the Monument part of this Boros deck. Hopefully this next game is not a Sheltered by Ghost blowout here, because the deck is actually quite cool. Essentially, it has the Monumentary Endurances, and even if they get dealt with, you can use Recommission to rebuy it. Recommission, not just working on creatures, also works on artifacts.
Ooh.
You can reanimate with that. And then it has 4 copies of the Microsynth Gardens in its mana base. This is the land that you can pay 3 mana to copy your Monument. And essentially the deck is is trying to get multiple copies of Monument in play, because that's when your discards get completely out of control.
You can start just bolting your opponent's face multiple times.
Exactly, yeah. Like you play a Tursa, discarding 2 cards, drawing 4 and making 2 treasure tokens. So you can play the cards that you drew off that. And then you play a Fear of Missing Out and you bolt the opponent twice, play a Guardian of Nubenalia, pass the turn, can do it all again on the opponent's turn. Guardian of Nubenalia, really the MVP of this deck and the whole reason that you're playing white in the first place.
Love to see it. We do see here our players ready for this game number 2 with Adria 1 game ahead. Starting with our Heartfire here on Alexandra's side, so great creature, but let's see if Adria has a way to deal with it. We do see the Torch the Tower.
Yeah, so, but he's actually going to wait. There's always the question whenever playing against red decks, are you going to immediately kill the hero so you play about Monster's Rage, or are you going to leave out the Torch the Tower so you can hit the 2-drop from the red side? And I think in general the conclusion is that you are supposed to wait and try to hit the 2-drop whenever you're on the draw so that you get this tempo advantage that is oh so important. And Alessandro here just priced into playing into this Torch the Tower, just hoping it isn't there, but Adria is ready with it, and you get to trade for this Ember Heart Challenger instead of killing the measly Heartfire hero. And that is a slammed Guardian of Nubenalia. I don't see a... Yeah, there's no Shelter by Ghost in hand. There's a second Nubenalia and a recommission, as well as, I think it's 2 copies of Screaming Nemesis. So that's an issue in and of itself in the matchup.
Yeah, so that Guardian of Benalia currently does not have Shelter by Ghost to remove anything.
I wonder if we're going to see the Guardian discarding the Screaming Nemesis and recommission to reanimate it so that it dodges Lightning Bolt and just becomes an even more fearsome blocker as a 4/4. And yes, I say blocker even though the card has haste. It is the most impactful in this red matchup on defense, making it so hard to attack through without giving up multiple cards. And here we see Tursa coming down, declining the discard, because Alessandro's hand is just that good.
How scared do you get when you see your mono-red player with 3 cards in hand declining to use Tursa's ability?
Certainly it's a bit tricky, and I love how Adria is thinking here, because if you are planning to do the play I just mentioned, discarding the Screaming Nemesis, you might as well block with your Guardian here and then take advantage of the Indestructible.
Yeah, just taking 3 damage.
And Alessandro is just confused. Like, why would he even consider blocking there? You're just throwing away a card for no value. But if you wanted it in the graveyard anyway, it can be quite nice.
Yeah, I mean...
Is that a Shelter from the top? Oh, it was.
Oh, it is.
No, we gotta see the exact same thing once again.
That's a good one. Getting Tursa attacking for 3.
All right, but this time the Heartfire hero does get to survive. So Alessandro can set up this thing with Manifold Mouse, essentially outpowering the life game from Adria. The issue is, of course, with this Screaming Nemesis getting enlisted as well. This is going to be 6 power of life gain every single turn. Yep. So it's not the easiest thing to break through.
4th land drop here for Alessandro. I
wonder if Alessandro brought in Sunspine links just for this issue, like just dealing with the life gain of Shelter by Ghost.
Yeah, it says players can gain life.
Right, there's his own Screaming Nemesis. So this one doesn't quite work out the way you want it against Guardian, because even if it blocks here, the Guardian can discard a card to gain Indestructible, and then it's still indestructible as the trigger from Screaming Nemesis tries to target it.
You can always deal damage face and then
then you stop the life gain. Yeah. So I wonder if Alessandro actually has even a shock. He just wants to point at his own Screaming Nemesis, just attacking for 4 here. And yeah, this is maybe the out that Alessandro has of stopping this situation. Now thinking, does he want to just shock his Screaming Nemesis right now, or wait for Adria to maybe commit to something like a haste creature plus enlisting it? Okay, so we might have a game here where Alessandro has found a way to shut off that life gain, and it's not that hard to race this Guardian of Nubenalia if Adria can no longer gain life. It's actually pretty easy, like Alessandro is winning that race.
Yep. And Adria here thinking, what is the best thing to do in the face of that Screaming Nemesis? Attacking 4-3 with life link. Looks like that happens.
Oh, looks like Alessandro does not have, or is at least not willing to use a shock on his own Screaming Nemesis while there's still a get loss being threatened by Adria.
Yep.
So just playing that Nemesis on defense, as we mentioned earlier. And I think there's a Manifold Mouse and a Burst. Okay, there is actually shock effects in hand. So Alessandro could have gone for that to prevent the life gain there, but deciding to play it carefully and maybe finding another way to trigger the Screaming Nemesis. I wonder if he's just attacking here, offering the trade, saying that it's actually kind of fine if we trade Nemesis here, because then I get to deal 3 damage to you and shut off the life gain forever.
Yeah, Screaming Nemesis is a very good card. For the rest of the game, he's a long time.
I guess he can't actually do that, though, because then Adria's Screaming Nemesis will also trigger and take out this Hardfire hero, leaving Alessandro with no creatures, and then you aren't winning that race anyways against this 3-2 Indestructible.
That is true.
Especially when Adria can recommission that Screaming Nemesis right back. So I wonder if the game plan here is to try and pump up the Rockface Village. Use the Rockface Village to pump up the Hardfire hero until it's at 4 toughness. It's a bit of a long game plan. You could also kick in the Burst Lightning to kill the Screaming Nemesis. Doesn't really accomplish what you want to accomplish. So I think Alessandro might just take the opportunity right here to spend his shock effect, taking out the life gain, and then see if he can break through the Screaming Nemesis in another way. But no, just saying pass here, doesn't want to play into that. By the way, I just want to like to commend Adria for not making the play where you're Screaming Nemesis last turn and then enlisting it. Essentially praying around that shock, where the only advantage of enlisting the Screaming Nemesis is to do a bit more damage and gain a bit more life. And if the life is not part of it, it's actually pretty bad for you to do this. So leaving it back on defense is just so much more impactful if you don't get the opportunity to gain life.
Showcasing a lot of experience with the deck. We love to see it.
All right, so there's a consideration here for how exactly do you attack into this situation. Also, there's Alessandro can actually okay, this looks like an attack with both. There's no enlisting here, just 3 and 3. Adria knowing that there's a second Screaming Nemesis coming down, so you have the opportunity to still have this blocker. And if this Nemesis that is in play gets blocked and traded with, it's even worse. Actually, Alessandro didn't even use the Rockface Village, so I do wonder if this is a plan of trying to Burst Lightning being kicked here as a way to answer the Screaming Nemesis. I'm quite curious what the exact game plan is in this spot.
So let's see what Alessandro blocks here and what Adria has in mind after this attack.
You can also block Screaming Nemesis onto the Guardian, and then in response to the ability, you could try to shock it. So essentially, you get to take 2 cards out of hand.
So Nemesis blocking Nemesis and Artfire Hero blocking the Guardian of the new Bonalia.
And this is just a chump block here on the Guardian, not taking away any cards. And so I wonder if... But this is because he knows that the Screaming Nemesis will take out his Hardfire hero anyways, so might as well gain the life by chump blocking with it. So of course he's just going to take the 3 damage anyways when the Screaming Nemesis hits him in the face instead. So it's about the same as not blocking with the Hardfire hero at all.
2 damage face.
So this does prevent the life gain here,
leaving Adria at 16. Damage happens. The Nemesis trade, there's 3 damage to be assigned on each side.
Yep.
Plus 1 damage from the Artfire hero.
Right, so now Alessandro can try and get a card away from Adria by killing the Guardian, or you can just go face with it. Now that the life gain is shut off, that might be a more reliable game plan. 3 damage coming from Adria targeting Alessandro. I think that is done there.
But now Alessandro doesn't have any creature left.
Yeah, that's the issue, right? Is that, yeah, you did stop the life gain, but now you're essentially a control deck, and so the life gain doesn't matter that much because Adria is the one with the creature in play. But yeah, tries to target the Guardian, has to pay 2 for ward, and Adria now just
Going to discard a card.
Yeah, it's going to discard a card. Just went to discard that land, yeah. And is totally fine with the development of the situation. Can now use a recommission to get back that Screaming Nemesis.
And Adria looking pretty good here in this game too. If Adria does win, ends up taking the match. So we have another Guardian of New Benalia and Recommission getting the Screaming Nemesis with a +1/+1. It has aced.
I wonder if this is a bit risky, because now you only have one card in hand. So if there is a Lithomantic Barrage boarded in, Alessandro could actually take out this Guardian of New Benalia, getting back his Terza, and potentially turning around the game from that point. But no, it is not. It is just a Heartfire hero, and yeah, the Shelter by Ghost plus Guardian is just such a good combination in this matchup. And
Simon,
I guess we didn't get to see Boros Monument. We just got to see Boros Shelter, but.
We love to see it anyway. Congratulations to Adri Martin taking the game here 2-0 in this match and advancing to this round 11 with a very nice score. So, Simon, I know you start looking at the top tables. Is after this round or one more round? Maybe we have 14 rounds, so there's only 3 rounds left until the top 8.
There is. It is not very much time. I'm just looking at the other top tables to see what happened. And we see Loopy, the builder of the Azorius Omniscience deck, actually took out Michal Levicki on the Jeskai Convoke deck. So Jeskai Convoke down to X and 2. And Adriano Moscato also lost from 9-0 into 9-2. Now is actually on the brink of not making the top 8. Needs to win at least the next 3 rounds, or at least the next 2.
I mean, it's tough when you start undefeated and then you just lose 2 in a row and it just feels so bad. But hopefully Adriano Moscato can come back from this result and still able to make top 8.
Good news though, Thomas Chenery on Azorius Artifacts did win here against Blue-White Control and is now X and 1 still, so very exciting.
Congratulations. I'm ready to hear more from the winner of this match here, so let's have an interview with Maria.
1, 2, 3. Here I am with the winner of this feature match, Martin Adria, who was playing Boros Monument, a very spicy deck. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
So, could you tell us about your deck? You're doing so well with it.
Yeah, I'm super happy because it's like some kind of brew that we did. We were inspired on the last Pro Tour. Some guys were playing Monument, and I was super excited to see what were they doing. And I saw that they were playing Benalia, and I tried the list because they didn't do so well in the Pro Tour, and tried to work it out with the list, and decided to cut the third color that I thought that it wasn't doing anything.
It wasn't necessary.
And it went super, super well. I was playing it on Magic Online or on local stores, and it was like absolute bonkers.
Very impressive.
Yeah. And I wanted to try it out versus the European, and so far so well. I convinced 3 of my friends to play the exact same 75. 2 of them won the last chance, and 1 is also playing on Day-2, so...
Amazing.
Yeah.
Very
I'm
impressive.
super happy.
Yeah, so you just mentioned that you're here with your friends. Are there your testing buddies or just your supporters? Tell us about your group of friends, basically.
Sorry?
Tell us about your group of friends, because you just mentioned that you have your teammates.
Actually, we are also in Barcelona. It's like some friendly kind of team, but it's not like a serious team. Actually, you would say that Capulosos is the professional team in Barcelona and around in Spain, and we are like the antagonist.
Yeah, but 2 of you made Day-2. Very impressive.
Exactly.
Good for you.
Thank you.
Going into this tournament, what were you expecting in terms of metagame and like overall experience?
So far, the metagame was what we expected. Lots of red-based decks, on blue-white Omniscience, some kind of domain on the uprise because they were like disappearing last weeks, and it worked out. And Boros Monument loses so hard versus mid-range decks, and they are on the they are not. You're not seeing a lot of them.
That's
you know.
True.
The metagame has been what we expected, and this is why the deck is working so well.
It was the right choice for the metagame. So, well, congratulations to you.
Thank you very much.
Best of luck. Thank you so much.
We'll try.
Back to the booth.
Congratulations, Adria, on the win. Thank you, Maria, for the interview. That's going to be it for us in round 11. But don't worry, because Arne and Martin will be back with you very shortly for round 12 of this tournament. So stay tuned.
Hooves dig into fields of black, chase valiantly towards the dread. Shield and armor aglow and bright, countless hearts and lances keen. They ride into the night. The beasts above, they shriek and soar, spew flames of ghostlight from their jaws that eat the skies and burn the flesh, and albeit crowned with firelight, they ride on into the night. The new 2024 exclusive line, crowned with the first printed boulder and zip folio ever. An astonishing artwork made by one of Magic the Gathering's most beloved artists, Dominic Mayer.
Gonna be. And who do we have in the feature match for this round?
Yeah, we're back to our blue-white artifacts player, who is now at table 1. First regional championship for Thomas Chinari on his Spicy Brew, 11-1 in the tournament, facing off against someone we saw yesterday in the last round on Dimir mid-range, catching a draw there against the blue-white control player, the last undefeated player in the tournament.
We obviously want to bring you as much spice as possible throughout the tournament, so you don't only see the, is it prowess decks and mono red aggros. But this time we have not only a spice deck, but also table 1. So we're getting close to the top 8. So yeah, let's see how that goes. Dimir midrange is something we didn't quite expect to see at the top of the tables yesterday. One of the players was actually undefeated. We saw another Dimir midrange at the top of the standings earlier today in the Swiss rounds. And yeah, it's going to be interesting seeing what ends up making the top 8 here.
Yeah, for sure. I would say if you would have asked me yesterday or before the tournament even, hey, round 12, table 1, Dimir mid-range versus blue-white artifacts, I would have been like, what is this, 2023? Yeah, so it's certainly a surprising outcome, but I actually looked a little bit into the stats of Zarunash, who's been crushing 11-01 with Dimir, and he beat 2 times prowess, and he's just playing against Domain, he played against some Jessica Oculus, and just Pixie twice, and he hasn't lost, so he's beating everybody. But yeah, he's playing against the meta decks and succeeding with Dimir midrange, which comes as a surprise to me, honestly. Yeah. But maybe he has a good plan with those 4 preachers in the main.
What is the appeal of Dimir? If you're coming to the tournament playing Dimir, is it because you just enjoy playing, blue and black cards? You have a lot of instant speed threats that kind of plays really nicely at instant speed, has a lot of interactive cards, or is it because you expect the field to have a lot of decks where you have a good matchup against?
I think the appeal is probably experience and sort of comfort level with the deck. That is a main appeal why people still play the deck. We see João Emanuel de Pra playing it, Matteo Ferreira, RC Naples champion 2024, also championing it here. Metagame-wise, the Pixie matchup, Pixie just kind of does a better mid-range plan, and you has really good grind tools. Then the red decks are really good against Dimir mid-range as well, because I mean they're not real. Like the plan of Shieldreds and Preachers, yeah, they have some game, but game 1 is usually a little tougher. You have these small flyers, they don't block very well. You lose the racing game, and then is it Cutter? I mean, Cutter itself is an artifact. Try removing that.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, I don't really understand. Like on paper, it just doesn't look like a good deck. But Sarunash probably has been championing it for months. And
speaking of Pixie, I was just chatting with Frank, saying that hey, I think we saw a lot of Pixie lately. Do we have any players at the top tables? Not a lot of Pixie. Pixie is not doing super well at this event. And something I also wanted to mention, good point there, was that I saw a tweet recently where people were kind of discussing whether, you should be more interested in playing the best deck in the format. And I think what you mentioned here earlier, saying that our Dimir player probably has a lot of experience with the deck. I think that is what probably gives you the biggest edge. Obviously, sometimes there is clearly that one best deck in the format. The Hogak, the Eldrazi decks, or what have you, Callblade, where maybe it is a good idea to try to learn how that deck plays and play that deck yourself. But in these formats where the best deck wins 55% of the matches, I think it's typically better to stick to what you know. This one deck you have a lot of experience with. with, you know how to sideboard, you know how to play every matchup, and that usually gives you more than that 3-5 extra percent then that you can get by playing the best deck.
Yeah, I think that's a fantastic point. The margins are really, really close, really slim. We're going to take a quick look at the development of our fantasy drafts here. Martin, you've been crushing it. 3 people still in day 2, while I only have Lorenzo fighting it out here, fighting the good fight. 87 points. You're in the lead with 3 people still gathering points for you. I mean, that's no surprise there, I suppose.
Speaking of the fantasy draft, I think with 3 people still live in day 2 and already being in the lead, I don't think I can fall behind Team Nielsen, Team Arne, or Team Frank here. So, yeah, good game, guys and girls. Thanks for playing. Yeah, I think we can lock this one up and just write that off as a win.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, Simon can still maybe get you, but likely not.
Yeah.
All right.
We were actually, it was funny, we were chatting with Philippa. I ended up picking Luis Gobert just the round before she was gonna pick him.
Oh,
and she knew he tested a lot, and yeah, it was one of her like late picks because we're not gonna pick him.
Right.
Right. And yeah, see how that worked out for her. But
all right.
Yeah, that is the fantasy draft. But I believe we can maybe head over to the feature match area and see Thomas Chenery again with his blue-white artifact deck, which has been the talk of the event in at least the last couple of rounds, but we mentioned that earlier. He is playing his first RC, so first big event.
Yeah, amazing stuff.
He is playing a rogue deck, and he's at the top of the standings.
Absolutely amazing. I love the way during the interview he was like, the mindset just like, hey, I'm happy to be here. I'm really like grateful to be in this position, to have made day 2, and I just really want to enjoy the whole thing. It's a great mindset to have. He didn't seem too nervous. His composure during all the games has been really steadfast.
He plays really well too.
He's not making any mistakes. He knows his deck inside and out. And yeah, I mean, Simulacrum Synthesizer, artifacts. There's not much artifacts hate. Now it's coming back a little bit because of Kari Steelcutter. But in previous formats, like looking a couple months back, there was none. Yeah, the deck is awesome. It plays the United Battlefront card to cheat out and to find your main piece, Simulacrum Synthesizer. And then you have Repurposing Bay and Braided Net as also very powerful artifacts that can churn for your deck, draw you some cards, keep you alive.
I was just going through some of my draft rares from the first couple of weeks of drafting Tarkir Dragonstorm, and yeah, I was looking at the United Battlefront. Nobody really wants this. I'll set it aside. Maybe it's going to be a sleeper later on in the format, and looks like we just hit that point. So get your Battlefronts before it's too late. How about the sideboard? Yeah, you also mentioned not a lot of artifact hate in people's sideboards right now. With Steelcutter, I think people are mostly targeting the creatures. We see a lot of Pyroclasms, we see a lot of cheap removal spells, but yeah, good luck getting rid of an artifact with a deck like Blue-Black, for example.
Yeah, absolutely. The red decks haven't played any Abrades in recent times. We haven't seen, even the red-green decks have cards like Pawpatch Formation in the sideboard for a long time, and Pawpatch Formation, does a lot.
True.
Kills flyers, kills enchantments, but it does not kill artifacts. And yeah, on the other side we have Sarunash, who is king of the hill right now, undefeated, just has a draw that he picked up in the last round yesterday against Marco Bellacca. Here's his blue-black mid-range deck. This deck has been around since Rotation, since Duskmourn, Kaito, Bane of Nightmares being an incredibly powerful card, perhaps the best card in the deck. And then, yeah, we're looking at some cheap flyers, Deep Cavern Bat, Flood Pits Drowner, plus those 3 Kaitos to get him out on turn 3 as often as possible. A nice interaction suit of some removal spells and cut down, go for the Frozen Affliction, and of course a couple counter spells, and even a Miser Duress. And then a Gix's Commander 2 Preacher of the Schism to fill out sort of the anti-red hate, respecting that matchup a little bit. Honestly, looking at the stack list, I'm surprised he beat Izzet Prowess twice. I don't know how he managed it. Maybe he had a Preacher both games, turn 3. Maybe the one-off Tidebinder and the opponent didn't have any Burst Lightnings. It does seem a little bit like a miracle. Perhaps looking at a sideboard later down the line will explain a little bit more. But yeah, he's certainly playing tight, otherwise he wouldn't be here.
One thing I want to point out, do you see any Tarkir Dragonstorm cards?
No.
This is a deck that you could play in the old format, right? Like typically you have decks doing well that are using some of these new cards like Corey Steel Cutter or something else that made their deck so much better. This is a deck from 6 months ago.
I put one on top. Do you see any Aether Drift cards?
Okay, yeah. This is a deck from 6 months ago. What is happening?
There's a couple stuff from Foundations, but that's pretty much it. Yeah. Is there even something from Foundations? I'm not even sure.
Is there something in the sideboard?
Blood Pit Strouder is from Duskmourn. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff from Duskmourn, but sideboard has one Spell Pierce, which is actually from Aether Drift, yeah.
Duress, Ghost Vacuum, Negate, Tidebinder, Affliction. It is literally a deck.
There's no card from Foundations either. It's just one Spell Pierce out of the last 3 sets. As
Nice. No, yeah, there you go.
No, there's actually Soulstone Sanctuary in Mana Base. I take that back. We have Soulstone Sanctuary and Spell Pierce in the last 3 sets as additions. Awesome stuff. I mean, you love to see the diversity. You love to see the experience paying off.
I want this story to be that Sarunas played whatever standard tournament there was 6 months ago and just came home and said, "Oh, I still have a sleeve deck. I'll just play that."
Qualified with this, right? Like the qualifying system works like that.
All right, but back to the game. Turn
that's
number 2, Deep Cavern Bat, and sees 3 lands and Kyla's Reconstruction. So yeah, not a whole lot going on here.
5 here.
At least Thomas has lands, so all he needs is to just draw spells. Synthesizer would be perfect.
Spells would be useful.
Spells would be useful,
yes. That, yeah. The Fomori Vault, he can discard a card to look at 0 cards. That's probably not what he wants to do. He did draw a Simulacrum Synthesizer, right?
Oh my God, you're kidding me? Yes, that is the perfect card. You not only do you get to put something in play that's incredibly hard for your opponent to remove, you also get to scry 2, and now you have a card in play that's just going to start creating value every time you cast an artifact with mana value 3 or more. So, yeah, the best synthesizer is the one at the top of your deck that your opponent cannot deal with the Deep Cavern Bat.
Oh gosh, but I do see a Kaito in Zaruna's hand. I guess I was wrong about the scores. Sorry, I said they have 11-1, but we're in round 12, correct?
Round 12, yes.
10 wins both. Not quite as good, but still pretty okay. 10 wins, no losses.
Deep Cavern Bat gets in there, and no Kaito. Sarunas is just sitting on some instant speed threats instead. And Thomas did pick up an artifact card.
Not triggering the synthesizer, the clay-fired bricks. Really not a card I thought we would see going into this.
Yeah, not the best card. Gets you a land, you already have a bunch of those. 2 life, not particularly relevant, and doesn't trigger the synthesizer.
It is some craft fodder down the line.
Okay.
Which is awesome for the braided net. Yeah, Zaruna could have Kaito turn 3, but then he would have given his opponent the Kayla's Reconstruction. He knew that Thomas was basically only on lands, so he probably didn't want to give him that 4-drop play.
Is it that bad, though?
To have what, Kayla's?
Yeah, like you can just replay the Deep Cavern Bat next turn. Obviously, maybe he's valuing sitting on all the instant speed cards. There might be a Phantom Interference in his hand that he just wants to keep up. That certainly makes sense.
Yeah, that could be the case. And now he also has a Falfit Strona, so now he can just get the Kaito down. Using not to ninjutsu, I think it's just going to be a hard cast, which I kind of like. Leaves the 2-drop in play, so you have that extra pressure.
Yeah, take advantage of the fact that your opponent is low on resources, and try to get this game over as soon as possible. So Kaito hits the battlefield.
He's thinking about plussing it to add extra power. He doesn't have a Soulstone Sanctuary right now, which would also be buffed, as it does have all creature types. But yeah, I mean, maybe he wants to draw cards. It's interesting, actually. I mean, opponent 18, you could.
Yeah, he's thinking what to do with it.
It's definitely worse against Perilous Snare specifically, but he does know that Thomas is on 2 lands in hand. So yeah, Thomas top decking here. United Battlefront, a Seachrome Coast.
Oh yeah, not great. Not what he was looking for. Plays a land and passes the turn. So Sarunas has to be stoked about this.
Yes.
Just untap with the Planeswalker in play. You have two creatures at a full hand.
Yes. This is going to be an uphill battle. For more revolts, Thomas can use it here to look at the top 2. So it's not complete not a complete waste of mana, I suppose, here. But yeah, it's not looking good. He needs United Battlefront. That's really what he needs to come back into this game.
Exactly.
Get like another synthesizer and a snare.
And
get rid of the Kaito.
Notice the blue-black mana base. I think there is a Restless Reef hanging out between those lands as well. So that might be a pretty quick clock that Sarunas can put Thomas on. Yeah, we're going to attack here for 4, 5, 6, 7 points of damage. Yeah, that might be a one-turn clock. Thomas is going to need to top deck either that Battlefront or at least another synthesizer. Would that even be enough? I mean, it's certainly good against Go for the Throat.
I think adding the second ninjutsu emblem there, the ninja emblem, is a little too much in my... But, okay, we're looking at...
Saw Blades and a land.
Saw Blades can get back that Kayla's Reconstruction at least from the Deep Cavern Bat. And you can cast that, maybe find a Perilous Snare. If you have another white source in hand. I'm not quite sure if he has another white source in hand. He definitely has a land. Ah yeah, he has a Darker Waste. And now drew an Iron Crack. So yeah, he could kill off the bats and then cast Kayla's Reconstruction to look at the, I believe, top 7 and take one of them. 1 3 mana or less permanent into play. Sort of like a Collected Company variant as well that has kind of gotten forgotten.
Yeah, there's a Saw Blades. And Sarunas is in the tank, but says that is fine. I'm gonna let that one resolve. You can get that Reconstruction back.
Yeah, Thomas thinking about Phantom Interference here, but I don't think he has the. I mean, he could craft. No, it doesn't even work. He could craft the Saw Blades, but then he doesn't have enough artifacts to actually make it a 5/5 blocker.
Yeah, just like you mentioned, there's the Reconstruction where X equals 1.
Looking for Perilous Snare here. That would be the best hit.
I don't think he really found anything useful. Did he break?
He did find the Repurposing Bay, which is a little slow here. It does find him Snare next turn. It gets him 1 construct here. But I think Sarunas is sitting on a Flood Pit Drowner, so if that's his get, the Flood Pit Drowner will come down, and then the Restless Reef plus this army of Merfolk and the Ninja will get it done.
Yeah, Repurposing Bay hits the battlefield, triggers the synthesizer, makes a construct, and then he passes the turn. I think there is lethal if one of those lands is indeed Restless Reef. Thomas fully tapped out.
Yeah, Sarunas just making sure, counting everything up here. And Thomas probably realizing it as well, but of course you have to let your opponent do it. Maybe they forget about the Restless Reef, but I don't think Sarunas is going to forget about it.
It is indeed a Restless Reef, so while Thomas is tapped out, he activates a manland and attacks for... That was a lot of damage. So Sarunas has to be pretty happy here about picking game 1 up with cards like Go for the Throat in his deck that cannot deal with the construct tokens, and no good ways of dealing with the
cut down
with a lot of those artifacts. Yeah, after sideboard, that's going to change. Cards like Duress or Negate are certainly going to come in. Let's take a look at that.
Yeah, Tasha's Tidebinder premium sideboard card. That's one of the ways he can actually shut off a Simulacrum Synthesizer. That is in play. Spell Pierce, 3 steps ahead, 2 negates, 2 duress, a copy of Dreams of Steel. No, there's actually some artifact hate here out of black. So he has a lot of sideboard stuff to work with. His sideboard looks great for the matchup. He could also consider bringing in the Shieldred and the Fairy Mastermind for some extra threats. I mean, he can take out all Go for the Throats, all of the cut downs, so that's 7 cards out already. And then stuff like Gix's Command, probably not that good, the one of main deck, and Flood Pit Drowner also not looking too impressive here.
I can tell you, looking at him handle those sideboard cards, he's bringing 9 cards in.
Yeah, you saw it.
Yeah. So 2 Duress, 1 Dreams, 2 Negates, 5, 3 steps ahead, 6 Spell Pierce, 7, 2 Tidebinders, 8, 9.
Yeah, sounds about right.
That's some pretty heavy sideboarding.
Yeah. That is definitely... Thomas wanted to mulligan sorry, not wanted to win game one, right, against this sideboard. And he is definitely favored in game one, I would say, because just the artifact deck being proactive, being powerful against the mid-range deck. But that mulligan to 5 really got him good. On Thomas's side, we're looking at temporary lockdown 4 times. Which
is that something you would want to bring in?
I think so, yeah. I think that is kind of okay against Dimir. They have the 4 Siren, the 4 Bats, 2 Fairy Dream Thief, and then potentially the Fairy Mastermind from the sideboard and the
Flip Drowners.
It's like
map tokens.
Map tokens. So, and if you stifle these early creatures, they're less good at playing that sort of Delver type game where they flash these in and then hold up counter spells and, you know, slowly grind you down.
Fair enough. Are you bringing all 4 or just a couple copies? Maybe if you have the Battlefronts, you know, you have lots of ways to find them.
Yeah,
depending on what your worst cards are.
Yeah, I would definitely look at, like, Lockdown is not amazing. I don't think I would want 4. If my main deck configuration has like some cards that are terrible, I might want to have 4 because, you know, like I want to get these terrible cards out of my deck, and that's a high priority. But looking at his deck, he really like doesn't have much that's like bad. Cryptic Code, you could make a case that it's not for this matchup. It's more for like
what matchup? It is for.
Yeah, I think like Jeskai Control would be one matchup where it would shine. Though they would have a hard time beating that card. I don't know, maybe something like Golgari mid-range as well. Dimir mid-range being a little bit more on the aggressively slanted side. But yeah, I think Cryptic Code, like if I would, that would be an interesting question if I would have some time to talk to Thomas maybe later. Ask him like why exactly he's playing that card, because I do have questions about it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that's you know, that's the beauty of playing a rogue deck. You can just put in a bunch of cards you like or a bunch of cards that you know, performed well for you, but other people have not had a chance to try them out yet.
I mean, it gives you a mana sink in a late game that reproduces synthesizer tokens, right? That's sort of the idea behind it. But if you have synthesizer going, you could also make the argument that you probably don't need more help.
Yeah, I mean, standard is really fast. I think that's the point you're trying to make, right? It is a perfectly fine card, but standard is really fast. So returning cards back to your hand, replaying them, spending 6 mana on that, there's a lot of matchups where that's not going to be fast enough.
Exactly.
But game number 2 is underway. Thomas no play on turn 1, pass the turn, and Sharunas has multiple options, it seems, choosing between Duress or the Fairy. All right, Dream Thief hits the battlefield. Surveil 1. Pass the turn. How do you like that Duress in the matchup? Do you try to hold it for a specific turn, like a turn before they can play the synthesizer? Is that something that you just try to fit in your curve anywhere? Like, are there some like very specific cards you're trying to, you know, take from your opponent's hand?
Yeah, I mean, I optimally you want to take the Battlefront or the synthesizer. Okay. I think those are the main targets. So you can wait until turn 2, I suppose, here being on a draw to cast it.
Yeah, I see a lot of players just fire off the Duress they brought in, you know, as soon as they can. But it's not something you always have to cast turn 1, especially if the cards you're trying to take cost 3 or 4 mana. So what are we looking at? Deep Cavern Bat. There is a Cryptic Code. There is Get Lost. I see a United Battlefront, 2 lands, and something else. I think it's a white card. Is it another Battlefront? It might be another. It's the alternate art of United Battlefront, I believe. Lots of options.
Yeah, he's probably going to take... I mean, he has the Duress in hand, so you can pick up that Battlefront later, on a later turn, like next turn. And so you can take the Get Lost here to prevent... Oh, it's 2 Battlefronts.
It is 2 Battlefronts. Yeah, it's the alternate art.
So he kind of has to take the Get Lost here, I suppose. It's a pretty good hand against a discard spell.
Yeah, for sure.
You can still go Cryptic Code, which you left in a deck. Okay, so you didn't take that one out.
You have a good value card for turn 3, and then you have double Battlefront. So that's as good as it gets.
But imagine it would have been a lockdown here. It would also not been too bad.
Yeah, lockdown certainly looks decent. Sharuna's making some notes. takes a get lost, and passes the turn. So let's see if Thomas draws another synthesizer here off the top of his deck for turn 3. It was, no, it was the Iron Crag. So, Tarkir wastes is the play. And now he has a choice. Does he want to play the Cryptic Code? He does. So, Cryptic Code hits the battlefield. We're going to get a 2-2 and pass the turn. Yeah, I think Sharunas was hoping that I'm going to take one good card with the Deep Cavern Bad, then take the other one with Durez. Hopefully you don't have more gas, but Thomas' hand was very, very much discard-proof there. Let's see if he also has a counterspell in addition to that Durez to take both of those battlefronts.
Getting in for 2. The Fairy Dream Thief, I haven't seen that card in a while. It is, it is nice to map it into the graveyard with some of those Spyglass Siren maps, and certainly annoying to kill if you're trying to prevent a Kaito and you're like, I guess I have to kill this to prevent the turn 3 Kaito.
Wow, Thomas wastes no time casting that Battlefront. I would be thinking, yeah, I mean, you kept 2 mana, pretty good chance you have that negate, you know, one of those counters. I'm going to give it a thought, but that could signal drawing another high-value card, like another Battlefront, another, you know, Synthesizer, something along those lines, where you're not, you know, too worried that this gets countered because you just have more gas in your hand. But yeah, I think he's gonna be pretty happy about the fact that it just straight up resolved. What do we get? Snare and a repurposing bay. Yeah, not the greatest, not the worst.
I mean, he's pretty happy about that, I would say. I think if there would be an advantage bar here, it would definitely skyrocket in Thomas's favor. He has the Clayfire bricks he can use to get that, make the bricks, turn the bricks into a synthesizer. That transformation will be pretty damn troublesome for Sarunas here. And speed up to 2. Look at that. Maybe the Perilous Snare will.
There's so many things happening. Like, this deck must be so much easier to play on Magic Arena.
Yeah.
Where the client just does everything for you, reminds you of all the triggers, and, you know, moves the speed counter for you. Floodpit Drowner at the end of turn. Tidebinder is the draw. Okay, that's a good draw for Sarunas. Plays an Underground River.
It's an interesting decision here. Pretty big interest. Like, this is an interesting decision. He has, on the one hand, he has Curiosity, so he could cast and draw 2 cards. Really enticing. There's Ward on the Disguised Creature. Oh, he missed that. Okay. On the other hand, he can hold up the Tidebinder to counter that repurposing bay trigger, which is also super important, of course. He decides to leave up the Tidebinder.
Yeah, holding the mana up allows him to do both those.
Well, drawing 2 cards is really nice. But yeah, I mean, that is true for sure. No, I think he's going with the right play there.
Sarunas double checking what Cryptic Code does exactly. And Thomas is going to activate the repurposing bay, sacrificing the bricks. And is that going to earn the Tidebinder? It does. So, yep, we're going to stifle that ability. And now you're going to have a blank. Thank you very much.
True, the bay is also shut off. This is definitely a swing in Sarunas' favor here. I saw a get lost, so the bay can be turned on again, but the bay doesn't have anything to... oh, there's a Saw Blades, never mind. I was about to say the bay doesn't even do anything right now because it doesn't have anything good to sacrifice, but yeah, he can go... He's now setting up for next turn getting the Synthesizer, right? He has the Get Lost, he can blow up that Tidebinder, get his bay back online, sack the Saw Blades, get a Simulacrum. Or, if Sarunas decides to play Enduring Curiosity, get a Perilous Snare and take care of that.
There's a lot of good cards in this deck, Battlefront, Synthesizer, you know, lots of some of the obvious choices that make the deck work, but I do want to shout out Spring-Loaded Saw Blades. I think that's one of those cards that really allow you to play a fully artifact deck without having to add, you know, multiple Get Lost or some kind of other piece of removal that wouldn't have the artifact type. You wouldn't be able to find it with United Battlefront. And yeah, for me, this is kind of the unsung hero of the tech.
Yeah, absolutely. I really like how Thomas is playing this. Last turn he attacked. Now he's realizing, hey, I'm actually the one now with the Battlefront resolved. I don't have to be aggressive. I have the long game covered. I'm just going to block everything.
Protect my life total.
Yeah, exactly.
Deep Cavern Bat is the play. What you got? We see a... Okay, so that was a very quick choice of Get Lost.
Yeah, that does protect the Tidebinder, so the Bay is shut off. And yeah, Thomas is now looking, I guess. He doesn't really have much going on. He can turn his Saw Blades into a 5/5 for 4 mana. That blocks these, at least the Tidebinder pretty well, but he can also just go Candy Trail for now and then still decide later. Putting back a Bricks and an Iron Crack. He already yeah. He's looking for the Haymaker cast, he's looking for removal. I guess the thing about Lockdown is that it does mess a lot with your own deck as well.
Yeah.
So while it is good against the red decks because they're completely destroyed by it, maybe you don't bring it in a matchup like this because it does do a lot of damage to yourself as well.
It might also be a play draw thing. Like maybe he wants that on the draw to not fall too far behind, but on the play he wants to be more proactive.
Yeah. All right, now is the time. 1 card left in hand. Curiosity to fill. Saruna's back up. This has been a really good game. Both players are doing good stuff.
Yeah, Sharuna's double checking. Okay, you have so many artifacts with so many extra abilities. Is it actually safe for me to attack here? Is there a way you can craft a creature out of this, or
Yeah.
Let's just double check before I attack. Yeah, Curiosity is gonna draw him some cards here. We got blue, double take 1 out. Okay, so Curiosity makes it on the battlefield. Hit you for 4, and I'm going to draw myself some cards, gain 1 life with the Deep Cavern Bat as well.
If he finds something like a negate here, that would be incredible.
Yeah. He found an island, and I can't quite see what the other card is. Passes the turn, so yeah, Thomas has, I think, 1 turn to find something really good here.
Yeah, he can return the Cryptic Code as another blocker, but that's not too exciting. Oh, there's a Saw Blades, which gets the Get Lost.
Oh my god, yeah. That's the perfect card. The unsung hero yet again. Spring-loaded Saw Blades. Deal 5 damage to a tapped creature. Deep Cavern Bat hits the bin. Thank you very much. I'm going to pick up that Get Lost. And he immediately fires it off, killing the Tidebinder as well, because that is going to unlock his repurposing bay.
All right, and now we can get a Perilous Snare. First things first, and get that Enduring Presence.
Wow, what a turn!
That was incredible.
Oh my god. If you're Sarunas, you have to be feeling really good there. You have to just dodge 1 good draw, and then you're firmly in the driver's seat, drawing multiple cards a turn. Untapped mana, creature land to boot. But yeah, 1 Saw Blades, and everything turns around. Now it's Sarunas who doesn't have a board.
Yeah, and Thomas sitting pretty at 15. Sarunas, I think that the unknown card you didn't see was a Darkslick Shores, so 2 lands in hand as of now, and now a Spyglass Siren added to the board. Oh, it's a Gloomlake Verge, okay. Well, he does have those map triggers. He can pop some of those to dig him maybe towards something like a Shieldred. But like the problem is the Perilous Snares now. There's another Saw Blades in play, so, and an Iron Crack too. So he can get 2 more Perilous Snares if he wants to. So whatever threat Sarunas finds, may it be a Kaito, a Shieldred, a Curiosity, anything powerful, the most powerful cards in his deck, they can all be dealt with by just activating this repurposing bay. Maybe the best card actually you can find is a Tidebinder probably. So you can at instant speed shut off the bay.
It's funny watching kind of how the metagame is making like a full circle. Watching this tournament at least. There's a lot of red. People start playing mid-range decks to beat up on red, like Jeskai Oculus, then people start playing bigger mid-range decks to beat up on those other mid-range decks. So, for example, this Blue-White Artifacts going over the top of, you know, whatever you have going in your mid-range stuff, and then maybe we're going to see a comeback of Domain, because Domain's going to say, hey, I am the biggest mid-range deck. I'm going to go over the top of whatever you're trying to do with your construct tokens. But then again, red becomes good because there's a lot of Domain. Synthesizer hits the battlefield.
There you go, and I think we're going to see some Cryptic Code action here. That is going to be an unbeatable engine in the long run, that is for sure.
Yeah, turns out Cryptic Code might just be for this one matchup.
Yeah. Leaves the Get Lost on top. He knows that at this point he has infinite constructs with the Cryptic Code, so just leaves the removal there.
Just an insurance policy for something going wrong?
Yeah. Oh, actually, that was maybe not thought through that well. He could have scryed in a way that he leaves the land on top, gets the land under the Cryptic Code, and then the Get Lost would be...
Oh, he okay. Yeah, he manifested the...
Yeah, he manifested the Get Lost, which I don't think was his intention.
Certainly, I've done that before multiple times. But yeah, I mean, Thomas is sitting at a really, really, you know, sweet spot anyways.
Dreams of Steel and All, a little too late to the party. Soulstone Sanctuary, Restless Reef. But yeah, I mean, from this on out, Thomas still at 10, 11 life, 10 after the Siren attack. Yeah, I mean... And there's already 10 power on his side too. So yeah, we know how quickly these construct tokens turn around the game. I think we're going to a game 3 here, which is more good stuff, more gameplay between here, the King of the Hill, and Thomas on his first regional championship on table 1. And
yeah, good stuff, really good stuff. The judges, by the way, here I think are informing the players that there are 2 parts of resolving Dreams of Steel and Oil. Not only do you choose an artifact or creature card from their hand, but you also then choose an artifact or creature card from their graveyard and exile that card as well.
Yeah, he has to.
You have to exile something. Yeah, it's not something you can miss. You have to do it.
Yeah. Don't think it matters much anyhow. Yeah, he's like, okay, fine, whatever. Let's take this one.
Yeah, I mean, pretty reasonable against the graveyard strategies. You know, I'll take your Atraxa, I'll take your...
Yeah, it's great against Oculus specifically.
Activates another map, reveals another land. Not going to be super excited about that one. Flooding out pretty hard. 6-8 lands on the battlefield, 2 more lands in hand. That's the one problem I have with the Dream mid-range deck, is it doesn't really have a flood protection. It doesn't really have any great, you know, late-game mana sinks. I've seen some versions with Cryptic Code when that card first came out, as like, oh yeah, this is going to be a, you know, evasion creature that later is going to give me some mana sink for the late game. But yeah, it has not been fast enough, certainly for this metagame at least.
Yeah, I mean, they have some nice high end, but it's all permanent based card advantage, so nothing like stock up. So yeah, you can interact with it.
They have a lot of creature lines though. With the sanctuaries, you have the Restless Reefs.
Yeah.
Yeah, Shurenus does exactly that. Activates his mana to turn that reef into a 4/4 and smashes for a bunch of damage. But yeah, this construct is going to be happily traded off. And back to Thomas. Making sure there is enough lands to activate all of it.
Braided net off the top. Oh my god.
Yeah, one of the better ones.
Yeah, one of the better ones. You say, how about a good old draw 8?
Yep.
It's truly busted card in the deck at times. You know, is he just getting another Simulacrum Synthesizer? He might just get a...
Might as well.
All right. I mean, I thought he could just get a removal spell at this point, a Perilous Snare number 3. But he's just making a bunch of constructs. I mean, he's in no danger of dying to the Siren at 9 life. So he can just make like an insurmountable amount of creatures.
He's going to turn the corner really quickly here.
Yeah. This might just end. Like this deck turns the corner so quickly. These constructs just go crazy. And yeah, we don't have something like Farewell left in the format, right? There's a couple of effects that do it, like Fate from History and like Cease Desist. A couple of effects to destroy all artifacts, but nobody plays those cards.
We were looking for a card like that actually for the PT. We were looking for, there's always something like a Fracturing Gust, like this, you know, green 5-mana, destroy all enchantments and artifacts.
Yeah.
And I think there is something like that in Standard. There's one card, but they're not great. They're definitely not perfect.
Yeah, there's a few. I mean, the Cease Desist is actually pretty reasonable. It costs 6 mana on the side to destroy all enchantments and artifacts.
Oh, the green-black split card sort of?
The front side is very good against Abuelo's Awakening, so it's kind of interesting. All right, attack for free with the Cryptic Code, and yeah, just free 10/10s added to the board. No biggie.
Wasn't Meltdown recently reprinted? Was it in the... That was in Modern Horizons though, right?
Oh, yeah.
It was in Modern Horizons, okay.
Brotherhood's End would be insane. That's an insane.
Oh, yeah.
Like just take everything you have in play and put it in the graveyard, please.
Yeah, let us know in the chat, what's the best sideboard card against a deck like this? Can you come up with...
It has to be Brotherhood's End. If you find a better card than Brotherhood's End against this deck...
Or legal?
Brotherhood's End is still standard legal. It's in Brothers War. It's going to rotate out next year.
Brotherhood End is still there. Sure. What about if you're playing green, though? I know, we had that problem with Domain. Like, we're like, hey, we're playing almost every color. There's got to be something against this deck, right, that we can bring in. Yeah, Brotherhood End, I guess we haven't really considered because we didn't have double red. But, yeah, not that many good ways of dealing with multiple artifacts, especially if you get into a point like this. Multiple synthesizers in play. There's pretty much no coming back for Sarunas from this.
There's Fate from History. There's 4 mana destroy all enchantment. Yeah, exactly that one. We see it on the screen right now. That one's not too bad, but it blows up your own Up the Beanstalk, your Leyline Binding, so it's not great in specifically Domain.
Oh, I thought you'd get a 2/2 for each of those artifacts. I was gonna say, I was gonna say, yeah, good luck blowing up 10 artifacts and giving your opponent 20 points of damage. Yeah, Thomas picks up game number 2. I think we all saw the writing on the wall. The players just kind of went through the motions, and the constructs were able to get the job done. Let's take a quick look at the sideboard cards again. I don't think there's going to be anything that we might bring in for game 3 because it wasn't good on the play or on the draw. Maybe that temporary lockdown, like you mentioned, that could be a play draw thing.
Yeah, but I mean, I can see why he didn't want to side it in there. It looks like he just took in some get loss. That was probably just very minor sideboarding on his end.
What is that new flyer, the Clarion Conqueror? It is the 3-mana 3/3, the dragon, that stops all creatures. Is it also? It also stops all artifacts from being activated. It's not gonna stop your opponent from creating constructs with the synthesizer, which is a problem.
Yeah.
So once you fall far behind, drawing the Conqueror is not going to help you. But yeah, that could be a card that could rise up in popularity a little bit if this deck ends up making the top 8 here this weekend.
Yeah. Although it does get still removed for Perilous Snare. That is just an ETB trigger, unfortunately. Day of Judgment is a card that I feel like Thomas could have included somewhere in a 75. Day of Judgment is very powerful. He doesn't have any creatures in his deck he's blowing up. I would have liked that.
What about Gix's Command if you're Sarunas? Is that something that goes through your head, or like, what if I do get into this spot where my opponent does have these huge constructs? Is that something I can have it in my deck as a one-off that maybe I'll hit a perfect moment for it, where no other card would do that? Or is it just not what you're trying to do?
I think I'd rather maybe even have an Anointed Affliction if I wanted to remove a construct. Paying 5 mana and putting like 2 counters. Doesn't seem great.
Too slow, too clunky.
Yeah, too clunky. But yeah, he really doesn't have any good ways to remove these constructs. Between Cut Down and Go for the Throat, they don't do it, so he just is maybe keeping an anointed affliction or two. We didn't see any removal in that game. Maybe just doesn't have any. He can stun them with Flood Pit Drowner. That's pretty reasonable.
Game number 3 is underway. Thomas with a Candy Trail on turn 1. And I want to mention it again. I am so happy to see that there's so many different decks this weekend doing well. It's not just Izzet Prowess, it's not just Mono Red. This is table number 1. We have Dimir midrange facing off Azorius Artifacts. For our backup feature match table, I believe we had a we have a Jeskai Convoke player playing against another
Domain Overlords.
Oh, Domain Overlords. Yeah, there's definitely you know, lots of different decks, archetypes, and strategies you can play. It's not just the red aggressive decks. Flood Pit Drowner, end of turn for Sarunas, gets in there for 2. The Iron Crag was the play for Thomas, so he has one of those better starts for him.
I think I saw a Kaito in Saruna's hand. Again, choosing rather to hold up Counter Magic.
Oh, the best.
Boom.
The best opener for the Artifact deck. Turn 3 United Battlefront, but that gets interfered with. And Sarunas has the counter.
Huge. Thomas fearless. Absolutely fearless there. Slamming his best card into the counter spell right away. But his hand is loaded. So, yeah.
Double Snare. Repurposing Bay and Braided Net.
This looks tough to grind through from Saruna's side. Yeah, I mean, he can take a removal spell, but then there's still another one.
The biggest problem for Sarunas in this matchup is that he doesn't get to use his removal spells effectively. Like normally if your opponent plays something like a Banishing Priest or whatever those types of cards are, Fiend Hunter I think was the original card, you can just kill it with your Go for the Throat and get the creature back. Here, if you just lose your creature to the Snare, there's just nothing the blue-black deck can do about that.
Yep.
Flood Pit Drowner, attack for 2, and pass the turn back, sitting on 2 mana, so possibly holding up something like a Negate, maybe another Flash creature. And Thomas is going to go for the Bay, so any response to that?
A Negate, I see in his hand. Thomas choosing not to play the island there, he just drew, which I don't know if I love that, because it does open him up to getting Phantom interfered.
Yeah, fair enough.
And Spell Pierced, I think there's a copy of each of those.
There's a chance that Thomas wanted to offer the Repurposing Bay as a bait. Hey, if you have another, you know, one of those counters, then maybe I have something better that I drew for the turn.
But he doesn't have like a 5-mana card. He would like to have that Spell Pierce.
Another Battlefront, something like that.
Sure.
Back to Sarunas.
The reason to not do it is to not give information. So sort of have it look like, oh, I'm just playing this Bay. Maybe you have a Tidebinder in hand, you want to counter it. But no, I actually have the land to activate immediately, get the Synthesizer, right? All right, 3 more damage. I mean, the Mir deck is just a very slow clock. It really needs those counter spells. If Sarunas can continue with the counter spells, he's in a prime spot. I think he has a Kaito here, though.
Yeah, that's what I want to say. I think the most important part of the Dimir deck is the Kaito and the Enduring Curiosity. Yeah, like you really need to have those card draw engines in play to get ahead on resources, because otherwise your deck is very prone to flooding. You're playing 25 or 26 lands. You don't have any late game menacing, so you really do need to get that card draw engine on the battlefield. That's why Kaito is so good in this deck.
Yep. But he has been able to deal with at least the 2 engine cards, Repurposing Bay, and you could call the Battlefront an engine card too, of course. So Thomas is left with like 1 Snare, which can remove the Kaito here. And he's also has that Braided Net, which is a bit of a slower card. Alright, Saruna's keeping 1 on top. Candy Trail being sacked. Go up to 16.
Thomas is going to need something good here.
Ooh, that was a
reconstruction. Yeah, that's a good start.
Oh, that's an interesting turn now. He's going to Surveil before casting a Kalos. I guess that digs him deeper towards...
Yeah, if you're looking for something specific, you wanna Surveil first. Otherwise, it could pay off to fire off the Reconstruction first and then Surveil. But it looks like he's gonna go for the Snare instead that deals with the Kaito. Keeps up 2 mana for a potential interference and passes back to Sarunas. Yeah, remember, there's still some of the creature lands hanging out in there in the mana base somewhere.
Oh, I think Sarunas made the decision to keep the Deep Cavern Bat on top that he had sawn with that, had seen with the Surveil from the Kaito, and it might just pay off here, being able to take that Kayla's Reconstruction.
It might get it might get sawn eventually with the Saw Blades. We'll see about that.
Yeah, I mean, most importantly, no reconstruction for X equals 3 or more resolving. That is that is huge. That card is very powerful.
Yeah. Yeah, very, very timely Deep Cavern Bat. And attack for 3. So Thomas goes to 13, and he will be under a 2-turn clock after this, thanks to the creature land. So he's going to need something good in his next couple draw steps. Otherwise, Sarunas might continue being our king of the hill, the only undefeated player currently in the tournament. And if you move to 11 wins and a draw with 2 rounds left in the Swiss, I think you're 95% locked for the top 8. I think even with 2 losses, having this good tiebreakers, you might still be in. So he would be in a prime position to make the top 8 here.
Yeah, I think 12-2-1 is around about the cut for top 8 this time around. No, not 12-2-1. How many rounds we're playing? We're playing 14 rounds. So it's just 11.
Well, yeah, 11-2. Yeah. For the PT slot, somewhere in the range of 3 losses, maybe a draw, is most likely going to get you in. So I think, yeah, if Sarunas picks up this game, he would at least be qualified for the Pro Tour.
I think I take it back, actually. At 14 rounds, the 11-2-1 is actually not a lock, I think. But 12-2 should be.
Yeah, we'll see how that shakes out. In the meantime, we're going back to Sarunas. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 points of power on the battlefield. He also picked up a Tidebinder.
Oh my god. Sarunas drawing the Tidebinder, leaving the bat on top of his deck with his opponent just on 1 or 2 cards left in library.
Good call.
Getting rewarded for that. Now drawing the Tidebinder. His best card in the matchup, you could say. He's sitting on the Sanctuary, but I guess he lets that resolve, so he only attacks for 5. I think he still has lethal next turn, so... Well, he's attacking for 7, actually. The Sanctuary activated at the end of turn. So he has a...
The Drowner was tapped, though.
Oh, sorry about that. The Drowner was tapped, not the land? Okay, interesting. Okay.
Back to Thomas. Did he draw United Battlefront? He's thinking. I think if you draw a Battlefront, you just slam it on the table. So we'll see what it is. Does he really have any plays this turn?
Yeah, what he's thinking about is the Braided Net. He can craft it for 2 mana and then draw some cards. That's what.
Don't you just die to the creature lands?
Well, you could draw into Saw Blades and an untapped land, maybe. So you craft the Braided Net. It costs you 6 mana to activate it. You draw 3. So that's 6 mana gone. Then you're down to 1 mana. Then if you draw...
Land and Saw Blade.
Land, Saw Blade, kill the Restless Reef. And then you take 7 from the creatures in play. We know... Oh, the net can only target non-land permanent. I see. Thank you, Chad. We know that Sarunas has a Tidebinder in hand, so there's no shot that this Braided Net is going to be actually crafted here, because the Tidebinder can just stop or at least the Tidebinder will stop the draw trigger, which will be absolutely brutal. And then the Braided Quipu, the upgraded net, will thank you. Simon on the card viewer is just
he's ahead of it.
Machine, yeah. That will be countered, and with that the game will go to Sarunas. I'm not sure what can happen here. I think it's a Battlefront. But yeah, I mean, Thomas seems to be... He drew a middling card that sort of gives him a different option.
Yeah, he's in a bit of a pickle, and he was looking at Sarunas kind of... saying something along the lines of, do you have a counter? Do you have the Tidebinder? Like, should I go for this? And it looks like he's just going through the numbers, calculating the odds of how many outs do I have if I go for this play, leave myself open up to getting countered by the Tidebinder. How many untapped lands do I have to later also maybe play the Saw Blades? Is it worth it? Do I have any other option though? He just shows it out our ways and concedes. So congratulations to Sharunas Liobikas, which is still our undefeated player, and the only one at that. 11 wins and a draw, 2 Swiss rounds left. And with that, he should be pretty much locked for a Pro Tour invite unless something goes horribly wrong or my math is completely off. And he should also be in a prime position to make the top 8. So Dimir midrange, exactly what everybody expected. The #1 deck currently in our regional championship, Bologna.
Yeah, amazing stuff. Well played for Zarunas. And yeah, Thomas still fighting for it for sure. 10-2 with 2 rounds left. He's in a good spot.
Yeah, that was not a good matchup for the blue-black deck, I don't think, given that you don't really have a good way of dealing with artifacts. Go for the Throat, for example, one of the very many cards in your deck that just don't do anything. But even then, Sharunas was able to pick up the match. So congratulations to him. Now the question is, do we have any?
I think we have a segment with Frank coming up, another one.
Okay.
So we'll send you over to that.
Yeah, let's see what Frank has to say. Or maybe
perhaps not.
Maybe in a little bit. So
okay, we have an interview coming up.
We have an interview coming up. Okay, so it seems like it's not going to be a pre-recorded one. It's actually going to be live. So Frank Carson's here, not only picking the feature matches, not only crunching all the numbers, the metagame shares, the win rates, all that kind of stuff that he usually does in his metagame mentor column on the magic.gg website for Wizards of the Coast. But he also has something else interesting to say, and we'll find out about that.
So what is going to happen? We have a winners interview, and then you're going to see Frank Carsten with Maria right after.
Okay, cool. Let's do it. In a little bit.
Here with Frank to tell you all about the spicy decks from day 1, to show you that current standard is not all about red decks.
No, there's a lot of spice lurking behind the surface, and I selected 4 decks that went 5-3 yesterday, so they nearly made it into day 2, just 1 match off, and they will indicate that there's still some sweetness to be found, and innovators can delight themselves in some of the new cards.
Definitely.
So, the first one was this was turning heads early on. Daniela Maffei went 5-0 with Banned Mill, a deck that basically no one saw coming, and then the wheels fell off. Ended up 5-3, missing out on day 2, but it was still awesome to see it in action. So this deck is basically a control deck, but it tries to win the game by milling out the opponent. Now, we already had Jace before Tarkir Dragonstorm, but now the deck gains River Churn Monument, which can mill 2 cards per turn and then exhaust to mill the opponent fully, as well as the Glacierwood Siege, which is the key new element in the deck from Tarkir Dragonstorm. So whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, the opponent will just mill 4 cards. So along with counter magic, card draw, sweepers, you will be controlling the game and eventually milling out the opponent. No creatures, all control, all mill.
Exactly. Such inevitability of this plan, right?
Indeed.
Yeah. Very, very impressive and very unusual. So next up is Esper Artifacts.
Indeed. So this is a deck, like we just saw Thomas Chenery earlier play with Azuria's Artifacts, crushing the top tables. This is a list with many similar cards. You also see the United Battlefront that can put these Simulacrum synthesizers onto the battlefield. There's also an additional angle with Repurposing Bay. Along with the Enigma Jewel, you can easily start churning through your artifacts and going up the chain. And even a Black Splash for cards like the Oil Deep Gear Hulk and the Grim Bauble. But I think you, Maria, may have some additional input on this deck, don't you?
As you can see the surname Eldar Takizade is not a coincidence.
Yeah.
Eldar is actually my husband, so I know a thing or two about this deck, of course.
Yeah, we were all cheering for Eldar behind the scenes.
Yes. So, as you've said, the main interaction, the main synergy is based on Simulacrum Synthesizer and Repurposing Bay. So Eldar has a lot of cards for Repurposing Bay toolbox, so to speak. And the main plan is to overwhelm your opponent with construct tokens. Black allows to survive an early game against aggro, hence Bobble, which can be sacrificed later on for Repurposing Bay. Blue-black Gear Hulks as well, so it's a solid body with lifelink, which can again be sacrificed later to find section tools, which is quite important and essential to stabilize for the deck.
Yeah, just one copy, but with Repurposing Bay, you can find it whenever you need it.
Yes, exactly. And with Simulacrum Synthesizer on board, it's just too much to handle. And Plan B features actually the combo. So Boommobile and Radiant Lotus combo deck against control decks. So with Radiant Lotus, you could sacrifice a bunch of artifacts, have a lot of mana, and then just, activate the exhaustibility of Boommobile and kill your opponent. That's the plan.
That's a really sweet and a spicy innovation for sure. Loved seeing it. And it just shows that with this new build of artifacts enabled by United Battlefront from Tarkir Dragonstorm, there are many directions to take it in. And yeah, this is just another sweet option.
A lot of potential.
Yeah.
Next up is Ragdas Prowess.
Yep, so Naue Falconoi, just like everyone here in this segment, went 5-3 yesterday with Ragdas Prowess. Now, the core of the deck is just the aggressive red creatures and pump spells. That is not really anything new, but you see Cory Steel Cutter also being employed here. Now, Cory Steel Cutter was mainly used in Izzet Prowess, that's its main home, but it can also fit in this deck quite well, because with Ren's Resolve, you can keep triggering it by getting enough spells to cast per turn.
Right.
Also, the Callous Sellsword can help get to Flurry, because you can put it onto an adventure, then cast it, just helping you cast multiple spells per turn.
Right.
And it's a type of card that already works so well, setting up these potential early kills with a Heartfire hero, some pump spells, and then the Callous Sellsword adventure to fling it at your opponent. So perhaps this might also be a new angle for Cory Steel Cutter to explore.
Definitely. Another take on Cory Steel Cutter synergy, another aggro deck. Why not? And last but not least is Golgari Dragons.
Yep. I mean, of course, dragons were a major part in Tarkir Dragonstorm. It's kind of in the name. And in this deck, the main new standouts are Scavenger Regent, which, well, is by itself a big dragon, but also has an omen that gives -X to non-dragons, giving you a bit of a theme to build around. Likewise, the Bloomvine Regent, largely there for the adventure to search for some forests, but also has a big flying body that can give extra life whenever dragons enter the battlefield. Now, it's all wrapped up in sort of a Golgari ramp shell. You see the up the beanstalk going into the Overlord of the Hauntwoods, now also ramping into Ugin as a late game threat. And it's nice that these dragons work in an up the beanstalk deck, because if you draw them early, you can just use their omen to get some value. And then later, well, they'll surely trigger the up the beanstalk when the big dragons come down.
Of course.
So another deck that went 5-3, and yeah, a sweet new spicy build for Golgari.
Yeah, definitely. Up the beanstalk is such a powerful card. So it's just perfect fit for the dragons.
Absolutely, you can't really go wrong with it. And yeah, if you like big flying creatures, this might definitely be a fun deck to try out. Just showing how much possibility there still is in standard, and I love to see that innovation. 5-3 meant that, you know, they came close to a Day-2, and at like the regional championship level, a very prestigious competitive tournament, it's already showing some promise. So definitely some decks to keep an eye on.
Absolutely, absolutely. So here you have it. Back to the casters.
Thank you very much, Maria and Frank. We have an update for you guys. This was round number 12, and we are just looking at live standings after the 12 rounds. So anything that catches your eye, anything that you maybe didn't expect, anything that, you know, maybe says something about what the metagame is going to look like in the upcoming months?
I have to say, oh god, I'm missing the word. I was about to talk German right now. Besides Dimir mid-range and blue-white artifacts, I mean, we see a lot of, we see Mono Red in third place, we see Izzet Prowess in second place, we see Omniscience in fourth. Not many surprises here. We see 3 people on Jeskai Oculus, are 10 and 2, so in the thick of things here at the top tables. A couple more Prowess players, Domain Overloads in there as well. So you know, what would you would expect? 19 players in total at 10 and 2 right now, with 2 rounds left to go. So yeah, 12 and 2 should be the cut, and then maybe we get someone with a draw into the top 8 as well, but unlikely. Certainly some big names in here. Lorenzo Talizzi, which is my last remaining pick.
Luis Gobern.
Yeah, is your pick, also at X and 2. I think we have Tobia Daniele Nappi, who was just on the feature match. Very strong Italian up-and-coming player as well, who just lost though, so he's also at 10 and 2. Adriano Moscato, another strong Italian player. I guess it's home turf here. 10 and 2 as well. He started 9-0.
He played really well yesterday. He played really well. Something I want to point out is 4 different archetypes in the top, in the first 4 places, and 9 different archetypes in top 16. I think that's pretty good. You know, considering that everybody was freaking out, like, oh my god, so much red online, everybody's playing mono red. I think it looks pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. I think standard's in a healthy place. Tarkir Dragonstorm was great shake-up for the standard format. And yeah, I'm having a blast watching these games.
Exactly.
Really good.
Standard seems in a pretty reasonable place. I know there was a lot of talking about, is Monsters Rage too good, and you know, should we make some changes to the format? I'm pretty happy that Wizards ended up staying pat and they didn't do anything. And hey, you guys solve it. There's a lot of tools. There's a lot of different decks, and we're playing one of the highest possible level tournaments, and it looks like the format is pretty well balanced. Izzet Prowess wins 55% of the matches, but that doesn't really seem like an outrageous number.
No, it's getting beaten by other decks as well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That said, this has been round number 12. We're going to take a little bit of a break, very quick one. Don't go anywhere. Philippa and Simon are going to be back with round number 13 in a few moments.
Hooves dig into fields of black, chase valiantly towards the dread. Shield and armor aglow and bright, countless hearts and lances keen. They ride into the night. The beasts above, they shriek and soar, spew flames of ghostlight from their jaws that eat the skies and burn the flesh, and albeit crowned with firelight, they ride on into the night. The new 2024 exclusive line, crowned with the first printed boulder and zip folio ever. An astonishing artwork, made by one of Magic the Gathering's most beloved artists, Dominic Mayer.
Players making math. Can I make it to the Pro Tour? Can I make it to the top 8? And we are having some of those players right here. They are doing very well on table 2 on this round 13. And we start with Mark Gallardo playing Mono Red Aggro. So Mono Red that we have seen here a bit, not as much as Izzet Prowess, which was the chosen aggro deck of the weekend, facing Luis Gobern, so a fellow Portuguese player on Jeskai Oculus, a deck that I feel has been doing really well all weekend long, Simon.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, this is one of the, I wouldn't say breakout decks of this tournament, but maybe it is actually. Like, it wasn't the most popular, but a lot of people expected this to be the best performing deck. And we've definitely seen a few players, like, you know, Lorenzo Terlizzi still in the tournament at X2 with Oculus, Louis Gobern, of course. And then also Adriano Moscato had a rough break in the middle of this tournament, but still X2, still looking to win out here. The way it's looking at the top of these standings, it's down to 19th place is where the X2s are going at the moment. So for a lot of them, it is they need to win this round and then also win the next round to guarantee a spot in that top 8.
They have to win an in, which is not that easy to do, but these players are ready for it and they are getting ready to start the action. Really excited to see what's going to unfold. And round 13 is looks like we are actually starting with another one with Maximilian playing Azorius Omniscience. And I mean, this deck also can be considered one of the breakout decks of the tournament. At least we had a couple doing pretty well. And Simon, I mean, is comboing the way to win in Standard?
It definitely can be. This is another direction to go to attack this format, relying on the temporary lockdowns to deal with these aggro decks, such a well-positioned card. And as all other opponents are trying to tune their decks to beat these red aggro decks of Mono Red and Izzet, and even the Jeskai Oculus deck, they're not as prepared to deal with Abuela's Awakening, trying to reanimate that Omniscience. That's the game plan for this deck. You find that Omniscience, you get it into the graveyard, Abuela's Awakening puts it onto the battlefield as a 1/1 spirit, and now Omniscience says all your cards cost 0 mana, essentially. So you can just keep chaining these card draw effects, you don't have to pay for them at all, finishing the game with a Founding the Third Path that can mill your opponent for 4, and then Marang River Regent, bouncing it back to hand. So 2 regions will be a loop where the dragons keep bouncing each other and the Founding. That's how this deck aims to end the game. Maximilian, part of the Gothenburg testing group here, who small group put together at the Mindstage store in Gothenburg, and got together and figured out how to attack this metagame, and decided on this this version of Azorius Omniscience, running 3 copies of Spell Pierce in the main deck, which is not something you usually see of this deck, as well as completely cutting the more expensive counter spells and the invasion of Arcavius that we previously saw as a win condition.
Love to see it. Now Maximilian is going to face the meta, that's for sure, because the opponent Adrian is playing the most played deck of the weekend. Can we take a look here? Playing Izzet Prowess with the 2 Drag Archer's version here, and Corey Steel Cutter. That's card.
Yeah, Adrian from Poland, teaming up with people like Przemysław Olszewicz that we have seen before, do quite well in these RCs. This seems to be a group of Polish players who are quite on top of different metagames, always finding the tech. In this case, it is running the Drake Hatchers as a sort of mirror breaker. This card I expect to be extremely poor for this matchup, as its value is in generating board state over time with these Drakes, whereas in this matchup against Azorius Omniscience, what you really want is pressure to try and kill them before they find their combo, because in the main deck, there are actually no ways to interact with the combo, except for like these 2 ways of bouncing the Omniscience or killing it with Burst Lightning, and of course the Omniscience deck having a ton of ways to protect themselves from that. So in game 1 here, Adrian is going to try and be as fast as he can and try to win the game before Maximilian has time to set up his combo.
And you know what, Simon? This town ain't big enough for 2 winners, so they are going to face off and see who takes the crown of this round, of course, and gets an interview with Maria, which is the best prize of them all.
That is exactly what these players are playing for. It is an interview with Maria. Can you believe it? Maria Tagisari ready in our comfy chairs to greet the winner of this match. And both these players, they must be so excited for that opportunity. That's why they're here, super locked in, hyper-focused on this opportunity. Of course, Adrian, as we see here, dealing out his hand, was one of the 8-0 players yesterday.
Ooh,
also had a bit of a rocky start to this day. I don't think any of the undefeated players from yesterday, any of the 8-0 players from yesterday, had a clean break throughout the day today. As we see also Tobia picking up a second loss today. So, as well as Adriano, of course. So all of these players picked up a couple losses in the first 4 rounds of today, but that's okay when you start 8-0. You can pick up a couple losses and still be in it. So these players are looking to see who can get there in the last stretch of this finish line here.
And looks like starting here with sleight of hand on Adrian's side. Maximilian did surveil there with the land, but we don't see a card on the graveyard, so decided to keep on top. Looks like moment of truth. Let's do that again. Omniscience in the graveyard. I love when this happens. Your natural surveil.
So exciting.
Ooh. Is this the natural Tron-off standard?
Kind of, yes.
So Swiss Spear, sleight of hand here, getting that prowess. Let's look at the top 2 cards. One of them goes into hand. The other one goes to the bottom of the library. Let's see what Adrian picks here. We cannot see it, but one card goes to the bottom. And look at those 2 beautiful sleight of hands in the graveyard already.
Yeah, definitely nice looking portal sleight of hands.
Beautiful, beautiful. So drawing here now. There's a Monstrous Rage, a Swiss Spear, I believe an Into the Flood Mob, Blur Sliding, so lots of things there for Adrian.
Yeah, and actually it has to rely on this Drake Hatcher to enable the pressure here. It's obviously not ideal, but it is still a creature with prowess. So ideally Maximilian can try to deal lethal damage next turn, or ideally Adrian can try and deal lethal damage next turn, as Maximilian is already ready to Abuelo's Awakening on this Omniscience, but I don't think has found the Abuelos quite yet. Maybe he has. Let's see here. Oh, it looks like that is the Abuelos hiding at the back of the hand.
Oh my god.
Bringing in an Omniscience. Adrian is representing a Burst Lightning, so does Maximilian have a way to protect it? And he does.
Yes, a second Omniscience.
Immediately playing this. So even though Adrian does have that Burst Lightning and can kill the 1/1 creature Omniscience, well, it's too late because Maximilian gets priority first and gets to start off by just playing this Omniscience.
Wow.
Or Adrian has a chance to kill off the existing one.
Stock up here, getting that free value, and now Maximilian can just start chaining, and the odds that this deck doesn't find a win con at this point are very low.
Definitely are. This moment of truth did actually fizzle here. There's just 3 lands revealed to that one. But we'll see what else the stock up found. There looks to be a bunch of blue cards, which should do it. Roiling Dragonstorm here, drawing 2 cards, discarding one that is a Meringue River Regent that can go and pick up that Roiling Dragonstorm. Another one, okay.
Draw 2, discard 1, discard an island.
So now the Meringue River Regent is going to be able to pick up both those Dragonstorms, and they'll be able to be played for free. There's a 3rd one. So that's the River Regent is going to dig 6 cards deep.
Another one! Oh, wow. So drawing 2, discarding 1, moment of truth. I mean, at this point, Maximilian might as well look at the entire library.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's trying to do. Just get through his deck and find the one-off copy of while the 4th one here. Just complete out value at this point. So going to play this Meringue River Regent, picking up 4 Roiling Dragonstorms, and Adrian says, yeah, you're probably going to find your win condition here, the 1 copy of Founding the 3rd Path.
I mean, fast match. I mean, when I hear we are getting an EZ Prowess player, I assume that if the game goes really fast, EZ Prowess is winning, but that's not the case here, as these
I mean, that was a turn 4 kill.
That's true. That shows off that this deck actually it's unbelievably strong and can combo very early. Now we have Maximilian's sideboard here. What do you think might enter against the aggro deck?
Yeah, so we actually saw this sideboard plan here at work earlier from a different. It looks like a very similar sideboard to the one that we saw from Loopy, and this is a very creature-heavy sideboard with the 2 Clarion Conquerors, the 2 bases, and the 2 Overlord of the Mistmores, essentially allowing you to shift your game plan and be much more creature-focused into the Izzet Prowess deck that is going to bring in just a ton of non-creature counterspells. At least, like, that's what you would expect normally. Actually, this specific Izzet list from Adrian only has a single negate and only has no spell piercers as well. So, like, in the main deck. So, actually, Adrian is not that ready for this matchup. Has 1 copy of Disdainful Stroke, 1 copy of Negate, 1 copy of Spell Pierce. Those are the interactive cards in Adrian's sideboard for the matchup. So I don't think actually that Max needs to like sideboard too much into this situation.
You know one thing, Simon? That's why I like to play 1 single copy of Spell Pierce in the main, because then like your opponent cannot do these turn 4 as easily to combo, you know? Because you always think with that mana up, is it a Spell Pierce? But we see here the sideboard ready as well with some Graveyard Hate.
Yeah, the most important cards here is the 2 copies of Ghost Vacuum from Adrian, especially combining Graveyard Hate with counterspells. Not that there's too many counterspells, there's just those 3 copies, but that's a way you can easily shut down that Omniscience deck, because if you just rely on counterspells, they have a good plan of getting around that. They can use their Voice of Victory to stop you from playing spells on their turn, or they can just beat you down with big creatures like we've seen before. And if you just rely on your Ghost Vacuum, well, then they have ways to answer that, such as the Clarion Conqueror that will stop activated abilities from being activated.
I love that.
So I actually expect that the Clarion Conquerors is what's going to come in here for Max to deal with those Ghost Vacuums and be something you can play around the counterspells whenever you need to. And maybe also the bases will come in. Maybe change the equation too. But you have to be really careful with not boarding in too much stuff here, especially since Adrian's deck is not jam-packed with answers for you. And from Adrian's side, yeah, want to remove some of the creature-specific interaction. Wants to remove the burst lightnings if you can, or the Into the Floodmoors. Maybe you can't cut all of them because you do need to be able to deal with, let's say, if Emerang River Region comes down on turn 6, that's a 6/7, the Into the Floodmoor might actually be pretty good as an answer to that. Might also want to remove the 2 copies of Draycatcher. As I mentioned, it's the slowest threat. And if you want to keep your deck being functional, you can't just cut like your spells for more reactive cards, because then it will be much harder for you to trigger prowess. It might be better for you to cut some of your worst prowess creatures.
That makes a lot of sense. And Simon, I have to ask you, after so many rounds of Standard, we've been doing coverage all day long yesterday and now today. Are you excited to start testing for Pro Tour Las Vegas Final Fantasy, which is going to be Standard format?
Yeah, that's what my month of May is going to be. I'm just going to get myself ready for the Pro Tour. Going into this Standard format, I have had a bit of a break, and it's nice to have a break sometimes, but it's also nice to come back. I'm actually looking right now at the standings here, and there's a couple things that catch my eye. Of course, we saw that Adrian Martin with Boros Monument earlier.
Oh, that's true. That was very spicy.
Still at 10-2, can still make it into top 8 here with a couple wins. And then as I scroll through these players, remember, it's the top 19 who are still at 10-2 or better. 3 of those 19 players are playing Domain Overlords.
What?
Yes, there are 3 Domain players still in contention for top 8.
I love that, because Domain Overlords, if you saw the last Pro Tour, they were very, very popular. And something happened and they lost popularity.
You know what the something was?
Tarkir.
No, the something was Mono Red. It was the prevalence of the Screaming Nemesis, Sunspine Lynx Mono Red deck that just tears them apart.
That's true.
Mono Red in particular is not doing very well in this tournament. 47% win rate yesterday. It is slowly seeping out of the top levels of the metagame. So the Domain players that decided to go here, bring in the deck they know and love, and has managed to go through, like, not that many Domain players ended up in these late stages of the tournament, but those that did are in a prime metagame because there is so much less Mono Red for them to face.
Love to see it. I mean, the Domain Overlord deck is another one that we actually didn't see at all in coverage, right? At least we didn't cover it this weekend. Maybe Martin and Arne did.
Yeah, there was one in the backup feature last round that we didn't get to see, beating up on the Jeskai Convoke player. Sadly, last time we were in the booth, I mentioned Jeskai Convoke at X and 1. That player has unfortunately lost 2 rounds in a row, and so we will not be seeing Jeskai Convoke in the top 8, sadly, but is still fighting, of course, for that precious Pro Tour invite.
That's true. Can we get a shout out though for our team that is working so hard, like everyone working on the production, because it's because of them that the stream looks this good. They are working so hard in making sure that you have all the graphics. We show as many games as possible. The downtime has been really low, which is really nice, Simon. Even for us commentating, we go straight to action. It's always ready for us. Makes our job also very easy. So shout out to everyone at the production doing an amazing long work this weekend, and players getting ready for this game 2 after what it was. I feel like game 1 was faster than now we are waiting for the game 2 to start.
I mean, that's, you know, the time is like, you know, going faster when you're having fun.
That's
It's more fun to watch players play Magic than it is to watch them sideboard.
That's true, but sideboarding is part of the game, and it's what makes it so interesting as well, especially in open deck list when they have access to see what the other player has in their sideboard as well, what they might side in, side out. It's all this game that happens outside the game. Other decks that make it as well, Convoke doing pretty decently, I believe. I mean, at least there was a
well, yeah, I mean, it's not doing well anymore. So, yeah, that's the one that like was X and 1 and lost down to X3 now in the last 2 rounds. We do still have a couple. Of course, we have the Demir mid-range from Saruna Leobikas, who's at the verge of a top 8 here. Still, like, can potentially make it even while losing the next 2 rounds, and can potentially just make a draw somewhere. So I believe that we will see the Demir mid-range in the top 8, most likely from Zaruna's still undefeated in this tournament. Playing on table 1 right now against Jelko Bodevis on Izzet Prowess at 11-1. Those are the only 2 players at 11-1 or better. So it seems like these 2 players can just have a draw and might just both be guaranteed to make it into top 8, and it seems like the next round the top 2 tables will also be able to draw. So I think these are the 2 people who are most likely going to be in top 8. We'll see how that exactly plays out here, but there's a ton of other people vying for that position, looking to hopefully, like, some of these top place players are looking to win their round and hope that they're paired up into one of these 1 or 2 seed players who are just looking for shaking another hand and just getting a draw once again. And among that list of players is Guglielmo Lupi, the inventor of the Omniscience deck, is in that position, sitting in 4th place right now, looking to win and potentially draw next round. The same thing with Adriano Moscato, also looking to win and draw next round. Tobia Daniele Nappi, the control master, also in that position. And of course, Adrian Perdian sitting a little bit behind those on the tiebreaker race, but could potentially be securing a top 8 if he manages to win this round. But he needs to win the next 2 games, and then he needs to hope and pray that he can draw next round. Otherwise, he will need to win the next round. It's probably more likely than not that he will have to win the next round as well.
Exciting to see. My favorite part of this tournament is always when we get to the top 8 and we reveal it to the players, especially when there's these tiebreakers and players are really excited to see who makes it in the top 8. The emotions are high, and right now we are ready for game 2 of this round number 13, starting with Storm Chase Talent on Adrian's side.
So that's a good start, just leading off with a prowess creature. Getting the pressure rolling early. Last game was not a turn 1 Swiss Spear, and definitely hurt him. But Adrian here, Molly getting down to 5, trying to make this work. But here's a Disdainful Stroke, which is a huge pickup if you can make it work. The question is, are you playing out this Slick Shot, or are you just plotting it? It's not that much of a reason to plot it in this matchup on this specific turn. But it's deciding to do it anyways. But actually attacking with the Otter here is proving to be kind of a risk here because of the Ephemeris Dispersal. Maximilian decided not to bounce the Otter token right here. Instead, holding up the Spell Pierce for a potential Cory Steel Cutter. So actually Adrian being quite rewarded for not just sending that Slick Shot in here, instead plotting it, because that meant he could attack safely with the Otter token, knowing that it can't be bounced by Ephemeris Dispersal if Maximilian also wanted to keep up Spell Pierce.
Oh,
So,
love that play.
yeah, that's actually kind of a next level thing where you might think that that's like a bad idea to just attack for one into the open mana, but because you know that the things you're representing and the ways they want to respond to it can actually work out totally fine.
And it worked, so Slick Shot show off now coming back from the plot into the battlefield. We have Sleight of Hand, so these triggers start to happening. Slick Shot +2/+0 until the end of the turn. The Otter +1/+1.
Yeah, so that's 5 damage showing already. And Adrian, again, has that Disdainful Stroke in hand, but doesn't need to leave it up for a few more turns. So what he's aiming to do right now is just deal as much damage as possible, hope that Maximilian doesn't have too much interaction with that. But Maximilian sitting on both Ephemeris Dispersal and this Spell Pierce, is going to be able to do quite a number on Adrian's offense here, can bounce the Otter token, can counter the Monster's Rage, and not much will be left of Adrian's pressure if that is to happen.
So let's see, I think picking up a land there, and that Sleight of Hand goes to the graveyard. There's a Monstrous Rage, a land, and something else. So attacking here with the Otter and the show off, but there it is.
Deciding to bounce the Slick Shot show off rather than the Otter here. Doesn't care too much about relieving the pressure, about trading cards, rather than just take as little damage as possible and forcing Adrian to, if he wants to play that show off, he has to tap out for it next turn unless he has a land right now.
This card is so good, not only allowing you to bounce something, but also Surveil too. The Surveil 2, very important in this deck, of course, and now we are plotting the Slick Shot once again.
So that was a bit of a not playing the land pre-combat, making Maximilian unsure whether or not it was going to be possible for Adrian to plot that Slick Shot show off. But Adrian, not that many cards left in hand. 1 Monstrous Rage, 1 Disdainful Stroke. And we're starting to get into the turns where you want to leave up Stroke. I don't think he can quite leave it up yet because there's no Omniscience in the graveyard, so it's not as threatening. You don't need to leave it up right now. Though I guess you might as well be forced to, because you only have the ability to spend 1 mana on this turn, regardless, as the Slick Shot show-off is going to be free to play, as it was plotted last turn. And then you can maybe try to go for the Monster's Rage and see if there's a piece of interaction for Maximilian.
A land was the draw there for Adrian. Not left with much, but that Storm Chase talent can eventually be leveled up as well for some extra value.
I mean, it can, but that's the sort of game that Max is very happy to see you play. If you tap out to level up the Storm Chaser's talent, it doesn't really apply much other pressure. I think the best thing it could be doing is if it's leveling up to get a Monstrous Rage and presenting lethal that way. As we see here, the Slick Shot coming in off the plot, attacking with both creatures, just 2 damage showing right now, but this Monstrous Rage can turn that 2 damage into 7 damage.
And there it is, Monstrous Rage on the Slick Shot show off. Now, does Maximilian have a way to answer that? Looks like no, taking a lot of damage here.
That's actually quite a lot of damage.
8 damage, right? Or?
Yes, you're right, 8 damage, yeah, not 7. And so putting Max down to 9 life here with 3 damage showing. So any spell that Adrian draws will be 6 damage. If he can draw 2 spells, that'll be lethal. But this Temporary Lockdown does not get hit by the Disdainful Stroke.
Wow.
It completely clears off the board from Adrian.
That was insane. Temporary Lockdown is such a great card against this Izzet Prowess deck.
That's a Monstrous Rage here, not doing anything to put on pressure. And there's the Meringue River region. You can use the Omen part of this card to discard your Omniscience and get it into the graveyard that way. You can also discard it in this fashion if you use Stock Up and then find, let's say, a land and a Roiling Dragonstorm, or if you can even discard to hand size. I think there's like 4 cards in his hand right now, so can't quite do the discard to hand size play. There's 5 cards in hand, so we'll go up to 7 with this Stock Up. Can't quite do that cool play, but even just hitting some land drops here, you feel in full control. You have so many cards that do interesting things. Of course, this Spell Pierce is starting to look a lot weaker, but might find a target against Adrian if he draws his own Stock Up, for instance.
Let's see. What does Maximilian decide to do here? Stock up, such a great card. So getting a plane and another stock up. Stock up the stock up.
Actually, Adrian can't even draw a stock up. He doesn't play that card. So yeah, not a thing he can draw. But
still cutter though. That was the draw for the turn.
Yeah, that's not the worst thing. The issue is that it's really hard for him to play that alongside a second spell. And as a result, he just decides, so instead of playing the Steel Cutter and then leaving up the Disdainful Stroke, where it is vulnerable to Spell Pierce, he's instead leaving up 4 mana, so that if he needs to stroke something, he can still pay for the Spell Pierce.
And looks like Maximilian here going for another stock up. So let's see what this stock up does get.
Oh, and this actually could put him at 8 cards in hand, and it'll enable him to discard that that Omniscience. So the play that we mentioned earlier could actually happen on this turn. Of course, Maximilian could also be happy to just develop his land base, develop his hand, and just be in control of this game as he's under no pressure, which means he's under no obligation to try and combo quickly.
That's true. So putting 2 cards there in hand, that's going to be a Blast Zone and a Spell Pierce.
So he has currently 8 cards in hand, going to discard, discounting Omniscience to hand size. That is how you get it into the graveyard, folks. That is the, honestly, a big reason of the stock up. When you're on the draw and you play it turn 3, that's how you...
That's how you discard your Omniscience. That's pretty good.
Another land drawn here for Adrian. Again, doesn't want to tap below the ability to pay for Spell Pierce. Is there a second copy of Spell Pierce? I think there is 2 copies of Spell Pierce now in Maximilian's hand. So he can actually go for this Abuelos right now with 2 Spell Pierces up. Is that a wise decision though? Because Adrian also has 1 mana ways of interacting with this combo. So you don't necessarily need to go for it here. But Maximilian's saying, yeah, this is the time I can do it. Even if it goes wrong, it's not that bad. Here's the Disdainful Stroke. Here's Spell Pierce. Pay 2. Here's second Spell Pierce. Maybe. Yep.
Yay, there it is. Second Spell Pierce. And Maximilian here winning the counter war. Now there's that Omniscience. It's a little 1-1, but you know, it's pretty good when you start doing other stuff as well, like here we are looking at the top 3, putting Temporary Lockdown in the graveyard.
Right, the Omen part of Marang River Regent. This ability here is actually quite good in this deck, deceptively good that you get to shuffle it back into your deck instead of going to the graveyard, because it means your future card draw spells are going to be increasingly more likely to hit more card draw because you filter your deck that way. And here's the Roiling Dragonstorm. Start that chain going. This is how Max ended up winning the last game and is now playing the stock up, looking for even more dragons. Hits another Roiling Dragonstorm, and now you can start just playing out the second copy of Marang River Regent in your hand.
There's also the Clarion, I believe, that does
Oh, that's another way to pick up both of those Dragonstorms. That's a beautiful way to have your sideboard card be part of your combo.
That's actually insane. Look at these dragons all over. Now that Dragonstorm once again, and now it's just digging until we find a combo.
Maximilian Höglund putting himself in this position where he can have a win in next round for the top 8. Adrian was 8-0 yesterday, but a brutal day today. It's leaving him after this mulligan to 5 at X3 and without any hopes for the top 8. Might still be able to take a draw next round and get into the Pro Tour. We do believe that a lot of people at 10 wins are going to be qualified for the Pro Tour if they are at 10-3-1. So might have had this you know, the goal for the tournament already happening, but here we see Maximilian clinching that win, going to 11-2 and looking hot for that top 8 spot.
Congratulations here to Maximilian on taking this game with Omniscience. Love to see this combo deck working, but better than winning this round 13 is the prize of winning the round 13.
It's the interview with Maria.
Yes, that's right. So we will have access to that interview. And Simon, how are you feeling about this deck now that we've seen more and more of it during the weekend?
You know what? In the beginning, I remember last December, I saw these people mentioning that they were crushing their RCQs with this Omniscience deck. They were really hyping it up. Like, we have this secret deck. We're all doing so well in our RCQs, but we're not going to show it yet. And then around Christmas, they revealed the deck. They had a deck guide. You could buy into this, and it was this janky-looking Omniscience Reanimator deck. And I was like, this just can't be good enough. Maybe it's fine, but whatever. Then Stock Up got printed, and that was something I underrated for how effective it was with this deck. Really putting it right at the forefront of the metagame, and now it even got more cards with the Dragonstorm we saw here, and the Coiling Dragonstorm and the Marang River Regent, as well as that other dragon.
Arian as well, that's true.
Exactly, yeah. So the deck just got a bunch of upgrades from Tarkir as well, and was already, we have this team of people who were crushing the RCQs, waiting for this RC where they could get to play this deck, and now they're doing it and showing just how strong it is.
Congratulations once again to Maximilian for winning this round here. Let's see the interview with Maria.
I'm here with the winner of this feature match, Maximilian Höglund, who was playing Azorius Omniscience against Izzet Prowess. So first of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling really good. It was going into the rounds, it was still not as nerve-wracking as I've heard some others, because I was still live to lose and then draw.
Sure.
But getting to play and still being live for top 8 is
amazing.
It's amazing.
It feels good, right?
It feels so good. And the deck is just flowing. The surveil is just, it's kind of gross when it happens, but it's gonna happen some amount of times.
Of course. But going into this tournament, what did you expect? What kind of metagame? Why did you choose this deck?
I was expecting a bit more like green-white lockdown, just slower things to be able to pad to dampen the blue-red and then just red Core Steel colored decks.
All right.
I and my friend who were part of the team switched to Omniscience very, very close into the event from the colored decks because we felt like the meta was prepared for it.
Okay.
It turns out it wasn't that prepared, but it's still good to be a lockdown deck.
Yeah, you're still doing well.
Yeah, I'm still doing well.
And what about your friends?
I'm the only one who did well on Omniscience, unfortunately. But those who stuck to blue-red color still, we got 3 people into day 2.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Well, that's very good.
I don't know how they're doing now, but they're also still live for the PT invites.
Yeah, that's very impressive.
It feels really good.
Definitely.
We were doing, like, the Swedish community was setting up a Discord and trying to do some more active testing, like more active thing as a group rather than just playing Moto leagues.
And it feels like it pays off.
We abandoned most of what we learned, but it was really good for tying us together and finding the configurations of what we wanted to build.
Of course.
So it feels and also like sharing insight other than just deck lists, because often you can just look at the deck lists online and just play it, but if you don't know the sideboard plans, you don't know like the critical things to look out for.
Yeah, it's important to have testing partners. Magic is all about community, isn't it?
It is.
Okay, and what would it mean to you to make top 8?
Thank you. I hope it will go as well as it has gone so far.
Yeah, what would it mean to you though? What would it mean to you to make top 8? What kind of accomplishment would it be?
I can't even begin to fathom it. Like, it's been outside of the realm of like struggling to make day 2 by playing slightly off meta stuff, and now just playing a real deck and just doing well is just so great. It already feels so good. I don't know how it would translate going top 8. Yeah, it is. It really is.
Okay, well, the best of luck to you. Thank you so much, and back to the booth.
Thank you so much, Maria, for the interview. Very exciting round 13 here so far, and lovely to see Omniscience doing well. Now, we do have a backup feature match ready, so let's take a look at what our players are bringing here, because the magic doesn't stop, and it's another interesting matchup. I think now, yes, we will see Luis Gobern versus Marco Gallardo, but let's just make sure. And Simon, I saw that you saw that the players that started 8-0 were not doing too well.
Yes, in an incredible surprise for today, after 5 rounds, all 3 people who were 8-0 yesterday have lost this round. So we just saw Adrian lose this one, but Adriano Moscato also lost this round, went 2-3 today, is out of the tournament for contention top 8. And of course, there's Tobia Napi on the Jeskai control side, also lost this round.
Is that a 8-0 curse?
Maybe that's an 8-0 curse. You know, the person who dodged the 8-0 curse is Saruna, who drew in the last round instead of winning and actually turned that into a perfect record today as well. Drew last round here and should be locked for top 8 with that draw. So yeah, that's how you do it. You don't go 8-0, you go 7-0-1.
Exciting to see how things turn out here as our players start to shuffling up and are ready here for this round 13. Starting here with Mike Gallardo playing mono red aggro. We saw this before. Sunspine Lynx being a very interesting card. Also the new Tursa from Tarkir. What does this deck want to do, Simon?
Well, it's a very red deck and it wants to do red things. It wants to attack and burn down the opponent. It's playing the mouse package that we've seen so much in Standard. Heartfire Hero and Ember Heart Challengers with that Valiant keyword. You're able to trigger it with your Rockface Village, with your Manifold Mouse to give it double strike. It's an insane interaction. And even the 4 copies of Monstrous Rage can also help trigger those Valiant triggers.
How does it do against what Luis Gobern is bringing though? Jeskai Oculus.
Yeah, so that's still hard to know. We see that Gallardo's setup here is main decking 2 copies of Sunspine Lynx. We've seen different numbers of these between the sideboards and the main decks. Mark Gallardo doing the quite interesting thing here of cutting 2 copies of Lightning Strike. I've not seen many other players do this to get room for these extra copies of Sunspine Lynx. So that should be interesting to see. Mark also is a red player who has a draw. He's X1-1, which means that I don't know how that draw occurred. I don't know how that happened, but it does mean that if he wins this, he is in a prime position to draw into top 8.
Okay.
So winning in for Mark. Louis Gobern, on the other hand, is sitting there chilling, is a long-time player. Just want to talk a little bit about Luis. He has a GP top 8 in Madrid from 2016, has a handful of PT that he's played throughout the years, in the past 10 years or so, and last RC in Prague, Luis was playing there too, and he qualified from that RC to Pro Tour in Vegas, and now is looking for that second PT invite. Might already have that in the bag with his 10 wins here, but he's looking to win this round and then win the next one in order to secure a spot in the top 8.
And Simon, I start to think that I am choosing the wrong Portuguese people to feature in my caster prediction draft, because it's the second time that Luis Gobern here is doing great results, and I always choose other Portuguese players. And this time, Martin Yuza actually stole this pick from me, and Luis Gobern doing pretty well for him here in the caster fantasy draft. Love to see this Jeskai Oculus doing well as well. But I was talking with the Portuguese players on Friday, and I was like, who from you do you think will do good? And they said, if it was modern, Gobern for sure, but it's not modern, so it looks like...
That looks like a rhyme as well. Modern for Gobern.
That's true, but not even. All the formats for Gobern.
Any format, doesn't matter. I mean, this deck kind of has it smells a little bit like a modern deck. It has those like abilities to pressure very quickly, has a bunch of card draw and can keep the pressure flowing, just like a Rakdos Evoke or Boros Energy deck would in modern. And this deck is built around Prop's Eidetic Memory. A lot of these creatures you see, they come into play and they will discard cards and draw cards. That will trigger the Eidetic Memory, putting more counters on your creatures. You have Glacial Dragon Hunt. That's a removal spell that allows you to draw and discard cards, which also enables this Marauding Mako. And then the best thing you can discard is Abhorrent Arculus, so that you can reanimate it for a single mana with Helping Hand.
Love to see that. This deck definitely has a lot of cards to give, and our players getting ready here to start the action. We see...
Oh, that's a mulligan to 5 from a mono-red player here. Mark Gallagher playing a clean win and in against Louis Gobern here.
That's true. So Mark that does have that draw that puts him ahead in standings. Luis on the other side, 2 mana here. Oh, Profts. This card has been also one card for the weekend, I have to say. It just works so well with Tursa as well.
Exactly, yeah. It's the blue up the beanstalk. That's exactly what it is. It's 2 mana enchantment, replaces itself, and just keeps sitting there on the battlefield, having an immense impact on how the game plays out.
The blue up the beanstalk.
So that is a Manifold Mouse coming down there for Mark. And not that scary of a card by itself. You really want to curve Hardfire Hero into Manifold Mouse. But if there is a Monstrous Rage, it can still hit pretty hard. It does hit as a 1-2 double striker by itself. So it's not the worst in terms of threats. And Luis misses his third land drop.
Wow.
Mark here from a mulligan to 5 is sensing a potential for victory here. Has 2 copies of Monstrous Rage in hand. And if Luis only has a single burn spell here, you could actually just go for both rages. But it seems like there is an Emberheart Challenger right here.
And Manifold Mouse love these valiant creatures. And
so we see Luis here going
right away
for the Torch the Tower, but Mark can respond to that with this Monstrous Rage and save his creature. So the question is, does Luis have a Spell Pierce? Does he have a second Torch the Tower? Mark asks, what do you have? The question is a second Torch the Tower.
And sacrificing
the Proft. So Luis, actually here, that's a pretty brilliant play. Knew that he wanted to sacrifice the Proft to scry one, to dig for that land drop. Deciding to not do that here because he wanted to bait out that Monstrous Rage, so he got to use the second Torch the Tower this turn safely. So I actually love this play here, but unfortunately not paying off with a land drop. Has to play another Proft and still missing that land drop, even after digging 3 cards deeper.
It doesn't feel good to miss that third land drop that is really needed. There's a couple of helping hands in Luis Gobern's hand, but nothing to get from the graveyard yet.
So you might see that Monstrous Rage just come down here and trigger Valiant. Oh, there's a bit of a hesitation here. I wonder if that's about life totals or any sort of other thing. There was certainly a judge interaction there. I can just say, like, we had this talk actually yesterday. This is a bit of transparency for the viewers. Whenever it cuts back to us, I feel like I always look so dumb because I look up at the screen and it looks like this. We have a giant TV screen right in front of us, and whenever it cuts back to us and we're not ready, it's just gonna look like this. It's not very flattering. But you're always so professional. You never look up. You always look at the camera.
I'm ready to look at the camera right at the viewers so they feel intimidated.
Oh, wow.
I'm just kidding. But it's back to the game, so no longer you have to worry, Simon. We see here the board state. What is happening here? Thursa is there?
Yes, so that is the Monstrous Rage targeting Emberheart Challenger. Valiant Trigger hit a Thursa, and you can now play your 4th land and just play out that Thursa for free. Well, not for free, you pay 3 mana for it, but you got the card for free and can even discard here if you want to. You can also decline. Decides that his last remaining card in hand is too good to give up on. I think that's a Burst Lightning, and is attacking here for, so that is 6 damage from that one, plus 3, so that's 9 damage. Leaving Luis's life total in half, and there is finally another land.
Okay, is it too late?
To say sorry, I do not know, but Luis draws 2 cards, and this Steamcore Scholar is going to get 2 cards from that Proft Eidetic Memory. This is the great combination of cards. Of course, it is less great when it happens on turn 5.
Yeah, so it will be a 4/4, but we know that Mark does have
the Burst Lightning in hand. Yeah, if Mark can draw a land, he can just aim that Burst Lightning right at the Steamcore Scholar and attack for 7.
That's a big threat there as well. There's also still the land that can be animated.
It's true. There's a lot of ways for Mark to present problems here for Luis. There's also the chance to use Rockface Village on that Emberheart Challenger, pushing it up to 4 power so it can offer up the trade with the Steamcore Scholar, as well as potentially drawing Mark another card. Let's see what the draw is here. Is it an untapped land? Is there even a Burst Lightning in hand? Did I look at it wrong? See, there's a bit of a think here. That's always good when you're playing mono red. It's very easy to think that you're just supposed to play fast and lose, but these decks are so much better if you take careful consideration, and this is exactly what Mark is doing here. Announcing the attacks and then playing the Witch Stalker Frenzy on the Steamcore Scholar and sending in for 7 damage. Then he can turn the Burst Lightning at the face, and that is lethal.
Mono Red showing how fast it can be here against Luis Gobern that did get stuck on mana for a little bit.
Honestly, if your opponent is going to be stuck on mana, this is the deck you want to be playing.
And this was like a mull for the Mono Red player, right?
Yeah, this is a mull to 5.
Just showing how resilient the deck
Honestly,
is.
we've talked about this before as well. There was the discussion yesterday about do you keep a greedy hand against an opponent who mulligans? And it's just important to remember that mulligans doesn't mean that their hand is slower. It just means that they're trying to mulligan to a fast start. It just means they don't have much follow-up. And so a hand that stumbles and is not very good is always going to perform worse against a hand that is a multi-5 but actually has the good curve out.
Simon, what was, if you remember, the time that you mulliganed the most and still won? So like multi-4 to 3, did it ever happen?
Yes, I've definitely had a mulligan to 3 and 1. That was nice, and it was not playing Tron, that was in Standard.
What?
Yes. I don't know how that happened, but I was just playing against Blue-White Control, and I mulliganed to 3, and I won the game. I had it in Vintage Cube, sorry. I'm also 4 in Standard and won off that one. That was a long time ago. In Vintage Cube, I'm multi-3 with my mono-white creature deck, and ended up winning that game. That was very cool. A huge student of Warfare. And then, of course, whenever I was playing Tron, also a ton of mulligans. Probably a couple mulligans to 3 of that one as well. Don't know if that resulted in game wins or not. Because if you're playing Tron, you don't really think about your starting hand size. It's a privilege if you get to start with 6 or more cards.
Oh, that's right. I mean, love to see Simon, love to hear these stories. I mean, mulligan is actually a very important decision, and I often regret the moves that I didn't take more than the moves that I did take, if that makes sense.
That's often how it works, yeah.
So we're taking a look here at our players list, what might enter sideboard here for Mark Gallardo playing this mono red, now on the draw against Luis Gobern, Jeskai, Oculus.
Yes, so the important cards here from Mark is going to be the 2 copies of Ghost Vacuum. These are going to shut off the helping hands and make some of the other graveyard synergies slightly worse. On top of that, you also have 2 copies of Lithomantic Barrage, which you could bring in to deal with the Oculus, but I actually think that's a bit of a trap in this matchup because there's not that many targets that are blue. There's a bunch of red creatures present in this Jeskai Oculus deck, and the Proft is going to be quite good at pulling creatures out of that 5 damage range. So I think I'd rather prefer to have the Witchstalker Frenzy that's in his sideboard as well. This is a better answer to Oculus in my opinion, because it also can answer other things that they have. And if they have a red creature that is a 3/3 and a blue creature that's a 6/6, you still have targets for your Witchstalker Frenzy.
That's right. Okay, so players getting ready here with now we see Luis Gobern's sideboard. Sheltered by Ghosts is a card that we saw a lot in that Monument deck that we didn't see as Monument actually. But yes. Sheltered by Ghosts was MVP there. Is it going to be MVP here as well?
Yes. This is exactly the matchup that you want Sheltered by Ghosts from. This is such a hate card for this mono red deck. And because Luis can make big creatures that aren't targetable by Lithomantic Barrage, it's a great deck to put in the Sheltered by Ghost. Combining that with Proft can be quite devastating. You also have maybe a few more removal spells, like there's a Braid. I don't think you're really trying to sideboard that much from the Jeskai side. And you see Luis here looking like he's about to mulligan to 5. Trying to remember that what happened when his opponent mulliganed to 5, but this seems to be a bit of a non-game here for Luis. Can he have as good of a hand as Mark just beat him with on this multi-5?
I mean, never nice to multi-5, but we saw Mark being able to take game 1 after multi-5. Let's see if Gobern can do the same, as you said. Now, these must affect your morale. After game 1, where you couldn't get your third land for so long, didn't have access to white mana as well, into a game 2 where you're already starting to multi-5, how do you pick yourself up back, Simon, and just focus on the game and do not get demoralized?
Yeah, so for me, I mean, it's like, honestly, if you can just switch your perspective a little bit and think of it as a privilege and an advantage if you get to start with 7 cards and have 5 cards as your, like, that's the normal amount of hand. Like, you don't necessarily need to consider yourself getting unlucky. You can just focus on the times that your draw is like fine, or you're actually getting lucky. That if you focus on those things instead, it's easier to keep your mind on the goal. Of course, you do still need to, nothing is lost yet. You can easily win on a multi-5. And the question is just, how do you do it? Which cards do you put on bottom? It's a tough decision when you're mulliganing to 5 and have to put 2 cards on bottom, and just focusing on getting that decision right can be extremely important.
That's right, and looks like that Torture Tower already taking care of the Lizard Iron Claw. It's gone now.
So this is 2 pain lands for Luis. That is a issue with these 3-color decks, is that their mana bases are sometimes just only pain lands, and that can be extremely painful in a matchup like this. Here's 2 more 1-drops. So does Luis have a way to catch back up from this? No play on that 2 mana here, so just has to play Steamcore Scholar. It's not that good of a blocker into this board here.
But there's Oculus on graveyard.
There's Oculus. Is there helping hand? In hand, there is indeed.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the way that Luis can potentially claw back from this situation here, because he's going to have an Oculus in play next turn, facing down this board of 1/1 creatures. I think there's a Screaming Nemesis potentially coming down here, but
Screaming Nemesis.
the Nemesis is not that good. Like, doesn't add that much damage, because if you play the Screaming Nemesis, you can no longer attack with your Hyatt Claw. Whereas if you attack right now, you might even also be able to attack with the Heartfire Hero and essentially bluff a piece of interaction.
Yeah, let's see what Mark decides to do here.
You can just burst lightning as well on this Steamcore Scholar. There's a lot of ways to play this. I think I kind of like just attacking with the 2 1-drops here. And if Luis blocks, you can burst lightning the Steamcore Scholar and play a second Heartfire Hero. Or you can just play the Screaming Nemesis and attack for 3 now. The advantage of attacking with just the 1-drops here is that if Luis doesn't block, it's the same amount of damage, and then you can play the Nemesis post-combat. I just realized the reason why you wouldn't do that. I just said it. It's the same amount of damage. You're getting in 3 damage no matter what you do. Might as well play the Screaming Nemesis.
Yeah, so looks like here we are getting Profts, drawing a card that's going to put a counter on something. Painland there.
So that's the helping hand. And I wonder if he's getting the counter onto the Oculus to protect it from these 5 damage removal spells that are in Mark's deck. Here we see the first pain land, but no, rather putting it on the Scholar, doing a bit more pressure and actually having a blocker. At this point, Luis is not in a position where he can play around the worst case scenarios. He has to hope that things are going better for him. And there's a Sheltered by the Ghost, which would be an awesome draw, but he has to manifest that or chuck it into the graveyard to help with Delirium.
Not the right way that he was manifesting it, but yeah, it's a 2/2. And Oculus just gets you so much value. All those 2/2s starting to appear.
So now, Mark has the Burst Lightning, and is that a Manifold Mouse? It is indeed. So you can start bumping up this Heartfire Hero to attack more, but this is not that easy for Mark to attack through. Of course, he still has the 2 copies of Screaming Nemesis, and I'm just going to rely on those. I honestly think just playing a Screaming Nemesis here and attacking with both of them is a pretty good play. Luis can point that Steamcore Scholar, blocking one of them, and then essentially also losing his Manifest token from that play. That's probably the best thing that Luis can do in that position if there is a second Screaming Nemesis coming. But it's also possible that Mark just wants to level up this Heartfire here. It's not that good of a position for Mark, I don't think, just because of how poor it is if you let your opponent untap with Oculus and they're at 10 or more life.
That's true, and a tough decision here for Mark, which does have a couple of options.
So does just decide to go with the Screaming Nemesis, attacking with both of them here. Let's see if Luis is ready to just trade off, but says, no, I'll just take the damage here. That is a dangerous proposition, but it does mean that he gets to keep his flyer, which is also his pressure, and that might be important here, but I think Luis just has a bunch of lands in hand.
So that's an attack for 8 damage with the flyers.
Yeah, so that could, if you have a way to draw a card next turn, it could represent lethal, but I think his hand is just 3 lands, and that is not the way you wanted this to go. Game 1, just couldn't find a 3rd land, and Game 2, this is leaving you with a lot fewer options. Luis deciding to keep his Steamcore Scholar around instead of trading with the Screaming Nemesis and keeping his life total that tad bit higher, just to go for more pressure and a potential to win the game. But that gambit was not paying off here. Now, surviving these two Screaming Nemesis and the High Claw trigger and the Burst Lightning, it's going to be a tall order, as well as this Hardfire hero. If Mark just goes to play Manifold Mouse and give double strike to the Hardfire hero, and just attacks with everything, that's a lot of problematic attacks coming in. You could even just use this Rockface Village that you just drew to pump up the Hardfire hero. Might even be better to just turn it into a 3-2.
Yeah, not a lot of options here for Gobern that only, as you said, as lands in hand. So it's going to be a tough one.
Of course, Mark doesn't know about the lands and has to think about the potential ways that Luis could answer this. Of course, Luis played very aggressively last turn there, even tapping the Oculus. So it does make Mark play a bit more scared potentially. So you can play the other Hardfire hero, give them one haste. So that's even more damage coming in if you just Alpha Strike and attack with everything. And the Hardfire heroes are going to deal damage no matter what. Either they die or they will just hit directly. There's no way around the damage from these Hardfire heroes. The same thing goes with these Screaming Nemesis. Even if you block them, they will deal you damage. I don't think, even if Luis has a card, there's no way that he could
low here for Mark.
Prevent this damage. And that means Mark is potentially set up to draw into the top 8 of this tournament. I actually have the word that here in round 14, Mark did indeed draw. So we will see Mark Galago very likely into the top 8 here with mono red.
Oh wow, I have to say, Simon, what a crazy round 13 here. And round 13 might have been an unlucky one for Luis Gobern after that mulligan and also not getting third land on game 1. But congratulations for Maximilian on advancing here. And also Mark Gallardo, our winners of the round. What a fun one, Simon.
Yeah, absolutely. You were talking about not being ready for the camera. I was just looking at the scores here, and that was a really cool game of seeing actually the mono red player. There's not that many left in the tournament, but one of them did make it into the top 8 here in the sea of Izzet prowess and beating one of the boogeymen of the new boogeyman of the format, Jeskai Oculus.
Love to see it, and I want to know more about this deck, so let's have an interview with Maria and Mark.
Hooves dig into fields of black, chase valiantly towards the dread. Shield and armor aglow and bright, countless hearts and lances keen. They ride into the night. The beasts above, they shriek and soar, spew flames of ghostlight from their jaws that eat the skies and burn the flesh, and albeit crowned with firelight, they ride on into the night. The new 2024 exclusive line, crowned with the first printed folder and zip folio ever. An astonishing artwork made by one of Magic the Gathering's most beloved artists, Dominic Mayer.
Tournament, and before we go into the action, I think we have the deck list, the standings ready for you guys, so you can take a look at what's going on at the top of the standings, who is in the running for the 8 slots for the top 8, what decks they're playing, and what are we going to be seeing in the feature match area this round. So let's take a look at the standings if we can.
If we can. So I can already give you a little bit of a heads up while we're waiting for the standings. There we go. That is...
Those are the players that are in the running for possibly squeaking in the top.
Yes, so we have 11 and 12 are actually our main feature match. Those are 2 players still in the running. The rest of the list here on the standings If you could get the first slide, would be more interesting. But Ivan Lauzovic and Nikolai Lascu are in the feature match right now. They're playing for a win, and it's probably for the 8th slot on table 1 and 2. So player seated 1, 2, 4 in the standings. We are presuming they're all in the top 8. They all have incredible tiebreakers. Table 2 is playing actually, but they're both sitting at 11-1-1. And either of them who loses will probably be in 6th or 7th, and the winner will probably be in 1st or 2nd. Table 1 drew. There we go. Table 1 drew with Mark Gallardo, I believe, and then Adam Bulba is playing against Jelko on table 2. And then table 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 are just clean win-ins. No drawing happening there. Basically 4 people, the top 4 of the tournament, they're locked. And then we have 4 win-ins, and we're going to cover 2 of those. One of them being, is it Prowess versus Dimir midrange?
Is it Prowess Dimir midrange is the, I think, first match we're going to see. The second one is going to be, I think also is it Prowess against, and I think it's yet again the Azorius Artifact player.
Yeah, Thomas, who lost while we were not covering him. He has won every feature match that we've covered him on. So I think we have his lucky charm. And we'll see if that continues here and he can actually get into the top 8 in his first regional championship.
Yeah, quick reminder what's going on. We had about 1,000 players entering the tournament on Saturday. That led to 8 rounds of Swiss on day 1. We had a cut at 6-2, or rather 18 points. If you had 5 wins and 3 draws, you also made it into day 2. 36 players after Swiss are going to make it into Pro Tour Edge of Eternities in Atlanta later this year. So those are going to be pretty happy. So 36 players picking up their Pro Tour invite. And 2 finalists are actually going to lock up a slot for Worlds later this year, I believe in Las Vegas.
This time in Seattle, actually.
Oh, Seattle? Oh, okay, never mind. Either way, let's see if we can head on straight into the feature match area where we do have an Izzet Prowess player squaring up against Dimir midrange.
Yeah, we've already seen Nikolin Lascu defeat
the blue-white deck last round, right? Or the 2 rounds ago.
Yeah, 2 rounds ago he was playing, God, I can't recall. Anyhow, he was successful against the Boros Mice opponent. Exactly, with the Shieldred on turn 4. Yeah, he has a pretty anti-red heavy list in the main deck here with 4 Preachers and 1 Shieldred, really committing to that. Different to our King of the Hill, Sarunas, who was running a more flash-oriented, more low to the ground with more 1-drops. Here we see a lot of removal spells, 3 copies of Non-Infliction, 2 Spell Pierce, Phantom Interference, 2 Duress in the main deck. Seems like a really well-tuned list. Also a copy of Blaststone in the mana base. Still has those 4 Curiosities, not going away from those. That card is just, you know, what made Dimir midrange even be a deck, I would say. It's the center piece. And then, but no, only 2 copies of Kaito. Kaito, not that good when there's a lot of aggressive decks. They just easily haste him down, deal some damage to him, kill him quickly. Kaito better in a slower format. So I do understand that Kaito's a little bit lower here.
But it is something you have to run, right? Like you do need those card draw engines. Without Curiosity, without Kaito, this deck probably wouldn't even function.
Yeah, exactly. You need some of that. It combines very well with the small flyers. And here we go. Here we have the
deck of the tournament.
Deck of the tournament, yes. The most played deck. And yeah, it seems to be converting. We have both our win-ins have Izzet Prowess here. And this is a pretty good looking list. We only have 2 copies of Monster's Rage here, interestingly, and only 3 copies of Swift Spear. So Ivan choosing to trim some of the cards that nobody else is really touching, and running 4 copies of Stock Up, and in addition to that, 2 copies of Rens Resolve. So really honing in on the card advantage to keep the flurry of spells going.
Cool. Good stuff.
Yeah, 2 copies of Spell Pierce as well. He's prepared for the lockdowns of the Abuelo's Awakening. 5 Shocks.
Who would you favor in this matchup?
I would favor the Curry Steelcutter deck if you ask me like that, because Curry Steelcutter. It's basically, if that card is drawn and played and resolves
against blue-black.
Against blue-black, it's really good.
Yeah.
On the other hand, Nicolo has 2 copies of Spell Pierce and 2 copies of Duress.
Okay.
So, you know, He has some very early game interaction for the cutter. And then he has those to follow up with Preacher and Shieldred and a lot of removal for stuff like Slickshot. So he's certainly
better equipped to fight these types of decks than a normal blue-black list would.
Absolutely.
All right, we are live with round 14. It looks like Yvonne is going to be on the play with Is It Prowess, but no play on turn 1. There's an opt in hand, though, so at least he's got that for the end of turn. Nicolin on the other side starts with a turn 1 Spyglass Siren, gets himself a map token. Looks like he came well prepared with all the tokens. Love to see that. And pass the turn. Opt and the end of turn for Yvonne. Quickly puts that on the bottom. Might be searching for another land. Shivan Reef. Yeah, I think he did keep a one-lander possibly, but seems like he did get there. Takes one of the off of the Shivan Reef. And plots a Slickshot. So talk to me about the plot mechanic here and the thought process behind not just playing it right away, attacking forward for 1, dealing one point of damage.
It is very nice with this Core Steel Cutter first and foremost, as it does work as a
second spell.
Second spell.
Okay, that's pretty good reason already.
Yeah, and then in addition to that, it plays really well into opposing removal and counter spells. Like if you're a Jeska control opponent or even your Demir midrange opponent is holding up 2 mana on turn 2 to keep, for an annoyed affliction or something like that, you just plot it. They can't use their mana, they can't interact with it, and then whenever they're tapped out, boom.
Or whatever you have that spell Pierce up, or some of those cards you run. Okay, cool.
And you can hit them for a bunch. And in a way, this Is It Prowess deck is a twofold deck. On one hand, it can grind really well, but also dealing a lot of damage in the meantime with Cutter. And then on the other hand, it has Slickshot, and Slickshot is able to deal a ton of damage out of nowhere when the opponent taps out. So it not only has the capability of ending the game on turn 4 consistently,
but you also have that explosive power that sometimes you just win the game out of nowhere.
Yeah, exactly. You have that, and you have the Cutter grind ability, in addition to having Stalk Up and Storm Chase's talent even. So like this is a deck can actually go really long. You can activate the talent on level 2 often to get a spell back. That does happen.
In the meantime, Nicolin does have a second Spyglass Siren past the turn, and Yvonne decides to bring that Slickshot show off from the plot zone.
Yeah, really interesting play here, by the way. Nicolin not attacking with the Spyglass Siren. Really, playing...
Threatening a double block.
Yeah, and also not using the map. So he's representing Spell Pierce or Cut Down here. So threatening the double block and then wants to engage Yvonne in a stack war, perhaps here.
Is that an underground river, though? That is my question.
It is.
It is, right? Okay. Wren's Resolve is the play in second main phase. That's interesting.
Okay.
So both players kind of playing this dance of, well, I might play something. All right, I'm not going to play my removal just yet. But it looks like the Wren's Resolve is going to get hit by a Spell Pierce.
So it looks like Nicolin actually didn't block. Maybe he was just like threatening the block, and then he decided, actually, if my opponent has a rage, he had another spell, I get blown out or something.
Yeah, decides to wait for a better turn.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that's not always...
And could have also, it could have been a threat of the block that could have avoided the attack in the first place, right?
Yeah,
so like
exactly, yeah.
That little... But he doesn't have Painless Black, which is obviously a little annoying here.
And he's going to see what Yvonne is working with by starting the turn with a Deep Cavern Bat. That earns a Burst Lightning.
Lots of 1-mana spells being cast so far this game.
Yeah.
Both players only down to 3 cards.
No response to the Burst Lightning, so the Deep Cavern Bat leaves the battlefield, but you still get to take a look at your opponent's hand, and Nicolin sees an Island, a Monstrous Rage, and a Wren's Resolve.
Yeah, I think there was a short stutter maybe of like, which do I take? Oh wait, I actually don't take anything. Another river, more pain. But a card drawn, which is always nice when your map draws a card from the Siren.
Wow, this time he just has to attack, seeing the Monstrous Rage. The double block would probably not go too well, so swings for 2 back to Yvonne. And this time the Wren's Resolve will actually resolve.
It's kind of funny. It's both players having a lot of pain lands here in action. But now there's a painless red source for Ivan.
Goes with the Surveil trigger. And plays an Opt. All right. Oh wait, that was a Vert. That was not the Surveillance. Never mind. My bad. All right. Monsters Rage main phase. So this is going to be a pretty big slick shot. How much damage are we looking at? 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10. So yeah, that's more than half of Nicolin's life total here. Pretty good turn, but at the same time, you kind of are running out of gas. I think Ivan has only one card left.
Yeah, he would love to draw a stock up here. Another pain. What is...
Does Nicolin have a removal spell? That is the question. That is the cut down that was very well represented earlier. That deals with a slick shot. Yeah, and now Ivan is in trouble.
He is, but yeah, I mean, he has some haste creatures. He has 2 cards left in hand. I'm not quite sure what they are. Oh, 3 cards, actually. Yeah, I mean, this is a Prowess deck. Oh, it's 2 islands and a stock up. Okay, he does have to...
He does have... Okay, that's the most important part. He does have a way to restock his hand. Nicolin attacks for 2.
A little bit more. A Kaito.
Oh, and gets himself a Kaito, but that does come with the cost of another damage through his land. So Kaito connects.
Yeah, he's deciding essentially he wants to get this game over with. He is fine tapping out here, not representing any interaction.
I think Ivan needs something like a Swift Spear. Swift Spear into the stock up.
Yeah.
Hopefully find, you know, Rage, Burst, Lightning, something like that.
That would be deadly, yeah. Didn't look like he found the Swift Spear quite yet, but he could still find Swift Spear plus Rage.
Yeah, it certainly has house. There's a Swift Spear. Does he have the Rage, though?
Yes, there was a Rage.
Are you kidding me? Did he? Yes. Oh my God! Are you? That is insane. Wow. That is actually insane.
That's literally the only combination he had there. Burst Lightning would not have done it. Those Painlands decided the match. The game, sorry. The game. Insane. Those Painlands, those 4 damage, 5 damage from the Underground Reverse.
Yeah.
Darkstake Shores, whatever.
Yep. Yeah, that's standard. You know, I think that's perfectly fair. You can build all these like multiple color decks and everything, and sometimes you just have to you know, feel the downside a little bit that these Painlands come with. But that's a very cool ending to the game. It looked like Ivan was in a lot of trouble, but this is why we compare stock up to the standard legal dig through time. Let's take a look at the sideboards here. What is Ivan working with?
Yeah, he has some nice ones. He actually is equipped with 2 copies of Scorching Shot. Some Prowess lists are solely relying on Into the Floodmoor to get rid of bigger creatures that are black. Like, most of them have Lithomatic Barrage, but they don't do much against Return Shield Rid. So 2 Scorching Shot, huge. Absolutely huge. The way he loses against Nicolin is those 6 black creatures. They're very, very effective against this red strategy, so the Scorching Shots are huge. Besides that, I don't really see much. He could bring in the Lithomatic Barrage. It does get rid of a good chunk of his opponent's creatures. The Torture Tower is interesting to maybe exile the Enduring Curiosity. In the main deck, he's looking at an Into the Floodmoor. I would presume he would board out. That one's not too amazing. And then he could take out some of these Spell Pierces. Of them.
I'm looking at the mana base of the Dimir player and thinking whether I would bring in something like a Sunspine Lynx. I see 8 basics though.
I personally did play a good amount of Izzet Prowess, and I would say I don't love the Lynx too much in the deck because it's really a bad.
It's expensive.
Draw, yeah, during the early game. It doesn't combine well with your flurry cards. It doesn't double spell very well.
In a deck that's trying to double spell to really, you know, take a good advantage of its most powerful card. Yeah, it's mostly against the Domain, right? Domain players hate this little trick.
Yeah.
Sunspine Lynx, all right, GG.
SK Control, that one's also really good there. But to be fair, I've started with 2 copies in my list when I was testing, and I just lowered down to 1 and then down to 0. I think people just copied each other, and my personal opinion is that the card is a little overrated as a sideboard card right now. And I think you rather have, I think a card that's really good in the sideboard that we're not seeing here is Ral, the Crackling Wit. Anyhow, what are we looking at? 2 Filigree Silex. Yeah, they're more for the Pixie matchup. They can clear like Otter and Monk tokens. I don't love it as an answer here, because it's just like it depends on the opponent's draw. It doesn't really solve the cutter issue totally, and it's just way too slow to remove the cutter for x equals 2 as the counter there. So yeah, you can bring in a Sideburner that shuts off the cutter if your opponent doesn't have a burst lightning, or at least that counters one trigger. Shieldred's coming in certainly. I'll go for the Throat's fine. 2 copies of Dreams of Steel and Oil down there are great. The copy of Duress is definitely debatable. Takes the stock up, takes the cutter, and then Gix's Command. I don't know. It's more for like the mono red matchup, I think.
Yeah,
it's clunky. It's a little expensive.
There's Spell Pierce in the matchup, right? And, kind of clunky,
yeah. And of course, he's looking to side out the Kaitos. And in addition to that, he could side out some of the Deep Cavern bats, as they are pretty weak against the Burst Lightnings.
Okay.
That's something I used to do back in the days when I was playing Deep mid-range.
That's interesting though, because I mean, you would think lifelink creature, you know, it's kind of expensive given how small the body is. So the lifelink, the 1 point of lifelink is not that relevant in a matchup where you're dying to monsters' rages and you know these giant burst attacks from Slickshot. But yeah.
I mean, it's not embarrassing, but I mean, it's not embarrassing. It's fine. But he could also trim a Curiosity, I guess. He could trim some of his late game. The Phantom Interference on the draw is not going to be great. On the play, it's fine. Does counter the cutter on the play and stock up.
I think the biggest lesson with Deep Cavern Bat is that you're not too happy about trading down on mana, right? You don't want to play a 2-mana card that's just going to get killed by a 1-mana removal spell in a fast matchup.
Exactly.
Game 2 is underway. Nicolin on the play, Darkslick Shores, and starts with the discard spell. So what do we see here? Quarry Steelcutter again, and Monastery Swiftspear. So it looks like a mulligan for Yvonne. One of the cutters is going to hit the Exile Zone. And now, this is an interesting situation. Do you run out the Swiftspear on turn 1? Or are you more interested in playing turn 2 Steelcutter and then holding on to the Swiftspear to try to double spell on turn 3?
I think I would be inclined to cast Swiftspear on turn 1. The deck is running low on lands, high on spells.
Yeah, looks like...
Seems like he's considering it.
He's considering it. I mean, Standard is a fast format, right? You don't really want to give your opponent extra time. Like, that Swiftspear can do 3 damage in the meantime. Plus, you don't have a creature on the battlefield. So, yeah, that's a big difference. But, hey, a free monk is a free monk. Now, Ivan is considering what to do on turn 2. So, it looks like he might have another 2-drop. Perhaps he's considering if he wants to actually run out the Quarry Steelcutter into a possible Spell Pierce or some kind of counter magic.
Yeah, he's probably thinking about what his opponent is representing here. Spell Pierce, removal, Phantom Interference. Playing out the cutter into counter spells is obviously not where you want to be. That's your strongest card in a matchup by far.
And this is the appeal of the blue-black deck. You just get to pass the turn all the time, sitting on these flash threats, the drowners, the fairy masterminds, the curiosities, and your opponents. They just have to guess: are you sitting on a counter spell? Are you just gonna play a creature at the end of turn? You don't also really want to waste your entire turn not playing anything and passing just to see your opponent add a creature to the board at the end of your turn. Sometimes you just gotta make them have it, right? Yeah, he does go for the Steelcutter here, and he does have the Phantom Interference. Wow, that is that might just be the game right there.
Yeah. Oh my god. Man, Nicolin is good at curving. Didn't he do that against the Mice player as well? Curving Dreams at the Phantom on the case of the Crimson Pulse, then Preacher, then Shieldred?
Yeah.
We're gonna see a Shieldred here, Nicolin.
Yeah, good stuff.
Just the perfect curve. No Painland this time. Darkslick Shores turn 1.
Yeah.
I mean, if you start with a fast land in Standard, I think that ups your win rate by a good amount in these 2 color decks. Like fast land turn 1 is just so good. Oh wow, he drew another cutter off the top. Are you kidding me?
Wow. Okay.
That's incredible.
So Steelcutter into a Storm Chaser's talent, and remember, he still has that Swiftspear in his hand. Now he's probably regretting not playing the Swiftspear, given that he just kept drawing gas every turn.
Yeah, exactly. See, he missed out on free damage, I guess.
But yeah, that's just hindsight, right? I think the idea the idea was good. And if you sort of get punished this way, it still kind of works to your advantage because at least you're drawing gas.
Yeah, but he gets extra punished by the Preacher being able to attack, make a token, and draw a card, which is definitely a bit of a punish, not just a free life. He does have a Monstrous Rage in hand, by the way. He has Monstrous Rage Swift Spear. So next turn he can do some attacking. We'll see what Nicolin can follow up his Preacher with. Is it a Shieldred? Oh, it's the
It bring in the Silex.
All right. That's kind of neat here.
So let's see, what does Yvonne have? There's a Swift Spear, there is a Monster's Rage. I think he does have a Barrage as well, although... No, that probably doesn't make sense really to have against a blue-black deck where the cards you really want to kill are the black creatures.
It's fine. It does also kill Deep Cavern Bat. It's not.
That is true. That is true. It does deal 1 to the bat.
But if he's siding that in, I would like to see some Burst Lightnings maybe sided out.
Yeah, let's see.
Yeah, the Filigree Silex looking great here actually. If Ivan goes for more monks, it's just gonna kill 3 of his tokens essentially, and that's gonna be a big time buying for Nicolin. Although it also kills his own vampire, noteworthy.
Ivan considering his options.
Yeah, so he has the Swift Spear, the Rage, and I think his last card is the Lymphomantic Barrage. Yes.
It is the Barrage. Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's an awkward situation for him. It's like if he doesn't do anything, which he kind of doesn't want to do anything against the Silex, but then he's also just losing to this Preacher. He can't just attack for free and do nothing. Like, yeah, he could. This is just so awkward. He also has to proactively cast his Rage now to trigger his thing in the first place. He's like wasting so many cards.
Wow, actually, he uses the Barrage to deal with the Vampire.
Can't be happy about that.
You multi-6 and you have to use a card on something your opponent got for free.
Yeah, and now you're gonna lose all your tokens.
So Monk gets created thanks to the Steel Cutter trigger. And looks like Ivan's gonna go to attacks. Drowner says we're gonna tap that Swift Spear. And yeah, you can attack with the Otters now if you want to play the Rage as well. You don't actually have red mana, and I'm just going to blow up the Silex here.
All right, I mean, the Silex pretty good here, I suppose.
Yeah, that was great. Clean turn.
Is that the tech that blue-black has to deal with the Cutter? Question mark.
And Nicolin, once again, is able to use every mana every turn, being proactive with the Preacher, drawing an extra card.
It's an absolute masterclass on how to play this matchup, or how to
pilot the black-blue deck.
How to win, perhaps, this matchup.
Yep, Monster's Rage is the only card left. I think you still remove the Cutter from the graveyard, though.
Someone in chat saying Barrage also kills Kaito. That is correct, but I think at this point in time, after like 6 months of Kaito in Standard, people know that Kaito is going to get taken out against the red decks. That's a common knowledge.
Plus, like, the red deck is on the play also, right? Yeah. Like, you want to be... I think a good lesson in general is you typically want to be more proactive when you're on the play. So the less removal you have, the more creatures, the more proactive cards are you going to have to, trigger your Steel Cutters and put pressure on the opponent. In the meantime, Preacher continues attacking. Nicolin's drawing extra cards. Deep Cavern Bat is going to take care of the Monster's Rage. Unless... Oh, there's Torch the Tower was the pickup last turn for Yvonne, so that deals with the bat. And yep, we're still in the same exact position, except that Nicolin is getting so much value.
I like this play. Just cashing in the Rage for a Monk here. I think that's where you want to be. No removal in response from Nicolin, so Ivan might be thinking, hey, okay, maybe Nicolin is on 2 lands here, which would obviously be great for Ivan. Can he find something like a Stalk Up? All right. The Brain in the Clouds asking Proto Edge. This does qualify for Proto Edge of Eternities.
Yep.
The qualification time for Final Fantasy is over. That was the last regional championship in Prague that qualified for that one. Edge of Eternities will be, I think, 23rd to 25th of September. Gonna be modern.
Back to Nicolin.
Ivan choosing not to attack, realizing that he is in the defense here. He can't race. He has to double block the Preacher or something like that. Or at least block the Floodpits Drowner. But yeah, the Preacher, I mean, you wouldn't mind drawing a card here and trading with both these creatures, would you?
Yeah, I mean, it is a risk. You get the double block. If there's a removal spell, you lose both. But at the same time, you don't really also want to stare down the Preacher, just drawing your opponent an extra card every turn. That just puts you into a deeper and deeper hole. Yeah, he does go for the double block. Nicolin is happy to trade for both of those creatures.
I mean, Nicolin theoretically could have a bunch of lands in hand. All right, another Preacher.
How about another Preacher?
I was about to say, and then if Ivan draws something like a Rens Resolve or Stock Up, that keeps him in the game too. Oh, that is
game.
That's probably game.
Yeah, that is game. Ivan is already down on cards, down on resources. He has less lands, less cards in hand, less life, and now Nicolin found his second card draw engine. Drowner and Curiosity attack, 6 damage comes through, 2 extra cards for Nicolin, and yeah, this game is over.
I think I saw a Gix's command in his hand, so he's sitting on that too. And yeah.
Yep, that is game. Unfortunate draw for Ivan there, who started off of a mulligan.
Yeah, a couple sideboarding decisions that he's maybe now thinking about for game 3.
Yep.
You know, a card that is also less good in a very interactive matchup like this one is Monstrous Rage.
Yep.
So you could have, you know, maybe don't have that one in on the draw, for example.
But remember that he only has 2 though.
Yeah,
right?
he has only 2.
He only has 2. Yeah.
Okay, looking at Nicolin's sideboard, he's also the deck list again. We're playing an open deck list format, so.
Speaking of the fact that he had 2 in that game, one of the rages was already played. So
oh my god!
Playing Stock Up into Swift Sphere and the rage meant that was the only one left in his deck. Wow, that was pretty lucky. Yeah, anything changes here for game 3? That Filigree Silex looked really good in the second game.
Yeah, I was impressed too.
But then again, it might once again be the thing of play or draw, right? If Nicolin now is on the play, perhaps he wants a more proactive card. We will see.
Nicolin is actually...
Oh wait, no, he's gonna be...
Yeah,
never mind, I have it the other way around.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, Ivan is on a play, right.
Mm-hmm.
So Ivan might want to shave some shocks, as you said, Lithomantic Barrage. I do like that idea of yours, to be just fully proactive, have limited light sideboarding, I'd say. The Spell Pierces on his side are not great. I would cut them, and the Into the Floodmaw is also not great. The Scorching Shots are good, and then maybe bring in a Torture Tower and just leave it at that.
Still no Sunspy Links?
It's not terrible. I mean, I would not be... like, if you bring in 1 or 2, if you have experience in a matchup and you know how this plays out, like, I actually do not have that much experience. Like, I don't think I've seen Dimir midrange like, I haven't played against it with Izzet Prowess myself when playing the deck. It's not that popular these days. So, yeah, but surprisingly doing well in this tournament. We have already Sarunas locking up a top 8. And here we have another player playing for the top 8.
Something I do want to point out is we have seen a lot of Sunspine Lynxes in these red decks, and Domain is certainly on the deck line. There's not that much Domain. I think we had like 3 or 4% of Domain in the tournament, which makes the question, what other matchups are the red players bringing the Lynxes for?
Yeah.
We see 3 or 4 Lynxes in a lot of these red decks.
Yeah. So Pixie is, I think, commonly, Lynx is commonly used as a sideboard card there, and Jessica Control. That one.
Oh yeah, Jessica Control is a good one.
Jessica Oculus, theoretically. They don't play any basics or barely, 1 or 2.
All right, good point.
Yeah.
Speaking of Domain, do we have any Domain players at the top of the standings?
We do.
Table 5, hello?
Table 5 is a Domain Mirror
Domain
match.
Mirror?
It's a win in.
That's a win in.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have one domain player in the top 8 trying to dodge all these red players and their Sun Spy Lynxes.
Yeah, and we actually do have at table 4. We have Michele Aliazzo against Maximilian Höglund. Michele on Dimir midrange as well.
Okay.
Two players on Dimir playing Winninens here.
Wait, there's 3. Table 1 already drew. That's Dimir.
Yeah,
wait, what?
Well, table 1 is in.
There could be 3.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say.
There could be 3 Dimir midrange in the top 8. Are you kidding me?
That would be a big surprise. Yeah.
That is not something I expected coming into the tournament.
Yeah.
What is the other Dimir player playing against? So we have Dimir
against Blue White Omniscience. He's playing against Blue White Omniscience. We have that one playing for the top 8, and we have 2 mono red players in the top 8 already. One is Prowse in the top 8, one Dimir midrange in the top 8. Those are the 4 players on table 1 and 2. They're sitting pretty. Their tiebreakers look great, and then we have Prowse and Blue White Artifacts as our backup table. So another Prowse player. Can he make top 8, or is the Blue White Artifacts deck, the rogue deck by Thomas January, able to defeat him?
What if you scroll down a little bit and we go to tables, let's say 18 to 20, which are the players also competing for the Pro Tour invite? Does it get a little bit more diverse? We see the Boris Monument there.
We see a lot of Jeskai decks everywhere. As we saw at the beginning of day 1, Jeskai was dominating at the top tables.
Yeah.
And now for the top 8, it might just be the case that we don't have a single Jeskai deck in the top 8.
What happened?
Yeah, it's actually, we won't have it. It can already confirm we won't have a single Jeskai.
Wait, what happened?
All at tables 7 to 11. There's a bunch of Jeskai Arculus, Jeskai Convoke, Jeskai Control. There's so much Jeskai Control at all the tables below the top tables. they just barely they're just gonna fill up the top 32 and the top 16 at this event. Maybe some variants, could have easily been the case that one of them would have had a better run and just win a little bit more.
I mean, we saw Luis Gobert in last round.
Gobert lost.
Third land. Yeah,
Napi on Jeskai Control lost. Nif Shmueli was like 8-1-1 with Jeskai Control. We had Moscato at 9-0 with Jeskai Oculus. He lost 3 times in a row. Now at 10-3. Yeah.
I wonder what happened. What happened on day 2 if the field was a little bit different and maybe they got paired against some of the domain players, for example. Like that's not a great matchup. You don't really want to play Oculus against domain. Looks like game 3 is about to start. Both players resolving their mulligans.
I just want to say, these players, if they're not getting disqualified in these last minutes of the Swiss rounds, have qualified themselves for the Pro Tour.
Yeah, congratulations. Big accomplishment. Good stuff. Would you rather, if it's your first Pro Tour, would you rather play the modern one or a standard one?
Standard, 100%. Are you kidding me?
Why?
I'm a standard guy. Always
okay.
Been. Always been. We played in my first Grand Prix that I made top 8. We actually, Martin and I played against each other in the quarterfinals.
Yeah.
Martin gave me a lesson, and that was a standard GP. So
I
love standard.
Modern can be a little overwhelming. Like if your first Pro Tour is modern, when there's so many different decks, and like you pretty much need to have a team of people to prepare with, or just play online and just put in a lot of practice alone. But given that Modern has 40 different decks that can win the tournament on any given day, it can certainly be quite a challenge. That said, standard these days, it also has so many new sets coming in, all these special sets, right, that previously were just Modern legal. But anyways, game 3 is underway. Corey Steelcutter is the play on turn 2 for Yvonne, and no response from Nicolin because he started on a tapped land. So no spell piece there, no discard spell, and yeah, good luck dealing with an artifact if you're playing blue and black. Duress turn 2 a little too late.
Yeah, the Gloom Lake Verge not being able to produce black mana on turn 1.
What are we looking at here? We have Storm Chaser Stalin with the Barrage, Scorching Shot, Opt, and a Burst Lightning. What do you like here?
This is exactly the type of hand I would snap off probably the Opt here, honestly. Maybe the Storm Chaser Talent depends a little bit on my hand, but like this is very
reactive,
removal heavy, very reactive. The Lithomantic Barrage, the Burst Lightning, yeah, okay, I at least can go to the face, but like taking the Opt, I like that. good call. You could also actually theoretically take the Burst Lightning, and Ivan is sitting on mountain blue-red land, so he can't cast both Talent and Opt.
Okay.
But of course he can look for another blue land with the Opt if he has that. Oh, he drew a Torch the Tower.
Wow, yeah, removal flooded, yeah.
And he just passes the turn, waiting for Nicolene to play a creature.
Yeah, and he might just recognize that, yeah, that is not what I want to do here.
Yeah, he has a Deep Cavern Bat in hand. I would be surprised if he plays that here. He also has a Silex. Looks like that's going to be his play. And he has another copy of Dreams of Steel and Oil, which doesn't have any targets right now. So awkward for Ivan. He drew Spirebluff Canal, but again, not playing anything. He could go Burst Lightning, Stormchaser's Talent, but looking at that Filigree Silex, oh wow, Nicolene didn't level up that Silex. I wonder about that. The game is turning out to be really slow. Maybe you want to level it up to 2.
Interesting.
So to blow up the cutter. Now he's playing the bat. Oof.
So this is a game of who's going to blink first.
Yeah.
Are you going to play the creatures for my removal spell so I can finally start triggering the Steel Cutter?
I would have personally, you know what I would have done this game, I think, in Nicolene's shoes? I would have just leveled up the Silex to 2 and then blow it
and
up.
start playing the creatures?
And then start playing the creatures.
When he can deal with the Steel Cutter before it makes
I would have played it a little bit more patiently, I think.
Certainly also a valid approach. Let's see if this pays off. So Deep Cavern Bat deals with the Burst Lightning, and Ivan decides not to fire off any of the instant speed removal spells. Instead, untaps, and he's going to be looking to double spell here to get himself a token from the Steel Cutter. Pondering his options.
Yeah, and I mean, the Silex deals with the Otter and the Monk, sure. But if the game drags out a little bit, which both players are 20, the cutter still sits there and will produce more monks.
Interesting option how to sequence this, by the way. You can start by, okay, Ivan has a 4th line, so it doesn't matter. But I was thinking, do you want to play the Talent first? Which card do you want to expose to Spell Pierce? And if you play Barrage, obviously that can be countered. So how exactly do you want to sequence this? Looks like Ivan has a 4th line, so it doesn't really matter. Stormchaser's Talent hits the battlefield, makes an Otter, and we're going to attack for some damage with the Mong that also picked up the Steel Cutter. Unless Nicolene decides to blow up the Silex. No, decides to take the damage instead.
I wonder. Stormchaser's Talent level 3 makes cost 6 mana. It's pretty expensive, but I wonder if this game comes down to it. It looks kind of like that. Ivan has a lot of removal in hand, so he has the ability to slow Nicolene down. Nicolene full information here, using a cut down. Interesting. He knows that Ivan could Burst Lightning, but then he's probably gonna prompt.
Yeah, then he would lose his removal spell.
Yeah.
Decides to let it die. Nicolene untaps, and yeah, he's looking at a bunch of 4-drops. I see a Shieldred, I see a Curiosity, but no 4th land. That is not ideal. There's a Go for the Throat and a Dreams of Steel and Oil. Yeah, so both players with a pretty awkward hand here.
Well, but Ivan has a little bit more lands. He can now get the Opt back, which is kind of nice. And yeah, it's already one mana away from the
leveling to 3
mana option. Yeah. To be fair, in the face of Filigree Silex, you probably don't want to level up to 6. I mean, Nicolene is really, if you would have put that Silex on 2, I think he would have had a better time this game. Now he drew a land.
Okay.
So he has Shieldred and Enduring Curiosity now available to him. If I remember correctly, Ivan does have Torch the Tower though, and Scorching Shot. So,
yep. I'm also getting some information from the back end. Frank is informing us that thanks to the result of Table 2, this table of Ivan against Nicolene is now a definite win and in. It doesn't matter how the other results end up. If somebody draws or doesn't draw, or what happens, this is now a definitive win and in. So both players are going to be able to lock up a spot in the top 8 should they win. I think they're both already pretty relaxed, or at least I would be, knowing I already picked up the Pro Tour invite. So normally if you play a Grand Prix, you know, type of event and the top 8 is kind of all that matters, you're going to be pretty nervous coming into the last round playing for the top 8, but knowing you already picked up the PT invite and sure, you're still playing for, you know, some pretty big cash prizes, you're still playing for 2 world slots, but that Pro Tour invite is a pretty good consolation prize even if you don't win the match.
Yeah, absolutely. Interesting spot here. He has a curiosity. He can flash into to sort of like block, but he also knows about the torture tower from the earlier deep cavern, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. So he kind of wants to blow up the tokens first, so he doesn't have any bargain fodder, or at least he has to sacrifice like the talent. Yeah, it's just an awkward situation for Nicolene. The game dragging out, and you really see the power of Corey's Steel Cutter and also the power of Stormchaser's talent. It's not just a prowess creature. It's also a card advantage play, I suppose.
Silex deals with the tokens, and just like you said, before flashing in the Curiosity, so now towards the tower is going to be a little awkward if you want to deal 3 damage.
Yeah, he does have it, and I would think he just sacrificed the talent here. It's done its work. You really can't allow that Curiosity to hit you. I don't know what else he has. I think I might have saw another burst lightning, so you could combine the 2 if he really wants to kill the Curiosity. If he really wants that talent to go to level 6 and grind Nicolene out. Oh wow, he's sacrificing the cutter? That is also an option. I'm surprised by that.
Or perhaps he's just playing Flower Star, deciding what is he going to sacrifice. No, he is actually sacrificing the Corey Steel Cutter. Interesting. That means that the Swift Spear is going to connect for an extra point of damage, and he ends a turn by playing 1 more land past to Nicolene. So Nicolene does have a Sheoldred, but he knows that Yvonne is sitting on that Scorching Shot. So probably want to delay it as much as you can to try to bait out the Scorching Shot with something else. But if you don't have any other plays, then, well, I guess you know, you might be happy just running out the Sheoldred. Anyway, that said, if he has something like a Duress in his deck, he might want to wait for that. Lots of different options to consider.
Yeah, I think waiting for Sheoldred makes a lot of sense. It also prevents prowess from happening, to let the opponent just rot on that Scorching Shot. Yeah, it's a bit of an awkward hand. He has Dreams of Steel and Oil and go for the throat here. Not great. He could attack the Restless Reef. Just for 4 damage, but that's obviously not something where you want to be either.
If Yvonne has 2 cards, then he knows about both of them, right?
I think he knows about 1 Scorching Shot. He doesn't know.
Isn't there a Burst Lightning?
I think I saw.
Was it already cast?
100% sure.
Okay.
No, he did cast a Burst. No, yeah, you're right.
It was taken with the Deep Cavern Bat earlier. I think he knows about both those cards.
Yeah.
That's probably why he stopped himself from casting that Dreams of Steel and Oil. I think he knows about both those cards.
Yeah.
Or are we? Let's see. No, there is a Burst Lightning, and I think we saw both of those cards earlier.
Now we have to remind the players again that they have to exile a card from the graveyard. This is slightly delayed. It doesn't matter really if there's.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, no, it does matter, but it's beneficial for Nicolene here. Oh yeah, the judges are actually seeing it. Yeah, they're on top of the game.
They are on top of it. Yeah.
He exiles his Cutter, which. What does Dreams of Steel and Oil sell? Does it not exile any card?
I think it exiles a creature or an artifact from the graveyard.
Let me just.
And in the meantime, Yvonne is very close to, he's actually doing it now, leveling up that Storm Chaser's talent. So level 3 means whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, you get to create one of these Prowess Otters for free. And blue-black also not very good at dealing with enchantments. And one of those Circuit Silexes is already in the graveyard if it even deals with
it does.
An enchantment.
Silex does.
It does, okay.
Yeah, he has 1 left in his deck. Yeah. That's one way to get yourself into the top 8 of a regional championship. Level 3 of Stormchaser's talent.
Well, that's the value. Why have a Steel Cutter and limit yourself to playing 2 spells to create 1 Otter when you can just do it every time you cast an instant or sorcery? Wow, and Nicolin respects the Scorching Shot, doesn't run out the Shieldred, and just attacks with this Restless Reef. That is also a very valid approach. If we're going to play this game where we're both not casting our spells, then I might as well just start attacking with the creature land that you cannot kill with a Scorching Shot. That said, Ivan does have the Burst Lightning, so that would be able to take care of it.
Yeah, Ivan just drew a really good card.
Wow, that is a really good card.
Yeah, that's going to get back to Sleight of Hand. Probably. Also, Nicolin milling his opponent makes those better. So he maybe should have built himself. And there you go.
Yeah, level 2 of Storm Chaser's Talon lets you bring back the Sleight of Hand. Ivan plays that right away.
Are we going to see 2 Storm Chaser's Talent?
Level 3, yeah. I think we will. And that's probably what's going to win this game. This is why this Izzet Prowess deck is so good. It's because these red decks, when they run out of gas, there's not much else you can do once you hit your 6th land drop. Blue-red, that can grind.
Yeah. And those big shout out to that Scorching Shot. That really is the silent MVP of this game. That sideboarding decision. If that would have just been into the Floodmaw, the Shieldred would have just been recast and. Yeah, all right. So Scorching Shot gone now. Not using the Burst Lightning.
Interesting. Yeah.
The Burst Lightning, but maybe his hand is so loaded that he just. Oh my God! He can get the Scorching Shot back against.
Nice. I was gonna say that might end up, being very costly, burning that Scorching Shot here instead of keeping it for the Shieldred. But if you have another Storm Chaser's Talon that can let you bring it back, no harm, no foul. So the 2 Otters are attacking. There's a couple Prowess triggers, and yeah, we're gonna level up the new one as well. What are we gonna get back? Scorching Shot, or no? It's actually Sleight of Hand. So Ivan picks up Sleight of Hand, and next turn we might see him cast a lot more spells to try to go for the win. Nicolin sees the coast is maybe clear, runs out the Shieldred, passes the turn. So Ivan goes to 14. And let's see how many spells he's going to be able to play this turn. He has a Burst Lightning, he has a Sleight of Hand, he has a lot of mana to play with. Starts on the Sleight of Hand. I believe that puts cards in your hand you don't actually draw.
Yeah.
We're going to get a lot of triggers here. Corey Steelcutter is the pickup. All these Otters are now 2/2s.
This might just be game.
Sleight of Hand number 2.
Maybe like a million power.
Yeah, including I think it's already lethal now, right? With the Burst Lightning, you have 3/3s coming through. I do think Nicolin maybe has a go for the throat though. So
I think he picked up a Floodpits Drowner.
Or Drowner, okay.
Similar-ish.
This Storm Chaser's Talent card, I think it might have some pretty good future.
It's a good one, yeah. And there's Opt.
Yep.
Oh my God.
Storm count is 3. Thank you very much.
Prowess? Is that a good ability in a deck full of spells?
Yeah, looks pretty good here.
Turn into 4/4s. At this point in time, Filigree Silex has to be on top of the deck, and I guess a miracle has to happen. I mean, theoretically, it's not that. He can tap an Otter with the Floodpits Drowner, block 2 Otters, but we do know about that Burst Lightning that's still in hand. So that can get rid of the Floodpits Drowner, and that actually would mean 12 unblocked damage.
This is going to be such a big attack.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Okay, there you go. Cutter as well for another Prowess trigger. Finishing it off in style. There's a Floodpits Drowner.
Yeah, one of those Otters is going to get tabbed. We're still attacking for quite a bit of damage. Burst Lightning kills the blocker, and there is, what, 3 7/7s coming through. Congratulations to Ivan, who picks up game number 3 and locks up a spot in the top 8 of Regional Championship Bologna. Well played. I got to say, when I saw his first hand and he picked up that 4th removal spell, it did not look very good for him.
Yeah, that definitely looked awkward, but he was able to drag out the game and have that Torture Tower at the ready for that Curiosity, which was the important piece.
Yep.
to gain traction for Nicolene. So yeah, Izzet can play long games as well, which is one of the great aspects of the deck.
And that Scorching Shot. So his sideboarding, by including Scorching Shot, bringing it against the blue-black deck, and making sure that you're not going to just, you know, get a free game off of Shieldred, and that just completely changed the flow of the game.
Yeah,
that was really cool. We have an winner's interview ready, so let's hear from Ivan what he has to say about the match.
Here I am with the winner of this feature match, Ivan Laushevich with Izzet Prowess.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
So you made top 8. How do you feel about that?
Wow, actually you told me that like 5 seconds ago and I did not know, so like hooray, I guess.
Yeah. So what a great news.
Yeah, but I'm pretty cold-blooded right now. I mean, I did not feel any like euphoria heading into the match. I did not even know it was for the top 8. I know maybe the breakers could break my way, but I wasn't like worrying about it. It was just a great experience.
Maybe it was for the best, you know, you didn't have that much pressure.
Exactly.
Good. So you're playing against Dimir midrange.
Yeah.
How do you feel about this match?
Well, I feel they are weak to the card, Core Steel Cutter, but my opponent had a lot of, let's say, answers or like pseudo answers to the card. I also felt like maybe he was overboarding a bit with Dreams of Silenoil. I'm not sure that card has like 8 targets versus me. I'm not sure that's a good card, but the opponent was really was making sure not to lose to the card. Core Steel Cutter, so he lost to the level 3 of the Storm Chase's Talent, which is another broken card, by the way.
Exactly. Combined with this town ain't big enough.
Exactly.
Crazy. Okay. Well, now that you're in top 8, what do you expect from it?
Nothing, just to have fun. I already played some great guys, some famous players, and I'm just having fun. This is my first big paper tournament. I never attended any of this stuff, so it's just crazy. I'm just enjoying it, and whatever happens. I'm not worrying about it at all.
So the Pro Tour in Atlanta is going to be your first one?
Yeah, definitely. I wasn't even close to the Pro Tour.
Amazing.
Until now, yeah.
Amazing. Well, congrats on that.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. The best of luck. And
can I just say hi to my girlfriend? Oh. Jelena, hvala ti što si bila ovde sa mnom.
Good. All right.
Thank you.
What an awesome story. Congratulations to Ivan yet again. And I do want to say, he looked super calm.
Yeah.
Somebody playing in the feature match area, you know, top 8 on the line. Maybe it was the fact that you already picked up the PT invite, but the fact that he was super calm, collected, no big deal. I'm just going to, you know, get this over with, no problem. That was really cool.
Yeah.
We do have a second backup, or a second feature match for you guys, and that is what we already mentioned.
Yeah, we have Thomas Chenery, which we've been following along.
Yep.
He has not. I think we've covered him 3 times, and he has 3-0'd every single time. Like he's 3-0 on the feature match table. So I presume he has his lucky charm. Yeah, Thomas Chenery, first regional championship, now playing a winning in here, 11-2. He's also up against Izzet Prowess. Let's get in there.
Yeah, let's see it. I think, wait, didn't he lose one of those feature matches? I think we featured him against Dimir midrange, where he ended up losing, even though it looked like it would be a great matchup thanks to all the go for the throats and everything.
Absolutely.
But let's see how he does in this match. So we see the deck on the screen here. Talk to me about this. How does this work? You know, what are these new cards from Tarkir Dragonstorm that really make the deck work?
Yeah, the big one is United Battlefront, the collected company effect for non-creature permanents with mana value 3 or less. And yeah, with those in standard, some of the best things you can get is this artifact package surrounding Simulacrum Synthesizer. And when you get the Synthesizer and another free drop, you instantly trigger the Synthesizer with the Battlefront, getting a big construct token. You fill up your board with a bunch of artifacts and make 10/10 constructs with ease, produce them, throw them out there.
Turn the corner really quick.
Yeah, and I mean, Burst Lightning doesn't get rid of those. Cut Down doesn't get rid of those.
Nothing gets rid of those. Yeah, it's basically...
well rotated.
Yeah.
So what is stopping this deck? Brothouts maybe, Brothouts End, but nobody's playing that either. So yeah, really cool choice with Thomas. He's been playing exceptionally well for his first regional championship. Really cool storyline. Let's see if he can convert this Day-2 into a top 8.
And what is he playing against?
Yeah, on the other hand, Izzet Prowess again, but with a twist. Luis Martin is choosing to go for a little bit more of a slower, mid-rangier version of the archetype.
Thunder Trap Trainee.
Yes, Thunder Trap Trainer. It's a card we haven't seen in a while. Look at the top 4 and find yourself a non-creature, non-land card from among them. Very good on turn 2. Dig yourself a little bit deeper, find the cutter, play the cutter, on turn 3, trigger the cutter. That's a nice synergy. And then we have also Distonate big enough, which can bounce the talent, the cutter, and of course the trainer for some value and just interact with your opponent. It's into the Floodmore slot that other lists are running, pretty much the same card, but goes also with the talent loop in the late game, where you can just return the Distonate big enough, bounce something from players, bounce your talent, and repeat. So really more going for a powerful end game, less of a aggressive I kill you on turn 4 type thing.
More interaction.
Yeah, we have an Abrade here. We have 3 additional shock effects in addition to the burst lightnings, of course. So a lot more interaction, a bit more of a grindier take. I'm excited. I mean, I'm curious how this is going to play out.
Remember when people felt like this town ain't big enough was perhaps too good for standard? Good times, right? Turns out the town is actually more than big enough. This card certainly is not a problem. I feel like when, you know, when there is a standard format where a bounce spell is something that people feel like, oh my god, this card is, you know, too powerful, or I've been losing to this. It's a bounce spell. You know, deal with that. Like there are bigger problems than that. I feel like that's probably a sign of a pretty healthy format if a bounce spell is something people consider to be a problem. But anyways, we are underway with game number 2. Thomas being up a game with his Azorius Artifact deck. That means Luis is going to be on the play with his Is It Prowess deck that does have the trainer on turn 2. It's not the Steel Cutter, but it is a way to find it. And I believe he just did with that 4th card. There it is. Gory Steel Cutter picked up from the trainer trigger. And Luis passes the turn.
Yeah, I would say if I would have to make... Oh, wow. Let me... intersect my little...
High Noon.
Yeah, that is a powerful card. That is one of the best sideboard cards against Is It Prowess, stopping the opponent from casting more than one spell each turn. Not only the opponent, you as well, but that does bother Thomas a lot less than it bothers Luis, who's sitting on 2 lands, 3 lands actually, and another cutter in hand. This is really rough. He's looking for... he's looking for...
This town ain't big enough?
This town ain't big enough, exactly.
I was going to say, like, how are you going to remove an enchantment if you're playing blue-red and you don't really have that many bounce effects? But Luis is on top of that. He doesn't play Monster's Rage. He's not about aggression. He does have This Town Ain't Big Enough, and he does have ways to deal with it. So also Abrade. Wow, deals with the Synthesizer. Also really big here.
And he can play Talent now and get back to Abrade. Very strong. And he's doing it all in one motion.
Nice, nice.
Playing crisp. Equipping the cutter on the trainer.
Yeah.
Turn earlier.
And back to Thomas we go.
Oh, a lockdown off the top.
That's going to be pretty good here.
Yeah.
No mana untapped from Luis, so no possible spell pierce.
It's interesting though. Like, do you wait for the lockdown a little bit? You do have that High Noon, so things can't get out of hand that much, and you don't want to exile your own High Noon potentially.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. I did not consider that. Yeah, dealing with your own high noon is that is a little bit of a numbo. That is we played a lot of Domain in Standard before the last PT, and every time I had to cast Temporary Lockdown and exile my own up the beanstalk, it just felt so bad. This is pretty much it. You really want to bring in the High Noon, you really want to have the lockdown as well, but when you draw both of them together, sometimes it could lead to these awkward situations.
Yeah, and I actually think that Thomas is probably happy running against this specific Is It Prowess version, because against the one with Slickshot, I mean, he does have the saw plates.
Yeah.
But a plotted Slickshot can deal a lot of damage. So he's probably happy running against the Thunder Trap trainer version.
And look at that. Thomas says, I don't really mind exiling my own High Noon because I have a second one.
Yep.
Sleight of hand from Luis. Luis is very quick. Like, he plays very fast. Looks like he's put in a lot of practice. He knows exactly what to do in every situation.
Oh my god, he picked up a discount ain't big enough. And he does have 5 mana here, so he could theoretically bounce both the High Noon and the temporary lockdown.
But remember...
Crazy.
Wait, no. Remember...
Oh, there's another High Noon.
There is another High Noon, actually, so this is going to work out to Thomas's advantage. That is pretty funny.
But then there's also a talent under the lockdown. So... Oh wow, look at this sweet play. Sacrificing the map for a candy trail.
Okay.
Going up the chain here. That's really cute. No, but yeah, he can bounce the lockdown at the High Noon, and then he can get the Tisdown ain't big enough back with the Storm Chaser's talent that he has under the lockdown.
And deal with the second High Noon.
Deal with the second High Noon, deal some damage, then lockdown comes down, exiles everything. Nah, that doesn't sound like a great plan, because the lockdown then again grabs everything. But maybe he can...
Yeah, we'll see.
You could just pick up the Tisdown ain't big enough with the talent then, and then just leave it up for the lockdown? Yeah, that's reasonable.
In the meantime, Thomas picked up a second synthesizer that is hanging out on the top of his deck.
Yeah, and he also gets a Thunder Trap Trainer, for what it's worth.
Yeah, so look at this. This town ain't big enough. Bouncing lockdown, bouncing High Noon. There's going to be a couple of triggers. You're going to get a free token from the talent. You're going to get the trainer, so there's a free opt from that. And now Luis on taps, and let's see if he starts by dealing with the High Noon first.
Oh, he picked up an Into the Floodmore. Oh my god, can he create lethal here?
That would be very impressive.
Oh, he's not even... He has a lot of spells in hand. He could have bounced the High Noon as his first thing, and then like attack for a ton of damage. But he also has a Swift Spear. Oh man, I wonder if he played this a little bit too fast here. It's like he was able to create a lot of damage right there. He can also Discount ain't big enough his own talent. Oh no, he didn't have a Discount.
Yeah, he didn't return that
from he had an Abrade in hand at least. So he could have cast Opt, Abrade, Swift Spear. Would have been maybe a lot of damage.
The extra one with the trainer, one with the otter, and passes the turn. So just leveled up the talent, but he now does have the bounce spell already. And now Thomas is in a bit of a pickle.
Yeah, just using lockdown here is not gonna... He has to get his own engine going. He picked up a Simulacrum Synthesizer, as you said. He doesn't have an artifact to play that triggers it right after.
I think Thomas is... Luis is pretty happy if we play this game of, you know, you're going to keep exiling my things and I'm going to keep bringing them back and get this additional value from the trainer and doing that at the end of your turn while I still get to attack on my own turn. So at some point I'm going to create a situation where I might just go for the kill. So yeah, he's going to be pretty happy about that. There's a Saw Blaze that deals with the trainer, so Thomas sees that as well and wants to put a stop to giving Luis free value from the lockdowns and bounce spells.
Luis could have bounced his own trainer at the talent there.
Thomas follows by a second High Noon. I'm just going to make sure that you really don't play 2 spells a turn. Unless we bounce both of the High Noons.
I think if you make the math here, this could actually be lethal. He has a second cutter. He has Opt, Floodmore, Abrade. I mean, there's a Saw Blades in hand, so he probably doesn't have lethal against that specifically. I mean, what he can try to set up, he just end of turn, this turn ain't big enough, those 2 High Noons, I suppose. But this turn ain't big enough here, coming in clutch. Just play a Swift Spear, attack for 2, put Thomas to 11, then just pass the turn with this turn up. He has a Braid and Cutter in hand. He can't double spell much. He has to craft a game plan where he can kill Thomas in one big swing. And you know, considering, like, even if Thomas plays the lockdown next turn, which is presumably going to happen, he can then bounce the lockdown in a High Noon, and then still into the Floodmore the second High Noon in his turn and go completely crazy. All right, looks like he's going for the talent, attacking for 2. Oh, what does he do? Oh, he's instantly activating it. Okay. He's going for a bit of a grindier play, going slow, attacking for 2. There's a Saw Blades, all right.
Passes the turn. Yeah, I mean, this deck is very good at playing the long game.
Yeah, I mean,
this is not something that the normal version of Blue-Red would be able to do.
I mean, this Abrade is doing an incredible amount of work. It killed off the Simulacrum Synthesizer, got returned, killed the Repurposing Bay, and now Thomas has another Simulacrum in hand. But he's like, well, do I just want to play that and get it abraded?
Yeah, this also showcases the power of one-offs in this Izzet deck, because thanks to the Storm Chaser's talents and this time begin of bouncing them, you can actually reuse your one-off multiple times. So a card like Abrade that's going to be very good in a couple matchups like this one, when your opponent runs all artifacts, is gonna be so much better than if you just had one copy in a regular deck.
Yeah, Thomas is playing out the Simulacrum. I guess he's probably thinking, hey, I really have to scry into a United Battlefront or a Kayla's Reconstruction. He has a Braided Net that he could use to draw some cards with.
So let's see, is Luis going to try to find a lethal line into the Flood Maw, just like you said, could gift the opponent a tapped fish and bounce something other than a creature. Or, well, other than just a creature, rather. But he doesn't go for it, actually. He just untaps. Interesting. So what is the play? He does have the Abrade available yet again. It looks like that's gonna... No, equips the Steel Cutter, then fires up the Abrade, deals with the Synthesizer, attack for 3. Slowly chipping away at Thomas's life total, who is down to 10. Still holding on to that Swift Spear and a bunch of spells. Thomas yet again activates the Anchorage. Gets in there for 3. Gets himself a map token. Also picked up another non-land card. We're going to reveal another land on the top of the deck. And pass the turn? No. Oh, Braided Net. There you go. That's the Braided Net actually you saw last round on the top of the deck. Okay, so...
Did keep it.
How does that change things?
Not that much. I mean, it's...
Not right away, at least.
Yeah, he can craft it to essentially pay 6 mana in total with the Quipo to then draw 3 cards. It's not bad. He really needs cards at this point. He's like sitting on... The Saw Blades are basically nothing. And the High Noons are also just kind of redundant. Okay, Braided Net's getting bounced. Storm Chaser's talent bounced for that loop with the Distonant big enough. Luis really nicely playing his version of Izzet Prowess there. And there's another Distonant big enough.
Yeah, and it looks like it's really going to pay off in this matchup against the High Noons, against the Lockdown. But yeah, Luis is more than happy to just keep chipping away with this Otter, playing 1 spell a turn, waiting.
He's actually not activating the talent this time.
Yeah, I think now he's just kind of waiting to sculpt the perfect hand. Where he might go for the end of turn, this down and big enough, bounce both the High Noons, and then go for one big final blow. But this is a nice curveball. United Battlefront, drawn by Thomas. What do we find? Double Snare? There we go.
That is actually not that impressive here, is it? Man, Luis Martin really has made sure to have all the card advantage angles covered here.
Yeah, the reason why it's not as impressive as when Thomas usually does that is because Luis managed to cast Abrade 3 times and dealt with a bunch of synthesizers. So no free construct tokens for you this time.
He's just going to exile the Otter tokens? I mean, he has at 7. I think that's what you have to do. Like, the Cutter is not threatening into the High Noons. Yeah. He does still have the braided net, which is going to play out. Oh no, he's going to use the anchorage instead. So, I mean, Lewis Martin down to 10 here.
Yep. This has been a very interesting game, considering Lewis has been sitting on 6 or 7 cards the entire game, and yet the game is about just attacking for 1 or 2 every turn. And I think now we might finally see the big final turn, the final blow.
This is a lot of damage.
Swift Spear, tokens. I'm going to play some 1-mana spells, and that's going to be a lot of prowess triggers. So Lewis picks up game number 2, and we're going to go to game number 3 for all the marbles.
Yep.
Top 8 spot on the line, although, as we said, both players have already picked up a Pro Tour slot, so they're probably going to be pretty happy about that. Qualifying themselves for Pro Tour Edge of Eternities at the end of September in Atlanta?
Yep.
Atlanta.
Wow, look at that. There's 2 copies there's 1 copy of a Braid in the main already and 2 more in the sideboard. That's huge. Yep. Negate 2 spell pierces as well. Wow. He's prepared.
Yeah, I think when Luis comes back home, he's going to say, these are braids. That was a really good decision, especially that one in the main deck also. Yeah, he's going to feel pretty good about that.
Great stuff. Honestly, after seeing that game, I do wonder about the Ral Crackling bit as well. That's like a card you can just slam and that really does not care about High Noon much.
Yep.
You just continuously make orders and just win the game with it. And considering he has a Braids, he can really slow this game down. It's like if without Simulacrum Synthesizer in play, Thomas doesn't really have much else going on.
Yeah, the synthesizer is extremely important for this deck, and yeah, as we just saw, when somebody actually does have the shatter effects and they do take care of the synthesizers, then your deck is not as well equipped for these long games because I feel like the United Battlefronts they replaced some copies of 1000 Moons Smithy, which previous I think was a 4-off in the deck. That was also one of the ways to just win the long game.
Yeah. But look at the sideboard. I mean, he doesn't have any like late game-ish cards, any card advantage. This is all interaction. Some hate pieces, rest in peace, and High Noon. Like he's not anticipating his Simulacrum Synthesizer to be interacted with much, or if so, then maybe by a Leyline Binding, which is like a commonly played answer, and then he has those 3 get loss, and of course the Dangerous Negate as well that work well there. But a Braid, I mean, are you gonna bring in Negate to fight a Braids that come back with Stormchaser's talent anyhow? Yeah, this looks kind of tricky for Thomas.
Who do you favor in game 3?
I mean, after
with Thomas on the play,
after all that analysis, I feel like if Luis keeps a plausible hand that maybe has a Spell Pierce, Negate, or an Braid, and just goes after the same game plan that he just did here, he could. I think he might be the favorite. But you know, it's close. It's close. It's by no means decided. Because you know, a good draw that is very fast. With like an Iron Crack on turn 2 into a turn 3 unanswered United Battlefront, hitting like 2 powerful artifacts. You know, even like a Braid at that point, it's just way too slow, and Thomas will churn out enough value. But if the game drags out, like we just saw in game 2, I think Luis is the favorite.
All right, looks like the players are ready with the shuffling, and hopefully we're going to start game 3 right away. Who else do we have in the top 8? There was a couple of red decks you said that they looked like they were in a prime position to, unless something unexpected happens, they should be locked for top 8. We had the Demir midrange player picked up the win in our first feature match. As you said before, we also had a mirror match between Domain Overlords, so one of those very likely going to be in the top 8. But looks like game 3 is underway. So turn 1, Stormchaser's talent, one of the best possible plays for Luis. In the meantime, Thomas just plays a couple of lands.
No Iron Crack.
No Iron Crack, yeah. That's the one thing about this Azorius deck. It doesn't really do a whole lot in the early game.
Yeah, and Thomas' sideboard plan against Izzet aggro really includes that lockdown, and he might actually just board out Iron Crack as well because it's such a bad combination of the lockdown.
That's fair.
And Luis is maybe the best prepared list against specifically lockdown we've seen in the entire tournament.
And also against artifacts.
And artifacts.
As it turns out.
Yeah, so both those avenues. But is Luis a little stuck on blue here? He's playing 7 islands, I saw, and only 2 buttons. He sided in a Sunspine Links. That's interesting.
Wow, Thomas is a pretty good looking hand. There is a Synthesizer. There's also United Battlefront for next turn. There's also Rawl. So he has a pretty good, couple of plays lined up for the next 2 turns. Starts on the Synthesizer. Both those cards are going on the bottom. I think I saw a 4th land in his hand.
I don't think I saw a Braid. Just picked up a Cory Steel cut off the sleight of hand.
Was there a Sunspine Links?
Yes.
There was a Sunspine Links, right?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
You can keep bouncing that one too. If the game goes, perhaps Luis was like, this game took so long that I can just keep playing Sunspine Links and bounce it over and over. Wow, there is the disdainful stroke that deals with United Battlefront, so no shenanigans for you.
Thomas has no chill. He's just like, every time, team your opponent, 2 mana, boom, I'm slamming it.
I'm slamming it. Yeah,
gotta have it.
Make them have it, exactly.
Die on the spot.
Exactly, that is a good strategy. Make them have it, you know. Sometimes you're playing around cards your opponent don't even have, so might as well just let them have it.
I mean, these trainers look pretty sweet. It's really just trainers and more interaction for Monsters Rage and Slickshot, right? And so far, so good. I have to say, in this matchup, they impressed me.
Thomas picked up a 2nd copy of Sleight of Hand over a Spell Pierce, realizing that, I'm going to be tapped out this turn, and if you're untapped for turn 6, then my Spell Pierce is unlikely to be that relevant as much as it was in the early game.
All right, now Luis is tapped out though. So anything can happen here. I think I see a lockdown, if I'm not mistaken, and then 2 artifacts, Braided Net and Simulacrum. The lockdown seems pretty enticing. Okay, he's going for the construct route. And has his tap.
Tumble Magnet.
The Tumbling Magnet, exactly. Braided Net. I don't know, I would have liked to see a lockdown there, but maybe I missaw, maybe it's not a lockdown.
Luis starts on a Sleight of Hand. That resolves. Sees this down, ain't big enough, and something else.
I think it was a negate.
Oh, wow, yeah. At this point, you just want to keep pressing the advantage and holding up negate. That looks really good. Yeah, that's one way to deal with construct tokens. We keep saying how, none of these black removal spells really line up too well to deal with constructs, but yeah, there's a good way of bouncing them. You don't really care how big they are.
Just gonna tap out.
How many spells was that? So Sleight of Hand, this down, plus Talent, so that's 3 spells.
Yeah.
Move to combat. Would you like to tap anything?
There's 3 4/4s here. All the prowess creatures are 4/4s.
Yeah, looks like this game is slipping away from Thomas.
Oh, no, one of them is a free. The Cutter Monk is a free. So 2 4/4s, a free, and 2 1/2s. So tap the 4/4. Attack for, what is this, 10? No, 9. 11 plus 2.
Yeah, Thomas is going to need something really good. United Battlefront, maybe hit a lockdown plus something proactive. Is he going to get that? He drew a Candy Trail. That can be it. I think the judge is confirming how much damage actually went through. 3 mana. And there's the lockdown. So that deals with Luis's entire board. All the others are gone. We're going to put the trainer and the talents under the lockdown, which, yeah, that is unfortunate, but Wow, there's a Sunspine Lynx that Luis is going to use on his own turn to deal the final 2 points of damage and lock up that top 8 slot. Congratulations to him. Well played. Sunspine Lynx for the win. That was sweet. Commiserations to Thomas. He had a really good tournament. Unfortunately, it didn't end up in a top 8, but I think he's going to be pretty happy about, you know, turning his first RC into a Pro Tour slot.
Incredibly impressive stuff, if I may say so. Commiserations to him, but that was really impressive. He played tight throughout the whole event, didn't get nervous on the feature match area. Very nice. But Luis Martin's deck list, is it prowess with the trainers and the, is that the better version, huh? I guess that's what we will hopefully find out in the top 8. I mean, yeah, I'm certainly very curious about that.
I gotta say, I liked it, and the more we keep sitting here, the more we keep seeing these matches play out. Monstrous Rage is great, but after sideboard, it often turns into this like, well, I know you have a lot of removal. I can't really play this as my second spell, even though I would have loved to. And perhaps it's just better to, you know, build the deck a bit more, I don't want to say defensively, but not as aggressive, and instead include more interactive cards and something you can use, not just proactively like Monstrous Rage, but something like this down, or, you know, more bounce spells, something along those lines, or a Braid. So yeah, pretty nice build there by Luis, and congratulations to him yet again. Well played, and pretty, you know, nicely built version of Is It Prowess.
Yeah, and I think we have an interview coming up with him and Maria.
That's perfect. All right, let's see what Luis has to say.
Maybe not.
Okay.
Okay.
Is it prowess? So first of all, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Making it so far.
It was a tough tournament, and also the last match was really, really, really tough, because I didn't expect to play against that deck.
Exactly, that was my question.
And was like,
what were you thinking going into this match?
When I saw the pairings, I say okay, and say Arthurius, and I assumed like was like Omniscience.
Right.
And then read it, and was artifacts, and I was, well, this guy is gonna be a little tough. And also the game 1, you can see it. Was like 3 constructs, 9/9, and me with my little otter.
Yeah, so hard to deal with, right?
Yeah.
And so unexpected.
Yeah.
But
of course.
You got there.
Yeah, also the game 2 with the 2 extra braids and the extra bouncer plus the big threats, like the Ral, Planeswalker, and the Lynx. I think it's a matchup close to 50-50 in...
Post-board, you mean?
Yes, post-board.
Okay.
But main deck, I don't know, because I didn't test the matchup.
I guess nobody did. Right. But what do you think helped you to win this match?
The town, the town is small. The town is like a little village. No other words to say. That card is incredible in all the matchups. You can deal with many threats like tokens and get advantage with your talent. Sure. Also, the Thunder Trap Trainer is a cool interaction too, and the little trick is like keeping Thunder Traps against lockdown decks, then bounce the lockdown and get 2 cards.
Yes, and
easy.
get the value, right?
Yes.
Perfect. All right, so what are your expectations going into top 8?
I want to see the decks that are already in top 8, and I have like a moral obligation because 2 of my friends are also RC champions.
Oh.
Also, I mean, no Magic friends, it's like close friends.
All right.
And I mean, I cannot be less. So I will try to join the club.
Yeah, oh, that would be so great. Well, the best luck to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Good stuff. Thank you, Maria. Congratulations to Luis again. And that was round number 14. So that was last round of Swiss. Let's do a really quick recap what's going on this weekend. So we had 1,000 players start day 1. That was yesterday. 6-2 cut, 18 points or better, resulted into 150-ish players making day 2, which battled 6 more Swiss rounds today, and now we're going to crown our top 8. 36 players have already locked up an invite to the Pro Tour Edge of Eternities in Atlanta. 48 players actually also picked up an invite to the next RC. And on top of all of this, we're still battling for top 4 players are going to get an invite to the next 3 RCs, and the 2 finalists are going to qualify themselves for the World Championship. I think we are looking already at a live version of standings with round 14 already taken into account. So let's take a look at that.
Here we go, our top 8. Jelko Bodovis took down the second match, sorry, not the second round, the match on table 2, placing himself in first place here. And then we have, gosh, his name, Daimas, it was Zlura, let me just see his name real quick, Zarunas Liobikas on Dimir mid-range. Luis Martin, we just saw in the feature match area, defeat Thomas Chinnery on Is It Prowess with a twist. And then we have Michele Aliazzo, also on Dimir mid-range. Albert Cordobes on Domain Overlords, he won that mirror match. And then we have Monored in the hands of Mark Gallardo. Ivan Lauzovic we saw in the previous feature match on Is It Prowess. And Adam Buber snuck in at 11-3. There was a big tiebreaker scrum, a bunch of 11-3s, and he was the one who made it also on Monored aggro. So we have 2 copies of Monored. 3 copies of Is It Prowess, actually. 3 copies of Is It Prowess.
Okay.
Yeah. 2 copies of them Slickshot. The other is Luis on his interesting dystonic begin of approach. And then we have 2 copies of Dimir mid-range, the surprise of the tournament, I would say. And even the Domain Overlords deck as well.
I'm rooting for Domain now. Coming into the tournament, I thought that Prowess was going to be the most played deck. I thought that was, I don't want to say obvious, but Red was already popular. You know, Corey Steelcutter was the new hot tech. It also feels like you're playing something with a little bit more game than Mono Red. You can go in multiple angles. Blue adds another color. You can play counter spells in the sideboard, things like that. But I thought that it would be Jeskai that would take down the event, especially Jeskai. Oculus seemed pretty well positioned if aggro is this popular. As it turns out, Jeskai, highest finishing player, 13th?
Yes, number 13. Oh wow, nobody else. They just kept losing.
What happened in the last couple of rounds?
Okay, now top 32. There's a bunch of Jeskai people in the top 32. So a lot of people going with Jeskai decks to the Pro Tour, which is, you know, one of the biggest achievements from going here. You're a 1,000 player tournament, making it to top 32. Very difficult, of course. So congrats to all of those who made it. We see, for example, Tobia Nappi, we saw him in the feature match. He was 10-1 at one time. Adriano Moscato, Alexander Rostal, some familiar names here in the top 32, getting back onto the Pro Tour. Lorenzo Terlizzi, who was my lonely survivor of the fantasy draft, also finds himself at table 25, standing in the standings at 25. Yeah.
So yeah, we showed a lot of variety, and throughout the tournament, it certainly was looking like it's not just Izzet and Prowess and Mono Red.
Yeah.
But it looks like a lot of these decks just ended up being one round short of being in the top 8.
Yeah.
So lots of variety in the top 32, but still we got 5 copies of Izzet Prowess / Mono Red in the top 8. So lots of red decks doing well. Who are you rooting for or looking at the matchups? Who do you think is going to take down the tournament, and why is it Domain Overlords?
Nice try. I mean, if Domain Overlords survives in this slot of red, I mean, I would be very stunned by that for sure.
So what do we have? We have Izzet against Mono Red, then we have Dimir against Izzet, then we have Izzet against Mono Red, and Domain Overlords is actually playing against Dimir in the quarters.
Yeah. I mean, it can definitely snuck through that Dimir player. Domain historically good against Dimir, I would say. But after that, it's gonna be tricky for sure.
I've got Domain against Mono in the finals.
Domain against Mono in the finals.
And then it's going to be about whoever was the higher finishing player in the Swiss, which means they're going to be on the play.
Sure. our predictions fell through already. We both predicted that Jessica Oculus was going to make it all the way to the finals and take home the trophy. That's not going to happen.
What would you say is the most successful deck of the tournament?
I mean,
we can make it, larger than top, larger than top 8. Lots of players came here to try to pick up that PT slot. So if you widen the range to top 36, there was a lot of Jeskai players. Let's say you can play this tournament again.
What would I play?
What would you play?
I think the top 2 decks in this format right now, or also given this tournament, the data we have from Frank in the morning, the win rates from day 1. We'll see more data today, of course, but the data is much less. So I would certainly I would play personally Jessica Oculus and Is It Prowess. I think those would be my choices.
My take would be just looking harder and deeper at Is It Prowess and trying to figure out if there is if there's a different version, something like Luis did. Perhaps cutting the slick shots or doing something out of the ordinary that maybe can lead to having a build that might be better positioned against the field. That said, I think we have a video for you guys coming up. So
I got new information just now.
Okay.
The match is already getting ready.
Okay.
They're soon online, so we'll be out. Philippa and Simon are coming in, and we will see each other in the semifinals again.
Okay. See you later.
Hooves dig into fields of black, chase valiantly towards the dread. Shield and armor aglow and bright, countless hearts and lances keen. They ride into the night. The beasts above, they shriek and soar, spew flames of ghostlight from their jaws that eat the skies and burn the flesh, and albeit crowned with firelight, they ride on into the night. The new 2024 exclusive line, crowned with the first printed boulder and zip folio ever. An astonishing artwork made by one of Magic the Gathering's most beloved artists, Dominic Mayer.
That's quite the achievement.
It really is. Like, we saw just how hard it was to make day 2 of these events, and even harder to make the top 8. We had 3 players who were 8-0 yesterday. None of them are in our top 8 here, and we have a wide variety of decks, but 2 decks we don't have here. It's Jeskai Oculus and Asper Pixie. We haven't seen Pixie all day.
Didn't make it. I mean, sometimes that happens. We do have 4 different deck lists for the tournament. I mean, deck types. But yeah, those didn't make the cut.
They really didn't. And instead we have Is It Prowess, Mono Red, 2 copies of Dimir mid-range in top 8. That's kind of a surprise. And a single copy of Domain Overlords. Actually, there were 2 Domain Overlords playing win-and-ins this round, last round, but they were playing against each other. So we knew there was going to be exactly 1 guaranteed for the top 8. And that's one of the players that we have coming up here in our first quarterfinals.
Yeah, let's take a look here at what we are going to see. So our feature match is going to be Albert playing Domain versus Michelle playing Dimir. Now, we do have the player surveys, so that is when the players answer why they are playing this deck, previous accomplishments. And I have to say one thing that, Simon, you pointed out, and it's true, is that Albert here, I did recognize his name, but I didn't know from where. But apparently, 7 Day-2 in RCs out of 7 that he played.
Like, Day-2ing every single RC that he has played in, that's insane. Out of 7, we're talking about how hard it is. We mentioned that it's harder than Day-2ing the Pro Tour. And actually, speaking of Day-2ing the Pro Tour, Albert did exactly that at his first Pro Tour in Chicago, just the last Pro Tour we had here, Pro Tour Air the Drift. So, Day-2 that Pro Tour is top 16 the largest RC, so it's qualified for Vegas, and now with this top 8 is also qualified for the last Pro Tour of the season, meaning he gets to play 3 Pro Tours this season and already has 1 Day-2. That is a prime position to start chaining together top 8s. So Albert Cordobes might be a name you should pay attention to, because this could be a Pro Tour mainstay coming up.
I mean, I have my next choice for the caster predictions because Albert doesn't miss Day-2s. That's true. On the other side, we have Michelle here playing Dimir. And Dimir, I feel it's kind of the deck of the tournament in a way, because it's the deck that people were not talking too much about coming into this tournament. And now we have 2 copies in the top 8, Simon.
Yes, quite surprising. And it seems like both the players have chosen the deck just because they have played it a lot, they feel good with it, and they like that it's a fairly balanced deck that has good matchups overall. I think the main thing that has changed with these Dimir decks in the last, few months or so is that they've moved, as the Domain Overlord has been removed from the format, they've moved away from Fairy Mastermind and instead are playing the Deep Cavern Bats in the main deck. They're playing Preacher of the Schism in the main deck, sometimes even Shieldred main deck. Like, these decks are much better set up for dealing with the red aggressive decks. And so that's what I think gives these decks an advantage here. But it is a disadvantage when you're playing against Domain, which is what Albert is rolling with here.
I was going to ask you exactly that. I mean, this deck came prepared to beat the meta, the blue-black one, but against Domain Overlords, how does it play out?
It just depends a lot on how the list is, but the best card for the matchup is not in this deck list. Or one of the best cards at least, is Fairy Mastermind. Of course, there still is Kaito. Kaito is still incredible. There is still the Enduring Curiosities, 4 copies of that, that's still incredible. But the issue is that with these Deep Cavern Bats, you kind of, you can maybe pick apart some of the Domain player's cards, but you create this house of cards that can crumble as soon as there is a sweeper drawn from the Domain player.
And how do you feel about Albert's choice of bringing Domain Overlords, even though it felt a bit unfavored to this very aggressive meta? And why do you think got rewarded here with such a good result?
I think Domain is probably pretty good in this meta game. It just requires the mono-red players to be knocked down a little bit. I do believe that for the upcoming RCs, we won't see as many mono-red players as we had this time, because we saw them not perform that well. We still end up with 2 in top 8 here, so it's not catastrophic showing for mono-red, but looking at the win rates, it's not that impressive. And so if there are fewer mono-reds in the field, that is good news for the Domain decks, and so I think we'll actually start to see more of these decks in future RCs. It's good news. If you did qualify for your RC playing Domain, you could potentially run it back at your RC.
And I have to say, Simon, I'm a bit surprised because, as you say, we don't have any Jeskai players in the top 8. And coming to Day-2, we had the win rate from Day 1, and all the Jeskai decks did fairly well with over 50% win rate. So
and Jeskai Oculus, none of them showing up in this top 8.
What happened?
They played too many colors.
I mean, those pain lands are painful indeed, but it's going to be excited to see here who takes all the prizes. Now, these players are already qualified for the Pro Tour, as you said, but they are playing for big prizes because first and second place will qualify for the World Championship, the biggest tournament of the year. Not only that, the first place, of course, gets to be the regional championship champion here in Bologna. That's always a nice trophy to have.
Exactly, yeah. And that we've had a lot of regional championships at this point, but it's still, you know, like not more than 10 winners, like in the history of the regionals happening. And so it is quite an exclusive club.
That's true. I mean, not easy, and these players are definitely going to try their best to make it and be the winner. Now, what deck from the 8 that we see here, or who do you think is favored to win this overall tournament? Let's not say deck, but just like the deck type from the 4.
Yeah, because there's a few different options. We even have Luis Martin. We saw him with a different take on the Izzet Prowess deck. I'm really excited to see how that actually works. As we are going into our match here, I think I'll put my money on Albert Cordobes, though. Just the astounding RC results. It's just you can't really speak against that, as we see Albert right there looking focused as ever with this Domain Overlord deck. Said he chose to play basically Matt Nasa's deck from the Pro Tour that is just quite well tuned and seemed like a good choice. And that's exactly what we see here. This is an aggro killer, but it's not playing against regular aggro. It's playing against the mere mid-range. So the cards that are going to be important here are the Up the Beanstalks. Without Fairy Mastermind to punish you for drawing cards with this, this is the way that Albert can sustain an advantage. Of course, you also still have the 4 copies of Sir, which are going to try and animate these impended overlords. So even though you can, you impede the overlords and they come into play in their enchantments, but not creatures yet. Well, Sir turns them into creatures and they become even lifelink and hexproof creatures. So that's the combination that really makes this deck overpower any opponent. And the shell that is surrounding this is a shell with a bunch of white removal spells, and then Up the Beanstalk as a card draw engine, because you have a bunch of your removal spells, Leyline Binding and Riot's End, that will trigger it, as well as these overlords triggering it even when you impede them.
I'm excited to see how this plays out. Now let's take a look at Michelle's deck list. This is the mere mid-range deck, and yeah, here on the screen we see some new cards from Tarkir as well.
Exactly, yeah. Michelle, no stranger as well to the Pro Tour scene, did play Pro Tour Ixalan back in 2017 and has been playing Magic for quite a while. 36 years old from Rome here. And we see this list, you can see how tuned it is for aggro decks. We see Gix's Command main deck, Shieldred main deck, Breach of the Schism main deck, Kasi Revenant from the new set, the 3/3 Flying Deathshot Lifelink, Vampire Nighthawk. You can go home and cry because this card is so much better. And these cards are all in this main deck. The most important tool that Michelle has access to here might be the Tishana's Tidebinder to potentially blow out an Overlord trigger coming into play, or a temporary lockdown. There's a lot of potential targets for it. As we start our match here, Demir on the play with a Spyglass Siren.
That already making a little map token. We had the Survey Land getting one of the Overlords into the graveyard.
Yep, I love this map token. Mappa, as it says. And
yeah, Michelle, a local here in Italy.
Yeah, not fully local, from Rome, and we're in Bologna, so
yes, yes. Local to the country.
Local to the country, and
ooh, look at this bat revealing 2 Leyline Bindings. Analyze the poll and get loss.
See, yeah, so that's
Overlord as well.
An issue with Deep Cavern Bat in this matchup is that there's so much removal that can target it, and in general, the main deck is interested in just spending its removal to prolong the game regardless. So it's not that easy to punch a hole into this hand the way you might want to do. You could take the cheapest removal spell here and take the Get Lost. You could take away the Overlord, or you could even go ahead and take away the Analyze the Pollen. I think I don't like taking away the Get Lost, because Albert's process here is going to be Analyze the Pollen, getting a forest, and then playing Overlord on turn 3. If you take either of those pieces, you make sure that Albert can't curve Overlord on turn 3 most likely, especially if you just grab the Overlord right here, because then Albert will have to spend a turn getting playing that Analyze the Pollen, and then next turn playing the Overlord. This way, This way, Albert can proceed with his own game plan. You do get to, like, that bat is not dying for a little while, but the issue is that the domain deck is filled with so many answers, like, for instance, this Day of Judgment, that the bat attacking as just a 1/1 lifelink is not actually that scary for the main, and Albert is much more happy to just get to proceed with his own game plan here of making sure his mana base works, getting a forest, and having the 3 mana next turn to impend the green Overlord.
That's exactly what he goes for. Now let's see how Mikkel can follow up here. Cut down is a card that against Albert, not great. I mean, there's the Zer though, so.
Yes, it's not actually that horrible to have cut downs in this matchup. They will find targets sometimes, but the issue is that oftentimes the Zer will have done its damage, already animated an Overlord, and so it's not certainly not the best type of answer to have. And here we see a map token being cracked.
Yeah, revealing Enduring Curiosity, which actually was the answer for Mikkel here on what's your best card of the weekend.
You see Michele playing this Intimidation Tactics new card from Ether Drift, and that was the game plan. So you do the bat, take away the Get Lost, and then you can take away the Overlord of the Hauntwood with your card here. So actually, this is lining up exactly what Michele was planning it to do, making the bat a lot more effective in this way. But there's no third land for Michele, it seems. That map token was cracked in the hopes of hitting a land. Now can only attack for 2, not bring in the bat here, because Michele knows about this Elspeth Smite and doesn't want to give up the bat to that 1 mana removal spell, understandably. But is still allowing Albert to play this Elspeth Smite on the 2/2 flyer.
And Albert taking the chance, going for it, dealing some damage to the Spyglass Siren.
But yeah, with that, Overlord of the Hauntwood's gone. Albert only has a very reactive hand now and can't actually pressure very much. So it doesn't...
Ooh, no land again.
It doesn't matter that much, but Albert actually has no play on this turn because there's only 2 land types. The Flood Farm Verge is not an island, and so the way that Michele has poked a hole into Albert's hand here means that this turn is completely safe to do whatever he wants. Albert can't do anything, and now you can take away this Day of Judgment, which would completely wreck your position next turn. Instead, forcing Albert to take another turn off to play a Leyline Binding on that Deep Cavern Bat, and then resolving the Day of Judgment.
So those Leyline Bindings still in hand. Albert really needs an Overlord here.
This is of course all well and good with.
Oh, look at his top deck.
But what is that?
It's the Overlord, the white.
Oh, that's a pretty good top deck here. Because yeah, the issue with these bats is that, like, oh, it looks like nice disruption, but it's just 1 damage in the air a turn, and it's just not very impressive. And the main deck has so many good options for top decks that Michele would rather like have some way of advancing the game state more, like having his land drops and actually being able to put pressure on, rather than just doing a bit of measly disruption. This is just extending his own doom, essentially. And here we see another Overlord top deck there, which will generate the Everywhere token. That's a land token that has every basic land type, and so it combines beautifully with Leyline Binding, turning that into a 1 mana card.
These Overlords are definitely very strong, and I mean, when it gives you 2 mana types, it's a dual land. So what do you call these everything land?
It's, wait, what do you mean? What do you call it? It's everywhere?
Yeah, everywhere, but you have like, it's a dual land.
Oh, yeah, it's an Utopia.
Utopia.
Yeah, that's what we usually call that type of land, when it has 1 of each basic land type.
And I mean, these Overlords are starting to also cause some pressure because those imprint counters start to...
Yeah, because Michele is not putting on any pressure here. Albert just gets to sit there and take down these Overlords. I wonder if Albert is thinking about not running out this Overlord here into a potential Phantom Interference, but there's only a single copy in Michele's deck, so it's not that scary. Let's see if that 1 copy is indeed present here in Michele's hand. Of course, there's 5 spells. We know that because there's no land-offs being made, so the chances of it being that one-off is higher than it normally would be. And now Albert sees the chance to maybe you could just start chugging in with one of these insect tokens. Of course, Michele has that cut down and will be able to find a target here, dealing with one of these insects if he so wishes. Actually, Michele deciding to be a bit more patient with that, drawing another spell. Still has to pass the turn once again, and this is a bit of a slaughter. It's not what you want to see in your quarterfinal here.
Definitely not. Now Albert as the turn here. A couple of lands, Leyline Binding in hand as well. Three impending counters on the Overlord of the Ontood, 2 on the Mistmores. Attacking here with the 2/1 flyer.
Yes, starting to get a little bit aggressive. Like, you do have these leyline bindings. You can stem the bleeding if anything bad is to happen. The thing you basically want to avoid is you don't want to be hit by Kaito, which is starting to be enabled by Michele here, but would require that you... It will require that one of these bats is sacrificed to the insect token, and so it's not even that big of a deal, even if Kaito hits. And now we are moving into the territory where this Overlord comes off suspend, and that is a Zur off the top.
Ooh, that works pretty well with those Overlords.
Perfect timing, but we see Michele actually being patient there with that cut down, is going to find a target for it now. And I wonder if Albert is going to animate the White Overlord here, or just doing it on the Overlord of the Hauntswood, because the White Overlord is coming off suspend anyways in a moment.
That's right. So let's see what Albert decides to do here. Tapping 3 lands for that Zur.
Gotta make sure you tap the right colors. Of course, this deck is basically a green-white deck splashing this Esper card, because that's just how the mana works out in current format. And is deciding to animate, yeah, the Overlord of the Hauntswoods. This lets Michele do the play where you cut down the Zur, and then you can go for a Floodpit Drowner, tapping down that Overlord. But the issue is, once you do that, the Overlord of the Mistmores is still ready to be played. We see here the player picking the Overlord halfway out the sleeve. This is to indicate that this is now a 5/5. Forget what's printed on the card. It's a creature with mana value equal to its converted mana cost.
Exactly, so not a 6/5 right now, a 5/5. And that's the tap effect.
Tap down, and with a stun counter, I wonder if the players are going to remember that to indicate it in any ways. But I wonder what Michele's plan is for this Overlord of the Mistmores coming down in a moment. There might be a go for the throat in hand, helping him stabilize against that card. But if that card gets to attack, that'll be so much of an advantage for Michele. Okay, so we see the Leyline Binding here coming down, taking care of the Floodpit Drowner. The reason you'd want to do this is that the Floodpit Drowner can also act as a removal spell, shuffling in the Overlord of the Hauntswood. And at this moment, it's almost like Michele is the control deck here, because Albert is the one presenting threats, and Michele is the one with a ton of cards in hand. So it makes sense that you want to deny Michele from using his cards to remove yours, instead just waiting out this Overlord of the Hauntwoods, as it now loses its stun counter, is going to be able to attack next turn.
And of course, Leyline Binding being so good with this everywhere land.
Yes, that is a nice combination. So let's see if Albert even gets to attack with this Overlord of the Hauntswood. Michele is keeping his cards very close to the chest. That is a standard...
go for throat.
Go for the throat, yes. It's from the showcase.
Secret Lair? No.
No, this is not Secret Lair. This is one of the game store local ones. I know because I got one, the one standard tournament I played at my local game store on a Saturday event.
Oh, you got a good one then.
Well, it's very... It's very pringly at the moment, but here's a insect token coming in there, dealing 2 damage to Michele, and the other one back on defense, still trying to prevent a good chance to deploy a Kaito. Of course, I guess Michele at this point can just hardcast the Kaito, but it's not very impressive when the opponent has so many creatures in play. And remember, this Overlord of the Hauntswood as a 5/5 is going to untap now. That counter you see on it is still an impend counter. That is a time counter. That does not matter. When the last counter is removed, the Overlord will still remain a 5/5. Because it was animated by Zur and not by its own ability.
So now Albert wants to go for combat, but Mikkel is stopping things there.
I wonder if there's a another Flood Pitch Drowner or maybe another Go for the Throat. I think that is exactly what we see there. A very dark card at the top of his hand.
Asking for maybe what's the counter?
Oh, just asking for the size of it. Yeah, just clarifying, because it is a bit unclear, of course, when there's a counter on it, and it looks like it's a 7-6, but it is actually a 5-5. But what it is, indeed, is
the
just
graveyard.
dead.
And attacking here with that 2-1 insect.
Yeah, and I think I mentioned this, like Michele kind of being the control deck, and I think he has successfully managed to control the board state and the situation here, denying Albert a bunch of cards. Of course, there is still a lot of removal spells accessible for Albert here.
But look at this top deck, another Overlord of the Mistmores.
Wow, so this requires a counterspell for Michele. If he has one, this is a fine position. If he has none, it's...
It looks like only black cards in hand, but I might be wrong.
I think you are right. I think you're right. So Albert actually is moving to combat right now, aiming to attack with both insects and then play the Overlord. But now deciding that if the worst case scenario where Michele has the one copy of Phantom Interference, you might get really punished by attacking with both of these, enabling a Enduring Curiosity to come down and draw some cards. So this is a bit of a risky play. Albert might have wanted to play the Overlord pre-combat for that reason, but to like make sure that it actually resolves before you make this attack.
Phantom Interference is unless you pay 2, correct?
Correct, yeah, and there's exactly 7, right? So Albert might just want to just impend it and not hardcast it.
So here just impending it, making 2 tokens.
And this is guaranteed to resolve at this point. No way Michele can track with that, except for the one copy of Sishana's Tidebinder, actually.
Oh, that's correct.
Was in deck. So that was a bit of a risk there from Albert, but that is not the card that came down. And because you also decided to impend it, you still have mana up to deal with... I wonder if that was a missed impend trigger because the turn was passed before it was removed. But you still have this Leyline binding up, so you are protected from a... we're still at the end of turn, that's what's going on, right?
Yep.
Yeah, Michele hasn't done anything yet. That's what's happening.
Paying 4 mana.
Just making a fish token.
Paying 1 life.
Right, so this is a hammer shark? Hammerhead shark?
Yeah, I mean, insects versus bats and fish. Who's going to win?
I think the insects are kind of like, you know, these moths are of another world. I think they are going to dominate this sad pondfish. Even if I just said it's a hammer shark, I think it's more like a...
Oh, Zor.
Oh, wow, a second Zor here. That is huge. Being able to animate this Overlord of the Mistmores and this Leyline binding. Of course, there is more removal spells available in Michele's hand in the form of Anoint with Affliction. Another card that is not at its best in this matchup, but still finds purchase against this Zor. But this is not the best of positions. Michele is missing land ups for a little bit in the early game and is now trying to stem the bleeding.
Just as a reminder, this is a very important match for these players because if they win, they are then 1 win away from qualifying for the World Championship.
That's true. And even moving up the prize tiers, this is also 3 RC invites for the winner of this match.
So the top 4 qualifies not only for the next RC, but for the next 3 RCs and the Pro Tour, of course. So a lot of qualifications in stake. Sir?
Sir, this is a Wendy's. So yeah, landing this card, animating the Overlord, and again, you can use the Anoint with Affliction to then remove the Hexproof from the Overlord, but do you have enough removal to contain all of this, including all of these insect tokens?
We will find out. And while Zur makes the other Overlord smaller, it makes this one a little bit bigger.
Philippa, are you good at animal sounds?
No, please don't make me do that.
Can you make the sound of a moth?
No. No comment.
That's the sound that this battlefield is making at this moment.
What do bats do, though?
They use ultrasound, which I can't produce with my human mouth.
And what about a fish?
They say...
Simon Nielsen, not only a professional Magic player and caster, also sound imitator.
I'm trying to hit the right sound, but I can't make it sound like a bubble.
Okay, look at all these insects though, and things are getting pretty dicey here for Mikkel.
And yeah, pretty dicey in the sense that there are also not that many dice, but a lot of tokens and permanents in play. And these, you see again, these two things picked halfway up the sleeve. That is a 6/6 leyline binding with a bunch of keywords and a 7/7 overlord of the mist words with a bunch of words, as well as 6 insects tokens. This is so much for Mikkel to deal with. He does have the single copy of Gix's command, right? That's the way you can get out of this situation here. If you can manage to land a Gix's command, you can actually sweep the board here.
That's true.
And so I think that's what Michele is thinking about. And knowing that one of these bats is going to die to that Gix's command anyways, actually both of them might end up dying to it. So you might as well just chump block them away and save a little bit of life, because you are only at 10. So it's not a kind spot to be in. You can use the fountain port here, sacrificing the fish to get to draw a card and see if you can find something else good off the top.
Simon, what is your favorite overlord?
I think I like the black overlord because it goes in my commander deck.
Good answer.
Thank you.
Also puts things in your graveyard, so that's nice.
Yeah, I really like graveyard decks. I was so close to playing the black-green graveyard deck, actually, that 7 Faust debated the last Pro Tour with.
Oh, the bean deck?
Yeah,
that's
black
a pretty good one. Black beans, I like that one.
It's a good deck.
Yeah, we didn't see it this weekend.
No, it's a pretty bad deck.
It's not. I mean, it top-aided the Pro Tour, right?
Yeah. To be fair, 7 did go 6-0 in limited, so that helped.
Okay, that's fair.
That's fair. But I do like the deck, so... And maybe it's just biding its time, you know?
Looks like Mikkel here survived the combat damage, going down to 6, so let's see if that Gix command is in hand.
Is it coming? Is it coming? Is that Gix's command? That is not. That is a Kaito. Wait, there is a Gix's command already in hand. Michele was setting this board state up. He is, as I mentioned, the control deck. But is it enough? Because you can make Albert sacrifice. You can make Albert sacrifice the Overlord of the Mistborns and all of the insect tokens, but the 6/6 leyline binding will still stick into play, and
that's enough.
Yeah, that is enough.
Exactly enough. Wow. I mean, what a game here, showcasing how this Domain Overlord made it here into the top 8. And Zur is a great card, Overlords are a great card, leyline binding as well. Didn't even have Beanstalk.
Didn't even need the Beanstalk. Yeah, I actually wonder there. I think Michele could have used that Anoint with Affliction, not to kill the Zur, but to kill an insect token, saving himself 2 points of life. And that would have, because the Zur would die in the Gix's command anyways. So that would actually have saved him, where he could be at 8 when he cleared the board and not die to the attack of the leyline binding.
That's true, because the X-Proof didn't really matter there.
Yeah, exactly,
with the Gix command. You're correct.
So, of course, still in a pretty bad spot at 2 life versus, I don't know, like 30-something from the Domain player and having to grind out that game. But so in some ways, it might actually be okay that it just ended in the way it did, so you didn't have to sit there for too much longer. Now
we do have access here to sideboard, so let's see Albert playing quite an interesting sideboard that ballot for some discard decks like Pixie. Now, what do you think might enter here against the Dimir mid-range deck?
Yeah, so there aren't that many clear options that are good. I think you want the another copy of Elspeth Smite. This card is incredible against, especially Enduring Curiosity. That's when it finds its best target.
Oh, yeah, because it exiles.
Yeah, but even all the like smaller creatures that the Dimir deck has. And then you want to make sure you have enough answers for Kaito. So I'm not sure if that includes any of these sideboard cards, though. Not many direct answers to Kaito. You don't want High Noon, you don't want Rest in Peace, you don't want Elish Norn, you don't want Obstinate Bailout. Maybe Besa comes in, but it's not that good of a card. I could see this Rakshasa's Bargain making its way into Albert's deck here. It's very similar to the 1 copy of Stock Up that Matt Nas played.
And these deck here is very good at being flexible with the removal. So the get lost is good, for example, to remove Kaido, Leyline Binding as well, but it can remove any kind of non-land permanent.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So I guess in that sense, Albert is actually fully prepared to deal with Kaito and doesn't really need many more answers. I do wonder if these negates are coming in. Depends a little bit on what is in the Demir sideboard and which things you might want to counter. So let's take a look in a moment here at the Demir sideboard.
So let's see here what Mikkel is playing and what are the options sideboard against this Domain Overlord deck. And 2 Ghost Vacuum, 2 Tishana Stylebinder, Shieldred, Fairy Mastermind.
Yeah, the Fairy Mastermind is, like, that's exactly the one I mentioned, is one of the better cards in the matchup. Michele decided to register just a single copy, just in case there was a domain player in his way, and now he's sitting right across from one. So I think all of these counterspells, the 3 steps ahead, the negate, the disdainful stroke, are going to come in, and Fairy Mastermind is going to support this plan. Tishana's Tidebinder also working perfectly with that. On top of that, you also have the duresses and maybe even the intimidation tactics, getting rid of Overlords or Zur. I'm not quite sure about the intimidation tactics, because there aren't that many creatures in the domain deck, and it could very easily whiff. But if it hits, it's going to hit a high impact card.
A lot of one-offs in this sideboard.
Yes, and I love it. I love a sideboard that is a messy sideboard with a bunch of one-offs and a lot of, you know, creativity to move around.
Yeah, that's true. So definitely Mikkel here is going to be able to pick and choose what's going to be good against this Domain Overlord matchup. And Domain Overlord taking game 1. As a reminder, we are currently in the top 8 of the Ultimate Guard Regional Championship. These players are already qualified for the Pro Tour, and now they are fighting for their spot in the World Championship, 1st and 2nd place. And of course, if they win, to be declared the champion of this tournament.
Absolutely. I do wonder, it's always quite tricky when you're sideboarding with these blue-black decks, or in general black mid-range decks against Domain, is how many answers for Zur do you leave in your deck?
That's a good question.
Because it's very tempting to just board out all of your cutdowns and just leave in the 3 copies of Go for the Throat and have all sorts of like the gates and counter magic, etc. And that leaves you quite vulnerable to just losing to that powerful 3-mana creature, which dodges negate and whenever you don't have a Go for the Throat at the ready, actually, usually multiple Go for the Throats are needed to deal with both the Zur and the follow-up creature. So we'll see what Michele decides to do here. Of course, some of his threats can also act as pseudo removal in the form of the stun counters from Floodpits Drowner and Kaito. And we'll see him potentially remove these Preachers of the Schism. He's definitely boarding out Karsi Revenant is what I expect to happen, and boarding out some number of those removal spells. We'll see exactly how many. I wonder if he's boarding out Gix's Command, that is a way to deal with the White Overlord. And then there are these Preachers of the Schism, which maybe can be boarded out for more reactive cards, but it's also possible you become too reactive if you board out all of them.
Curious to see how Mikkel is going to balance all of that. Simon, I have bad and good news for you. Which one do you want to hear first?
I want to hear the good news.
The good news is that a lot of people are watching the stream right now.
Oh, that is great. How many people? Wow, that is so many people. Oh my God. I love being
on
here
YouTube
with
as
you
well.
And my 2,000 closest friends.
Hello everyone, let us know where you're watching from. Hopefully you're enjoying the stream all weekend long. We for sure having a lot of fun here. Now, do you want the bad news?
No, I can't hear bad news.
Okay.
It's physically impossible for me. It just goes in the one ear and out the other. I can't hear it.
I'm going to tell you anyway.
No, wait, no, but I can't hear it.
The bad news is that all these people heard you make mod sounds.
That's good news.
I'm just joking with you, Simon.
That's perfect. That's exactly what I'm here for. Why do you think they hired me?
Oh yeah, we need to get Simon Nilsson on the boot because he knows how to make those mod sounds.
Yes.
That's exactly what they thought.
Let's see if Arne or Martin can make the best moth impersonation.
I have a feeling they're not going to try.
I'll get them to try.
Okay.
Don't worry, this is my promise to you, Chad. If there is, so it has to happen like this. Albert has to win this match and move on.
Okay.
And then an Overlord has to be played in the match that Martin and Arne are covering. If that happens, I'll try to make them make moth sounds.
And then Chad will vote who does the best mod sounds.
Yes.
Okay, that sounds great. Now let's get back here into game 2 as these players are taking a look at their hands. And now we do have Mikkel on the play. Starting here with the land pass. We see Beza in hand. Oh, up the beanstalk.
Yeah, so the up the beanstalk is going to change the texture of the game compared to the last one. The last one, Michele almost had a chance to like actually out-control Albert and grind him out of threats. It was very close to that happening with that Gix's command. Up the beanstalk being involved changes the dynamic completely, because it means that in these sorts of games, you can never, ever, ever out-control the domain deck. They will just have enough cards to outpower you no matter what, and you need to get under them.
Okay, second land here, passing the turn. Not
Michele has the perfect answer to beanstalk though. Look at him being ready with this Fairy Mastermind. He is putting it in front of his hand and so ready to just slam it down in response to the up the beanstalk, getting to draw a card.
Yeah, if you draw a card, I draw a card as well.
It always feels so good when you do that. I can tell you, it is a nice feeling.
Albert cannot be the only one to get all the value. Now, Albert considering here what to do.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a chance you're not supposed to play the beanstalk here. And he decides to decline on the beanstalk, not wanting to run it into a counterspell or a Fairy Mastermind. You look, Michele, so disappointed to not get that play he wanted with the Fairy Mastermind, deciding to not play out the Mastermind into a potential removal spell, just being passive, right back at you. And then here's a discard spell, Intimidation Tactics. Does it find a target? It does. There is a Beza hanging out in this hand. Wow, this is a beautiful play here.
Hi, Beza.
Both players declining to play a spell on turn 2, positioning themselves better for a later spot here. I wonder when Albert is going to try and land this up the beanstalk. It might actually be in quite a while. Of course, one really cute thing about this Rakshasa's Bargain is that it has mana value of 6, so it also triggers the beanstalk.
Beanstalk is just a fun card.
It's just a fun card. The fact that now that we don't see it that much, I think it's a fun card. I think last Pro Tour, when I was covering, doing the live coverage at MagicCon in Chicago, shout out to any one of you who were there and saw that one. We had to cover a domain mirror in the semifinals and then a domain mirror in the finals. And that was, realized the best way to do that was to just not talk about the games at all. just talk with the audience. It was way better.
I mean, I'm sure the audience had a lot of fun. Those are always so much fun to be part of. And I'm sure you also gave a lot of booster packs there as well.
I love throwing packs at people. If you're at a MagicCon and we're doing this event, you should absolutely try and check it out and show up on Sunday, because it is great fun with... Last time it was with Andrea Mengucci and Tanon Grace.
Oh, nice.
Great time. We threw around a bunch of big dice and you had the captive audience. Nice.
Love that.
So yeah, Albert again just being patient. Maybe trying to play the up the beanstalk when he has 4 lands.
Ooh, look at that
he
Kaido.
can pay for Spell Pierce and Phantom Interference. There's a Kaido, which Michele could just tap out for, and is again not choosing to play out the Fairy Mastermind, despite knowing that there is no Get Lost in the hand of Albert.
So playing that Deep Cavern Bat, let's see what Albert has in hand.
Well, it's the same cards as before, but also a Leyline Binding. Let's see here, he's going to respond to that and play the Leyline Binding off the Hedge Maze and the Shadowy Backstreet. That is 4 land types, so this is just a 2-mana removal spell. And you can't hit the bat here. What this means is that now the bat is already gone, so it can't get to exile a card at all, because it says until it leaves the battlefield. And we all know it's the same cards as before, so essentially it just reveals the hand to the opponent. Michele already knew those cards, so nothing has changed. And now Albert has this Overlord of the Hauntwoods and can play this, but not really a reason to. Would rather take this opportunity to play out the up the beanstalk. And now finally, Michele, so patient with this Fairy Mastermind, gets to play it out here and get his card draw, because there is no instant speed way to clear an untapped Fairy Mastermind.
And I think both players drawing a land here.
Sure, that's perfect and nice. So I wonder if this is a turn where you're going to try to develop a Kaito here. Of course, if you attack with that Fairy Mastermind, Albert is just going to immediately rights end it before you get to Ninjutsu the Kaito. So Michele, knowing this, is not going to attack with the Fairy Mastermind and leave those rights ends not able to be cast there. This is it's fascinating how these players are playing with each other's mana and trying to make each other walk into their traps.
Yeah, and I mean, Ryzen not only taking care of the creature, but also drawing a card in the process, thanks to that up the beanstalk.
Exactly, yeah. So it is quite a good idea to not allow Albert to use that card whenever he pleases. I wonder if this is the turn where we see an impended Overlord of the Mistmoors drawing another card of this beanstalk. Of course, Albert having the advantage here, but it is quite awkward to keep drawing cards into this Fairy Mastermind. It is a bit of a scary proposition. And I wonder if he's instead attempting to play this Rakshas's Bargain on Michele's turn, because that will also trigger a card draw. But since it's on Michele's turn, the Fairy Mastermind won't trigger off that.
Yeah, so we see here the Bargain on the screen. New card from Tarkir.
Yes. It's almost a stock up. It puts the rest of it's instant speed and puts the rest of the cards in your graveyard, but of course requires you to play a very special deck in order to be able to cast it. See here, Michele just animating the Sanctuary, and look the way he did this. He didn't tap the Sanctuary to animate itself so that it's never tapped and never enabling those write-downs to be cast. Here's a Disdainful Stroke. What a great card to draw here, and can actually even counter the Rakshas's Bargain if Michele wants to do that. And here's a Vigilance creature coming in, playing around those Ryzens.
Oh, but tapping it now.
Oh, I wonder for what. Oh, and then here, now in the blocker step, bouncing it to his hand with the Kaito. The Sanctuary is already in hand because it's part of Kaito's ability cost to do this. So there was never an opportunity for Albert to use this Ride's End. This is beautiful play. I'm really loving what's going on here.
Yeah, me too. I mean, showcasing a lot of experience with this deck. Now we do have the Bargain there, drawing a card.
And so I wonder if this is in response to like before we moving in response to the activation ability of Kaito. I think that is what's going on here. So yeah, drawing a card from Beanstalk. This is not triggering the Fairy Mastermind. Now we get to look at the top four and put, wow, this is a stacked, that's two Thirst and two Overlords. So whatever you put in the graveyard, Michele is gonna know that he's in trouble.
And Michele is like, what is happening?
Yeah, why would you put those cards in the graveyard? But now it's Michele's turn to resolve the ability of Kaito, surveilling two and then putting one card in the hand and one card in his... Well, surveilling two and drawing a card. Yeah, you don't necessarily put one card in the graveyard.
Okay, so let's see what the top deck here is for Albert.
And if there is a way to deal with this Kaito, of course, it should be at 4 counters, comes in with 4 counters. That's another green Overlord. So there's a bunch of Overlord variety here. And I wonder if Albert is just going to go for the Impend Overlord of the Mistmoors here as a way to pressure this Kaito. A lot of cards in hand for both players. Albert might even need to go to discard step after playing out his turn. No, I think he is fine.
That Fairy being very awkward here for Albert. Now there's Zur with the possibility of animating Leyline Binding.
That's true. That's another way that you could attack that Kaito. But with all of this mana available for Michele, I wouldn't necessarily count on that working. Of course, there's also the Disdainful Stroke in Michele's hand, which was recently drawn. And that could be a huge blowout if Albert decides to go for that Overlord of the Mistmoors. So has to tread very carefully. These Riot's End are just being trapped in Albert's hand. By the way, Michele is playing this game so patiently, positioning himself as well as possible. This is a great game.
I mean, it is definitely a great game, and showing how these players got so far, because it's not only just the deck that you choose, but also the way that you play it, and that's showing here.
It looks like it is the Overlord of the Mistmoors walking right into that one copy of the Disdainful Stroke in Michele's deck, and that is going to come into play here. Michele, of course, first drawing the card from the Fairy Mastermind, checking if there's a different option you'd like to do, and just taking a damage here. By the way, note that, oh, this Sanctuary is not a creature anymore. Yeah, it got bounced and replayed, so no harm in tapping it anymore at this junction. But Disdainful Stroke, taking care of that Overlord, and now this Kaito can once again get in and attack and draw another card. You could even get to play an Enduring Curiosity here, drawing yet another card off that, but you might want to play it a bit more passively and just have more mana available.
And slowly but surely, this Kaito applying pressure to Albert. That is down now to 14 life.
And the second Enduring Curiosity picked up there from Michele. And just passing there with a grip full of cards. Both players stuck up on cards, but Albert is the one without a board state. Michele is the one who's challenging right here. Having the, I would say, upper hand in the current situation, but Albert has a lot of tools to wiggle himself out of this. Just needs to find some way to answer this Kaito.
Let's see what Albert decides to do. Tapping 3 mana, we might see here that Overlord being impended.
It is indeed an Overlord, and there's a Tishana's Tidebinder here, which could potentially counter the trigger of the Overlord. It's not going to be very impactful, so it doesn't seem to be the thing you want to do at this juncture. There's also a Negate, which definitely doesn't work at this point here, so yeah, just letting the Overlord happen here. It's just ramping out a little bit. It's not very scary. The scary card is that Sir that is also lurking in Albert's hand, and almost face out to Michele because there was a Sir put into the graveyard earlier from a Rakshas's bargain, letting Michele know that there must be a second Sir in the hand somewhere. And here we see just another Overlord. Albert just decides that right now I just don't have the space to be able to contend with this board. I'm going to let Michele play another turn, draw another card here, and do whatever he pleases. And I'm just going to set up my own mana to slam that Sir next turn and take over the game with that one.
So we do see here the Enduring Curiosity. So now Michele is going to be able to draw even more cards. Now, how many cards are too many cards, Simon?
I think 15. I think 15 cards is too many cards.
Okay, so Michele's still a bit far from those 15.
Yep.
But getting there.
Yeah, he does have a second Curiosity in hand, so could actually play that and draw 7 cards this turn, which is completely unnecessary and is not going to go for that play. Instead, finally allowing his Fair Mastermind to get hit by removal, putting Albert down to a measly 5 life. I even wonder if actually this Kaito was supposed to go +1 on this turn, making an emblem and also making that Soulstone Sanctuary more threatening down the line. Because you do have enough cards, but you might not need so much. You might rather want to pressure the life total here. Michele deciding to try and find exactly the answers he's going to need to come ahead in this game. And now that his creatures are tapped, Albert actually has a field day with these rides and being able to remove creatures and draw cards. Is it too late here? We see a Duress going to take care of one of those rides ends, but still leaving that Sir available in the hand.
And so taking care of one of the bright ends, as you said, Zur still in hand. And I mean, the Zur is really good, also giving lifelink to creatures. But at this point, with the amount of cards that Michele has in hand, I'm sure there's an answer in there.
Yeah, like honestly at this point, Michele is the one with more cards than Albert. He's just been drawing more, and he has more gas, it seems, because this is a 4-land hand from Albert. He doesn't actually have that much good going on. The only good thing and the scary thing here is this Sir, but you might not need that much more to take over a game. So I wonder if Michele has the resources he needs to get around that Sir and make it less of a problem.
Playing Fountain Port here.
Oh, and there is that 3 steps ahead available to counter that Sir. He just needs to make sure he has enough blue mana, because all of these Fountain Ports and Soulstone Sanctuaries and Swamps are getting in the way of having enough blue sources to do everything he wants.
Okay, tapping 1 blue source here.
Yeah, so you can
Spyglass
do this,
Siren.
and you can still play 3 steps ahead, even on the mode where you get to draw 2 and discard 1, as well as countering a spell here. So that seems to be Michele's plan at the moment. You can let Albert use the write down. That's not the end of the world, and you just hope that the next 2 cards from Albert aren't that impressive. Michele discarding to hand sides here. What an impressive show of drawing cards here, and what an impressively played game here. We'll see if Albert can top deck something after getting his Sir countered here. Is there a way for him to get out of this position? You can Rides End this Curiosity, but you're still facing down very much lethal. Even with the Kaito emblem, you need more than one answer to wiggle yourself out of this situation.
And we might need to have a game 3 here, because things are not looking good for Albert. Let's see what he's able to do here. Tapping 3 mana.
I wonder if he brought in the gate. If he did bring in the gate, you could respond to this 3 steps ahead. and Riot's End on the Curiosity, and then you can try to see if you can top pick the negate, because that's, I think, the best answer for his current situation.
But that does resolve.
No, it hasn't resolved yet. That was just the pain land resolving. You see here, Albert responding now with Riot's End on that. Is it a negate off the top? It is not. It is another land. 5 lands in hand for Albert, and he has run out of stuff to do. He's picking up his lands as he's facing lethal by so many angles from Michele here.
Simon, very impressive play here by Mikkel, like all game long, playing very well and showcasing a lot of expertise with the deck, even on the way of tapping the land, as you said, when it was a creature, not tapping it so he wouldn't get killed by Riot's End. Beautifully played.
Yeah, I really want to highlight that early game there where we saw the song and dance of that Beanstalk and that Fairy Mastermind. Albert was thinking about playing around Spell Pierce and Phantom Interference. That was not the card that that Michele had in hand. Instead, there was this Fairy Mastermind, which normally you would expect to just be played out proactively and just sit there on the battlefield. But instead, Michele, by not playing it, kind of helped work into the mind of Albert that he did indeed have Spell Pierce and Phantom Interference, because there were no good targets for it. He never had any of those cards, but by being patient and playing in the way that his opponent expected him to play, you kind of make the bluff more strong.
Love to see it. We are getting now a game 3, and things are going to change now with Albert on the play. How do you think things are going to be different when the Beanstalk player gets to play the Beanstalk before there's a Fairy Mastermind and so on?
Yeah, that's a huge interaction. Of course, again, all of these cards are just one-offs, so it's not a guarantee that we'll see the Beanstalk line up against the Fairy Mastermind or the Spell Pierce or the Phantom Interference, because these cards just aren't that many copies. But because Michele's deck is able to dig so hard and look at so many cards as it's playing out its threat, the Kaito and the Enduring Curiosity, it is able to find the pieces it needs, and in this game it certainly found a lot of these counter spells. Actually, it found Negate, just 3 steps ahead, and the Sinful Stroke, and Fairy Mastermind. All of the 4 blue cards in the sideboard came up in this game, and they were all clutch to Michele winning the game. So I think Albert has to hope that he doesn't face as much pressure in this scenario, and as always when you play this domain deck, just hoping to curve up the Beanstalk into Overlord of the Hauntswood. If he can get to play in a way where he doesn't have to be too reactive and can just play proactively towards his own game plan, that is better, because the Dimir deck is quite good at punishing opponents trying to play reactive into it, because it has so much trickiness.
And let us know, Twitch chat and YouTube chat, who are you rooting for, Domain Overlords or Dimir mid-range? I mean, I'm rooting for both.
You're rooting for both?
Yes.
Is that after seeing Michele play this game?
Yes, I'm completely unbiased.
Well, what do you mean unbiased? Wait, you really like the blue-black deck?
I do.
Okay, that's great. I'll pick Albert then.
No, to be fair, I'm just sad that we don't have a Golgari deck, so this is kind of the most similar.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It has the most cards intertwining there. But overall, I'm really happy with the decks we are seeing here in the top 8. I mean, 4 different decks, lovely to see. So showcasing a lot of fun archetypes. For the people at home watching, we had over 1,000 players qualifying to be here yesterday. We have 8 remaining. On day 2, we had 150 players. Now, the decks that are still on top 8, that made it to the top 8, are, of course, Dimir mid-range and Domain Overlords that we just saw. We actually have 2 Dimir mid-range decks. We have also 2 Izzet Prowess, 2 mono-red aggro. That's it.
We have 3 Izzet Prowess, 2 mono red.
3 exactly,
yeah. So it's, 3 Izzet Prowess, 2 Dimir, 2 mono red, and 1 domain. That's the top 8 of this tournament here. We are currently watching the upper bracket, 4th seed versus 5th seed in this tournament. 2 players that I don't think we've gotten to see on the feature match yet. And we're also going to watch the other leg of that bracket, the 1st seed versus the 8th seed, in a moment here with 2 other players we haven't gotten to see much.
Exactly. The other matches that are going around are Izzet Prowess versus Mono Red, actually twice. And we also have the Dimir mid-range versus Izzet Prowess.
Yes.
Who do you think is favored to win? Simon, just looking at the deck list. I would say Is It Prowess just because it has 3 copies in top 8, so
I mean, if we just choose a deck, easily it's going to be Is It Prowess most likely to win. But if we choose a player, I think maybe Albert can take this down depending on how his matchup is into these Is It decks.
It's going to definitely be interesting to see. I always love to see this players survey as well. We were talking about it before. How the players qualified to be here. In this case, Albert qualified from last RC Prague, finishing top 16. And as we said, Albert had 7 RCs where he participated, and he did 2 all of them. That is incredibly impressive. Did you ever play an RC, Simon?
I played 2 of them.
Oh, how did you do?
I went 2-3 and 3-4.
I mean, not bad. Could be worse.
It could be worse. I wouldn't know about not bad.
Look, at least you didn't go 0-4.
That's true. I wouldn't know anyone who would go 0-4 at an RC.
I did, Simon.
Oh, I didn't know. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, you broke my heart.
It's okay. I didn't prepare too much. I was like, do I cast this RC or do I play it? And I was like, I'm qualified. I'm going to play. I get on camera. It was just bad. Let's move on. Nothing happened. Nobody 0-4. Let's start here with the survey land, putting a card on the graveyard.
And there is no up the beanstalk from Albert here, just a Besa and a Leyline Binding. Looks like a very land-heavy hand here, and seems like a mulligan for a domain player. Is that the chance that Michele was hoping for to capitalize on this situation? Michele getting to play this deep cavern bat, and it's going to reveal that Albert doesn't have very many secrets.
Yeah, just Leyline Binding, Besa, and 3 lands.
And it's a 4-mana Leyline Binding. Albert has no plays before turn 4 with this hand. It's quite a slow one, but it was indeed a mulligan to 6.
And I love this alternative art on this deep cavern bat. I mean, just this version. Very nice.
It looks very scary. Looks like it could, that it could bite you. It's not like, it's not like, some bats are really cute, and this is not one of them.
That's true. But it's scary, so... Ooh, top left.
Wow, that's 4 lands on top for Albert there. 2 lands available into the graveyard, 2 lands drawn for turn. Not what you want at all. It's not even helping this Leyline Binding be cast on this turn, because that was just another forest. And wow, I mentioned how these deep cavern bats aren't great in this matchup. And it looks very impressive here. It still isn't that good, because this is the house of cards I'm talking about. If Albert top decks a sweeper of any sort, he is going to be in trouble, but I wonder how many sweepers are even in Albert's deck post-board.
I mean, this is very difficult here for Albert, drawing a Leyline Binding from the top.
At least this lets him free the Besa if he wants to. The question is, do you want to run out the Leyline Binding right now? Or do you want to hold it for an Enduring Curiosity down the line? If you hold it, there's a chance that it gets hit by Tishana's Tidebinder, and I think Albert figures that he just can't risk that tempo swing here. So instead, playing it out now, right into Spell Pierce, and just clearing out the bat that has the Leyline Binding. Yeah, so this makes sense, because if there is indeed an Enduring Curiosity, you will have an answer for it.
Nice play here from Mikel that draws a land here for the turn. From
Mikel also doesn't have that much gas here. Only an Enduring Curiosity and 1 other card in hand. Deciding to hold on to the Curiosity here now that he knows there is a Leyline Binding coming. And instead playing out, what is his last card? It is a Preacher of the Schism?
Yeah, it's a pretty good one.
Oh, this is also a nice outward Preacher. And here we go. That is a Sir, but he can't cast it at the moment. No access to black mana.
That's true. That's where the Everywhere land usually is so good.
Yes.
Helping not only with the Leyline Binding, but also fix our mana.
The deck really doesn't have that many black sources. One of them is in a graveyard with that shadowy backstreet. And other than that, there is the Analyze the Pollens that can go get a swamp. And there's the Green Overlords. So how do you proceed from this scenario here? Are you going to choose to ignore the Preacher of the Schism or not? Michele deciding to play out this Preacher, knowing that Albert only has one removal spell left, and the reason he's doing this is to preserve that Enduring Curiosity for something later. So he's pointing at his Preacher saying, do you want to kill this? Is this the one you want to kill? And Albert is having a big old think, because you might just want to get back that Beza and be able to trade with the Preacher with that card down the line. And also Beza allowing you to draw a card. I think that's actually a reasonable thing to do here, just getting rid of the bat here and letting the Preacher do its thing.
Difficult decision here. We see Albert laughing, and that leyline binding definitely going to hit the board. The question is where. This Preacher will also start drawing cards.
Yeah, it
has more life.
Definitely is scary to let your opponent untap with Preacher here, but I think that if Michele does have this Enduring Curiosity, it is very, very scary to leave him without the ability to play a Beza here, because the Beza could lock down the board and not allow the Curiosity to roam free as it is right at this juncture. So Michele can land this Curiosity here, can draw the cards. He knows that there is no more removal spells, at least face up from Albert. Albert having such a hard time figuring out how to use his Leyline Binding is kind of indicative that he can't have another removal spell. So the question is now for Michele, do you just main phase this Enduring Curiosity, or do you play it end of turn like you normally would? It seems like he's going to play an untapped land here. Does he have? Oh, the risky move here. Just attacking with the bat, and here comes the Enduring Curiosity. Enters the battlefield. Bat hits Albert, and that is a card draw for Michele here. The card drawing machine is online. Drawing another land dose. Michele, nothing but lands. Albert, nothing but lands. Who can draw something relevant? It's an up the beanstalk. That's not relevant. It's just one extra card. But it's cool.
I mean, it can lock down a lot.
If he draws the right then here.
Oh, that might be the best follow-up for a
That is such a good sequence there. And I think Michele deciding not to play a Restless Reef on his last turn could be a punish here. He's not able to attack with that manland on this next turn here.
Leyline Binding would be a great top
yeah, that would be completely insane, but it's not that. Oh, that is a second Leyline up the beanstalk. That could be good, but not at the moment. Right now, the important bit of this is the Everywhere is enabling Xur to come down, and that will animate these bindings and this Overlord. And potentially that can be enough to swing the game back into Albert's favor. Let's see if Michele can draw some sort of answer to this situation. 1 card, 2 card. Is there anything good? There is a discard spell. Intimidation tactics. Getting rid of that Xur.
Okay.
That was a huge step up there, but his hand is only go for the throat and lands at the moment. He is playing that Risen Reef right now, is presenting 9 damage next turn. Oh, that is a Xur. You heard the crowd behind us. What a big rip. This is intense. This is insane. I love this kind of magic. This is fireworks when you're asking for it.
This is Thoughtseize bug in real life, Simon.
Oh, yes, absolutely. I do love me a good Thoughtseize bug. I've always been on the good side of that one.
And Xur enters the battlefield here. Now let's start animating these enchantments. They're going to be huge.
There is the Go for the Throat, of course, hanging out in Michele's hand, but I can only clear the Xur. So the question is now, even if with Xur gone, the things you animate are going to... They're going to not have lifelink anymore if Xur is gone, which means it's not that easy to raise the current situation. But you are, if you animate both the Leyline Bindings, you are attacking for 12, and Michele can only gain 1 life off the bat, going up to 20. Oh, okay, but now we got the updated life totals. So Michele actually being at 24 is a huge difference maker here, because that means that he can't. You can't win in 2 turns. And instead, Albert is actually going to animate things on defense in this situation here. So I wonder if he's going to animate an Overlord and a Leyline Binding. It's quite risky to animate the Leyline Binding, though, because that will allow a second Go for the Throat to free whatever card is under it. But Albert just figures that he has to do it. He has to put up these blockers, so he stops the card draw entering from Michele and has to pass the turn here. It's so funny that that 1 point of life is making all the difference here for Albert to not go for the line where he attacks with 2 Leyline Bindings.
Deep Cavern Badass flying, so that's going to attack for 1, heal for 1, draw a card. Thanks to that enduring curiosity. Flood Pits.
Flood Pits Drowner, and very aptly named in this situation here. Oh, that is another deep cavern bat, taking away the up the beanstalk, and Flood Pits Drowner on the ready to lock down another thing. This bat is actually quite good right here as another flying card draw. Can we draw something good? It's just a land.
That is not good at all. Albert really wanting a spell that will trigger that up the beanstalk, start to get more and more value. Or at least something that removes one of these bats.
I wonder if Michele here can just play the Flood Pits Drowner on his turn, animate the Risen Reef, and attack with everything. It is a bit of a risky move in some sense, but the payoff is huge. You'd get to pick up 4 cards from the top of your deck, potentially finding a counterspell and locking up this game.
Yeah, let's see what Michele goes for here.
Also dealing 8 damage to Albert if you go for that line. But Michele is being quite patient here, not using that Flood Pits Drowner just yet. There's a Kaito.
Ooh, what does Kaito represent here, Simon?
I don't know. It might just want to lock down one of these creatures. You could also just play it post-combat. It might be better using it as a card draw engine, but Kelly here is using it to deal a bit of extra damage, putting that up the beanstalk back into hand and hitting for 4 damage here. Albert down to 7 life. Michele drawing 2 more cards and then can activate the Kaito for even another 2. Still has the Flood Pits Drowner in hand, still has that deep coming bat. He bounced back and there's a shield red.
That's going to put a lot of
huge
pressure.
Draw. This is Michele navigating himself out of this crazy bad matchup.
And I'm checking, and whoever wins here, it's going to play either against Mono Red Aggro or Izzet Prowess, depending on our other feature match goes. Now, this is a difficult situation.
Using the Kaito just to lock down the binding. He says, I actually have enough cards in my hand at the moment. I can play out this Silent Storm Tamer, and I think Michele is tasting blood here. Albert needs to top deck something incredibly good right now to not be in trouble, and this Leyline Binding should not be untapping. It does have 2.
Yeah, I mean, the Leyline Binding should be too stunned to speak, or in this case, to untap.
Yes,
it looks like
it is tapped here, but there was a Leyline Binding off the top, which will clear one thing and draw another card for Albert. So the show must go on. What do you get back here? Are you going to clear off this bat that has a Beza on it? Is that a good move? There's still 2 flyers to contain with, so it might not be the best play, but Albert gets a little bit of information before he decides what to target with the Leyline Binding.
Leyline Binding, okay. Draw. Let's see what the draw is. Taking some.
Whoa. Okay, Rakshasa's Bargain is going to draw a lot of cards for Albert right now. So he's going to respond as well to his own Leyline Binding, playing the Rakshasa's Bargain, and informing his decision even more on what it is supposed to target. I love this sequencing from Albert here. It's having 3 cards, playing the Rakshasa's Bargain, drawing another card of this up the beanstalk. Michele just looking at
analyze the polling.
There's an analyze that can get maybe something good, but not at the moment. There is a Day of Judgment. Can you play it in this instance? There's 2 copies of Day of Judgment.
3 mana available.
Day of Judgment, pretty bad in this situation, because it's going to kill his own Leyline Binding, putting another threat back into Michele's board. And there's also this Kaito that's going to survive. There's this Risen Reef that's going to survive. Day of Judgment, actually just bad.
Not the easy situation here for Albert.
Albert has not played a land yet for turn, right?
I don't believe so.
Yes, has not played the land for turn yet, so can play this Day of Judgment, can use this Leyline Binding to get rid of the Kaito. But the issue is that then at end of turn, Michele can flash down that Flood Pits Drowner and animate the Restless Reef, and that is going to be lethal damage. So he will die if he goes with his Day of Judgment. Instead, what can you do in Albert's seat? Especially as that Flood Pits Drowner is going to threaten to tap that Overlord.
What an intense game here for our first top 8 match.
Absolutely. I wonder if he can analyze the pollen for anything good, but I don't think he can. Yeah, because he doesn't have black mana at the moment, so he can't go and get another Zur. which would actually have been quite good here. Not because he can animate anything, but just because he can give lifelink to this Overlord. I guess it's still gonna get tapped, so it actually wouldn't even matter that much. I think Albert can't find a way out of the situation. Let's see if he pulls a miracle out of his hat that I am not seeing.
Let's see. I mean, Albert is here for a reason. Played very well into this top 8. And let's see if this is the end or not.
Checking out the power of this Risen Reef. If Michele has no other cards, you are actually safe to go for this Day of Judgment play and using Leyline Binding on that Kaito, because there will be a 2-power Priest and a 4-power Risen Reef, letting you survive at exactly 1. So I think this is what Albert's going for, hoping that Michele has nothing, but his Flood Pitch Drowner is going to drown his hopes of a World Championship invite here.
Let's see that happen. So Leyline Binding there taking care of the Kaito. Now there's the Flood Drowner.
Playing the Flood Pitch Drowner now is such a big win for Albert.
Because now he is able to Day of Judgment.
With this Day of Judgment, and that's exactly what he wanted to have happen.
Oh, very well played here. Attack.
Wow, Albert not dead after all, but he's going to go down to 1 life, and there is a Shieldred in hand. Does Michele have the mana to both attack with the Risen Reef and play Shieldred? I think he does.
So that is now an enchantment.
Oh right, it's just the Deep Cavern Bat that's coming back. It's not the Preacher of the Schism. I was wrong about which card was under which Leyline Binding. That's actually a huge difference here. Because well, it's actually not that much of a difference, because it's still 5 power in play.
Plus 2 from Shieldred on the
from Shieldred. So I think, despite all of this craziness that just unfolded in front of our eyes, I still don't think Albert has an out here, but Michele is going to make absolutely sure that he cannot mess this up.
So let's see if the land is there. Untapped land is all Michele needs.
Let's have it. Place the Shieldred, animates the Risen Reef, attack you for 5, put you down to 2. Do you have a way to gain life at instant speed? And there is nothing for Albert here. Just shaking the hand. Wow.
Congratulations to Michele here on winning this game with Dimir mid-range and being our first player advancing in the top 8 into the top 4. Congratulations. And Simon, what a match we had.
Yes, that was incredibly well played by Michele. Big congratulations on this quarterfinals win against Albert, who again might be one of the up-and-coming Pro Tour mainstays, has the invite for the next 2 Pro Tours, made Day-2 of the last one. The way the adjusted match point system is working, if you can play 3 Pro Tours in a row and make Day-2 of 2 of them, that is another invite for you, maybe even 2 more invites.
I love to see it when players start to lock up that invite, kind of getting into the Pro Tour train, and makes things much easier. But 36 players managed to qualify in the Pro Tour here. You're going to see them play there. Some of the faces you're going to recognize. How does it feel to start seeing the faces that you're commentating on here into the Pro Tour going to start playing against you?
It's going to be very exciting. I'm definitely looking forward to Vegas, where there'll be a bunch of players from Prague competing in that tournament that I'll have commentated on, and even as we move on to the Pro Tour Edge of Eternities coming later in Atlanta in September, where I'll see the players from this event.
Very exciting things. So we just saw Dimir mid-range versus the main Overlord. Dimir mid-range advancing. On the other side, we are going to have Izzet Prowess versus Mono Red Aggro. We have actually 2 of these matchup. And then there's also Dimir mid-range versus Izzet Prowess. As we said, 3 copies of Izzet Prowess making the top 8. Does it feel the deck to beat in Standard?
Yes, it was the most popular deck, and it had the highest win rate on day 1. That is that's a huge indicator that this is the deck that we want to beat here. So maybe we can take a look at the bracket for the top 8 here. As we saw, just 1 match being played here. That was, it seems like we're not going to have a backup match. And Jelko Bodevis is the one moving on here. I just want to put a few words to Jelko here. He is a Dutch player, 31 years old from Utrecht, and in 2017, he had a great run at Magic. He top 8'd a Grand Prix in Amsterdam, and then top 16 Pro Tour Ixalan.
very exciting stuff and very good accomplishments here. I'm honestly surprised that we already have our top 4 here. We are going to have Izzet Prowess versus Dimir mid-range and Izzet Prowess mirror.
Yeah, I guess indeed Izzet Prowess is the deck to beat in this tournament, and the one player to beat it is potentially Michele Aliazzo.
Yeah, exactly. The player that we just watched here beating the main overlords. Now, I feel like this Dimir mid-range was positioned as well a bit to beat the meta. I see here Mikel's survey saying, why did you choose this deck for the weekend? I felt confident with it, and I guess it's very well balanced in this meta game. So do you think Dimir mid-range has what it takes to defeat not only 1, but 2 Prowess players?
Potentially. I mean, I am not sure at all what this deck is supposed to do, but the fact that we saw 2, very close to even 3 blue-black mid-range decks going into the top 8 here might indicate that it's actually pretty reasonably positioned into these red aggro decks.
Love to see, excited to see, first of all, what deck is going to win here. But there's one thing for sure, Simon, you know what it is? Is that one of the Izzet players will make it into the World Championship.
It's true. I guaranteed Izzet into the World Championship from the other bracket there. And whether it's going to be Ivan Lasevic from Slovenia or Luis Martin from Spain remains to be seen. Have a lot of European countries represent. I think actually that's Croatia, right? Ivan Lasevic. Maybe. I do not recognize the country flag, but if I made a mistake, that's just because I'm dumb. Signing off from, no.
No, I mean, you're right. We had 3 Spanish players actually making the top 8, which is quite impressive. We are in Italy. There's still 1 Italian player representing here in the top 8. But going through this top 4, only 1 of the Spanish player made it. Luis Martin here representing the Spanish community. So let us know in Twitch chat and YouTube, who are you rooting for? I'm curious to know also where you are watching from. I'm sure a lot of people that watch this tournament, that played this tournament, are now watching as they finished the tournament. We had over 1,000 players. That's incredible attendance, yes. And they had to qualify to be here. So that just shows that people are eager for more paper magic, for more tournaments, and to get into the Pro Tour.
Absolutely, these players are. Have been fighting so hard. There's so many people wanting to get onto that prestigious Pro Tour stage. And this weekend, we were giving out 36 invites to the Pro Tour. A lot of happy people, a lot of people shaking hands in the last rounds with their opponents, happy faces, making the goal of this tournament come to life. And this top 8, they are doing a lot of handshaking, they're doing a lot of happy faces, but the tournament is not done yet. For Jelko Bodevis, Michele Aliazzo, Ivan Lasevic, and Louis Martin going on to the top 4.
And honestly, to me, top 4 from the top 8 is the most important one. Of course, the finals is where you get the trophy, but whoever wins this top 4 qualifies for the World Championship. And that's a huge win here for the players. Just such an important tournament to be at. You can get a magic card made out of you, Simon, if you win the World Championship.
Made out of me?
Inspired by you.
Oh, okay. I was like, they're not going to use my skin to create the cardboard or anything like that?
No, you're safe.
Okay. Then I would like to win a World Championship, yes.
Yeah, so one of these players here can make it. So we have an interview ready with Mikel, the winner here of our top 8. I'm curious to know why he chose the deck and to know more about this game. So let's pass to the interview with Maria.
I'm here with the winner of the quarterfinals here at the Regional Championship in Bologna, Michele Aliazzo on Dimir midrange. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
So, Dimir midrange and the main overlords, your opponent, both decks are very well established in the format. So, what did you expect from this match? You knew that you were playing against
I expect is a favorable match for Domain, because it's not that easy, especially game 1.
Right.
Because I have a lot of stuff that it's useless against it.
Because your build is more against aggro.
I guess it will be mid-range with cut down and anoint and
right.
a spell like this. But after sideboard, it's easier to manage. Yeah, I have a lot of answers to his threats.
Right. So you mentioned that the best card in your deck is Enduring Curiosity. How well did the card perform in this match?
I think it performed well, but it's not the favorite matchup to make it shine.
All right.
Because you have a lot of answers like binding and right hand. And
yes, but what card helped you win this game, do you think?
I think both Kaito and Curiosity.
Right, the combination of both.
So many cards during your turn.
Just card advantage.
It's a very beautiful, yes, to make that advantage.
All right. So what do you think is your next Magic destination? Because now that you've got your Pro Tour invite and you're going to battle for the Worlds invite.
I'm really happy about it. I guess it's a dream because I play since the 2015.
Right.
And I played a Pro Tour and I'm very happy about it.
So it's a nice comeback.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Well, the best luck to you. Thank you so much. And
thank you.
Back to you.
Bye.
Thank you so much, Maria. And again, congratulations to Mikel on advancing to the top 4. We are going for a quick break before the top 4. I just want to thank our sponsors, Ultimate Guard and Beckett, for making this possible. And we love having the stream here. We are having so much fun during the weekend. Make sure to stay tuned, and we will be back soon with the top 4.
Hooves dig into fields of black, chase valiantly towards the dread. Shield and armor aglow and bright, countless hearts and lances keen. They ride into the night. The beasts above, they shriek and soar, spew flames of ghostlight from their jaws that eat the skies and burn the flesh, and albeit crowned with firelight, they ride on into the night. The new 2024 exclusive line, crowned with the first printed boulder and zip folio ever. An astonishing artwork, made by one of Magic the Gathering's most beloved artists, Dominic Mayer.
Picked up a qualification to Pro Tour Edge of Eternities in Atlanta later this year, but that doesn't mean that there's nothing else to play for. Not only is there a lot of money, but also
the World Championship invite.
The World Championship
finalists. Invite. So this arguably is the most important, the highest stakes match in the entire thing, or the trophy, the money on the line in the finals is also a lot, of course, but who doesn't want to go to Worlds? And yeah, we have coming up Michele, who just did something extremely impressive, I would say. Like that match, that was a pleasure to watch. I was on the card viewer for that one. Really well played, and he's going to face off against Jelko Bodeves, which I think we had only once on the feature match. He ran the tables, first place, so he's going to be choosing if he wants to start, which he's likely going to do. And he's on Is It Prowess, a pretty stock version of the deck. And yeah, can Is It Prowess prevail? Because this is the deciding semis, or the deciding match if we have a Izzet finalist, because in the other semis we do have 2 Izzet Prowess decks as well. Yeah.
When I saw the top 8 bracket, my guess was, if anybody remembers that, my guess was Domain against Monored in the finals. Maybe that was just wishful thinking.
Yeah.
Looks like neither of those decks are going to be represented in the top 4, so my guess is completely wrong, and this is why you're in the expert seat. We do have 2 different versions of Izzet, though.
Yeah.
And those are going to be squaring up in the other semifinals.
Yeah.
Talk to me about that. We have you know, one version of Izzet is the one that's more aggressive, Monsters Rage, Slick Shot. One that is a little bit slower, plays a little bit more of a control game. This, by the way, on the screen also is, these are the caster predictions. When we saw the metagame, we discussed with Frank, you know, looked at his metagame mentor article. We thought that Jeskai would be the deck that would end this prowess nonsense. But apparently that didn't work out too well. So it looks like Philippa is the only person that is still alive with her pick of Izzet Prowess taking down the tournament.
Yeah, good on her. I mean, I suppose I was a little bit too wishful thinking that the Car Steel Cutter might have been able to defeat it. We know from the win rates that the Jeska Oculus deck, at least on day 1, squared off fairly well and was beating up on Izzet Prowess. But yeah, unfortunately couldn't convert in the last few rounds on day 2 to a top 8. The 2 Izzet decks, that's certainly going to be interesting to see. Like, is the Disc Tornado big enough version without the Slick Shots, without the Monsters Rage? Is that going to be
exactly,
you know, superior in the mirror? I'm a little skeptical, but we'll see. You'll see.
As somebody that makes a lot of content, you made a deck guide about Izzet Prowess on Thursday or Friday. How do you feel about the other version? How do you feel if these 2 different lists match up against each other? On which side would you rather be? Is it kind of a player draw thing, you know, in these mono-red mirrors, or red-based Prowess deck mirrors? Winning the Diral is usually the best thing that can happen to you. That pretty much gives you the biggest edge. But if you could choose to be on one of these sides before the Diral happens, which one would you pick?
I think I would personally lean towards the more straightforward Monsters Rage Slick Shot version of the deck, because like, the problem is that the Cory Steel Cutter itself is just this type of card that will finish the game rather quickly, and you can't really interact or play defense that well against it. So having more proactive tools, having more damage output with Rage and Slick Shot, I think is a little bit superior to trying to play like a 1-2 and, you know, yeah, sure, you'll be up on cards, but you'll certainly be down on life. And I think that's a resource that's very important in the mirror match.
Speaking of numbers and win rates and metagame, let's actually take a look at the metagame breakdown, because that is something a lot of people are going to be interested in. You know, that's what you're going to use to tune your deck in the upcoming weeks. So talk to me about what happened here on the second day.
Yeah, here we see Izzet Prowess being even more represented in percentages than on day 2, a little bit more. So had a really good day 1 and a 55% win rate, looking pretty. Mono-red aggro going in, and previous to Tarkir Dragonstorm, I would say sort of maybe the best or one of the best decks in the format. 48% win rate. You know, not atrocious or anything, but also
that's not great.
It's not great. Esper Pixie, 49%. You know, going into this event, I thought Esper Pixie is not very well positioned. 49%, not too bad. The deck is very powerful. You know, it can play, but it did not have the greatest showing. And then Jeska Oculus, the deck that received three new cards from Tarkir Dragonstorm, 54% win rate, really good looking. Yeah, Izzet Prowess and Jeska seem to be the decks to play in Standard right now, or at least for this event.
Yeah, also I think it's worth noting, we saw Gruul Prowess there with 0 players on day 2. So clearly, you know, blue is the way to go now. Cory Steel Cutter, not only is that a great card, but the blue cards just kind of allow you to have a lot of more interaction, counter spells in the sideboard. Spell Pierce has been really, really strong.
Yeah.
Cards like Negate, Disdainful Stroke.
Yeah. I guess before we head into the match, Dimir midrange, Michele Aliazzo against Jelko Budovic on Izzet Prowess. Take a look already at the deck list, maybe. we can.
Yep. Sounds like we can actually go straight into the match. The players are ready. They took a little bit of a break after the quarters. It was a long match, but sounds like they're ready to start their semifinals. So yeah, arguably the most stressful match of the weekend here, with Worlds slot on the line. If the tournament is anything like the ones of the last couple of years, those were $1 million tournaments, and with roughly 100 players, you can do the math. It is pretty good EV to qualify for that one. So both players are going to be pretty excited to battle out for the slot here.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jelko is certainly no stranger to the game. He has had experience at the Pro Tour level as well, even a Pro Tour top 16. Here we'll take a look at his deck list. Pretty stock stuff, lots of 4-offs here, the core of the deck, choosing to go with 4 copies of Stock Up, no Rents Resolve, anything like that, no Half Elemental. 2 copies of Into the Floodmoor and 1 Spell Pierce round out with 21 lands in total. Yeah, this is bread and butter. Is it prowess? You saw this all over the place on Magic Online and Magic Arena these days. Of the tournament, I guess.
I gotta say, one card that has been putting in a lot of work this weekend is Into the Floodmaw. We have seen a lot of situations where Into the Floodmaw was able to bounce, temporary lockdown or high noon, or one of those situations where burn spells would not get the job done, but being able to bounce something and then go for the kill. I like those 2 copies, but yeah, other than that, this is a pretty stock list. If you're trying to be aggressive, there is not a whole lot you can do better.
All right, shout out to good friend Jim Davis coming with the raid. Appreciate that.
Hey Jim.
Hello everybody.
Thank you for the raid.
That's awesome.
That's the Is It Prowess deck. We can take a look at the sideboard as well, and then we're gonna see the Dimir list on the screen as well. That, for me, that is the biggest surprise of the weekend. We had 2 or 3 copies possibly in the top 8 coming into the last round. Turns out we had 2, but there was 1 more player that finished just outside the top 8. So Dimir midrange, that is certainly not something I had on my bingo card doing this well this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Me neither. Yeah, we're looking actually this list, not like the other list we covered earlier, does have actually a card from Tarkir Dragonstorm.
Yeah.
In that new upgraded Vampire Nighthawk version, Quasi Revenant. Really good card, especially against the red decks, of course. Gives you more game there. And then also a main deck Sheoldred, 3 copies of Preachers in the main deck. I think the common theme that we have seen from the successful Dimir list is that they're choosing to play these black creatures in the main deck to get ahead and get onto the board against these red decks with these annoyingly difficult to kill threats. Like red decks playing Burst Lightning and whatnot. Not that great.
Look at the mana base, though. How often do you get to cast Revenant on turn 3 when you have 3 colorless lands? You have 4 islands, Gloomlake Verge, produces blue, not always produces black. So, yeah, I'm a little skeptical about that, but clearly it has been working out for Michaela this weekend. Who would you favor in this matchup?
Well, I don't want to. I hate to break it to you, but I do favor the Is It Prowess deck.
Yep.
We've seen already in the winning in round 14, Is It Prowess taking down Dimir mid-range. Cory Steelcutter. That is the main annoyance. If Michele can avoid that card from hitting the battlefield, he might have a good shot, especially if he deploys those creatures, those black creatures quickly. But if not, Jelko will get the upper hand on him. Jelko also on the play, as he is the first seed going into the top 8.
How big is playing first here? Obviously, in the red mirror, playing first is huge. But this matchup is probably going to be a little bit slower than that, especially when the black removal is involved. You're probably not going to go for the turn 3, turn 4 kills with Monstrous Rage when the blue-black player has mana up. So how important is it to be on the play here?
I would say it's fairly important, yeah. Being able to deploy your 2-drop before things like Phantom Interference or Deep Combat come into play to take away your cutter or something like that, it's fairly important to be on the play still. It's quite the advantage. There we go. Spire Bluff Canal, Monastery Swift Spear, First Blood down to 19.
Back to Michele. And let's see what he has to start down the game. He does have a cut down, but does he have a black source untapped that can produce the mana necessary to cast the cut down? Lots of things to consider. If he has something like a Spell Pierce, he might want to start on an island, possibly hold mana up to try to counter a Steel Cutter. He does go with a Spyglass Siren. He did have a Swamp available as well.
Yeah, he had Swamp cut down, I think. So
interesting.
He was certainly, yeah, I was also surprised to see that. I would normally just kill the Swift Spear there, but maybe he has a plan.
Prioritizes building up his board first, takes one from the Swift Spear, and does Yelko have the Steel Cutter? No, he's going to plot a Slick Shot here. And yeah, we've seen this so many times this weekend. Like you mentioned, against the blue-black deck, you don't really want to get in for one, have them untap and play a Doomblade type of card. If you plot it next turn, that works really well with the Steel Cutter. You can already get a free token, or you can protect the Slick Shot with something like a Spell Pierce. Map token gets cracked. That's an extra land for Michele, who attacks for 1. And passes the turn with a cut down up. That could be dangerous, though.
Yeah, I mean, his hand isn't looking great. He has like a Kaito, I think. He has a lot of land, so maybe he's trying to get the most out of that cut down.
Wow, Swift Spear, Slick Shot from the plot zone.
Oh, just take 3.
And attack for 3, yeah.
Okay. Yelko's draw, not too impressive so far.
And I'm curious to see if he's going to play the cut down at the end of turn after taking the damage to make sure that he doesn't get completely blown out by something like a Monstrous Rage. Well played by Michele there.
I do wonder, though, if he wanted to just keep that in hand, to be honest. Because he doesn't seem to have a removal to follow it up with. Oh, he just drew a go for the float. Okay, fair enough. Oh, he has a Quasi-Revenant. That's awesome here, potentially. Lines up very well against Burst Lightning, and very well against the Slick Shot.
Yeah, so let's see if the new addition from Tarkir, Dragonstorm, pays off. This is certainly one of those matchups that it should shine in. And Revenant hits the battlefield. So this is a 3/3 lifelink, Death Touch, and flying.
Ooh, big draw here. Sleight of hand. Can we chain some spells?
Yeah, we're certainly gonna get a couple of prowess triggers. Land number 4, Storm Chaser's Talent. I think that's into the Flood Maw.
I think you're correct.
This might just almost be lethal.
I mean, he does have the blocker, but
he does have a blocker, right?
Slick Shot has trample, so the Swift Spears are +3/+3. The Slick Shot is +6/+0. So it's an attack for 8, 17, 18, 14? 14 damage. No, 16 damage. Actually, it's lethal.
Yeah, I think
does have to jump block.
I think Michele has to block one of the Swift Spheres, right?
Yeah, and then he still takes 8 plus 4, so 12.
Yeah, that doesn't put him in a great position, but at the same time, he knows he's going to be able to untap and play a 3/3 lifelinker. So Yelko's still going to need to follow up with a spell, but yeah, let's see. So Siren takes 1 for the team, and that puts Michele to 3 life. Any spell is going to be lethal next turn.
Yeah, but if Yelko draws a land, an untapped land,
then that's really awkward.
Return the Flood Maw. But yeah, I mean, I think Michele is not really.
Oh, you're right. There is still the Storm Chaser style is a little bit off of the to the top of the battlefield there under the top 4 sign. All right, well then, yeah.
I mean, there's a couple. There's a few draws that are not quite good enough, but he's playing the Underground River untapped instead of the Restless Reef just to bluff. He doesn't have anything.
Yelko draws and surveys the situation. So yeah, this is an interesting spot. I kind of like playing that Underground River here because if you're Yelko, that really is going to put you into the tank. Are you going to risk it all? You know, what if your opponent does have the cut down? What if they do have that, one way of interacting with you? That said, I mean, him being down to 1 card, with Michela with a full hand, you might be in a spot where you could just say, all right, I'm going to make you have it. If you don't have it, I'm going to win the game on the spot. I think he drew a Monster's Rage.
Really?
Yeah, I think it was a Monster's Rage.
Okay, that's really interesting, actually.
And he decides to go for it. So attack with everything.
I mean, we know this is lethal, of course, but for Jelko, he could think about what happens if his opponent has...
Wow, yeah, Monster's Rage targeting the Prowess token, and Jelko takes down game number 1 in about 3 minutes. That was pretty quick.
The turn 5 kill.
Let's take a look at the sideboards here.
Yeah. Jelko has at least one way to kill a Preacher and or Shieldred, which is that Witchstalker Frenzy. Would like to have another one, I assume, but he didn't assume to run much into Dimir, I would guess. Besides that, not much else, not much else. You can bring in some of these torches, they're quite good against Curiosity, to exile that one for good. The Nemesis is okay as it attacks into Preacher, but it is more for the red matchups as a ground blocker there. So yeah, he's not really... you could bring in the Sunspan Links, but that seems also not great. Well, looking at his main deck, you know, he's probably just going to keep in those into the Floodmoors here because he needs some answers for those 3 drops, for those 4 drops. So he's probably just going to swap maybe a Spell Pierce and maybe 1 or 2 Swift Spears or 1 Monster's Rage for some Torch the Towers.
Okay.
On the other side, there's definitely more change happening. 2 copies of Tidebinder. They're absolutely reasonable here. They do counter the Cutter. They turn any Prowess creature into a vanilla creature. Shieldred Apocalypse is certainly going to come in. As well as that cut down, the Anoint of Affliction, I wouldn't be surprised to see. 2 copies of the Rest and Intimidation Tactics at the bottom here are also going to be coming in to take the Cutter and some of the creatures with the Tactics. And we've seen Gix's Command in the past, brought in by Dimir. Might be good, you know, the Prowess creatures usually, the spells are all being cast in, you know, their turn of the Prowess player. So when they pass the turn, they usually tap low, and all of the Prowess creatures are 1/1s, right? So, or 2/2s if they equip with a Cutter. So Gix's Command could clean house.
Would you say the matchup changes after sideboard? Like the blue-red deck not having a lot of stuff to bring in, does it mean that it's already so well equipped in the main deck that doesn't really need to change much?
Yeah, I mean, for one, Jelko probably just didn't expect this matchup much because it really is not supposedly a player in the format right now. It's more like a tier 2.5 type deck.
Not anymore.
Yeah, I guess maybe we went too far the other way, huh? Disrespecting it too much these days. Yeah, so of course I would say that Michele is gonna improve this matchup a lot more, bringing a lot more cards. But yeah, he's down a game, and he has to face Jelko, who has only lost once in this entire tournament. On the draw in game 3, even if he wins game 2, so that is very, very scary. I feel like the way Jelko played there, he played really crisp. Again, he has a Pro to top 16 under his name.
Okay.
Nothing to scoff at, a GP top 8 as well.
Yep.
So he knows how to play the stack. Actually, in his bio, he's saying Curry Steel Cutter is a modern power level card in a standard deck, and that was his best card for the weekend.
I do wonder what it's going to look like in Modern. Like, do you feel like there's a deck that's just going to fully take advantage of Steel Cutter right away? You know, something similar to the standard list?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, Mishra's Bauble, Lava Dart is incredible.
Oh yeah, the 0 mana cards, right? Okay.
Yeah, Mutagenic Growth. We're seeing the same kind of deck with like Dragon Rage Chandler, Expressive Iteration, a classic, and Slickshot actually being played in Magic Online Modern challenges. To I think success. Although I have to say I haven't been keeping up with Modern all that much.
What's the next Pro Tour's format? The next one is Final Fantasy. That one's standard, right?
That one will be standard shortly after the release of Final Fantasy. So pretty exciting what that set will bring to the table for standard.
But the format these players are qualifying for is Modern. The Pro Tour in Atlanta. It's going to be the Edge of Eternity's Pro Tour, and that one's going to be Modern. So yeah, we can almost start the discussion now what the format's going to look like. I also wonder what Final Fantasy is going to bring into the mix, because those sets typically They used to be printed into Modern or into even Legacy. So now having them in Standard, that's going to make Standard in a really, really big format, right? I'm used to Standard being this smaller format, not as overwhelming. There's typically only a handful of decks that you can count really as tier 1. Modern, on the other hand, could be very overwhelming. There's so many different decks. And I'm certainly excited to see what Final Fantasy does with Standard.
Yeah. Looking at Mikile's filled out player profile here. Why did he choose Dimir midrange for this weekend? He answered with, I feel confident with it, and I guess it's very balanced in this metagame. That's what a Junt player would say. Classic midrange. You know, 51% against everybody, you know, that type of thing. I feel good about it. And what was his best card and why? Enduring Curiosity. Because it's insane to slam it. God, I can't read this. It's doing... Oh man, I can't read this.
I mean, the deck doesn't really function without these card draw engines, right? Enduring Curiosity, Kaito, without those, if you just play 25, 26 lands and a bunch of 1-for-1 cards that go for the throw then cut down, you would be too prone to flooding out and you know.
Yeah,
it just wouldn't work.
It's the perfect card, especially in a metagame where there's not much exiling removal.
Looks like both players are finishing with their mulligan decisions. And at least one of them is going to keep 7. Quick reminder, this is the semifinals. We're playing for a slot at the World Championship later this year. Not in Vegas, in Seattle. But still, if it is anything like the previous ones in the last couple of years, that would be $1 million tournament. It doesn't really get bigger than that in Magic. That is the pinnacle of organized play, and there is no bigger tournament you can make it into than $1 million Worlds.
How many World Championships have you participated in?
So, quite a bit, but back in the days, those were the World's Championship that I liked the most, and those were tied, connected to Nationals. So you would play your own Nationals, and the top 4 players they would qualify for Worlds, and the top 3 players, they would make the national team. And then the first 3 days of Worlds, you would play as a single player. You would just play for yourself. But all the points between you and the other 2 national team members, they would count together into a point total for the national team. And then on day 4, there was a Rochester draft, where you played together as a team, you team drafted, the camaraderie, you know, preparing together, playing against other countries. That was always fun. I really enjoyed those. I do miss Nationals.
Yeah.
Plus also the World Magic Cups. Those were also very fun to watch or play in. But looks like game number 2 is underway. Michele starts on a Darslick Shores pass, and Jelko is the first one on the board with a Sleight of Hand.
Did I see that correctly? He chose to play Sleight of Hand instead of Storm Chaser's talent? I presume he was just playing around Cut Down there, wanting not...
Maybe Spell Pierce?
Yeah, maybe Spell Pierce.
Mm-hmm. Turn 2, Corey Steelcutter. Do you have the Spell Pierce, or is this going to resolve? That is not an easy card.
Wow.
Or blue-black to get rid of.
Wow.
And Michele does not have an answer.
Jelko just slamming it there, like the map was not cracked. Jelko just, I don't believe it. I'm not buying it, what you're selling me here.
Michele either went for the bluff or had a cut down ready for a possible slick shot.
That is a Preacher of the Schism. I haven't seen that promo before either. So don't worry. Oh
my God. Are we gonna? Okay. Are we?
At least no attacks. The Preacher is withholding here, but this is dangerous,
so,
to say the least.
Looking at this curve, what Jelko was probably trying to do, he was trying to find the 3rd land, I think, with the Sleight of Hand. So he can go turn 2 Steelcutter, turn 3 Steelcutter, and the 2nd spell to also make 2 free tokens.
And now he's thinking about sacrificing a creature for some damage. Oh, really? He's just going to deal 2 damage here. Okay. for one Monk. That seems...
Yeah, that seems aggressive.
Yeah.
That is very aggressive.
That is certainly aggressive.
But hey, that's what this deck does, right? You want to be aggressive. Maybe he has such a strong next turn that he figures this game is going to be over in no time. Let's see if Michele has a good follow-up. Something like a Quasi-Revenant, perhaps a Shieldred would be pretty nice to add on his side of the battlefield.
Yeah, he wants to essentially get lifelink going in the form of Quasi-Revenant or Shieldred.
Preacher gets in there, makes himself a Vampire token for free.
I guess another point in favor of attacking there is that the Preacher doesn't draw a card. It's a minor thing.
Yeah.
It definitely is a thing. On the other hand, you could also argue that the 2 Monks could actually double block the Preacher.
Sure.
But, all right, what do we have here? I think I see a Stock Up, but Stock Up a little awkward on turn 3 specifically because you can't that easy to double spell. Like I think he doesn't have an untapped land, so he needs to find a land and a spell to get two creatures here. Looks like he did though. There's a Shivan Reef and at least a Burst Lightning going into the Floodmaw here again.
Wow, that's awesome. That is the perfect card here to answer the Quasi-Revenant. Something like Torch the Tower would also be helpful. And he's looking at a Monster's Rage. There is a Slick Shot as well. Yeah, I think we might be looking at a pretty big attack next turn.
Well, why not this turn? Play Shivan Reef. Go Monsters or go into the Floodmaw and quasi attack for what?
A bunch, yeah.
Yeah.
I think there's a third Steel Cutter as well that he is looking at. So many options. Takes 2 cards, puts 3 cards on the bottom. Does he have the land? Okay, so he picked up a land and the Floodmaw, exactly like you said. Bounces the Revenant. Takes 1 point of damage. Gets himself 2 extra Monks. And now let's see, are we gonna send that in? Yeah, 2 of those were in play already. 2 of those got equipped to the 2 Steel Cutters, and he is gonna send everything in. So 2 spells were played.
Just 10 damage coming across. Have you ever heard about a snowball system? Snowball?
Yeah, that's an
analogy.
Yep, yeah. This Quarry Steel Cutter card is a pretty good example of snowballing in Magic.
Turns out if you put Urabas Forge and Monastery Mentor together into 1 card and make it cost 2 mana, it turns out to be a good card.
Yeah.
Who would have thought?
I am excited to see what Modern looks like with Steel Cutter.
Yeah. Mishra's Bubble turn 2 with Steel Cutter. Let's go.
So Michele has a lot of decisions here. Does he want to trade for one of the tokens? That doesn't sound too appealing. Does he want to just chump one of the 3 power attackers? Looks like that's what he's going to do. So he's going to take, what, 7?
Yeah. Go to 11 here.
Or 7, right. So he goes to 11. They're double checking to make sure the math is right. And back to Michele, who still has a Preacher and that life-linking Vampire. Oh, wow. Did you see what? Is that a Gixis command?
Oh, no. Are you kidding me?
That really? Is a Gixis. I don't think he has a 5th land.
Oh, does he not?
I don't think he has a 5th land, but that is a Gixis command. That is one of the best possible cards.
Ah, but he's attacking first. So he has to be patient 1 more turn?
Yeah.
Or rather...
survive 1 more turn. Exactly. Yeah, that might not be so easy. Quasi-Revenant.
Oh my god.
Wow, no land.
He has a cut down open. He decides to not play it. Oh, that might be a little risky.
Wow, Opt was a great draw here.
Opt, Monster's Rage, Slick Shot, so he can triple spell this turn, has 2 prowess enabling spells, playing the Slick Shot first.
Oh my god, are you kidding me? This is why this deck is so good. You get to do so many things every turn, double and triple spell every turn, while getting free value from the Steel Cutters. So Slick Shot is the play, followed by Opt, and we're gonna get a bunch of prowess triggers. And Jelko is asking, do you have any response? Michele says no.
Yeah, he's holding that cut down, but he stopped Jelko right here, right? So and Jelko is now, okay, what's going on here? Do you have a Spell Pierce for my Opt? Do you have a cut down? What's going on? but Michele deciding he wants to slow roll this cut down even further, which I think is definitely good on him to do here because of that Monster's Rage. Just straight up counter the cut down.
Yeah. I think you would love for your opponent to use a Spell Pierce on your Opt here, because that would mean that your Monster's Rage would then resolve into a no untap mana. So yeah, looks like that Opt is going to resolve all the triggers as well.
All right.
What is the draw? I think there was another Storm Chaser's talent. So let's see if Jelko wants to go all in here, just attack with everything and try to win the game with the Monster's Rage. I mean, it is certainly very appealing.
Yeah. Well, those monks in the corner there. Okay, he's going for the talent. Those 4 creatures down there are already free. So if he would play Rage on them, they would be protected actually. Okay, he's going for a cut down there, which kills the Slick Shot before it becomes a 5/2, of course.
Okay, and wow, Jelko's gonna send it.
An attack for 22 damage, no big deal.
Is this lethal?
22 damage.
How much can we prevent? So you block one of the 4 forests and you gain yourself 3 life, right? You're gonna go to 15. Oh, 4 life actually. Both of the creatures have lifelink. So you're going to go to 16 and you're going to prevent how many?
You can prevent 8 damage here by blocking the 2 4/4s. And then you take... Yeah, he could have prevented 1 more damage. The Revenant does have Death Touch. This would kill 4/4 regardless. But yeah, now he's going down to 4 life. Staring down 5 prowess 1/1s.
Pretty good turn for Jelko. Remember, there's also 2 Storm Chasers talents on the battlefield, so he gets to activate those in the upcoming turn as well to bring something back from the graveyard, like an Opt. And there's still that Monster's Rage in his hand.
Yep, and there's also still 2 talents to get back spells with, so he has grind potential. But we know about this Gix's command, but it doesn't look like Michele has drawn that 5th land. Otherwise, I think he would have had a pretty easy choice here. It looks like he drew another Curiosity. Gonna crack a map.
We kept watching all the spicy decks, our pair at least. We kept watching a lot of blue-white artifacts. We had a lot of non-red decks in the feature match area when we were on the air.
Yeah.
But now watching this Izzet Prowess deck in action, this is certainly the most powerful stuff I've seen this weekend any of these decks do.
Yep, I give you that. But I do want to note that if the deck does not draw Cory Steelcutter, it is a lot fairer. It's just play Throws creatures, we can hit for a bit, but like a couple of removal spells and you can deal with them. But here, the problem for the Dimir opponent is that, the Cory Steelcutter produces more and more monks, and cut downs, go for the throats, annoyance.
Plus the is that deck gets to play Opt and Slate of Hand, right? So you are pretty good at finding the Steelcutter, even if it is not in your opening hand.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this deck looks really strong. And you get to play so many cards every turn.
Just realizing so live right now. Oh my god, this is a Prowess deck. Okay, Michele passing Flood Pit's Drowner here. Jelko also down to 9, by the way. If he's running out of... Oh, he drew a Burst Lightning. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, sometimes you just got it all. So Burst Lightning, kill the Vampire, a bunch of Prowess triggers.
Gonna cast the Monster's Rage here.
Yeah, Monster's Rage pre-combat to make 2 extra tokens with Steelcutter. Looks like it's not going to matter. Congratulations to Jelko Buttawus for picking up an invite for the World Championship later this year. Congratulations. That's going to be an awesome experience, and I'm pretty sure he's going to be stoked about that. What a match.
Yeah.
That was something.
That was a showing. That was a showing of how it's done with the Izzet Prowess deck. Cory Steelcutter, my goodness, what a powerful card. And congrats to Jelko, qualifying for the World Championship.
Yep.
Well done.
Izzet Prowess, I gotta concede. I'm a fan of Domain. I'm a fan of all these cool decks, doing fun things. But this was this was a pretty good showing by the Izzet Prowess deck. So what's the plan now? This was the semifinals #1. We still have a second match coming for you.
We do have the game 3 of the other semifinals, but before we go there, we do have the fantasy draft slide here for you.
Oh, let's take a look at that. Sure, let's take a look at that. So who won? And who was last or second last? Okay, let's see. So red means nobody has anybody alive in the tournament anymore, so we didn't predict anybody from the top 4 players making the top 4. But yeah, if you look at the points,
109.
Yeah, that's a lot of points.
More than 82. Yeah, sounds okay, Martin. You got it. You got it. Well done. Well done. Well done. I barely didn't finish in last place here. Felipe got me there, and yeah, Simon, and you had a pretty good.
Yeah, I even beat the algorithm. I even beat Frank that uses math and spreadsheets to pick the players based on numbers. So I'm gonna take this W.
Oh, that's funny. That's awesome. Yeah, good stuff. All right. Well, let's go to that semifinals, I'd say. What do we have there? We have the Izzet Prowess mirror match.
Yeah, I think we're still waiting also for an interview with Jelko. I think we might still be working on that. So yeah, let's chat a little bit about Izzet. You played the deck a lot. You made a deck guide about it. I think you made a video as well. Anything else you want to say about the deck? You know, something. How about some tips for players that are going to go to their FNMs next week, or somebody has an RCQ waiting for them? You know, any words of advice how to, you know, get the most out of the deck, or something you would change for the upcoming weeks, taking this tournament into account?
I would certainly try my hands on Drakecatcher.
Okay.
I don't think it made the top 8. Oh no, actually, is the Jelko playing? No, I think it didn't make the top 8.
Somebody did.
Some teams came up with the card for the red matchups. The third toughness really strong, and then with a Monster's Rage, and any other spell. Produce 6 power, then 2 Drakes from that. They were calling it Splinter Twin. Okay, a little bit exaggeration there, but like not too bad. I would try that one. And yeah, a card that I really like in the deck, in the sideboard, that I would probably play 2 copies going forward is the Ral. Crackling Wit. Because like, what is going to happen in the future now, in the coming weeks, if we try to predict the metagame? It's probably more High Noons, more Magebane Lizards, more temporary lockdowns. And Ral Crackling Wit fits the deck perfectly and is really good against all those sideboard hate cards, just popping out orders and just giving you that alternative plan of winning. For example, if you look at Pioneer, where Izzet Phoenix used to be one of the dominating forces for a long time, what do we have there? You know, we have Crackling Drakes, sometimes we have some Planeswalkers in the sideboard. So yeah, just trying to figure out the best sideboard plan now that it's sort of the enemy, the public enemy #1, and having the best sideboard strategy to defeat the hate or, you know, the pros stuff. That is something I would have my eye on, and Ral, the Crackling Wit, seems perfect for that.
There you have it. I think with that said, we're gonna take a little bit of a break or send it to an interview, one of those two, and after that, okay, bracket. That's what we're gonna see. So let's take a look at the bracket so that you can see who are the other 2 players that we're gonna see in the semifinals battling it out for that world's spot #2. We have Ivan against Luis. Izzet Prowess mirror, just like you mentioned.
Yeah, but Luis on the Izzet Prowess with the Discount ain't big enough, and Thunder Trap Trainer. So no Slick Shot, no Monster's Rage. And Ivan actually also only on 2 Monster's Rage, so there's only 2 Monster's Rage in that semifinal, which is kind of interesting. And I'm curious to see like who of the 2 will come out ahead. Is it the version that is slower, or the version with the Monster's Rages? If I had to guess, I would put it on the Monster's Rages, to be honest with you, because Cory Steelcutter especially is just such a difficult card to play defense against. Yeah, sure, you can have your trainers, you can maybe buy some time if a discount ain't big enough, but all in all, at some point it's going to kill you. And Jelko's version, for example, also runs card advantage. So like, it has the Slick Shot and it has the Monster's Rage. It doesn't run out of cards easily itself, due to stock up, due to talent getting back a spell in the end. So trying to up that by playing like a bigger, more card advantage. Like we usually see, like, hey, how do you beat Golgari mid-range? You play a little bit more of a Golgari control deck.
You go bigger,
right?
Yeah.
Gix's
commands.
Right.
Yeah.
But in this case, I think you're better off just going under and killing, going for the life total.
How about we ask Jelko what he thinks about his Is It Prowess deck in this winner's interview?
I'm here with the winner of the semifinals of the regional championship in Bologna, Jelko Bodeves on Is It Prowess. Massive congratulations to you.
Thank you very much.
Now you've got not only the Pro Tour invite, but also the World's invite.
Yes. I didn't expect it when you asked during the last event or interview what it would mean, but actually got there.
Now you actually got it.
Very exciting, yes.
So you are playing against Dimir midrange.
Yes.
How did it feel to go into this match?
Honestly, it's a matchup I barely prepared for, to be fair. Like, it was at some point, like, obviously one of the most popular decks in Standard. I know a lot of people really liked it. I liked it a lot, even at that point when I was playing it myself. But
of course,
the last couple of weeks, it's just been testing mostly against all the Monsters Rage and Jeskai decks. So
makes sense.
Yes, didn't have a very good plan going into the matchup, but luckily my draws were very strong in both games. So
right. Did you know that the last game, Michele had Gix's command in hand, but he didn't draw a land?
He mentioned it, yeah. I was thinking when I went like all in with the attacks with the monks that like Gix's command was the only card that give him a chance of a comeback.
Yes.
And just because he missed his land on the last turn, there's a good chance, well, I don't know, 2/3 chance, hopefully, that he's not going to draw an untapped land. So I felt like I just had to jam as much damage as possible there.
But it was on your radar, right?
Yes, yeah, it was definitely the card I was afraid of at this point.
Well, you know, it went well for you. Yes. Luckily for you, here you are in the finals. So what's next?
I hope the win, but I'll have to see. Honestly, I'm not even aware of who I'm playing against yet. So,
what would you want to face? So I'm not going to spoil you.
I honestly don't even remember who the other two matchups in the semifinals were. Just in general in the field.
Yeah, just
I've liked the matchup against Zur a lot.
Domain.
Yes, against the domain deck. I felt fairly good against the Omniscience deck, though it can be rough. And honestly, I've also felt pretty good in the mirror. Just I feel like the sideboard lends itself pretty well for the matchup.
Well, perfect. The best of luck to you.
Thank you.
And here to you.
Good stuff. Congratulations again to Jelko, our first person that qualified for Worlds. And now we're going to see the second feature match between Ivan Laushevich and Luis Martin. They're going to battle it out in the Is It Mirror. We're going to go straight to game number 3. So they split the first 2 games, and now they're going to play the last game for all the marbles. Who's going to be the one that is going to qualify for the World Championship? I was just reading the player profiles, and Ivan mentions that he is an Is It Phoenix player. And I think that makes a lot of sense, right? If you play Phoenix, you're used to playing all these card draw spells, you know, burn spells, chaining multiple spells together to bring back Phoenixes. So, yeah, if you have a lot of experience with that, I think that's already going to make you a very proficient Is It Prowess player.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we saw him in round 14, getting into the top 8. And it sounds like the feature mat is ready, so let's head down there.
Ivan also makes a great point here. He says that I feel like Kori Steelcutter, Stormchaser's Talent, and Stock Up are some of the strongest cards in Standard. And I think that's a great point. Like, you're playing, you know, 3 of the top 10 cards in Standard, top 15. If you can fit some of those cards into one deck, that sounds like a good plan.
Yep, that sounds good. Here we have Luis Martin's version of the archetype, a little bit more heavy on interaction, with 2 copies of Shark and a Braid, a Torch the Tower in addition to those Burst Lightnings, and this town ain't big enough Thunder Trap trainer, 3 of each. To well, one thing that both of those cards are very good at is they're finding you a flurry of spells, both replacing themselves in a way, Thunder Trap, or this town ain't big enough, even possibly triggering prowess 3 times. If you have like 2 talents in play, you can bounce them both, get 3 different prowess triggers that way to deal a lot of damage out of nowhere. And here we go, take a quick look at Lewis Martin's sideboard. We see the Raw Crackling with a card that I really, really like. You guys have to -10 that ultimate. It's kind of like a Planeswalker that also has prowess. Instead of getting 1+1, it gets a loyalty counter, really sweet game design. And yeah, he has a bunch of counter spells on his sideboard, split of those, couple Ghost Vacuums, of course, the most played card in this tournament, and then 2 Sunspine Links against Domain, 2 more copies of Abrade. The Abrades, I think we're gonna see them, I presume. That's why they're in the sideboard here, to fight the Mirror Match Kari Steelcutter. And Abrade is flexible enough, it's not, you know, you're not bringing a shatter effect, you are bringing in a 2 damage deal free, so there should be a target at place.
Yeah, I mean, dealing with Kari Steelcutter also seems, yeah, reasonable.
Yeah, that might come up. I don't know. Why not just kill the Monk, though? Like, the Monk is that deals damage, right?
What about Ivan's list?
Yeah, Ivan...
more stock one?
Yeah, but not really. Like, honestly, I'm also a little confused, I guess you could say, or like, well, why 2 Monstrous Rage? Why only 3 Swift Spears? Certainly some interesting choices there. But besides those, very stock looking list, you know, bread and butter, similar to Yelko. He has those 2 Scorching Shots, which helped him secure his top 8 in the round 14 against Shieldred. A huge addition to the sideboard for him there. He's going to be thankful for those. They're not going to be very good here. Here he might look also to board in 2 copies of Abrade. And maybe the Spell Pierce. Spell Pierce can be nice against this tiny big enough. Stock up, Kari Steelcutter, not too bad. But yeah, they're sideboarding very little. They're sideboarding out usually into the Floodmore slot is the card that's not that great in the mirror match. And I think especially against Lewis Martin, who doesn't even threaten like a big Monstrous Raged up Slick Shot in the air into the Floodmore is really not useful for Ivan.
Okay, let's see how it all plays out. The players are ready to start game number 3 for the World slot. So Ivan on the play. And they both start on a land and pass. And Ivan doesn't even have the end of turn opt. That's interesting. Goes with a turn 2 Swift Spear. And that's going to connect. Luis has an opt waiting to fire at the end of turn. I see double Monstrous Rage for Ivan in hand. Yeah, looks like he actually chose not to play the Swift Spear on the first turn.
He wants to protect it from shock.
To protect it from one of those, from one of those many shock effects. Ivan fires off that opt, untaps, plays land number 2. I see a Spell Pierce. This down ain't big enough. There is a Slate of Hand. I think he has a Pyroclasm.
Oh, really? I think that might be a shock.
Might have been a shock, okay. Back to Ivan we go. I think this might be the deck list that both players are allowed to look at before the game starts, or in between games. But when the game starts, it should be put away. So I think the judge was doing just that. Ivan plays land number 3, and let's see if he has a big turn. Does he have an extra creature? I think he has an opt, double Monstrous Rage.
I think it's 1 Rage, 1 Burst Lightning, 1 Rance Resolve, and 1 Kari Steelcutter.
Or a Steelcutter.
Look at it.
Yeah, that would be a good one here. But do you want to run it into a possible Spell Pierce?
That is the question. How aggressive do you want to play this? Boom.
Wow, he does run the Steelcutter into the Spell Pierce. So Luis gets rewarded for being patient.
Yeah, perhaps a little too aggressive from Ivan.
And Swift Spear attacks for 2 before the turn gets passed to Luis. So let's see if he has his own one here. Starts on a Slate of Hand. There's an Abrade as well. And that was a blue card. Looked like a stock up to me.
Yeah, I think you're right on that. I can see a stock up from 100 miles away.
Yeah, it's really one of the better cards in the matchup.
I could smell a stock up from... No, okay. Well, let's stop there.
Oh wow, that is a 5th edition shock. I haven't seen that one in a while with the white borders. Ivan starts his turn with a Rance Resolve, and I think he actually played a land before that to play around a second possible Spell Pierce. Finds an opt, fires the opt away, and picks up the top card. So let's see, what does he get? Swift Spear attacks for 3. No response from Luis there. Luis's hand is very reactive, but he does have the stock up. But Ivan has the spell pierce. Wow.
That was huge.
Luis
what a swing.
Luis takes the opportunity to at least kill the Swift Spear, and he has shown a lot of patience, not interacted with the Swift Spear until Ivan was tapped out. So playing around all those monstrous rages certainly paid off. Ivan starts with an opt, likes the top card. And that's a stock up of his own. Look at that. He would like to find another creature. I think he found 2 copies of Sleight of Hand, so at least he can dig a little bit deeper into his deck. The question now is he going to play one of those Sleight of Hands, or is he going to value keeping up some mana?
Another stock up.
Another stock up, yeah, you'll love to see that.
Storm Chaser's talent at this point also becomes an incredible draw. The game is dragging out. Luis Martinez looking at a reactive hand, can't deploy anything, can't get further traction on this game. Ivan resolving another stock up here.
Wow, yeah, I'm sliding the advantage bar heavily towards Ivan right now. Second copy of Rent's Resolve.
And picked up a Storm Chaser's talent.
A Storm Chaser's talent, that is exactly what he wants.
He's already won 1 game with the talent plus a bunch of spells, talent level 3. I don't think it's going to come down to that here though.
7 non-land cards in hand, no big deal.
Yeah, he hasn't made a land drop yet, so he can start with the Rent's Resolve, but he also has to think about Spell Pierce, I suppose.
Yeah, given that Luis has not really been adding anything to the battlefield, I would certainly be thinking about Spell Pierce, you know, being a card that could very likely be in his hand. But yeah, Ivan runs it out there. Storm Chaser's talent resolves, and he gets himself an Otter. And unfortunately for Luis, he draws another land.
Yeah, Ivan firmly in the driver's seat here.
So Rent's Resolve is the play from Ivan. Luis is going to respond with a Torch the Tower.
You could respond with Monstrous Rage here. I actually kind of like that. Get some usage out of that Rage.
Yeah, I think Luis also might be kind of baiting Ivan into playing the spells here, because he wouldn't really mind using the bounce spell.
Okay, he's keeping, I guess so, yeah, he's keeping around a Braid in his hand. He could have used that there to kill the Otter in response to the Rage. 2 islands, all right. Actually, Ivan doesn't even mind that. His hand is loaded.
Exactly. I don't think you're too unhappy about making additional land drops here, especially with that Storm Chaser's talent in play. He's going to play another card draw spell, Sleight of Hand, puts one of those cards in his hand. And how big is the Otter now? There was a Rage, Resolve, there was a Sleight of Hand.
It's a 7/5. Trample. Pretty big. Now it is an 8/5. Yeah, if you're Luis, you are probably not feeling great about your opponent going through a ton of cards right now, taking a ton of game actions, and attacking you for 8 damage. I mean,
yeah, Luis goes down to 6. And he's going to main phase that Abrade now. Doesn't want to let Ivan untap with that full hand and risk dying. All right, Otter is dead. But Ivan has so much card draw and that talent also ready to pick up an extra card draw spell from the graveyard that I don't think he minds all that much. Is this finally the turn for a steel card? He has a Swift Spear.
Yeah, he also has that Burst Lightning, which he can kick now, and Luis down to 6 life.
Yeah. So it turns out the deck for the Is It Prowess Mirror is just play 8 stock-ups.
All right, he's going for it. So Luis can cast this Town Ain't Big Enough, but he can only cast 1 spell. Oh, he's going for the This Town Ain't Big Enough. And
there's a spell pierce. Wow, congratulations to Ivan Laušević, the second person who picks up a Worlds slot in this tournament. And he looks very calm, very collected. Yeah, no big deal. I'm going to play $1 million tournament. Just another day in the office.
Yeah, he's too cool for school.
Very, very cool. Yeah,
almost like, did you even realize you're playing for the World Championship?
Good stuff.
Yeah, pretty good stuff. Well played.
So what do we have? Two, is it? Decks in the finals?
One is at Prowess and another is at Prowess. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, good stuff. Well played by both players. I mean, unfortunately, you know, that was too much of a reactive hand, and Ivan was doing all the things, casting all the card draw spells, all the card selection, multiple stock ups, and yeah, it's hard to beat that. So this was the semifinals. This is going to be it for me and Arne. I hope you enjoyed the coverage. We're still going to have the finals for you, obviously, but we just want to say bye. Arne, anything you want to say before we head off to a break?
Well, it's been a blast. The standard format has been great. The covering this event has been fantastic. Again, thank you all for hanging out with us, and I'll see you next time, I suppose.
Yeah, thanks everybody. We also want to give a shout out to Ultimate Guard and Beckett for sponsoring the stream. Make sure you also visit the magic.gg website and check out the Metagame Mentor articles from Frank Karsten if you're gonna play a tournament in the future. You want to get a leg up on the competition. Frank is gonna give you all the numbers, all the stuff you need to have some advantage. So that is it from us. We're going to go on a very short break, and right after that, we're going to have the finals with Philippa and Simon, so don't go anywhere.
Hooves dig into fields of black, chase valiantly towards the dread. Shield and armor aglow and bright, countless hearts and lances keen. They ride into the night. The beasts above, they shriek and soar, spew flames of ghostlight from their jaws that eat the skies and burn the flesh, and albeit crowned with firelight, they ride on into the night. The new 2024 exclusive line, crowned with the first printed boulder and zip folio ever. An astonishing artwork made by one of Magic the Gathering's most beloved artists, Dominic Mayer.
They already qualified for the Pro Tour, for the next RCs, for World Championship, and now they are fighting to be the champion of this regional championship. They are both playing the same deck.
Yes, and which deck is that?
Is it Prowess? I mean, the deck of the weekend. I mean, yesterday the most played deck at 55% win rate on day one, and today here, 3 copies of the deck in the top 8 and 2 in the finals.
2 in the finals indeed. This was the deck to beat this weekend. Most popular deck, not by that much, but definitely most popular. On day 2, more of a gap towards the next most popular deck. 55% win rate on day 1. And here we see Jelko Bodevis of Utrecht, the Netherlands. Coming in here, Jelko has had Pro Tour experience before, has played a few of them throughout his career, did a top 8 of GP Amsterdam in 2017, and then turned that into a top 16 at Pro Tour Amsterdam. His list is fairly stock, what you would expect of these Prowess decks. The main thing is that he has the card stock up 4 copies. And Ivan Laušević from Serbia. I know I said yes, I know I said Slovenia, I know I said Croatia before. It is actually from Serbia. I am sorry, Ivan, but I hope you can forgive me because you are in the finals here. And Ivan's list is much more focused on card advantage, having only 2 copies of Monstrous Rage, only 3 copies of Burst Lightning, choosing instead to play Torch the Tower and Ren's Resolve, trying to position himself in this mirror match to be a bit more controlling, trying to trade cards, and then going up with those card advantage spells.
Love that. Both players starting. We see that Ivan has that Torch the Tower in hand. I mean, I have to say, Ivan here didn't even know he was going to top 80 at the interview with Maria, and he was like, oh, I was going home. I just top 8'd? Yeah, you did, and now you qualified for the World Championship. Sleight of hand here.
That's a fortunate position to be in. Can you imagine playing your last match, because might as well, and then all of a sudden you're actually looking into that World Championship qualification alongside a Pro Tour qualification for Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. This later half of 2025 for these players is going to be busy with travel, going to both Atlanta and Seattle.
That's right. So after that opt, we do have that sleight of hand. Now, Ivan, looking at the top 2 cards of the library, put one in hand and the other one on the bottom. There's a burst lighting and another card there.
Yeah, that's a Corey Steel Cutter, one of the ultimate artworks of that card. Quite painful for Iman here, having just the Shivan Reef as the... yeah, it seems like that was a one-lander indeed, because why would you ever play Shivan Reef turn 1 unless it's your only land, and that's exactly what's going on here. Yelko seeing the perfect time to resolve this stock up. Yelko of first seed, of course, also getting to go first as a result, and this is a huge... advantage for him in this position, getting to resolve a stock up while Ivan is still stuck on just 1 land. And see if he can draw that second land right here. And there it is. That is a blue-red Verge. It'll only tap for red mana at this moment. So if he wants to play another blue card, he has to take another damage from the Shivan Reef.
That's right. So Ivan now with 2 mana available. And there it is, the Corey Steel Cutter. Let's see what Yelko can do here to follow up.
So we've really seen, just in the last match we watched as well as previously, these prowess players, especially in the mirror match, are positioning themselves to take it a bit slower, making sure to make the burst lightnings and torch the towers of the opponents as poor as possible, not giving them any good targets, saving your prowess creatures until you can defend them. And here Yelko says, yeah, I'm just going to spend a little bit more time stocking up on cards and developing my mana base before I start playing my prowess creatures, and making sure I can always respond with an instant to save them from anything that could go wrong.
Love that. I love stock up. Such a nice addition from Either Drift. Now we do have that land tapped and passing the turn. Let's see what Ivan can do with that Corey Steel Cutter already on the battlefield. Rand's Resolve. Let's exile that top 2 cards. Another Corey Steel Cutter and Sweep Spear.
Oh, no land drop. So Ivan basically has to draw a land next turn. If he does, that is a second Steel Cutter. That is a Monastery Swift Spear, and that will immediately create a board for him. And there's no Steel Cutter on the side of Yelko. So if Ivan can find what he needs in another land here, that actually is a chance that he could build a board and come back, even though Yelko has been just loading up on cards.
Stocking up, going to the market, you know?
Exactly, yeah, just getting some fish. Is it not a stock up? Is it really? Ah! Yelko thinking, maybe this is too much. But can you ever have enough stock up? You know,
never.
You never know. Maybe,
value.
You never know what could happen. Maybe it's nice to fill up that pantry and make sure you have all the things you need for the next 3 turns or so. Because you don't know. Maybe Ivan will prevent you from drawing any more cards in the next few turns, and then you might as well stock up while you can play around that Spell Pierce.
And let's see what Yelko here decides to do. This deck does have a lot of 1 and 2 drops, so a lot of options for the players. But there it is. Let's stock up once again.
There we go. That's what I like to see. I'm a control player now, by the way, so I like to see this.
I know. Unfortunately, Jeskai Control, he didn't quite make it in the top 8.
Oh, it did. Look at this. What did Yelko just play? It's the only thing he's done this game is land go, land stock up, land stock up, land stock up.
Love to see it. I mean, stocking up, as you said, looking at the top 5 cards there, a couple of options, taking a land here, and that can be Monstrous Rage, stock up again.
Yeah, getting a land with stock up is actually quite important. When you are spending all this mana drawing cards, it is quite important that you also hit your land drops to go along with them, and he's doing exactly that. Now putting that slick shot completely off the screen, very plotted, so far away we can't even see it. And no, that is another non-land drawn for Ivan here. His plan of trying to come back in this game has been foiled, and I think it's going to be quite difficult for him now to develop anything meaningful onto this board when he can't play the Steel Cutter and another spell alongside it.
I mean, and at this point, Yelko has been stocking up on those cards, and we know that this deck can have very explosive turns, especially with that Slick Shot show-off already plotted. Let's see what Ivan can do if he has to spend the turn playing the Corey Steel Cutter here, not doing much, prepping for the next turns, but Yelko can just swing for a lot of damage next turn.
Exactly. I will note something. A lot of the ESET players that have been played online and in this tournament weren't playing 4 copies of stock up. And the 2 ESET lists we see in the finals, they have the thing in common that they're both playing 4 stock ups. So honestly, I think that is the big takeaway for how you build your deck for your RCs coming up in the next few weeks. Play 4 copies of stock up.
So are you saying, Simon, that players have to stock up on the stock ups?
Okay, so I think we've hit the limit now. That's the 20th time we've said the word stock up in the past 5 minutes, and I think we have to have a timeout now.
You just said it again, Simon.
I know. That was the 21st time, and you cannot do it anymore.
Okay, I will mute the word for 100 seconds.
Yes, okay.
Okay, Stormchase Talent here making a little otter.
Right, exactly, yeah. And hopefully can follow this up with another spell to trigger that. Corey still cutter, but doesn't even do that, deciding to just pass with red mana up to protect himself from that Slickshot show-off. This makes a lot of sense, as that card could very easily kill you after Jelko has resolved all of these. And, and can now unload his hand, pumping up this this big flying bird to Unfathomable Power. And speaking of Unfathomable Power, here's 2 1-drops.
Okay, and now Sleight of Hand, third 1-drop of the turn.
Having haste in your prowess creature is just so powerful. So prowessful. Oh, and there's even a Monstrous Rage, so he can just safely go for that now, because these Swiss Spears are going to be out of range. I wonder if Ivan has a Spell Pierce or any way to protect himself. No, I think his hand is just 2 copies of... and maybe some other cards. It's 3 copies of...
Yep, 3 copies of the cards that does produce value.
That cannot be named. And a single Torch the Tower, which he can sacrifice his Stormchaser's Talent to deal 3 damage with that Torch the Tower. And these Swiss Spears are right now 2/3s. So if Jelko actually goes for the Monstrous Rage right here, Ivan can respond and kill them. So we see the patient here from Ivan. Doesn't need to go for anything right now. Might even just take the 6 damage here and say, do you have anything? And maybe Jelko is also fine to just pay this patiently. Not play a Monstrous Rage into an unnecessary thing. And I think Ivan is playing this right, using his life total here as a bit of a buffer, and finally found that 3rd land. It's another Shivan Reef, though. It's quite painful.
Yeah, but he doesn't enter tapped, so those are the good news. Passing the turn here.
Right, his hand is 3 copies of, and a Spell Pierce and a Torch the Tower.
So keeping that mana up for Torch the Tower and potentially Spell Pierce. There's the Corey Steel Cutter in Ivan's board as well, and there's the Slickshot Show-Off plotted on Jelko's side. Playing land here, 1 mana. What is it going to be? Are we going to opting to...
Might actually want to play out the Slickshot at some point in this turn. Of course, Ivan can kill that with Torch the Tower, but then that Torch is not hitting any of these Swiss Spears. The fact that Ivan played this so carefully, though, must make Jelko pause and think there might be multiple copies of instant speed interaction here. So Jelko just decides to not lead with this Slickshot, instead just doing opt first. Maybe could end up playing the Slickshot later in this turn, depending on what happens. And here we see the Torch the Tower, 4/3 on that Swiss Spear. Can you save it somehow? You just need a single Monstrous Rage to keep this one alive. And Jelko is thinking now, do you want to run this Monstrous Rage into what is obviously another burn spell from Ivan? Ivan doesn't actually have that 2nd burn spell, but it's what he's bluffing. And Jelko says, yes, it would be fine if you do it. And now Ivan knows that, yes, that is game over. Forget to save your Swiss Spear there. I have no more moves.
I mean, after you stock up 3 times, the odds that you win are very high. That's right, Simon. And I just want to say that we saw there in the end, not quite enough, but that bargain of the Torch the Tower has been coming in handy for a lot of players this tournament. Also with the Scry ability.
Yes, no, I mean, and in this deck where you can sacrifice, you have a ton of tokens that you can sacrifice. I mean, obviously these tokens are quite powerful because they are prowess tokens. You also have the Stormchaser's Talent, which you don't always need in play. Sometimes you can even sacrifice your Corey Steel Cutter, depending on the exact situation. For instance, if you're getting in for lethal as a result. And
we have the sideboard here, Simon. So do you think that Jelko is prepared for this mirror?
So Yelko's plan in this mirror is going to be bringing in these Torch the Towers and this Pyroclasm, I would assume. There's also the 2 copies of Screaming Nemesis. He did mention that he liked his setup into the mirror, so I think this is what he's trying to go for. I wonder if the Pyroclasms is just a thing you do on the draw or just a thing you do on the play. There's also the big question of how to approach the mirror match in regards to these slick shot show-offs. I think the level 1 is generally to board out the show-offs, so that you don't make your opponents Torch the Towers and Burst Lightnings too good. But when I was talking to Arne, who's walking by me right now with a nice tiramisu, when I talked to Arne about this, he actually mentioned that he doesn't like to board out the slick shot show-offs, especially on the draw, because the matchup is so fast that you just want to be able to have these big turns that can steal the game, such as plotting a slick shot show-off and coming back with that combined with Monster's Rage. So I think it's possible that Yelko might subscribe to this strategy. Can't know for sure, but it seems like he's subscribing to this other strategy, which is to overload your deck with cheap removal and then using stock up to kind of outgrind your opponent. The issue for Yelko is that Ivan's deck is set up even better to do this, because Ivan has more 1-cost removal and has the Wrench Resolves. At least in game 1, this is the case, where Ivan is set up much better for this. But maybe post-board, he can't quite... he has the same number of cards as Yelko does.
Simon, you're saying that you don't know if Yelko is going to subscribe to this strategy, but the people at home should definitely subscribe to the Fanfinity YouTube channel. Make sure that you subscribe so you can get all the new videos and live streams in the future. And thanks for everyone watching. Now, there it is, the sideboard from Ivan. You said better prepared. So exactly what are the answers here that Ivan has for this mirror?
Yeah, actually, Ivan is not better prepared.
Oh.
Because he doesn't have the Pyroclasm and he doesn't have the Screaming Nemesis. Now, I'm not sure if the Pyroclasms are even good in the matchup, because the players will tend to play in a way that's quite slow and always have resources up, to always have mana up to be able to play your instance. And it might make sense that the Pyroclasm can't actually find good targets for that reason, but I think the Screaming Nemesis are going to be quite good into this matchup. The card we do see here that I think is going to be good is the Spell Pierce, and maybe even the Negate to try and fight over these card draw spells, because I have a suspicion that this is how these players will position themselves in this matchup, boarding out the Slick Shot show-offs and trying to outcard each other, not trying to aggro rush each other down. And if you're going to slow roll your Monastery Swiss Spear to play around the Burst Lightning, well, if both players do this, the game actually slows down a lot and gives time to resolve all these card draw spells. And Ivan has the advantage of having 2 more card draw spells than Yelko does in these 2 Wrench Resolve.
You know what, Simon? And a lot of people think that aggro matchups are very no-brain kind of games, but that's not true at all. We see here so many intricacies.
When playtesting for this coverage gig, I played some matches with Is It Prowess, and that's actually the deck I did the worst with because I kept misplaying, especially in the mirror. I lost 2 mirror matches where both times my opponent just played better than I did. And it does take some practice to think about how to position your spells. But all your spells are so cheap and so flexible, it actually is quite difficult to know exactly how to play. We see Ivan here leading with a Monastery Swiss Spear. Remember last match in the semifinals, he was not playing a turn 1, he was holding it. And so that this exact play could not happen. So I wonder what his reasoning is and how his hand is different. And I think it's different in a way that by doing this, you tap Yelko out so that Ivan gets to resolve a Core Steel Cutter for sure around a Spell Pierce.
Love to see that. And that Core Steel Cutter is now on the battlefield. Now we do have that Slick Shot.
Oh, that's exactly what I mentioned. Yelko recognizing that Ivan has more card advantage tools and decides to leave in the Slick Shot show-off to have a better shot at stealing the game here when he's on the draw. Exactly the Arne Huschenbeth style of strategy.
Ooh, but look at that. A double Core Steel Cutter, that sleight of hand. A lot of pressure.
That is a lot of pressure. 4 damage coming in right now, and these Steel Cutters threatening to create even more monks as the game goes along. Yelko knows you can't grind against this card, you just have to win. And this is what this Slickshot Show-Off is set up to do potentially. Of course, it's a bit tricky to do so against a deck that does have 7 1-mana burn spells, as Ivan's deck does here.
And Simon, I guess stocking up 3 times in a row is not going to work as well for Jelko this game around.
I would not recommend this course of action, especially since this is the game where Jelko doesn't have the 3rd land.
That's right. I mean, lands are important, and Jelko not getting access to the 3rd one is going to definitely limit him here in the game.
Question is, so you're probably going to have to cast a cantrip effect to try and look for that land. So the question is, do you play your Slickshot Show-Off before playing the cantrip? Or do you just hold it for a turn where it is better positioned and you don't just risk losing it to a shock effect on Ivan's turn? It is also always interesting with these cantrips. I've generally found in Magic over the past few years that whenever I'm stuck on lands, spending my mana to try and look for more lands tends to work out worse than if I just spent the mana I have to do board impacting things. Because if I do break off that cantrip, I lose the game for sure. Whereas if I just try to spend my mana, whoa, that is a third steel cutter. Okay, Magic Lesson can wait. That's not what I'm talking about right now. We're just looking at all of these steel cutters coming down. And here's a Torch the Tower in response to the prowess trigger, trying to clear off one of these monks, and it does work. There's no instant from Ivan to save that, but
is there a second
spell here? Is that a Storm Chaser's Talon coming down, creating 3 more monks, and that is an attack for a massive 9 damage here, sawing through so many prowess tokens in play. Jelko going to be down to 5 life, and the question is, can Jelko find a way to turn this into a win here? He does have that Slickshot Show-Off. He does have that monstrous Swiss Spear. There is only 1 blocker, and maybe with the help of a monstrous Rage, you can make it into 20 damage turn. But no, Jelko is looking to chump block with that Swiss Spear, potentially hoping to chop take a Pyroclasm.
Yeah, let's see if that happens there.
Oh, right, the Swiss Spear is a 2/3, of course, because of the prowess trigger. So it did get to eat one of these prowess tokens. But yeah, Jelko down to 6 now.
Sleight of hand.
And I didn't play the Slickshot Show-Off, so he does not have the setup to deal lethal. I believe he had to have 2 Monstrous Rages and a Burst Lightning and another spell in order to do this. So yeah, not very likely to happen.
Definitely not opting here that Core Steel Cutter is not going to cut it right now. And drawing a land.
Yeah, and it's still not going to cut it.
Just passing into this incredible board.
Yeah, both of these games we watched, they've just been blowouts. There hasn't actually been much of this, you know, difficult to play, positioning, tricky stuff of playing this blue-red deck. It has just been one player completely running over the other.
Where is the otter? Did he get removed?
No. I don't know where the otter is. Maybe it's off screen. Maybe the trigger got missed. Do you notice there's no counter on the Storm Chaser's Talent? It actually is player's responsibility to remember these triggers. And yeah.
That's a school here.
Even though there's no otter, anyways, there's still 3 more monk tokens being produced. Drawing multiple copies of the Steel Cutter together is just massive.
No otter, but we will have another game.
We will have another game.
So let's get a look here at our players' lists and sideboards once again. Now, Ivan was really good this game, I feel, at taking that aggressor role from that turn 1 Swiss Spear. So just showing how important it is for you to understand what's your role and to keep playing into it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, honestly, watch this game and watch Ivan's semifinals and analyze why he's playing differently in the 2 different spots. Both times he's on the play, both times he has a Swiss Spear in his opening hand. One game he decides to play turn 1 and offers it up to a Torch the Tower. The other game he decides to hold it until turn 2 so he can protect it from a Torch the Tower. And understanding the cases where you do one play versus the other is extremely important for leveling up your game. There's no such thing as a heuristic in Magic where, oh, you always play turn 1 or you always hold it. You need to understand the reasons why you do one thing or another, so when you're in your own game, you can more accurately make these decisions. Magic lesson over.
That is right. We are going to have a game 3, and this is going to be the last game of the tournament.
It will be.
Oh wow, time passes by so fast. We had over 1,000 players here yesterday, and we are down to our finalists. I have to say, Simon, it has been a pleasure to be here all weekend long casting with you, Arne and Martin as well, Maria with the interviews, Frank with the meta-analysis, and I have to thank everyone at home watching. I hope you've been enjoying the show. Let's all watch together this last game, and let's make it count. Make sure you have the energy so we can root for the champion here of the regional championship. A lot of emotions at stake. Ivan, that previous magical accomplishments, said nothing to brag about and a sad face.
Sad.
Maybe this already changed for sure with that World Championship invite. On the other side, we have Yelko that already had a Pro Tour top 16 and a GP top 8, so an experienced player here in the competitive scene. The winner will take that amazing trophy that we see there, giant water drop.
Exactly, yeah. And it's a kind of a, no, I think it's quite apt for the water drop going to one of these two blue deck players.
That's true. And who is it going to be?
Have you noticed that also the last RC we covered was won by a blue deck?
Oh.
Getting that fitting trophy. I think maybe there's something to that.
Blue equals good. Are you saying that because you are a new-found control player?
No. Yes.
Okay, let's take a look here at the opening ends of the last game of the regional championships in Bologna. Players are ready.
Wherever you are around the world, where you're sitting, chant monk, 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 monk. And we will feel your energy. And hopefully the people in the room with you will not be too disturbed.
Let's hope not. And things are ready here for our players. They are the ones wanting to make as many monks as possible. It's a monk battle.
And we see there in the corner, thanks so much to our sponsors, Beckett and Ultimate Guard, their logos showing up there and telling us that they help us make this show and this production happen for you guys. So big cheer.
That's right.
For those. And here we see Yelko passing on turn 1, resolving an opt here. Ivan, again, playing out his 1-drop now. Not too scared of getting it hit by a shock effect. Of course, it's much more difficult to stop an otter from getting hit. And I think it might be a sign that he has a Core Steel Cutter again. No, that's not the case this time around.
Okay, putting the card on the bottom, drawing a land, drawing another land here. So a couple of lands for Yelko. And I cannot quite see what the hand is, but there is definitely 2 Monstrous Rage, 1 Slick Shot Show Off, so...
And a Swiss Spear.
Yeah, so let's start then with that Swiss Spear and start attacking. 1 damage, but before that, there's a Monstrous Rage.
Yeah, just turning this hand into pure damage. If you hold on to these Monstrous Rages without trying to find a better spot where you can utilize the Trample, you might walk into Ivan's 1-cost removal. I actually think Ivan also has a Core Steel Cutter, and he also has his own Monstrous Rage as well as 2 Sleight of Hand. And I think that's a Rent Resolve. So Ivan's hand quite full of good cards here, but doesn't play an untapped land here. Could have just played a Core Steel Cutter on this turn, but decides to wait a bit despite not having any removal spells. And I think the issue is that if he just taps out for a Core Steel Cutter, he might be in for a World of Hurt, as Yelko can play yet another, maybe Hasty Prowess creature and another Monstrous Rage. So Ivan's life total under pressure at the moment. Let's see how he decides to deal with this. I wonder if he's going to block with the Otter token and use Monstrous Rage on defense. It's quite a desperate move. Probably not worth doing. Maybe he can take a bit more damage and set up, try and find that 1-mana removal spell to be able to have a little bit more leverage in this situation.
It looks like a Sleight of Hand here, revealing a Mounted and a Swiss Spear, and Ivan deciding to take that Swiss Spear, attacking with the Otter. And Yelko down to 16 lives, so let's see what Yelko can do.
I wonder if we're just going, is there a Slick Shot in hand?
3 mana.
Oh, it's a Screaming Nemesis. Right.
Going just for 5 damage.
This is a mono-red aggro draw.
There he is.
It's Swiss Spear plus Monstrous Rage and into Screaming Nemesis. That is 10 damage being dealt to Ivan. Right now, his life total is halved, and there's the Screaming Nemesis, which is so tough to deal with for these red decks.
That's true. I mean, unless you have something like Into the Flood mod to delay things.
Yeah, but even against the haste creature, it's not that good of an answer.
That's true. 2 mana here, so we are going to see Ivan going for that.
And if Ivan taps out here, which he might have to do, tapping out for the Steel Cutter plus another spell, then this Monstrous Rage can land on this Screaming Nemesis, providing even more damage. That'll be 9 Tremble damage coming in next turn, making it so difficult for Ivan to stabilize.
And Ivan is seeing the writing on the wall. Things are not easy with Yalko commanding this game, being the aggressor. And
look at how different this game is from the last one we saw in the semifinals, where it was just stock-ups battling on both sides, one player running out of cards, there was Storm Chaser's talents being activated. Understanding that this matchup can go 2 different ways is extremely important, and being flexible enough in how you play so you can lean into one or the other as the situation demands.
That's right. So we see here Ivan pausing to make that decision. Spend 2 mana for that Core Steel Cutter, and now needs to follow up with something if he wants to make a Monk.
Yes. Might just have to play out this Monstrous Swiss Spear just to have more bodies on board and potentially set up some risky double blocks. It's not a very convenient situation to be in. There's also the question of, do you even attack at all? This is an attack for 5, so you could do that, but you're not really winning the race unless Yalko's hand is just quite bad. But maybe this is what you have to hope for, that Yalko's hand is just no good cards, as that's the only way you can turn this into a win. You do have a lot of spells to play next turn, 2 Sleight of Hand and a Monstrous Rage. So if you get to deal a little bit of damage here, you might be able to finish the game next turn. And that's what Ivan says. I hope you are flooding out right here. I hope your hand is stuck up and nothing else, because then maybe I can survive. There's a second Swiss Spear.
Okay,
you play the Swiss Spear, you play the Monstrous Rage, you play the Opt, and this is lethal damage. Jelko Bodeves of the Netherlands. Top 16 the Pro Tour 8 years ago, comes back here into the finals of the RC here
with that
in Bologna, takes it down with Izzet Prowess, the deck of the tournament. Congrats to Yalko.
Congratulations, Yalko, for this incredible win here, and Izzet Prowess, the deck of the tournament.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is Prowess. How do you not know? But at this point, we've seen this deck so much.
Congratulations. Look at the people all there. Say hello to home. Simon, honestly, what a weekend. Standard, I mean, I have to say, I love to cover standard events right after a set does arrive. And sometimes sets don't really impact the format, but Steel Cutter.
This set impacted so much. We saw the Steel Cutters, we saw the Shikos, we saw the Kasi Revenant in the Dimir midrange deck. There is so many cool cards in the Tarkir Dragonstorm set, and I'm really excited to see if Standard can keep evolving despite being huge and bulky.
That's true. I mean, I love to see that, and we are going to see much more of Standard because there is the Pro Tour, Las Vegas Pro Tour Final Fantasy in June. That's also going to be Standard format, so you can see way more of Standard, and these players qualified for the following Pro Tour, which is going to be Pro Tour in Atlanta.
It is, yes.
Not only that, they also qualified for the World Championship. That's an incredible feat as well, the biggest event of Magic of the year. And you know what, Simon, this has been an incredible weekend next to you all weekend long.
Yes, thank you. You too. It's been so much fun. I feel like, you know, this is the 3rd time we're doing events together, and we're starting to develop some more synergy, and it's nice to just have the good banter.
That's true. You're like my second spell for my Core Steel Cutter.
Aww, you're my 3rd stock up that I play while my opponent is mana screwed.
Love that. Love to see. But what I love to see more is this top 8 bracket. Look at that. We had 3 Izzet Prowess making it into the top 8. One of them, Yalko, powering it into the final and into victory. What a game and what a weekend. Look at this, everyone at home. Thank you so much, Twitch chat, YouTube. We have a lot of people as well watching on YouTube. We want to thank our sponsors, Ultimate Guard and Beckett, Fanfinity. We want to thank everyone at home watching. We want to thank also you, Maria, Frank, Arne. Yeah, Frank for sure, Arne, Martin, people here that have been on the production team, everyone from the staff, all the players, over 1,000 players here this weekend. And the tournament was really smooth. Honestly, it felt nice.
Feels nice. The days are done early, especially yesterday. Today it's still like it's like not even 8 p.m. yet, and we've played 9 rounds today. Still time for some pizza and some lasagna.
With pineapple or not, let us know.
Oh, pineapple is great on pizza. It goes so well with pork.
Okay, that's a great thing to say here in Italy, Simon. I hope you have some security back to the hotel.
Oh no, that's all right.
It's okay, I'll walk you over. So we are almost finishing, but before, of course, we are going to have an interview with Ivan to know more about everything and about this weekend all weekend long. And Simon, what do you want to say? Any takeaway from the weekend for the people watching at home?
I mean, the first thing is, of course, Izzet Prowess is the best deck. Don't be scared to just register and play this deck at your tournament. We even see Ivan, no previous achievements, but could just play tightly and get into the top 8 here. The most important takeaway for that is 4 copies of stock up. But other decks are also looking interesting. We saw good win rates from Jeskai Oculus and Jeskai Control. Jeskai Control and Black-White Pixie, those 2 decks seem to line up quite well into the Izzet Prowess deck. So there are ways to defeat this deck. It is somewhat linear, and don't be afraid to try and see if you can take down the crown.
And besides Jeskai Control, which I know you're a big fan of, what was your favorite deck of the weekend? Maybe some off-the-meta deck.
Yeah, no, I have no decks to say.
Let us know in chat, but now it's time to hear more from our winner of this regional championship. So let's have an interview with Maria.
So here we have our champion, our European champion, Jelko Bodewes. Massive congratulations.
Thank you. It still feels a bit unreal to hear that, to be honest.
All right. So what was your approach going into the finals?
Honestly, be really happy I was the higher seed to start. And then it mostly just adapting my play to being on the play and draw. It's very much, as you asked in the last interview, who's the beatdown is like the super important part. And like, if you can keep a good hand with removal and like recover, it can work on the draw, but it's so hard. And then even at the start of the match, we had like a really weird start with our mulligans to 4 and 5,
yes,
which haven't practiced for that scenario.
I know, who would? All right, so could you tell us how and who helped you to prepare for this tournament? What was your testing process?
All of the Dutch players that helped me. We tested mostly online, so Arena, discussed a bunch of stuff in WhatsApp, shared lists. We didn't all agree on the same list. I think we brought almost all of the major archetypes together.
Nice.
But yeah, we shared a lot of ideas, did some last-minute testing here in Bologna, and luckily for me, it paid off.
It's totally paid off for you, and we're super happy for you.
Thank you.
So, lastly, who would you like to thank or give a shout-out to? Here is your chance.
If anyone, I would really like to shout out my standard Magic spot where I really learned playing Magic, and that's originally the Labyrinth, now the Lab in Utrecht. And like,
that's lovely.
Being able to borrow cards as a student, that really got me started as a Magic player, made me enjoy it, and here I got, so.
Amazing. All right, so Izzet Prowess has truly dominated the regional championship in Bologna. Not only it was the most represented deck, but it turned out to be the best performing deck as for today. So we're wrapping up the Ultimate Guard European Magic Series Regional Championship in Bologna, and it wouldn't be possible without our sponsors, Beckett and Ultimate Guard. So massive thanks to them, and also huge thanks to all of you, our viewers and players. And we hope to see you next in the Spotlight Series in Liverpool and the Regional Championship in Antwerp. And it's a wrap.